Chen Xiao, my husband is supposed to wait for me at the parking lot after school. It wouldn't be good if he sees us. A useless man, what of it if he does? Ning Fan stood outside the car, his eyes reddening as he watched his wife, Yang Chi-Chi, being intimate with Chun Wei. His body trembled with rage. He had known Yang Chi-Chi since high school, a time when her family struggled financially, nearly preventing her from continuing her education. After school, he took on part-time jobs to support her studies, a commitment that had lasted 7 years. Upon learning of this, Yang Kiki's grandfather expressed immense gratitude towards him. After their high school graduation, once they turned 18, they defied their families and welcomed Ning Fan as the son-in-law of the Yang family. As Yang Chi-Chi attended university, the Yang family improved their fortunes, establishing a small pharmaceutical factory under her grandfather's guidance. Nevertheless, Ning Fan continued to work to fund her education, believing it essential to provide for his wife. Typically, Yang's grandfather treated Ning Fan well, often discreetly slipping him some money and bringing his sister over during holidays. Ning Fan was deeply touched ever since his mother vanished after the college entrance examination. He had felt devoid of concern from any elder. Tonight marked his wife's birthday. A few months prior, she had complained about her phone, which had become inadequate for gaming. Thus, over the recent months, Ning Fan saved diligently to purchase the latest smartphone, intending to surprise her. However, he stumbled upon the scene. Anger surged through him, his blood pressure skyrocketing, clouding his mind with rage. With the unopened smartphone in hand, he shattered the car window. Crash! The two inside the car were startled. They quickly peered outside. Ning Fan had indeed arrived. He yanked the car door open, glaring at the two, his gaze fixed on Yang Chi-Chi as tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Why? Ning Fan was engulfed in profound anguish, his eyes reflecting his torment. He could not fathom why Yang Chi-Chi would betray him. A flicker of panic crossed Yang Chi-Chi's eyes. She had not anticipated Ning Fan arriving at the parking lot early. Yet, that panic was swiftly replaced by composure as she donned her clothes, her expression turning cold. Once dressed and stepping out of the car, Yang Chi-Chi looked at Ning Fan and said, "Since you've seen everything, I have nothing more to say. Why would you do this to me?" Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without sensation as he shouted, "You must be the useless husband delivering parcels for Chi-Chi, right?" In the adult world, there are rarely straightforward answers. If there are, it is that poverty is a sin and worthlessness is a sin. Someone like Chi-Chi, who has received higher education, would never settle for a man who is both poor and useless. She is beyond your reach. Chun Wei, now dressed, leaned against the car, casually lighting a cigarette, and remarked coolly, "Ning Fan, you are truly worthless and foolish. You are nothing but a delivery boy who couldn't even pass the university entrance exam, destined to live a life devoid of prospects. Only a foolish woman would choose to endure a lifetime of suffering by your side." Yang Chi-Chi scoffed and replied, "I could never waste my life on you. When I agreed to marry you, it was only because my grandfather pressured me, and I was still young. Do you really think I would have consented otherwise? Dream on. I acknowledge that since my first year of high school, every tuition fee, living expense, and even miscellaneous costs have been covered by your earnings. Yet, you are simply not worthy of me. The moment I entered university and you started working, an insurmountable chasm opened between us, a chasm that cannot be bridged by your kindness alone. Ning Fan, we are no longer from the same world." After a pause, Yang Chi-Chi turned to Chun Wei and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Chun Wei, the young master of the Chun family in Jiangqing. "To be frank, I shared a bed with him during my second semester of university. Are you still fantasizing that after graduation, I would give you my virginity after we tie the knot? You are truly deluded. Only someone like Wei Ge is deserving of what I can offer. You, a mere commoner, likely have no idea what the Chun family represents. Allow me to enlighten you. It symbolizes an inexhaustible wealth, with a total market value reaching 2 billion and liquid assets nearing 50 million that you could work as a delivery boy for 8 lifetimes and never earn such a sum. Recently, the Jiang family announced that they will be establishing a new company in Jiangsheng, unveiling a project worth 10 billion. The Chun family has already secured connections to compete for this project, effectively making it a foregone conclusion. Once the Jiang family announces it at the business conference in 7 days, the project will officially commence. Upon its completion, the Chun family will ascend into the ranks of the 10 Billionaire Club, joining the elite of Jiangqing. Do you comprehend the implications of this? The Jiang family exerts dominion over half the underworld in Jiangbei province, that a partnership with them would elevate my Yang family alongside the Chun family into prosperity. The benefits derived from collaborating with the Jiang family are beyond your feeble imagination. The mere remnants that fall from their fingertips could elevate even a dog to greatness in Jiangbei. What does a delivery boy know? There's no need to share this with him, Chen Wei said dismissively, leaning against the car and wrapping his arm around Yang Qiqi. Damn you! Ning Fan's pent-up fury reached a boiling point, and he seized the fruit machine he had just smashed through the car window, bringing it down upon Chen Wei's head. In an instant, Chen Wei's head was bloodied. Ning Fan, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind, daring to strike Wei Gu? Yang Qiqi's expression changed, shocked that Ning Fan would resort to violence. Ah! Chen Wei screamed in agony. A Wuling Hongguang came to a halt, its door flung open, and 7 or 8 individuals emerged, seizing Ning Fan and mercilessly raining blows upon him. With their clubs, these are the bodyguard accompanying Chen Wei during his outings. Strike him. Beat him to a pulp. You dare lay a hand on me? I won't let you off lightly. Chen Wei shouted, clutching his bleeding head while delivering ruthless kicks to Ning Fan amidst the throng. Passers-by averted their eyes, none daring to intervene, casting pitying glances at the bloodied Ning Fan, who lay helplessly on the ground, soaked in crimson. It wasn't until Ning Fan lay motionless in the pool of blood that Chen Wei, cursing under his breath, took Yang Qiqi and departed from the scene. Unnoticed by anyone, the jade pendant around Ning Fan's neck fell to the ground, gleaming brilliantly upon contact with his blood. At that moment, a Panamera pulled up beside them. A stunning woman with cascading long hair stepped out of the vehicle. Clad in a fitted black skirt that accentuated her voluptuous figure, she captured attention effortlessly. Beneath her short skirt, her long legs were enveloped in sheer black stockings, while her upper body was adorned with a slightly unbuttoned blouse that revealed a delicate collarbone, complemented by elegant stiletto heels that showcased her physique to perfection. The woman furrowed her brow as she gazed at the bloodied Ning Fan, questioning, is this the man my grandfather instructed me to find, the one meant to establish a branch office in? The provincial city, seeing Ning Fan in such a state, Jiang Rushue found it hard to accept. Her assistant, stepping out of the car, also frowned and remarked, President Jiang, the old man said this man could cure your ailment, yet he can't even protect himself. Is there a mistake? Reflecting on her grandfather's words, Jiang Rushue's frown deepened. Rushue, if anyone in this world can resolve your cold constitution, is the offspring of that man. Our family's current standing is largely due to the small assistance he provided years ago. You must visit Jiang City. If he proves capable, let him become a son-in-law of the Jiang family. Only then can our lineage continue after my departure. With a sigh, Jiang Rushue expressed her reluctance to believe that the man lying in the blood could be the one she sought for her healing, as well as the individual her grandfather subtly suggested she should marry. Turning her gaze towards the provincial city, she whispered, Grandfather, I shall grant him a year to prove himself. If he succeeds, I will marry him. If not, I shall gift him the company in Jiang City as a token of gratitude for the man who aided our family. Meanwhile, at the Yang family's ancestral home, all members had gathered. Just moments ago, Yang Qiqi had returned with a man, addressing the elderly patriarch in front of everyone. Grandfather, I harbor no affection for that useless Ning Fan. He cannot provide the happiness and life I yearn for. I refuse to squander my life on someone who couldn't even pass the college entrance examination. I have every right to pursue the life I desire. This is Chen Wei, the young master of the Chun group, whom I met at university. I intend to divorce Ning Fan in the coming days and be with him. These 3 statements rendered the venerable Mr. Yang pale, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and faint, remaining unconscious until now. Cough, cough. At that moment, the unresponsive Yang Yunzhong finally stirred, though his complexion remained ghostly pale. Grandfather. The younger generation of the Yang family brightened at this sign of life and called out in unison. Father, are you all right? Yang Yunzhong's elder son, Yang Fan, spoke up, also the father of Yang Qiqi. Father, if I may speak honestly, it is indeed unnecessary for Qiqi to spend her entire life with Ning Fan, a man who couldn't even pass the college entrance examination. His life is set. He will only be delivering packages. Do you truly wish to witness Qiqi living her life with a mere courier? At this moment, it was the elder daughter-in-law, Jia Ming, who voiced her agreement. Father, my sister-in-law is correct. It truly is unnecessary. This young Master Chun is far more accomplished than that useless Ning Fan, added the younger son, Yang Rong, with a furrowed brow. Grandfather, Ning Fan is indeed a worthless individual. He failed the college entrance examination, which drove his mother away. She has yet to return. Not long after, his burdensome sister fell ill, and to this day, she has not recovered. I have heard that if she is to heal on her own, she will require heart bypass surgery, which costs around 8 to 900,000. If you do not allow my sister to divorce him, will he not expect our Yang family to assist in covering this expense when the time for surgery arrives? Yang Tingting, the second daughter of Yang Fan, spoke up. Grandfather, it is said that after this surgery, tens of thousands more will be needed for her recovery. Will it not total over 150,000? His sister's illness is an endless pit, and our Yang family cannot bear the burden of two such useless individuals. What purpose does it serve to keep such a waste within the Yang family? You ungrateful wretches! Yang Yuanzhong trembled with anger, coughing incessantly. Who worked part-time to earn money for Yang Qiqi's education when our family had no funds during her high school years? Have you all forgotten? He failed to gain admission to university. Others may not realize it. But Yang Qiqi, don't you have any awareness? If it weren't for saving up for your college expenses, would Xiao Fan have arrived late on the day of the science examination? How could I, Yang Yuanzhong, have spawned such ungrateful descendants? Old man, I find your words displeasing, the old matriarch interjected, leaning on her cane as she approached the window. Not allowing Qiqi to spend her life with that worthless individual makes you an ungrateful wolf. Is there truly no other means of compensation? He spent a considerable sum to support Kiki's education. Surely our Yang family could repay him. Must you truly stake Kiki's entire future on a worthless individual? But hasn't Qiqi found a more suitable suitor in the young master of the Qin family? The Qin family is a third-tier lineage in Jiang City, merely a step away from entering the elite circles. If Qiqi were to align herself with this Qin young master, our Yang family might bask in the glow of nobility. Ha! Yang Yuanzhong chuckled. He gazed at the ceiling, his voice trembling as he declared, You do not comprehend. You fail to grasp the magnitude of the situation. Compared to that individual's offspring, the Qin family is insignificant. Even the northern aristocracies pale in comparison. You have squandered the Yang family's fortune. It is the heavens that have decreed our stagnation. You shall come to regret this. You shall come to regret this. Chen Wei furrowed his brow. Could this old man truly be so unwise? He dared to belittle the Chun family, considering them inferior to that delivery boy. Yet, as it was his first visit to the Yang family, he restrained his anger to leave a favorable impression. The others in the Yang family were momentarily taken aback by Yang Yuanzhong's words. Ning Fan was merely a delivery boy. How had he suddenly become intertwined with fortune? And to assert that they would regret their actions? They could not fathom it. They were elated to have expelled Ning Fan from the Yang family. Severing all ties, why would they harbor any regrets? The old man was truly becoming increasingly muddled in his thoughts. Grandfather, what do you mean by that? Yang Qiqi asked, a hint of defiance in her voice. Why must the man she chose be deemed lesser than a mere delivery boy? Yang Yuanzhong fell silent, closing his eyes. Years ago, due to Ning Fan's support for Yang Qiqi's education, he had visited to express gratitude to Ning Fan and his mother. Upon first meeting Ning Fan's mother, he had assumed she was just an ordinary person, much like them. However, he never anticipated that 4 years prior, on the night of Yang Qiqi's high school graduation, he would witness an unforgettable scene. That evening, Ning Fan's mother approached him, imploring him to look after Ning Fan while she embarked on a journey. Upon her return, she would express her gratitude to the Yang family. To demonstrate her sincerity, she bestowed upon Yang Yuanzhong a sum of wealth, which subsequently enabled the Yang family to thrive and establish a small factory as Qiqi entered university. All of this stemmed from Ning Fan's mother. After conveying her wishes, she seemed to walk upon the air, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing from Jiang City. Indeed, she had walked upon the air. The sight had so startled Yang Yuanzhong that he fell to his knees, exclaiming in awe. Even now, he vividly remembers that moment, never daring speak of it to anyone else. Only he is aware of the truth. This was a monumental opportunity for the Yang family, yet was recklessly squandered by his ignorant, ungrateful kin. The loss of opportunity is but a trivial matter, yet if Ning Fan's sister were to lack sufficient funds for timely surgical intervention, and should fate deal a cruel hand, what explanation could he offer upon their mother's return? Xiao Fan, you have endured much these past years. In his unconscious state, Ning Fan was greeted by a familiar voice laden with guilt. Mother! He beheld a woman standing ethereally in the air, strikingly beautiful, and instantly recognized her. Where are you? I miss you and your sister dearly. Tears welled in Ning Fan's eyes. Following the conclusion of his college entrance examinations, his mother had vanished. He had always believed that her departure was due to his perceived failure to secure a place in university, coupled with the absence of a father figure in his life, leading her to seek refuge from the scornful whispers of relatives back home. He had resigned himself to the belief that he would never see his mother again, yet here she was. Moreover, upon their reunion, she appeared as otherworldly as a celestial being, filling him with both joy and astonishment. What manner of person is his mother? I had intended for you to lead an ordinary life, to navigate your days in simplicity, yet I see you have chosen a different path. Thus, I shall bestow upon you the legacy that your father had prepared. The woman did not respond to Ning Fan's question of her whereabouts. Instead, she continued. Ning Fan was taken aback. His father's legacy? Where's my father? Wherever you may be. He could not contain his curiosity. Xiao Fan, since you cannot live as an ordinary person, you must strive diligently, overcoming challenges and adversities to reach great heights. Xiao Fan, always look after your sister. In time, she will become a significant ally to you. As her words faded, the woman's figure began to dissolve into an ethereal mist. Ning Fan yearned to rush forward, but found himself utterly immobilized. Moreover, his mind felt as though it were being torn asunder, as a torrent of information surged into his consciousness at that very moment. Chapter 3. Are you Ning Fan? Possessing secrets of cultivation, divine medical arts, geomancy, the mystical art of the divine eye, and alchemical mastery. At that moment, Ning Fan felt as though he had grasped an abundance of knowledge, as if it were an innate ability. Yet, an overwhelming torrent of information continued to flood his mind. While he could comprehend the earlier secrets, the latter ones resembled ancient oracle bone inscriptions, utterly incomprehensible. Just as he felt on the verge of being torn apart, he noticed that the influx of information began to coalesce, ultimately forming a magnificent nine-tiered glass tower in his mind. Simultaneously, a vortex emerged in his lower abdomen, gently drawing in the warm currents of the universe, flowing throughout his being. The sensation of tearing dissipated in an instant. Xiao Fan, do not reveal the existence of the nine-tiered glass tower to anyone. Focus on your cultivation. Once your consciousness reaches the seventh tier, you will discover where your mother is. I eagerly await our reunion. As the ethereal figure of the woman began to fade, her words echoed softly in Ning Fan's mind. Mom, please don't go. Ning Fan cried out, abruptly awakening with a start, bolting upright in bed and reaching forward. However, in the next moment, he froze, for he found himself embracing an unfamiliar soft body. His face collided with the plush bosom of this stranger, and a captivating fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Have you had your fill? A voice, cold as ice, cut through the air, causing Ning Fan to release his grip in astonishment and glance around in confusion. His gaze fell upon the strikingly beautiful woman before him, her presence sending his heart racing. This woman was astonishingly lovely. Previously, he had considered Yang Qiqi to be beautiful, but now he realized the phrase "there is always a greater beauty" was profoundly true. The beauty of this woman surpassed that of 10 Yang Qiqis combined. Tall and graceful, with delicate skin and an undeniably alluring figure, she was truly captivating. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Ning Fan. He felt as if his vision had acquired a semblance of X-ray clarity, though it was still somewhat hazy. He attempted to apply the technique of the divine eye from his memory, and soon his eyes began to warm, the images sharpening into focus. To his astonishment, the woman's white blouse, black lingerie, form-fitting skirt, and stockings seemed to vanish, layer by layer, until he beheld her in her entirety. He was utterly astounded, his blood racing. It was all real. His ability to see through objects was a gift from the divine eye technique within his inheritance. Have you seen enough? The cold voice of Jiang Rushue echoed once again. After a brief moment of distraction, Ning Fan hastily replied, I apologize. I just encountered my family in a dream and was reluctant to let her go. That's why I ended up embracing you. I truly did not mean to. Jiang Rushua snorted disdainfully. Since you have awakened, it appears you are no longer in grave danger. Her mood was rather somber. For over 2 decades, she had never been in such close proximity to a man. Yet, just moments ago, this man had held her tightly, burying his head between her soft bosom, pressing against her intimately. After releasing her grip, he continued to gaze at her chest. Had it been her usual temperament, she would have unleashed a torrent of blows upon such a rogue. But inexplicably, she felt no trace of disgust towards him. Why was that? Was it because he saved me? Ning Fan quickly diverted his gaze. It felt somewhat indecent to regard his savior in such a manner. Thank you. However, he felt an immense joy within. If the legacies from his dreams were indeed real, then his sister was saved. He recalled that the first surge of profound secret knowledge that flooded his mind was followed by another concerning the healing arts. In that instant, upon thinking of his sister's ailment, countless solutions blossomed in his mind. This thought filled him with even greater elation. There is no need for thanks. You were destined to survive, Jiang Rushua stated. You must be Ning Fan, correct? Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. This beautiful woman was a stranger to him. How did she know his name? Although puzzled, he nodded. Yes, that's me. May I ask for your name? I am surnamed Jiang. As for the rest, you have yet to earn the right to know, Jiang Rushua replied coolly, withholding her full name from him. Ning Fan felt a bit awkward, but soon came to terms with it. It made sense. He was merely a lowly courier, while this woman, in both demeanor and attire, clearly belonged to the upper echelons of society. The fact that she had saved him and even shared her surname was a stroke of immense fortune. How could he dare to hope for her full name? Jiang, it's getting late. We should return. A knock at the door interrupted them, followed by the entrance of the statuesque assistant, Zheng Xiaoxiao. Ning Fan glanced at her instinctively. She was indeed striking, with a well-proportioned figure, fair skin, and an alluring presence. He was mildly astonished to realize that she was a beautiful CEO, truly an individual of high society. In the future, should you manage to alter your current circumstances and cease to be so ineffectual, then you may have the privilege of knowing my full name. Jiang Rushua remarked to Ning Fan before turning to exit the room. After taking some time to relocate Ning Fan to the hotel, she needed to return to prepare for the Project Launch Cooperation Conference scheduled to take place in Jiang City in 7 days. The companies that have now qualified for project competition must be evaluated from various perspectives, considering their backgrounds and strengths to make preliminary decisions and identify alternative partners. Ning Fan's previously dull eyes suddenly brightened. Had it not been for his father's legacy, he might never have harbored such hope. But now, endowed with his father's genuine and extraordinary inheritance, he firmly believes that he will not squander his life in futility. At that moment, Ning Fan glanced at the departing figure of Jiang Rushua, his brow furrowing in sudden concern. He noticed a chilling aura emanating from her lower abdomen, which was rapidly expanding. Jiang Rushua, walking towards the door, felt her previously rosy complexion turn as pale as snow in an instant, realizing the gravity of the situation. This cursed chill. Why has the interval between episodes grown shorter? In her childhood, it occurred every 3 years, then 2 years, and when she turned 12, it became annual. At 16, it escalated to every 3 months, and by 18, it was monthly. Last month, upon turning 22, it shifted to every 15 days. How could it be that less than 15 days had passed since the last episode, and now only 7 days later, it had struck again? Furthermore, this time, she could distinctly sense that the chill within her was exponentially more intense, at least tenfold. It knocked her off balance, threatening to send her crashing to the floor. Miss Jiang, Zheng Xiaoxiao exclaimed in alarm. Ning Fan dashed over, scarcely aware of his own swiftness. In mere moments, he reached Jiang Rushua's side and caught her delicate waist, preventing her from falling. Once again, in such close proximity to Jiang Rushua, he inhaled her enchanting fragrance, stirring his imagination. Yet, he swiftly quelled those impure thoughts. Jiang Rushua was his lifesaver. How could he entertain such base notions? He hurriedly placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. And after more than 10 minutes, her condition began to stabilize. Miss Jiang, are you unwell? Ning Fan, conflicted, could not suppress the question. What did you say? Jiang Rushua shot him a frosty glance, her eyes brimming with icy disdain. The temperature in the hotel room seemed to plummet as a result. Throughout her life, she had detested being asked if she was ill. In her school days, when boys posed such questions, she had retaliated fiercely. However, despite her anger towards Ning Fan's inquiry, she found no inclination to retaliate against him. "Why do you say that?" she demanded, without waiting for an explanation. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you. I merely sought clarification. When you experienced your episode earlier, I observed that there seemed to be a chill within you," Ning Fan stated. At the moment these words left his lips, Zheng Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, exhibited an expression of disbelief. Jiang Ruxue, lying on the bed, trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, fixated intently on Ning Fan. Chapter 4. How should I cooperate? The existence of this chill within her was an exceedingly confidential matter, known to no more than a handful within the entire Jiang family, including her personal assistant, Zheng Xiaoxiao. Moreover, it had never been disclosed to outsiders. This chill had accompanied her for many years, rendering her exceptionally cold and averse to men. However, she was taken aback to discover that upon meeting Ning Fan, she found herself devoid of such aversion. Even though Ning Fan had taken advantage of her, she felt little dissatisfaction. She was even more astonished that Ning Fan could discern the cause of her malady so swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ruxue endeavored to compose herself, yet her gaze remained firmly locked on Ning Fan. "Miss Jiang, am I correct?" Ning Fan inquired. If so, it would further validate the authenticity of the visions he had experienced during his unconsciousness. "You investigated me?" Jiang Ruxue's fair face darkened. "What?" Ning Fan was taken aback. He was momentarily confused. This was their first encounter, so where would such an investigation stem from? He had merely perceived it through the divine eye technique from his inheritance. Although momentarily bewildered, Ning Fan soon felt a surge of joy within, for this confirmed that a chill indeed resided within Jiang Ruxue. This effectively validated that all he had witnessed in his dreams was genuine. Noticing Ning Fan's perplexed expression, Jiang Ruxue realized her misjudgment. The current Ning Fan was merely a lowly courier. What means did he possess to conduct an investigation into her? Taking another deep breath, Jiang Ruxue fixed her gaze on Ning Fan and asked, "How did you come to know of the chill within me?" Ning Fan instinctively began to explain that his eyes could see through, but recalling his mother's counsel during the inheritance in his dream, he swiftly altered his explanation. "I previously studied the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine with an elderly practitioner, utilizing the observation and listening techniques." In truth, he had indeed learned about it. Following his mother's disappearance and his sister's illness, he had taken it upon himself to procure various texts on traditional Chinese medicine and sought knowledge online. Is it truly possible in such a manner? Jiang Ruxue was taken aback. Astonishment washed over her icy countenance anew. She inhaled deeply. The words her grandfather had spoken during her journey from the provincial capital, which she had initially doubted, especially after witnessing Ning Fan being beaten and left in a pool of blood, now began to waver her skepticism. Suddenly, Jiang Ruxue's complexion turned pale, and the chill within her surged once more. "Xiao Xiao, the medicine, give me the medicine." Jiang Ruxue was in excruciating discomfort. At that moment, Zheng Xiaoxiao also realized the gravity of the situation. She hastily opened her bag, retrieved the pills, and dispensed one into Jiang Ruxue's mouth. Each time a bout occurred, Jiang Ruxue relied on this medication to suppress the violent coldness within her. However, after ingesting it this time, not only did it prove ineffective, but the internal frost also erupted with even greater ferocity. A thin layer of frost formed upon her skin, and it seemed as if the temperature within the entire room had abruptly dropped. Zheng Xiaoxiao's expression changed dramatically. She had not anticipated the situation to escalate so severely. The medication Jiang Ruxue relied upon had failed. What could they do? If this continued, Jiang Ruxue would be frozen to death by the chill within her. Ning Fan, observing Jiang Ruxue's condition, suddenly found a multitude of solutions surfacing in his mind. Yet, he realized that many of these remedies were currently beyond his reach. However, there was one solution he could implement, albeit one that could only alleviate the symptoms rather than cure the affliction entirely. After briefly assessing this approach, his heart raced, and an odd expression crossed his face. Gritting his teeth, he spoke, "Miss Jiang, I can treat the coldness within you." As he spoke, he focused his mind to sense a vortex in his lower abdomen. During the inheritance process, the searing pain had subsided and eventually vanished. Relying on the warmth from this vortex, Ning Fan quickly sensed it and was somewhat astonished to discover that he could actually visualize this warm flow, resembling a thick white mist. Is this spiritual energy? He pondered inwardly. The method that emerged in his mind to alleviate Jiang Rushue's current condition was to mobilize the spiritual energy within him, concentrating it in his palm, and then pressing it against her abdomen. He would guide his hand across every frigid area of her body, forcing the surging coldness toward her throat, allowing her to cough it out, thus achieving a relief effect. Do you have a solution? Jiang Rushue found it difficult to speak, but for the first time, a glimmer of hope appeared in her beautiful eyes. This was a ray of hope. This ailment had plagued her since birth, and she had never found a resolution. Each episode was a tormenting ordeal. She never expected that the man who had saved her today not only recognized the cause of her affliction, but now claimed to have a remedy. This filled her, tormented by the internal chill, with both discomfort and a desperate urgency. Yes, but it can only provide temporary relief and suppression. I lack the ability to eradicate it. Ning Fan replied candidly. Jiang Rushue was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. All right, as long as your method is effective, regardless of whether it can eliminate the affliction, I will reward you with 100,000 as compensation. 100,000? Ning Fan was taken aback. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such a sum of money. Merely alleviating Jiang Rushue's symptoms could yield such a considerable sum. How splendid. Once I return home with the money, I can cure my sister's ailment and treat her to her favorite delicacies, strawberries, cherries, and durians. I could also take her to the amusement park she adores. Jiang, let us hasten to the hospital. He is not a doctor. How can he provide treatment? At that moment, Zheng Xiaoxiao abruptly blocked Ning Fan's path. Miss Jiang's internal chill has intensified alarmingly. If you delay in taking her to the hospital, she may perish en route, Ning Fan stated. Zheng Xiaoxiao fell silent. Indeed, Jiang Rushue's condition was dire. She was at a loss for what to do. Could this man truly remedy Jiang Rushue's predicament? Xiaoxiao, step aside. Allow him to treat me. Jiang Rushue spoke with difficulty. Zheng Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and reluctantly yielded her position to Ning Fan. How do you intend to treat me? Jiang Rushue inquired. Gazing at Ning Fan, will you require any medications or equipment? No medications or equipment are necessary, but Miss Jiang, your cooperation is essential, Ning Fan replied, taking a deep breath and steeling himself. Very well, how should I cooperate? Jiang Rushue was in considerable discomfort. She desperately needed Ning Fan to alleviate the turmoil within her body. This chill was truly life-threatening. Ning Fan opened his mouth, but hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward at the proposed solution. He endeavored to compose himself, inhaled deeply, and mustered the courage to say, Miss Jiang, I require you to remove your clothing. Completely bare. Chapter 5. I speak the truth. Jiang Rushue's countenance instantly turned frigid. Zheng Xiaoxiao scolded, You scoundrel. Rushue saved your life, and you wish to take advantage of her. With that, Zheng Xiaoxiao raised her hand to strike Ning Fan, but he evaded her grasp and seized her wrist, explaining, I do not wish to exploit her. This is the only way to alleviate her current condition. Huh? Zheng Xiaoxiao scoffed. Who would believe your words? You appear honest, yet your intentions are quite sordid. Jiang Rushue's gaze toward Ning Fan was as sharp as a blade. Ning Fan released Zheng Xiaoxiao's wrist and declared, I speak only the truth. Believe it or not, it is your choice. Meeting Jiang Rushue's piercing glare, he continued, I understand you are of noble standing and would not jeopardize your life merely for the sake of exploitation. By alleviating the symptoms, I stand to gain 100,000. That is equivalent to 2 years of delivery work, and after expenses, I might save a little. If I alleviate your symptoms this time, you will grant me 100,000. Should I succeed again, will I not receive further compensation? This could become my veritable cash cow. No one would be foolish enough to forsake money. The icy glare in Jiang Rushue's eyes softened considerably. Zheng Xiaoxiao, initially poised to retort, found merit in his words. Only a fool would risk their life and finances for a fleeting advantage. With a deep sigh, Jiang Rushue pondered this truth. Yet, the thought of having to stand before Ning Fan, utterly bare, filled her with a profound sense of shame and discomfort. After a moment, the chilling sensation within her intensified, compelling her to speak. She turned to Ning Fan and declared, Should you exploit my vulnerability without alleviating my condition, I will ensure you meet a grim fate. Ning Fan did not question the sincerity of her words. If the remedy in his mind proved ineffective, he genuinely feared for his life at her hands. Taking a deep breath, he nodded in agreement, understood. Suddenly, Zheng Xiaoxiao interjected, How will you treat Rushue? Will you need to see her? Ning Fan, feeling a surge of anxiety, flushed as he replied, "Not at all. I merely need to place my hands on Miss Zhang's abdomen and then guide them across her body, akin to a massage, to coax the chilling energy back to its source. If sight is unnecessary, then blindfold me." Zheng Xiaoxiao promptly shed her thin outer garment, folding it several times before draping it over Ning Fan's head. "Now, he cannot take advantage of you with his eyes," she said, satisfaction evident in her gaze as she observed him thoroughly cloaked. Jiang Rushua exhaled in relief. Although Ning Fan's eyes were covered, the physical contact between them remained unavoidable. Nevertheless, it was the best outcome she could hope for. Encased in the fragrant fabric, Ning Fan felt a slight intoxication and reflected that without the divine pupil technique, this arrangement might indeed have spared him from gazing upon Jiang Rushua's form. However, with the secret of the divine pupils, even if his eyes were sealed, he could still perceive her completely. In fact, he had already done so. Yet now, as he beheld the unclothed Jiang Rushua, his blood surged with fervor. Her figure was nothing short of exquisite, her skin resembling the finest jade. Taking a deep breath, Ning Fan nervously addressed her, "Miss Jiang, I beg your pardon." As he spoke, his hand gradually descended toward her. A flush blossomed on Jiang Rushua's icy visage, her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling with palpable intensity. Having never been touched by a man, the sight of his hand approaching her body induced overwhelming anxiety. The moment his hand made contact with her chest, Ning Fan felt a wondrous sensation radiate from his palm, an indescribable feeling. After supporting Yang Qiqi through school and even obtaining a marriage certificate, he had only held her hand, never having touched her body, let alone gazed upon it. As a consequence, I now find myself gazing upon the figure of a lifesaver, yet simultaneously taking advantage of their delicate skin. In comparison, it is truly absurd. Ning Fan, adhering to the prescribed method, exerted considerable effort to summon the spiritual energy within his body, concentrating it within his palm. By employing the penetrating abilities of the divine eye secret technique, he was able to clearly perceive the surging coldness within various areas of Jiang Rushua's body. Thus, he commenced applying pressure on her acupoints. With each push and press, Jiang Rushua's fair face flushed a deeper shade, radiating an intense heat. The sensation was almost overwhelming, as she struggled to suppress any peculiar sounds that might escape her lips. For such an occurrence would be a source of great embarrassment. However, she was internally astonished. The icy chill that had gripped her body due to the cold affliction was now yielding to a faint warmth. This warmth was especially potent at the points where Ning Fan's hand made contact with her skin. Suddenly, Jiang Rushua quivered as Ning Fan's hand began to shift towards her lower abdomen, applying pressure for a moment before descending further. At this, she could no longer contain herself and let out a soft groan. Ning Fan felt a jolt, quickly regaining his composure. Focusing intently on guiding his hand across Jiang Rushua's body, gradually forcing the erupted coldness towards her trachea. An hour swiftly passed, during which Ning Fan continued his ministrations upon Jiang Rushua, his face glistening with sweat. This method proved to be exceedingly taxing for him at present. Nevertheless, it was effective, as the cold energy that had surged within her body had been entirely compelled to her trachea. If she could simply cough it out, the crisis of the cold affliction would be averted. Yet, unbeknownst to Jiang Rushua, what initially felt comforting due to Ning Fan's warm hand was now causing her discomfort as the coldness was forced into her chest, leading to a painful pressure that intensified her unease, particularly in her throat, which felt as if it were being frozen. Breathing had become exceedingly difficult, igniting a sense of indignation within her, leading her to perceive Ning Fan as a charlatan, a rogue. Having taken advantage of her body for so long without resolving the issue, she resolved that upon returning, she would certainly find someone to teach Ning Fan a lesson. Just then, Ning Fan withdrew his hand, wiped the sweat from his brow, and, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto the sofa. "Miss Jiang, I have successfully directed the cold energy to your trachea. You merely need to cough it out," he stated. Fuming, Jiang Rushua was poised to retort, branding Ning Fan a fraud. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she felt a sudden itch in her throat, followed by a violent coughing fit. With each cough, she could distinctly see small, ice-blue puffs of gas escaping from her mouth, a stark contrast to the colorless, nearly transparent vapor typically emitted. It was decidedly peculiar. Although she could not fathom the reason, Jiang Rushua undeniably felt a remarkable improvement in her condition after the coughing fit. A warm sensation enveloped her entire being. a comfort she had never experienced before. With a deep exhale, she was astounded. She had not anticipated that Ning Fan could truly alleviate her cold symptoms. Beside her, Zheng Xiaoxiao also displayed a look of astonishment. Just after Ning Fan had spoken, Jiang Rushua had coughed, and now her complexion was visibly returning to normal, devoid of the prior discomfort. Instantly, Zheng Xiaoxiao's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that Ning Fan was not a rogue after all. He genuinely possessed a remedy. She had misjudged him. Promptly, she retrieved a garment for Jiang Rushua to wear, then proceeded to assist Ning Fan in unbinding the cloth that covered his eyes. Offering her apologies, "Mr. Ning, I sincerely apologize for misunderstanding you just now." Jiang Rushua, too, took a deep breath and expressed her regret. Earlier, when Ning Fan had mentioned a method of cooperation, she had inwardly scolded him as a scoundrel and even threatened him. Her perception of him had shifted. It turned out he was not as ineffectual as he appeared. It seemed her grandfather had a reason for sending her to Jiang City. He possessed remarkable medical skills that allowed him to perform precise acupuncture even while blindfolded. Little did she know that both her body and Zheng Xiaoxiao's had already been thoroughly examined by Ning Fan's mystical vision. Had they been aware, their apologies would likely not have been so polite. Ning Fan, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded gently and, appearing somewhat weakened, replied, "It's nothing. You both saved me. What do I have to complain about?" In truth, Ning Fan felt a sense of joy in his heart. He had not expected the solution within his inheritance to be so effective. It seemed that his sister's ailment was also salvageable. "Mr. Ning, are you all right?" Noticing his sweating and frail appearance, Zheng Xiaoxiao inquired while unscrewing a bottle of mineral water for him. "Please, drink some water." "It's all right," Ning Fan said, accepting the bottle and taking a substantial gulp. This was the first time he had manipulated spiritual energy for an extended period to dispel coldness from someone's body, resulting in his exhaustion due to sustained concentration. After a few minutes, the feeling of weakness began to alleviate. He turned to Jiang Rushua and asked, "Miss Jiang, may I add you on WeChat?" When Jiang Rushua did not respond, Ning Fan clarified, "I have no ulterior motives. It's just that I cannot completely eradicate your cold condition for now. I can only provide a full-body massage every 2 weeks to keep it suppressed. Otherwise, the next time your cold flares up, it may rebound violently due to today's treatment, and with a slight misstep, it could endanger your life." "What?" Jiang Rushua's expression shifted dramatically. Upon reflecting on the prospect of being touched all over by Ning Fan every fortnight, she felt an unusual reaction within her body. Though a part of her was reluctant, she could only nod with a flushed face, as her life depended on it. After all, Ning Fan's unconventional treatment had proven beneficial. During the recent session, she couldn't help but emit a soft sound of pleasure due to the comfort of his massage, leaving her face burning with embarrassment as she questioned how such a sound had escaped her lips. The mere thought of it now made her cheeks flush anew, prompting her to distract herself by pulling out her phone to add Ning Fan on WeChat, which finally helped her regain her composure. Once the WeChat connection was established, Jiang Rushua transferred a sum of 100,000 yuan to Ning Fan, who let out a deep sigh upon seeing the amount. This was the first time in his life he had received such a substantial sum. "With your remarkable medical skills, why not open a clinic or work in a hospital instead of delivering packages?" Jiang Rushua inquired. "I lack a college degree. My qualifications are insufficient, leaving me with no choice but to deliver parcels or food," Ning Fan replied. He recounted his previous experience as a food delivery person, sharing the dangers he faced, short time frames, congested traffic, and the unfortunate incidents involving colleagues. "In my first year, 3 co-workers from the same station encountered accidents. One was struck and killed by a car while rushing. Another was hit while running a red light, and a third was brutally beaten to death after damaging a luxury vehicle he couldn't afford to compensate for. Consequently, I resigned and opted for parcel delivery as a means of survival. While the pay may be slightly less, it spares me from racing against time daily." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. It was his younger sister, Qin Xiao. Upon answering, her anxious voice filled the line. "Brother, where are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Xiao. I'm all right. Just wait. I'll be home shortly," Ning Fan reassured her. "I called you over a dozen times. I thought something had happened to you." Qin Xiao's voice trembled, relief washing over her. "Silly girl, I'm fine. Just stay home and wait for me. I'll bring you something delicious," he comforted her, only then realizing that during his unconsciousness, his sister had called him 18 or 19 times. "You have a sister?" Jiang Rushua asked. "Yes, Ning Fan nodded. If there's nothing else, I should head back now. My sister is home alone and worried. We can communicate via WeChat next time there's something to discuss. After saying this, he departed from the hotel. His first stop was the university parking lot, a place heavy with memories, where his small electric scooter remained. Upon arrival, he could still see the spot where he had fallen, marked by traces of blood. His emotions surged uncontrollably, fists clenched tightly, eyes blazing with fury as he muttered, "Yang Qiqi, Chen Wei, is it? You will come to regret this." He vowed that both would pay dearly for their actions. This beating cannot be in vain. He cannot simply allow himself to be wronged. By the time he returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and Qin Xiu was still awake. Upon seeing Ning Fan return, her worried face instantly brightened with a joyful smile as she rushed into his arms. "Brother, foolish girl, what are you worried about? I deliver parcels with utmost care. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Don't fret over me unnecessarily." Ning Fan lovingly ruffled Qin Xiu's hair. "Look what I've brought you." He placed the delightful treats he had returned with onto the table and began to unveil them. Chapter 7. The Devouring Sky Technique: Strawberries, mangoes, crispy chicken feet, mantis shrimp, and dried beef. Qin Xiu's eyes sparkled with delight. Unable to contain her eagerness, she grabbed 2 strawberries, wiped them clean, and promptly stuffed one into Ning Fan's mouth before placing the other into her own. "Brother, these strawberries are truly sweet." Qin Xiu beamed with happiness. "Delicious, I assent it." Ning Fan chuckled, affectionately tousling his sister's hair once more. "Try this crispy chicken foot. It smelled divine when I bought it." "Brother, you must try one too," Qin Xiu insisted, offering him a chicken foot. "All right." After savoring the treat, Ning Fan made his way to the kitchen with the mantis shrimp. "Xiao Qiu, you enjoy some fruit and chicken feet while watching television. I'll prepare the mantis shrimp for you." Before long, Ning Fan presented her favorite salt and pepper mantis shrimp, watching her relish every bite with a smile. Ever since their mother vanished, his sister and his wife, Yang Qiqi, had become his entire world. As long as he could ensure their happiness, he felt fulfilled. However, after the events of this afternoon, it seemed that only his sister remained in his life now. Her joy and contentment became his own. Once they finished their meal, Ning Fan urged his sister to wash up and retire for the night, as she needed to attend school the next day. At just 16, Qin Xiu was in her second year of high school, yet she had blossomed into a graceful beauty. Consequently, Ning Fan relinquished the only bedroom in their home to her, opting to sleep on the sofa in the living room each night. After tidying up, Ning Fan collapsed onto the sofa. After a brief respite, he sat up. The experiences he had encountered during his unconsciousness still lingered in his mind, and he yearned to process them thoroughly. He attempted to use his consciousness to perceive the presence of the 9-layered glass tower deep within his mind, laboring for quite some time before he succeeded. At the deepest recesses of his consciousness, the 9-layered glass tower emitted faint glimmers of light. As his consciousness approached, he carefully placed his hand upon the entrance. A beam of light shot forth, instinctively causing Ning Fan to shield his eyes. When he regained his composure, he discovered he had entered the interior of the glass tower, though he found himself only on the first level. Within this level, he encountered intricate techniques of cultivation, sacred medical arts, alchemy, and the secrets of divine sight, among others. Through the intricate and profound techniques of cultivation, he discovered that in the contemporary world, there exists a civilization of a higher order. This civilization is the art of cultivation itself. Within this realm, formidable cultivators possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, rendering them virtually omnipotent. With but a thought, they can freeze vast expanses and render the sun and moon colorless. There are even those who can traverse the void for hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. Such prowess left Ning Fan in sheer astonishment. Previously, he had only encountered these wonders within the pages of novels and the frames of animations, never realizing their authenticity. Ning Fan became acquainted with the initial realms of this cultivation civilization, namely, Qi refinement, valley opening, foundation establishment, and golden elixir. The Qi refinement stage comprises 9 levels. As one progresses beyond the foundation establishment stage, each major realm can further be classified into 5 substages: early, mid, late, minor perfection, and major perfection. In essence, these stages still consist of 9 levels, albeit with varying terminologies among practitioners. Levels 1 and 2 are referred to as early stage, levels 3 and 4 as mid stage, levels 5 and 6 as late stage, levels 7 and 8 as minor perfection, and level 9 as major perfection. However, Ning Fan had yet to encounter the realms beyond the golden elixir. Upon arriving at the entrance of the second level, he discovered an imposing door. As he placed his hand upon it, the door radiated a brilliant light, propelling him backward. How could this be? Rubbing his aching head, Ning Fan stood up and approached the door once more, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, his expression shifted in realization, for inscribed upon the door were the characters for Foundation Establishment. Could it be that only those who have attained the Foundation Establishment realm could access the next level? Doubt filled his mind. He attempted to push the door again, only to be repelled once more. It then dawned on him that he must reach the Foundation Establishment stage to progress further. Returning to the center of the first level, Ning Fan began to delve into the sacred arts of medicine. In that moment, he comprehended why, upon encountering certain ailments, a multitude of solutions would surge into his mind. This was because, during the acceptance of his father's legacy, his consciousness had already fused with the supreme medical scriptures, almost as if it were an innate ability. The supreme medical scriptures encompassed the records of all perplexing ailments in existence, along with their remedies. Among these teachings lies a remarkable art of acupuncture, known as the 9-9 resurrection needle. This technique can revive the dead and restore life to flesh and bone. Subsequently, Ning Fan explored the secrets of the divine eye technique, realizing that the ability to perceive through objects was known as the golden purple divine eye. This extraordinary vision is divided into 9 levels, with the first level granting the ability to see through all things. The subsequent capabilities are not elaborated upon in detail, save for a singular statement. When perfected, one can reverse reincarnation and manipulate time with but a glance. Ning Fan took a deep breath, initially believing that the purple gold divine eye, possessing the ability to see through objects, was already remarkably powerful. However, he was astounded to discover its true prowess. He diligently committed the cultivation method of the purple gold divine eye to memory. As he delved deeper into the secrets and techniques available to him, Ning Fan was increasingly astonished. The legacies his father had prepared for him were indeed extraordinary. Even if he chose not to embark on the path of cultivation, simply utilizing one of the legacies outside of it would allow him to live a life of splendor, free from financial worries, and bestow upon him an exceptional status. For instance, the sacred art of medicine would enable him to become a renowned healer, akin to a modern-day Hua Tuo or Bien Quebec. Yet, having received such unprecedented legacies from his father, Ning Fan was resolute in not succumbing to complacency by selecting just one. He was no longer a child. He was an adult. And what choices must an adult make? All of them. He aspired to master each legacy, cultivating them to their utmost potential. He aimed not only to become the supreme figure in the mundane world, but also to ascend to unparalleled heights within the realm of cultivation. He refused to remain a derided wastrel and was determined to make Yang Qiqi regret her actions against him. Additionally, he wanted to protect his sister, to reunite with their mother, and to meet the father he had never known. Returning once more to the vicinity of the cultivation secrets, Ning Fan realized that to fully cultivate any legacy, one must embark on the path of cultivation. Only by doing so could one adeptly manipulate spiritual energy and achieve harmonious cultivation. For example, the purple gold divine eye and certain healing methods within the sacred art of medicine required the coordination of spiritual energy. The cultivation of the purple gold divine eye necessitated not only the first rays of morning purple energy and the moonlight of night, but also the presence of spiritual energy. Only then could he maintain all the functions bestowed by the purple gold divine eye. To tread the path of cultivation, one must cultivate the technique most suited to oneself. Ning Fan paused for a moment, but soon comprehended the concept. He had watched numerous martial arts shows and understood that such techniques were akin to the 9-yang divine skill, which allowed one to flexibly manipulate the spiritual energy within their body to accomplish the extraordinary. After searching the first level of the glazed tower, he discovered only one technique, named the Heaven Swallowing Art. Chapter 8. The female driver Ning Fan gazed at the technique before him, eager to peruse it. The moment his fingers touched the book containing this technique, it transformed into countless specks of light, merging into Ning Fan's consciousness. In an instant, he grasped the essence of the Heaven Swallowing Art. Simultaneously, he learned that within the realm of cultivation, both spells and techniques shared an identical hierarchical structure, classified into 5 primary levels: celestial, heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow. Each primary level was further divided into 3 sublevels: initial, intermediate, and advanced. However, soon after, Ning Fan found himself in a state of bewilderment. Despite the imposing name of the Devouring Heaven technique, its actual rank was merely that of a primary yellow-grade skill. This left Ning Fan perplexed. Nonetheless, he comprehended the singular function of the Devouring Heaven technique. It was designed solely for the purpose of consumption, allowing one to absorb the energy within all things and convert it into that which one required, all without any adverse side effects. Ning Fan's consciousness emerged from the depths of his mind and returned to his physical form, his eyes widening in astonishment. During the process of inheritance, he felt as though he had grasped an abundance of knowledge, as if it were innate to him. Following his recent experience within the glazed tower, this sensation intensified, and he discovered that he had become more adept and clearer in his understanding. He had mastered the Supreme Medical Canon and the 99 Resurrection Needle to a remarkable level, enabling him to effortlessly treat his sister's ailment. However, he needed to prepare acupuncture tools. Otherwise, the 99 Resurrection Needle could not be employed. The Purple Gold Divine Eye could also be activated at will, though it currently only possessed the first layer of functionality, X-ray vision. As for the Devouring Heaven technique, he understood its operation with clarity. It was as simple to him as the act of dining. With determination, Ning Fan began to operate the Devouring Heaven technique according to its prescribed route. In an instant, he felt a peculiar energy from the heavens and the earth surging toward him, ultimately being absorbed into his body and merging into the vortex within his lower abdomen. Earlier that day, while treating Jiang Ruxue, he had expended a significant amount of the spiritual energy within the vortex, leaving only a few wisps remaining. With the current replenishment, the area around his lower abdomen swelled once more. Soon, spiritual energy began to flow from the vortex, coursing through Ning Fan's meridians and blood vessels, bringing him immense comfort. The night passed in this manner. When Ning Fan awoke the following day, it was already 6 o'clock, and dawn had broken. With a deep exhale, he expelled the stale air from his lungs, his heart racing with astonishment. He had not slept a single minute throughout the night, remaining in a state of cultivation. Though he had endured an entire night, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he felt invigorated. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret that he had not successfully entered the Qi refining realm. Nevertheless, he sensed a significant enhancement in his physical constitution. He felt imbued with vigor, and had he possessed this strength during the encounter in the parking lot the previous day, he believed he could have effortlessly subdued those 7 or 8 individuals. At that moment, an unbearable stench assailed his senses. Ning Fan discovered that a thick layer of black sludge had inexplicably formed on his body, the source of the foul odor. Overwhelmed by the stench, he found himself retching several times. He hurried to the restroom to cleanse himself. After washing up, he felt completely rejuvenated, appearing several years younger, with his skin taking on a remarkably improved hue. The key figure has become even more handsome, not inferior in appearance to those youthful idols. Ning Fan tidied the living room briefly before preparing breakfast for his sister, Qin Xiu. Once breakfast was ready, Qin Xiu had also risen and completed her morning routine. "Let us eat," Ning Fan announced, emerging from the kitchen with eggs, milk, and steamed buns. "Brother," Qin Xiu said, taking her seat and momentarily taken aback by Ning Fan's appearance. "What's wrong?" Ning Fan placed the breakfast on the table and playfully pinched Qin Xiu's delicate nose. "You seem to have become much more handsome," she remarked, taking a deep breath. "And truly, you are very handsome." "Have I not always been handsome?" Ning Fan replied, placing a peeled egg into Qin Xiu's bowl. "Stop staring, eat quickly. After breakfast, I'll take you to school, and I still need to deliver some packages." After finishing their meal, Ning Fan rode his electric scooter, carrying Qin Xiu to school. On the way, she hugged his waist and asked, "Brother, how is sister-in-law? I haven't seen her in ages." Ning Fan's body tensed, his breath quickening. As the traffic light counted down, he abruptly stopped, startling Qin Xiu. "Brother, what's the matter?" "Nothing," he breathed deeply. Once they resumed their journey, Ning Fan shared with Qin Xiu the story of Yang Qiqi's betrayal. Sensing the anger radiating from him, Qin Xiu reassured him as they reached the school gate. "Brother, it's all right. Out with the old, in with the new. Yang Qiqi is short-sighted. I believe in you. One day, she will regret looking down on you. Today, while you're out delivering packages, try not to dwell on this troubling matter. Focus on your work. Thinking too much can lead to accidents. Take care of yourself. Once I get into university, we will work hard together, and our little family will surely thrive." "Silly girl, I won't let such a woman affect me. Just concentrate on your studies, Ning Fan replied, ruffling Qin Xiu's hair and urging her to hurry inside, as morning self-study was about to begin. Watching her enter the school, Ning Fan turned his scooter in the opposite direction, ready to face the day's work. Although he had gained a legacy yesterday and earned a significant sum through its skills, he still needed to work hard and move forward in life. As Ning Fan rode normally, preparing to cross at a green light, a pink 911 sped towards him from the right, aiming to beat the quickly flashing yellow light. The light transitioned to red almost instantaneously, while Ning Fan's green light illuminated. He proceeded to cross the road. The driver of the 911, a stunning beauty, realized she had failed to beat the yellow light and saw Ning Fan on his scooter in the middle of the road. In her haste, she pressed the brake, but mistakenly stepped on the accelerator instead. With a deafening roar, the engine erupted as the 911 surged forward at an alarming speed, colliding with Ning Fan and his scooter before he could react. After the car crashed to the ground, it fell apart instantly. Had Ning Fan not received the inheritance yesterday, he might have lost his life in that moment. After a few somersaults, he landed safely on the ground. Damn it, can't you drive? Ning Fan felt a surge of annoyance. Now he would be late delivering packages for work. The new station master already held a grudge against him, and this would surely provide the perfect opportunity to make his life difficult. A female driver, mistaking the brake for the accelerator, had barreled towards him like a streak of light. Cursing under his breath, he had just finished when the beauty from the 911 vehicle opened the door, stepping out in an elegant dress and high heels. Chapter 9. Choo Choo does not want to lose her grandfather. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? The beautiful woman approached him, her face filled with concern. Ning Fan turned to see a stunning visage before him. This woman had long, flowing hair and a flawless face, captivating in every way, with a figure that was perfectly proportioned. Coupled with her fitted short skirt and slender high heels, she radiated an unparalleled beauty. Ning Fan found himself momentarily entranced. What was happening to him? After being betrayed by Yang Qiqi yesterday, he unexpectedly encountered beautiful women 2 days in a row. Yesterday, it was Jiang Ruxue, and today, this enchanting lady. Each was striking in her own right, surpassing even the stars on television. The actresses would only appear as mere embellishments alongside them. I truly apologize, Tang Chu repeated earnestly. I was in a hurry to get to the hospital and thought I could make it through the yellow light, but I miscalculated and accidentally hit you. I'm really sorry. Are you injured? If so, please get in my car, and I will take you to the hospital. Rest assured, I will cover any losses you incur today. You just got your driver's license yesterday, didn't you? Ning Fan, regaining his composure, observed her sincerity and beauty, devoid of the condescending attitudes often exhibited by wealthy women. His irritation began to fade. How did you know? Tang Chu asked, momentarily taken aback, but still nodding. Because you don't even know that running a yellow light is illegal, Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. Tang Chu burst into laughter. I'm fine. Just compensate me with a new little electric scooter. He pointed to the wreckage on the ground. All right, Tang Chu said, patting her chest. My name is Tang Chu. Let me add you on WeChat. Send me your address, and once I finish my errands today, I'll buy you a new scooter and bring it over. Sure. Ning Fan responded without hesitation, pulling out his phone to display the QR code. After adding each other on WeChat, Tang Chu remarked with surprise, it's strange. Despite the speed at which I hit you, and the car being wrecked, you seem completely unharmed. Perhaps it was just luck, Ning Fan replied casually. Cough cough. A sudden fit of cough erupted from the car as the door swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman stepping out. He exuded a commanding presence, indicative of someone accustomed to high office. Though his vitality appeared diminished, his complexion slightly pallid. The recent cough seemed devoid of strength. Grandfather, why have you come out? Please, get back in the car and rest. Tang Chu hurriedly approached to support the old man. It's nothing serious. I merely wanted to check if you've apologized and compensated them adequately, the elder replied, coughing lightly once more. Rest assured, grandfather, Tang Chu reassured him. Please, get back in the car. The light is about to turn green. I will take you to the hospital immediately. As she spoke, she attempted to assist him back into the vehicle. Suddenly, Ning Fan interjected, Tang Chu, it may be too late to take him to the hospital now. The moment the old man stepped out of the car, Ning Fan discerned that the elder's condition was dire, teetering on the brink of collapse. The nearest hospital was at least 10 minutes away, and the ailment afflicting the old man could manifest again within 2 minutes. Should it recur, even a miracle worker would struggle to save him. recalling a phrase from the medical texts he had diligently studied to alleviate his sister's ailment. Ning Fan felt compelled to offer Tang Chu a timely warning. It is a physician's duty to save lives and alleviate suffering. What do you mean by that? Tang Chu's demeanor shifted, her displeasure evident. Her grandfather was dear to her, and she could not bear the thought of anything happening to him. The old man furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with Ning Fan's words as well. Your grandfather is experiencing a latent ailment affecting the right side of his chest, which is causing compression in the blood vessels near his heart. Should this compression persist, it could lead to a blockage, jeopardizing the heart's ability to supply blood throughout the body. Ning Fan spoke calmly. He likely suffered an episode at home, prompting your hurried drive to the hospital. However, if we wait even 2 more minutes, he is likely to experience another episode. The continuous pressure from such episodes may rupture the vessels, and if that occurs, it will be catastrophic. Unless you can get him to the hospital for vascular support, stabilization, and surgical intervention before the next episode, your grandfather will be on a countdown to his demise. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Chu frowned. My grandfather merely has a common cold. What latent ailment could there be? Ning Fan shrugged, realizing that Tang Chu was unaware of her grandfather's true condition. Chu, the old man interjected, his expression shifting as he gestured for her to remain silent, his gaze fixed on Ning Fan with astonishment. Young friend, you possess medical knowledge. Able to discern my affliction at a glance. Tang Chu was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. Grandfather, what is going on? Did you not tell me it was just a common cold? Please, do not frighten me. The thought of losing her grandfather filled her with dread. Indeed. I understand a bit, Ning Fan replied. Upon hearing his response, Tang Chu's anxious expression softened. Her eyes brightened as she gazed at him and said, Ning Fan, since you can discern my grandfather's ailment, you must possess the ability to cure him, correct? Could you possibly save his life? The Tang family is willing to forge a lasting alliance with you. In the future, should you require anything, rest assured that we will spare no effort as long as it falls within our means. The Tang family? The one behind the Tang Group? Ning Fan inquired. Is Tang Express also one of your enterprises? Indeed, Tang Chu nodded eagerly. You are aware of Tang Express? The elder asked, slightly astonished. It is the largest courier company in Jiangbei province, particularly renowned in Jiang City, Ning Fan remarked. Who has not heard of Tang Express? Your service delivers parcels directly to the doorstep, while others merely leave them at distribution points. This has allowed you to carve out a significant share of the courier market. The elder expressed, surprised by Ning Fan's deep understanding of Tang Express's rise. Are you also involved in the courier industry? The elder queried. Yes, Ning Fan replied, somewhat embarrassed. I work for Tang Express. Both the elder and Tang Chu were taken aback, not expecting that Ning Fan was employed by a company under the Tang family. To be able to diagnose one's ailment yet work as a courier seemed a grand understatement of his talents. Young friend, the elder began, but he suddenly became breathless. Coughing violently, his complexion turning pale. Grandfather. As he appeared on the verge of collapsing, Tang Chu swiftly supported the elder, her voice tinged with urgency and a hint of tears. Please, I beg you, save my grandfather. The Tang family will forever remember this favor. Very well, Ning Fan nodded, not refusing. To heal and save lives is the inherent duty of one skilled in medicine. Moreover, the opportunity to forge connections is invaluable. Support him, Ning Fan instructed. And though Tang Chu was unsure of his intentions, she instinctively complied. At that moment, Ning Fan concentrated his spiritual energy at his fingertips, swiftly pressing several acupoints on the elder's body, following a method from the supreme medical texts. After mastering the Devour Sky technique the previous night, his control over the internal energy had become proficient, enhancing his speed of execution significantly. Before Tang Chu could fully comprehend what was happening, Ning Fan concluded his treatment. The elder's coughing ceased abruptly, his complexion gradually regaining its color, and his body stopped trembling. Grandfather, how do you feel now? Tang Chu asked, her eyes brimming with tears of joy upon seeing that the elder was well. Tang Guiqiang felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as if all his previous ailments had vanished in that moment. I feel splendid. This young friend is truly my savior. Chu, please invite our guest to our Tang family for a visit, Tang Guiqiang said, his face radiating with pride, as his gaze instinctively sought out Ning Fan. However, he was taken aback to find that Ning Fan was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that after treating Tang Guiqiang, Ning Fan had checked the time and realized he had already exceeded the latest permissible arrival for work. The collision had occurred just as it struck 9 o'clock, thus marking him tardy. A single instance of lateness would result in a deduction of 3 times his wages, and a delay of half an hour would be treated as absenteeism, leading to termination. These were the new rules established by the recently appointed station master. Ning Fan relied on this job for his livelihood, and the thought of losing it, along with the financial support for himself and his sister, was daunting. Although Jiang Ruxue had generously provided him with 100,000 yesterday, it was not a sustainable solution, unless she could provide him with such an amount every day, which was unlikely. "Chu-Chu, where is our guest?" Tang Wuqiang inquired, now slightly anxious. Ning Fan had saved his life, and he had not even had the chance to express his gratitude properly, let alone treat him to a meal. This was unacceptable. He needed to locate Ning Fan. "He might be in a hurry to get to work," Tang Chu-Chu replied. "Then hurry and check within the group to find out at which station our guest is working. Take me there so I can properly thank him and arrange a dinner together," Tang Wuqiang urged. Tang Chu-Chu promptly pulled out her phone and searched the company's internal messaging system. She soon discovered the station where Ning Fan was assigned. Thus, the grandfather and granddaughter altered their course and headed toward that location. At that moment, Ning Fan had just arrived at the station. After a prolonged and vigorous run, he found himself surprisingly unexhausted, as if it were as effortless as eating and drinking. Was this the benefit of his cultivation? Ning Fan mused in astonishment. Had it been in the past, such exertion would have left him drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. "Ning Fan, are you no longer interested in working?" A voice boomed from the warehouse. A man emerged, berating Ning Fan loudly. This man was Duan Zhixiang, the station master, who had taken an immediate disliking to Ning Fan since his arrival at the station, primarily due to Ning Fan's failure to offer a red envelope as a bribe on the day Duan started. Aware of this animosity, Ning Fan had taken care to avoid any work-related mistakes, including tardiness, and had never been caught in a wrongdoing. However, being delayed by Tang Chu-Chu today had cost him valuable time, resulting in an absence. "What's the matter? Keck out your tongue?" Duan Zhixiang sneered. "Since you have nothing to say, pack your belongings and proceed with your resignation." Ning Fan furrowed his brow and replied, "The company policy states that dismissal occurs only after 3 instances of absenteeism, and this is my first. On what grounds do you dismiss me?" "On what grounds?" Duan Zhixiang chuckled derisively. "On the grounds that I am the station master, and I dictate the rules here. If you have a problem with that, feel free to report me to the higher-ups in the group. Lacking the capability, you should leave early." As Duan Zhixiang spoke, he let out a cold snort, declaring, "I have worked for Tangshan Express Group for over a decade. Which station in Jiangxing have I not served at? Everyone else greets me as brother and sends me a red envelope to curry favor, yet you lack the discernment. Since you do not possess it, be gone. Do not linger before me and become an eyesore. Brother Xiang, please do not stoop to the level of Ning Fan. How about this? I will transfer his red envelope to you." At that moment, a hearty voice chimed in. It was Feng Yuanquan, Ning Fan's colleague, known for his good nature. Whenever he had special local products, he would bring them in a fresh-keeping box for his colleagues to enjoy. Aware of Ning Fan's sister's poor health, Feng Yuanquan had even bought numerous herbal medicines and supplements for Ning Fan. Ning Fan was immensely grateful to this kind elder brother. In this critical moment, when no one else from the station dared to speak up, only this elder brother came to his aid, deepening Ning Fan's gratitude towards him. If given the chance, he would certainly express his heartfelt thanks. "Am I in need of that red envelope?" Duan Zhixiang scoffed. "If you dare to offend me, be prepared to face the consequences." Others refrained from supporting the young man, and yet you dared to speak up. "Do you wish to lose your job at Tangshan Express as well? Should I send you packing too?" "Brother Xiang, what if we do this?" Feng Yuanquan said with a smile. "I will contribute 2 red envelopes on behalf of Ning Fan, and I shall add 2 of my own. Perhaps we can resolve this matter. Ning Fan has a sister, and without work, their situation would be dire." "Get lost." Duan Zhixiang replied coldly. "What do I care for difficulties? I am not Guanyin, the Bodhisattva. 4 red envelopes amount to just 400 yuan. Do you think you can appease me with this? Do I resemble a beggar?" Feng Yuanquan was momentarily stunned, wishing to say more, but Duan Zhixiang interrupted him. "Shut your mouth." As he spoke, Duan Zhixiang raised his hand, preparing to slap Feng Yuanquan. The earnest elder brother, unaccustomed to brawling, instinctively closed his eyes at the sight. However, after a few seconds, feeling no pain, he opened his eyes to find Ning Fan standing protectively in front of him, gripping Duan Zixiang's wrist. At that moment, Duan Zixiang's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had not anticipated that the seemingly frail Ning Fan possessed such strength. Damn it. This hurts like hell. Duan Zixiang could no longer contain himself, cursing loudly. Let go of me. Ning Fan applied a slight force and pushed Duan Zixiang away. Observing Duan Zixiang's staggering form, Ning Fan was taken aback, realizing that despite not having successfully embarked on the path of cultivation after last night's inheritance practice, his physical prowess and reflexes had remarkably improved, and his strength had significantly increased. A mere gentle push sent Duan Zixiang, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, stumbling backward for 7 or 8 steps. How dare you push me? You little brat. I swear I won't let you off today. Duan Zixiang, feeling humiliated and enraged, seized a stick from nearby and charged at Ning Fan. Just as he raised the stick, before it could even strike Ning Fan, he lunged forward and landed a powerful punch to Duan Zixiang's abdomen. Bang! Duan Zixiang's hefty frame flew away like a kite with a severed string. Feng Yuanquan, who was about to warn Ning Fan to be cautious, along with the others who had gathered to watch, were momentarily stunned, gazing in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Ning Fan, too, was taken aback, realizing the immense strength he now possessed. You still dare to lay a hand on me? Duan Zixiang grimaced in pain, blood spilling from his mouth as he scrambled to his feet, seething with rage. You initiated the attack. Ning Fan frowned. This is of your own making. Of my own making? Duan Zixiang scoffed. Let me make it clear, I am your superior. Even if I were to stab you, you would have to endure it. Today, not only will I force you to leave here, but I will also demand 1 million in compensation. If you refuse, I will ensure you spend time in jail. At that moment, a pink Porsche 911 sped onto the scene and parked smoothly beside them. The next second, a striking woman with an impressive figure and outstanding demeanor emerged from the car. It was Tang Chu-Chu. Her delicate face was filled with a chilling aura as she coldly fixed her gaze on Duan Zixiang. What position do you hold at Tang's Express? I was unaware of your capabilities. At that moment, Tang Chu-Chu exuded an unparalleled aura of authority, completely devoid of the playful demeanor she had earlier. Who the hell do you think you are, you filthy bitch? Why should I disclose my position at Tang's Express to you? Duan Zixiang, a mere low-level manager, had rarely encountered someone like Tang Chu-Chu. His anger, still simmering, flared even more at her unexpected interrogation, leading him to curse vehemently. What do you think I am? Tang Chu-Chu narrowed her eyes, enunciating each word. You filthy bitch, what? Are you unsatisfied? Do you think driving a sports car makes you special? Duan Zixiang retorted coldly. I've encountered many socialites like you. Did you trade your body for that car? As he spoke, he leered at Tang Chu-Chu's proud figure, adding, I must say, you are quite attractive. How about earning some money with me tonight? I'd rather earn it from you. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage erupted from behind. A young man, clad in a suit, emerged from the courier station's office with a sullen expression, and without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to Duan Zixiang's face. I see your entire family is a bunch of scoundrels. Duan Zixiang, cradling his face, looked at the young man with a sense of grievance and inquired, Li Gu, what on earth are you doing? Wang Hongli, the area manager of Tang's courier, stood as Duan Zixiang's direct superior. At that moment, he cast a cold glance at Duan Zixiang, his fury boiling over, and struck him again across the face, stating icily, I curse your mother. Though Duan Zixiang, a low-level manager, had never met Tang Chu-Chu, he was aware of her reputation. Bewildered, he could not comprehend why his superior was assaulting him, especially since he routinely funneled a significant portion of the monthly bonuses collected at each station to Wang Hongli. Wang Hongli, now pale and trembling, approached Tang Chu-Chu with a quivering voice and forced a smile, saying, Miss Tang, what brings you here? The sunlight behind her rendered Tang Chu-Chu's face particularly frigid, intensifying Wang Hongli's trepidation. You are Wang Hongli, correct? I recall seeing your name on the area manager list during a group meeting with my father. This is our first encounter, and I am surprised that your subordinates are so brazen, Tang Chu-Chu remarked coldly. Miss Tang, we are hardly worthy of your attention. Wang Hongli responded hastily. Is that so? Tang Chu-Chu replied, delivering a swift slap to Wang Hongli's face. So your subordinates dare to bully friends of the Tang family? And no, we would never. Wang Hongli stammered in response. Do you believe that because your sister, Wang Ya, is a prominent figure in the underground world of Jiangqing, you can disregard the Tang family? Tang Chu-Chu continued, her tone icy. No, absolutely not. Wang Hongli exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Although his sister held significant power in Jiangqing's underbelly, her status paled in comparison to that of the Tang family. This was precisely why he chose to work for Tang's courier instead of enjoying a life of luxury alongside his sister. He sought to align himself with the Tang family for a more advantageous future. Miss Tang, I genuinely had no idea this esteemed individual was a friend of the Tang family. Had I known, I would have dealt with this disrespectful wretch immediately, Wang Hongli declared. Meanwhile, Duan Zixiang, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of fear, his heart racing. The Tang family? In Jiangqing, the only entity capable of instilling such fear in Wang Hongli was indeed the Tang family behind Tang's courier. It seemed he had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. How could the seemingly ordinary Ning Fan possibly be acquainted with the prestigious young lady of the Tang family? Rest assured, Miss Tang, I will ensure that you and this esteemed individual receive a satisfactory resolution to today's incident, Wang Hongli asserted. Before he could finish speaking, Duan Zixiang, paralyzed by terror, sank to his knees on the ground. Continuously bowing, his voice trembling, he implored, Miss Tang, Ning Fan, I have been blind to your greatness. I beseech you to forgive me this once. Please do not hold a grudge against one as insignificant as I. Tang Chu turned her gaze towards Ning Fan, entrusting the decision to him. Ning Fan glanced at Duan Zixiang, furrowing his brow as he stated, I do not wish to see him again. Upon hearing these words, Duan Zixiang felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill enveloping him entirely. He realized his fate was sealed. Indeed, the next moment, Wang Hongli waved his hand, commanding, take him away. Instantly, several individuals rushed out from the office. These were the people Wang Ye had dispatched to assist Wang Hongli. Typically engaged in legitimate affairs under the Tang family's courier service, they were unexpectedly put to use today. In no time, Duan Zixiang was dragged away like a dead dog. I understand your purpose in working for our Tang family's conglomerate. Tang Chu fixed her gaze on Wang Hongli. I can comprehend your situation. Therefore, I hope to never witness an occurrence like today again. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. Yes, Wang Hongli nodded fervently. Ning Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated this assertive side of Tang Chu, whom he had first met on the street. Her commanding presence starkly contrasted with her playful exterior. Mr. Ning, the amount on this card is my apology for today, Wang Hongli said, presenting a card to Ning Fan, the password being 88. Ning Fan was momentarily stunned. Just how extensive is the Tang family's influence in Jiangqing? From their earlier dialogue, it was evident that Wang Hongli was no ordinary individual, possessing his own status and background. Yet before Tang Chu, he resembled a frightened dog. Strictly speaking, this matter had nothing to do with Wang Hongli, but due to his acquaintance with Tang Chu. He offered a sum of money as a gesture of apology. Just as Ning Fan was about to decline, Wang Hongli had already departed, dispersing the surrounding staff to focus diligently on their work. Miss Tang, you should keep this card. It would be inappropriate for me to hold on to it. Ning Fan offered the card back to Tang Chu. What makes it inappropriate? Tang Chu smiled gently. You saved my grandfather. That is an immense favor to our Tang family. You will forever be our esteemed friend. As our friend, anyone who dares to provoke you in this city must reckon with our family's wrath. This sum is merely a token of apology to temper our ire. For him, it is indeed a significant favor. Very well, Ning Fan replied, still puzzled. How did you find me here? After you rescued my grandfather, he urged me to bring him to you immediately. Wishing to invite you to our home for a proper expression of gratitude, Tang Chu explained. Were it not for your intervention, I would have lost my grandfather for eternity. It is nothing, merely a trivial task, Ning Fan casually remarked. The reason he intervened at that moment, aside from his favorable impression of the grandfather and grandson duo, was also their esteemed status. He recognized the potential to cultivate valuable connections within Jiangqing. Should he ever find himself in need, their assistance might prove beneficial. Had it not been for Tang Chu's unexpected arrival, he would have indeed faced complications had Duan Zixiang reported the incident. Thus, Ning Fan expressed, I must extend my gratitude for your timely arrival. Otherwise, I would have found myself in quite the predicament. Humph. Tang Chu scoffed. In Jiangqing, no one dares to apprehend a friend of the Tang family. Ning Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Tang Chu was quite articulate and possessed an undeniable charm. Such a woman was indeed easy to admire. Unfortunately, he was already a married man and soon to become a divorced one. After their conversation had meandered to a close, Tang Guiqiang finally emerged from the vehicle. His delay was due to the consideration of his granddaughter's single status, as she had yet to find a partner. Given Ning Fan's remarkable healing abilities and his keen insight into the underlying cause of his ailment, it was clear he was no ordinary individual. If such an exceptional person could be welcomed into the family as a grandson-in-law, the future of the Tang family would be secure even in his absence. Despite Ning Fan's current modest standing, in due time, he might command the respect of all of Jiangxing. You have my deepest gratitude today, young friend. Had it not been for your swift intervention, I would have met my end, Tang Guiqiang stated as he approached Qin Chuan. This kindness will forever remain etched in the hearts of the Tang family, and I, Tang Guiqiang, shall never forget it. Might I extend an invitation for you to visit the Tang residence for a meal? I am currently at work, so I fear I cannot, Ning Fan replied. How about during lunch? I recall that Tang Express has a 2-hour break each day at noon, Tang Guiqiang suggested. Ning Fan did not decline and nodded. Noon would be fine. Just send me the address, and I shall make my way there. Before long, Tang Chu had sent the location of the Tang family to Ning Fan's phone. As they departed, she playfully winked at him. Ning Fan, see you at noon. Indeed, he replied. Just as Tang Chu was about to accelerate away, Ning Fan suddenly called out. Wait a moment. What is it? Tang Chu inquired. The little electric scooter you mentioned compensating me for. Could you arrange for someone to deliver it here? Otherwise, I won't be able to make it over at noon. And I won't have a way home tonight, Ning Fan explained. With a soft laugh, Tang Chu replied, All right, I understand. And with that, she sped off. Ning Fan mused to himself, how remarkable it is that I have made the acquaintance of the Tang family's young lady. I hope for her continued kindness in the future. After Tang Chu departed, a group of colleagues approached Ning Fan, attempting to ingratiate themselves with him. Following this incident, Ning Fan's position here would be as firmly entrenched as if glued in place. Even the area manager would have to consider Ning Fan's sentiments in their dealings. If they could curry favor with him, their future would be considerably more comfortable. However, Ning Fan merely cast a fleeting glance at them, choosing to disregard their overtures. He distinctly remembered how these individuals merely observed from the sidelines during his confrontation with Duan Zixiang, reveling in the drama. Only the elder brother, Feng Yuanquan, had advocated on his behalf and even offered financial assistance to help mitigate his troubles. Ning Fan purchased 2 bottles of iced tea from the automated vending machine and made his way towards Feng Yuanquan, who was unloading goods. Quan Gu, have a drink, he said. Feng Yuanquan wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, Why waste your money on this? You have a younger sister at home who needs it more. Take it back for that little girl. Nonsense, you keep it. I can afford the cost of water, Ning Fan insisted, forcefully placing the iced tea in Feng Yuanquan's hands. The two found a shaded spot to sit, opened the bottles, and after taking a couple of sips, Ning Fan expressed, Thanks for earlier, Quan Gu. Feng Yuanquan replied, No need for thanks. I was genuinely worried. If you lost your job, how would you and your sister manage? By the way, when did you meet Miss Tang? A person of her stature is like the sun high in the sky to those of us at our level, distant and unattainable. Just today, Ning Fan scratched his head. Impressive. You're quite the hidden gem. To meet someone like her on your first encounter and have her advocate for you. Feng Yuanquan, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and patted Ning Fan on the shoulder. After they conversed for a while longer, a small delivery truck arrived, unloading a brand new electric scooter. Just as they received it, Ning Fan's phone rang. It was Tang Chu, inquiring, Did the scooter I sent arrive? Yes, Ning Fan nodded. It's quite new, thank you. There's no need for thanks. It was my obligation to compensate you, Tang Chu replied. Remember to come by at noon. Sure, Ning Fan affirmed, hanging up the phone and beginning to load goods onto the scooter in preparation for his delivery. At 11:30, after completing his deliveries ahead of schedule, Ning Fan returned to the station, ready to tidy up before riding over to the Tang residence. Suddenly, he received a call from Yang Qiqi. Ning Fan, where are you? If you're not dead, hurry over to finalize the divorce paperwork. Ning Fan clenched his fists, an overwhelming wave of anger coursing through him as he recalled the scene from the school parking lot the previous day. Taking a deep breath, he understood at that moment that his marriage to Yang Qiqi had reached its inevitable conclusion, though he anticipated it would come so swiftly. However, since it has come early, so be it. It is better to delineate our boundaries promptly, severing ties entirely. In the interest of expedience, Ning Fan hailed a taxi to the Yang residence. Upon his arrival at the grand entrance, Yang Qiqi stepped out and disdainfully tossed 2 copies of the divorce agreement, already signed, at Ning Fan's feet. Since yesterday's events have transpired, there remains no need to uphold our marriage. Do not impede my future happiness. Hurry and sign, you brat. It's quite remarkable that you survived my attempts on your life yesterday. Chen Wei stood beside Yang Qiqi, sneering. Ning Fan regarded the pair with icy disdain. Yang Qiqi, for 7 long years, since high school, I have worked part-time to support your education, extending to this very year. 7 years. Do you not think that even a mere dog would develop feelings in such time? Strangely enough, during my journey here, I felt prepared for this moment, believing that separation would not stir a wave in my heart. Yet, now, I could not help but grit my teeth and say, how could you betray our marriage, clandestinely engaging with other men for so long? How could you possess such audacity, devoid of guilt? Yang Qiqi's expression turned frigid. My call was merely to prompt you to sign the divorce agreement, not to allow you to interrogate me. What right does a mere delivery boy have to associate with me? Being with someone like you is a source of shame. Ever since high school, when others discovered our connection, I have felt this way. I have long contemplated how to sever ties with you. Yang Qiqi continued. Thus, in a strict sense, I have never regarded you as my partner. It was merely your one-sided affection. You were but a loyal dog to me, Yang Qiqi, not my man. Therefore, my relationship with Chun Xiao does not constitute betrayal. I am simply pursuing what I desire. After a brief pause, Yang Qiqi added, I understand that you merely wish to cling to the Yang family, procrastinating on signing. If you refuse to sign, I shall ensure that you forever wear a green hat. Let us see if you can bear such disgrace. Ning Fan's body quivered. A tempest of fury raged within his chest. Enough idle chatter. Will you sign or not? Yang Qiqi demanded imperiously. With a swift motion, Chen Wei tossed a card at Ning Fan's feet, calmly stating, here is 10,000 yuan, equivalent to a month and a half of your delivery wages, I believe. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Should you sign, the money is yours. If you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I hear from Qiqi that you have a sickly sister. Ning Fan's heart had begun to calm, but at Chen Wei's words, his face contorted into a mask of rage. A fierce and murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Although he had endured betrayal from yesterday until now, his heart ablaze with fury, Ning Fan had yet to contemplate any extreme measures for resolution. However, a sudden thought struck him. For Chen Wei's recent words had crossed the threshold of his tolerance. Under the fierce gaze of Ning Fan, Chen Wei felt an icy chill wash over him, causing him to tremble. How dare you, you worthless fool, think you can lay a hand on me? Didn't you receive enough of a beating yesterday? Chen Wei could not help but scold, utterly intimidated by Ning Fan's menacing demeanor. The intensity of his stare suggested that Ning Fan might leap forward and strike him at any moment. In truth, Ning Fan was indeed contemplating such an action. Ever since his mother had vanished, his sister Qin Xiu had become his inviolable boundary, a sensitive spot. Anyone who dared to bully his sister would meet with lethal consequences. Yet, Ning Fan refrained from acting rashly. Instead, he directed his focus towards Yang Qiqi, saying, you will come to regret this. Uft. Yang Qiqi burst into laughter, mocking. Have you been rendered foolish by Chen's men yesterday? You think I will regret anything? Use your brain. The one who should be regretting is you. Without the protection of the Yang family, you will forever remain a lowly, inconsequential person in Jiang City. After a brief pause, Yang Qiqi continued. Stop boasting in front of me. For 7 whole years, if you had any semblance of greatness, you wouldn't be in this pitiful state. As of now, I am no longer someone you can command or deserve. Hurry up and sign, stop dawdling. Ning Fan let out a cold sneer, unwilling to engage further. Time would ultimately reveal the truth. Had he not inherited his father's legacy, he might not have had the means to make Yang Qiqi regret her actions. But now, Ning Fan chose not to say another word. He simply picked up the divorce agreement from the ground and inscribed his name upon it. Witnessing this, a satisfied smile spread across Yang Qiqi's face. However, in the next moment, her expression froze. After signing, Ning Fan sliced his thumb, marking the divorce agreement with a bold, crimson character for divorce. He then flung the document at Yang Qiqi's face, coldly declaring, do not presume that Ning Fan cares about the Yang family, nor think that I cannot survive without you. The signature is necessary. Our marriage must come to an end. However, it should not be you forcing me to sign for divorce, but rather I, Ning Fan, expelling you from the Ning family. The bloodied character is the proof. From this moment forth, you, Yang Qiqi, and I shall have no further ties. Chapter 14. You did the right thing. Yang Qiqi was momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, she regained her composure and fixed a piercing gaze on Ning Fan, saying, "You, a worthless pauper, dare to divorce me?" This scenario was beyond her wildest imagination. Her intention had been to humiliate Ning Fan while coercing him into signing the divorce agreement. After all, just yesterday, the old man had accused her of being an ungrateful wretch. She even claimed that they had destroyed the Yang family's opportunities. All she wanted was for the old master to witness Ning Fan's uselessness. And yet, how could he be associated with the Yang family's fortunes? To her utter astonishment, this so-called waste, Ning Fan, turned the tables, transforming the situation into one where he dismissed her, casting her out of the Ning family home. Given her current status, appearance, and the prestigious backing of the Yang family, should this news spread, it would be utterly humiliating for her. How dare Ning Fan treat her with such disdain? Yang Qiqi was trembling with fury, her words faltering and her chest constricted, as if a breath was caught within her, an excruciating sensation. Chen Wei's expression was equally grim. If word got out, it would signify that he, Chen Wei, had married a woman discarded by a worthless man. Such a revelation would be a severe blow to his reputation, and his father would surely be enraged. How could he be associated with such a disgrace? As the two were momentarily lost in their thoughts, Ning Fan looked up towards the balcony of the Yang family's villa. At some point, the old master had appeared there in his wheelchair. Ning Fan knelt down, bowing deeply in respect. In the Yang family, only the old master had ever treated him with kindness and unwavering support. Before the truth about Yang Qiqi had come to light yesterday, he had overheard many disparaging remarks about himself from the Yang family, all wishing to expel him and allow Yang Qiqi to find another man. Yet, only the old master had remained steadfast, offering his support without yielding to the opinions of others. Thus, Ning Fan had always regarded him as a grandfather. Although he had managed to turn the impending divorce into a dismissal of Yang Qiqi, relishing a moment of relief, he knew that the Yang family's reputation would inevitably suffer. As the one who had consistently supported him, the old master would surely face ridicule from the family thereafter. Yang Yuanzhong observed Ning Fan's actions and understood the reason behind his kneeling. From his wheelchair, he addressed Ning Fan, saying, Fan, what you did today was right. Your grandfather does not blame you. I believe that you will not remain a despised waste forever. In the future, you will make those who look down upon you regret their actions. Grandfather, Ning Fan understands that after today, many in the Yang family will mock you and speak to you with disdain. Grant me 6 months. I shall stand at the pinnacle of Jiangsheng and clear your name of these grievances. Ning Fan declared, looking up at Yang Yuanzhong on the balcony. Good. Yang Yuanzhong nodded in approval. Ning Fan then rose, preparing to leave. However, before he departed, Yang Qiqi suddenly coldly remarked, Ning Fan, do you see that BMW 5 Series? Chen Xiao just picked it up this morning, while you, after a lifetime of effort, can only ride an electric bike. You won't even have the opportunity to sit in a car like this. A waste like you, once you leave me. No woman will ever look at you again. Prepare to live your life as a bachelor until death. Thus, abandon your grand delusions. I shall never regret today's events. Ning Fan cast a cold glance at her, choosing not to utter another word. The time he had agreed upon with Tang Chu had already surpassed 10 minutes. He needed to hasten to the Tang residence. Suddenly, as Ning Fan was about to hail a taxi by the roadside, the roar of an engine pierced the air from a distance. A pink Porsche 911 captured everyone's attention. Soon, this vehicle came to a halt before Ning Fan, under the envious gaze of Yang Qiqi. Chapter 15. The regret lies with him. Ning Fan, why have you lingered here for so long? The voice that emerged from the car was melodious. Almost instantaneously, a stunning girl with an ethereal visage, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, emerged from the vehicle. Her exquisitely delicate features were beyond reproach, and her figure was nothing short of perfection, accentuated by high heels that showcased her slender legs clad in sheer black stockings, paired with a short skirt that left many hearts racing. She was breathtaking. In contrast to this girl, Yang Qiqi's beauty seemed insignificant, akin to a firefly before the full moon. In the awestruck gazes of Yang Qiqi, Chen Wei, and the other members of the Yang family, Tang Chu took Ning Fan's hand and said, Come, let us get in the car. My grandfather is waiting for you at home for dinner. Very well. Ning Fan, unpretentious, stepped into Tang Chuchu's car under the watchful eyes of the crowd. With a roar, Tang Chuchu pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche 911 emitted a thunderous growl, whisking the two away from the sight of the Yang family. Yang Kiki stood frozen in place. When had this worthless Ning fan become acquainted with such a beautiful girl? In her presence, she felt like a mere clown, lacking even the courage to look up. How could this worthless individual possibly know such a stunning beauty? Chen Wei's expression darkened. In the presence of such a girl, both Yang Kiki's looks and his BMW 5 Series paled in comparison. He felt utterly defeated. Moreover, he could not shake off the memory of Tang Chuchu's celestial features. Utterly ridiculous. She is nothing but a shameless harlot. Yang Kiki unleashed her ire upon Chen Wei. Chen Wei replied with a smirk, "Indeed, compared to you, she is far superior. I am merely pondering how a mere delivery boy like Ning Fan could possibly associate with a woman of such caliber who drives a Porsche 911. Utter nonsense." Yang Kiki spat, her teeth clenched. She must be aware that I intend to file for divorce. She is merely trying to provoke me. Hiring a harlot and renting a car to flaunt in front of me, hoping to make me regret my decision and beg him to salvage our marriage. Previously, they had claimed Ning Fan was unworthy of her, and yet here he was, being escorted by a girl resembling a fairy, who drove a Porsche right up to him and took his hand to lead him into the car. The situation has transformed Yang Qiqi into a mere buffoon, igniting a fire of indignation within her. A worthless individual dares to make me regret my decision? Let him continue dreaming. I, Yang Qiqi, shall never regret my divorce from Ning Fan. Enraged, she gritted her teeth and directed her ire towards the direction in which Ning Fan had departed. There is no need to waste anger on a useless person, Chen Wei remarked as he embraced Yang Qiqi's slender waist. In due time, it will be he who regrets it. He no longer shares the same world as you. Now that you are with me, your status and position in Jiangqing will only ascend, transforming you into a dazzling gem. Meanwhile, this worthless fellow will remain a lowly toad, forced to look up at you. He will start to regret not seizing the opportunity to be with you. Perhaps he thinks he could have basked in your brilliance had he done so. Initially furious, Yang Qiqi's expression shifted to one of immense pride upon hearing these words. After a brief pause, Chen Wei continued, "Tonight, there will be a gathering at a prestigious club in Jiangqing, organized by the eldest daughter of the Tang family. I have managed to secure 2 coveted invitations after considerable effort. Prepare yourself with a refined makeup look this afternoon. I want you to experience the world of high society." Chapter 16. Perspectives. My goodness, Wei Gu, you are truly remarkable. The Chen family has yet to secure the new project from the Jiang family. Yet you've managed to gain access to the elite club gathering. Yang Qiqi exclaimed, her joy evident as she wrapped her arms around Chen Wei and planted a kiss on his cheek. "It is not solely my prowess. I owe it to my connections," Chen Wei replied with a smile. "If we can meet the eldest daughter of the Tang family tonight and align ourselves with the new project from the Jiang family in a week, the Chen family will undoubtedly rise to greater heights." "Indeed, it is your impressive connections that make this possible," Yang Qiqi said, kissing him once more. Flattered by her praise, Chen Wei felt elated, his smile nearly splitting his face. He gazed triumphantly towards Yang Yuanzhong on the second-floor balcony, eager to demonstrate how he compared to the grandson-in-law Ning Fan, whom Yang Yuanzhong favored. However, as he turned to look, he was taken aback to find Yang Yuanzhong seated in a wheelchair, turning away without acknowledging him even once. "You old fool, how dare you look down upon me?" Chen Wei's expression darkened as he sneered. "Just wait until the Chen family enters the elite club. I will anticipate your humble request for my favor." At the entrance of the Tang family residence, Tang Guoqiang stood waiting for Ning Fan. Passers-by observed the scene, whispering among themselves, "Isn't that old Master Tang? Why is he standing in the scorching sun, as if awaiting someone? Who could possibly warrant such attention from him?" The Tang family is one of the 5 great families of Jiangqing. Could a significant figure be arriving? Tang Guoqiang glanced at his watch, a sense of urgency stirring within him. "Father, does this Ning Fan truly command such an entourage that you must stand here in the midday sun waiting for him?" A middle-aged man beside them furrowed his brows. He was Tang Chuchu's father and was already aware of today's events. "If it weren't for Ning Fan, you wouldn't be seeing your father right now," Tang Guoqiang remarked coldly. "Is it not permissible for me to invite someone to our home to sit and wait?" His tone softened slightly as he continued, "A person capable of discerning my ailment and healing me so swiftly deserves to be treated with utmost respect. Dad, I believe you hold him in too high regard. Tang Sihai replied, still frowning. I have looked into Ning Fan. He is currently without parents, residing in a minor family in Jiangcheng, the Yang family, as a son-in-law, and has a frail sister. What makes you think he is formidable? If he were truly exceptional, his sister would not be ailing, nor would he need to serve as a son-in-law. You have investigated him? Tang Guqiang's voice turned frosty. Tang Sihai replied solemnly, Father, you are aware of the current situation of our Tang family. We must exercise caution. A moment of negligence could allow others to exploit our vulnerabilities, resulting in severe repercussions for us, and by then, it would be too late to amend our mistakes. Humph. Tang Guqiang scoffed coldly. I am not dead yet. Must I be this careful? Ning Fan saved my life. He is a benefactor to the Tang family. Rather than showing gratitude, you conduct private investigations. I perceive you are asking for trouble. This matter ends here. Should you continue to investigate Ning Fan in secret, do not blame me for my lack of civility. I understand. Father, Tang Sihai nodded. Although he acquiesced to his father's wishes, he still regarded Ning Fan with skepticism. Ever since his father and Chu Chu returned that morning to recount the events, he found Ning Fan to be rather dubious. Just a few touches on his father's body, and he was healed? It seemed like a trick. In his eyes, Ning Fan was merely a fortunate charlatan. Chapter 17. Why are you being so harsh with him? After waiting for another 20 minutes, Ning Fan had yet to arrive. Father, I believe this Ning Fan is nothing but a fraud, Tang Sihai remarked, his brow furrowing tighter. If he truly possessed any skill, he would have arrived by now. There is no need for such a delay. I suspect he is merely avoiding a meal with you, fearing that a close encounter might expose him. Let us not wait any longer, Father. Let us dine first, and afterward, I will take you to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Your health has always been robust. How could you possibly have any hidden ailments? It is simply nonsense. Even if we entertain his claim that the ailment on the right side of your chest is causing pressure on your vessels, it seems more likely to be a minor cold induced by exposure to the elements, which is quite typical at your age. Do not be easily deceived. Having waited nearly 50 minutes, Tang Sihai, already skeptical of Ning Fan, was now even more irritable. Since his birth, his father had always appeared vigorous and healthy, without any issues. Sihai, you are over 40 years old. How can you be so unsettled? Tang Guqiang expressed his dissatisfaction. The ailment on my right chest has existed since my youth, long before I encountered your mother. It was cured, and in my younger days, it seemed as though it had vanished entirely. However, as the years have gone by, my body has grown weary. This matter has always lingered. I simply refrained from mentioning it, fearing it would cause your mother distress. A thunderous shock resonated within Tang Sihai's heart. He was momentarily stunned and quickly retrieved his phone to search for a number, exclaiming, Father, if this is indeed true, I cannot allow some young whippersnapper to merely give you a couple of taps and consider it resolved. I will call Dr. Zhao immediately to conduct a full examination at home. There's no need to trouble Dr. Zhao. I feel perfectly fine, Tang Guqiang replied sternly. However, it was futile, as Tang Sihai had already dialed the number. Boom. Just as Tang Sihai finished the call, the roar of an engine echoed from a distance, and a pink Porsche 911 came into view. After the car came to a halt, Tang Chu emerged with Ning Fan. Upon seeing Ning Fan, a smile instantly graced Tang Guqiang's face. Young friend, you have finally arrived. Please, come inside. Ning Fan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Old sir, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Humph. Tang Sihai scoffed. As a junior coming to the Tang family, it's unacceptable for you to make my father, at his age, wait in the blazing sun for such a long time. This is truly lacking in manners. You have no sense of time. What are you saying? Tang Chu interjected, displeased. I was the one who drove to pick up Ning Fan. The car broke down on the way back, and I had to call for emergency assistance, which caused the delay. What does that have to do with Ning Fan? Why are you scolding him? Tang Sihai's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his precious daughter would side with him so soon after meeting Ning Fan. She was both defending him and personally fetching him. If this continued, it seemed Ning Fan might very well charm his daughter away. Sihai, apologize to the young friend, Tang Guqiang said coldly. Tang Sihai, already harboring grievances against Ning Fan, felt even more aggrieved at his daughter's apparent favoritism. Now, his father was insisting he apologize to Ning Fan. Father, are you asking me to apologize to this young scoundrel? Have you lost your mind? Tang Sihai felt his temper flare. Apologize? Tang Guqiang demanded in a low voice. No, Tang Sihai insisted firmly. I will not apologize to a fraud, even if you were to break my legs. Seeing his son disobedient and fearing it might upset Ning Fan, Tang Guiqiang grew anxious. Suddenly, he found himself short of breath, his face turning a deep shade of purple, and he staggered slightly. Father! Tang Sihai's expression changed dramatically as he rushed to support him. Grandfather! Tang Chuchu exclaimed, her face paling in alarm. Uft! Tang Guiqiang expelled a substantial volume of dark blood, subsequently succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing the pool of black blood on the ground, Ning Fan furrowed his brow, realizing the severity of Tang Guiqiang's latent ailment. Although he had provided treatment earlier that day, it had merely alleviated the symptoms rather than effecting a complete cure. He had believed that Tang Guiqiang could endure until reaching the hospital or that they might cross paths again, as he possessed a set of silver needles, which could eradicate the ailment entirely with a single application of the 9-9 revitalizing needle technique. However, the recurrence of the condition was unexpected. Father, hold on. Dr. Zhao will arrive shortly, Tang Sihai said anxiously while carrying Tang Guiqiang towards the bedroom. After laying him on the bed, Ning Fan approached. The elderly gentleman's vitality was waning, and he could not stand idly by. Yet before he could reach him, Tang Sihai interposed, coldly asserting, "Stay away from my father. You charlatan! How could you let him suffer after he believed you had cured him? If anything happens to him today, you will bear the consequences." Father, are you being reasonable? It was you who upset grandfather. What does Ning Fan have to do with this? Tang Chuchu, though anxious, was equally incensed by Tang Sihai's unreasonable accusations. If you prevent me from helping, the old gentleman can only endure for another 10 minutes at most, Ning Fan asserted. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a silver-haired elder entered briskly. Dr. Zhao, Tang Sihai exhaled in relief, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Please, examine my father. He just expelled a significant amount of dark blood. Understood, Dr. Zhao replied, his brow furrowed as he approached the window. Step aside. Tang Sihai pushed Ning Fan aside. Dr. Zhao, I entrust my father to you. Rest assured, Mr. Tang, I shall do my utmost, Dr. Zhao assured, promptly beginning to take Tang Guiqiang's pulse. Moments later, he ceased the examination. Dr. Zhao, how is my father? Tang Sihai inquired anxiously. Before my arrival, was anyone else consulted for your father's condition? Dr. Zhao asked. Tang Sihai's heart sank. He glanced at Ning Fan before responding. Yes. The old gentleman harbors a latent ailment that has persisted for decades, and over time, it has exacerbated. Such chronic conditions cannot be subjected to strain or extreme measures. And most importantly, they cannot be treated forcefully. A single attempt at treatment is insufficient. It requires gradual regulation and restoration of the vitality consumed by the ailment. Dr. Zhao elucidated. However, the individual who treated your father employed a forceful method, which, while straightforward and something I am also capable of, merely activated the last remnants of vitality hidden within the old gentleman, stimulating the remaining life forces. Although this may yield temporary results, it ultimately depletes the old gentleman's life essence. Chapter 18. Well, the activated vitality is finite and will inevitably be exhausted. As the vitality dwindles, it becomes increasingly incapable of invigorating other parts, and thus, the latent ailment inevitably resurfaces. With a sigh, Dr. Zhao remarked, this is merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Furious, Tang Sihai glared intensely at Ning Fan. If anything were to happen to my father, I would not spare you. Dad, why are you directing your anger at Ning Fan? What does he have to do with this? If it weren't for him, you wouldn't even be able to see Grandpa now. Tang Chuchu interposed herself protectively in front of Ning Fan, visibly displeased. Tang Sihai shot a ferocious glance at Ning Fan before tempering his ire, turning to Dr. Zhao and asking, Dr. Zhao, I implore you to think of a solution. My father must not come to harm. Dr. Zhao, please save my grandfather, Tang Chuchu pleaded. Although she defended Ning Fan, the urgency of Tang Guiqiang's life took precedence, and she sought Dr. Zhao's assistance. Mr. Tang, Chuchu, there is no need for alarm. Although the old gentleman's condition is dire, it is not yet the worst-case scenario, Dr. Zhao reassured them. I will perform a few acupuncture sessions to alleviate the depletion of vitality within the old gentleman while simultaneously revitalizing other areas, ensuring he will not face any grave issues. He simply needs to rest and replenish his energy with precious medicinal herbs. Then please, Dr. Zhao, act swiftly, Tang Sihai urged. My father is too old to wait. Understood, Dr. Zhao nodded. He then retrieved a packet of silver needles from his medical kit and began to administer acupuncture to several points on Tang Guiqiang's body. Despite having only recently acquired his legacy, he was already well-versed in the art of healing. A mere glance revealed the underlying problem. If he were to administer the remaining needles, Tang Guiqiang would surely perish. Having a considerable regard for the old gentleman, Ning Fan could not allow such an outcome. Thus, he stepped forward, firmly grasping Dr. Zhao's hand to halt his further needling. Warning, if you proceed with the next few needles, the old gentleman will die. Ning Fan's sudden advance left everyone in the room momentarily stunned, as they could hardly comprehend how he had appeared before Dr. Zhao so swiftly. Upon hearing his words, their astonishment deepened. However, Tang Sihai's expression shifted dramatically, his anger boiling over as he exclaimed, "You deceiver! You've already harmed my father, and now you obstruct Dr. Zhao's treatment and curse him? Are you courting death?" Tang Chuchu remained silent, clearly unsettled by Ning Fan's actions and words. "Humph," Dr. Zhao scoffed, revealing his displeasure. "What do you mean by that? Are you questioning my medical prowess? If you are so capable, should I entrust the old gentleman's care to you?" Having dedicated 60 years to the medical profession, he had immersed himself in study and practice. This particular acupuncture technique, known as the Lokyang needle method, was an accidental discovery during his herbal forays into the mountains. It was by virtue of this technique that he had established himself as a preeminent physician in Jiangxing, earning a respected position throughout Jiangbei province. Now, an inexperienced youth dares to question his acupuncture techniques. How could this not infuriate him? Dr. Zhao is a renowned physician in our Jiangxing, having saved countless lives. His methods are beyond the comprehension of a mere charlatan, Tang Sihai scolded. "Get away from me." Tang Sihai's disdain for Ning Fan grew increasingly palpable. He found this individual utterly uncouth. "Ning Fan, please step aside." Tang Chuchu took a deep breath. Despite harboring some fondness for Ning Fan, her grandfather's life was at stake. She could not afford to gamble. "All right," Ning Fan nodded. Then, addressing Tang Sihai, he remarked, "If you wish for me to leave, I shall depart, but I hope you won't come chasing after me in 3 minutes, pleading for my assistance." With that, Ning Fan exited. Without Ning Fan's interference, Dr. Zhao proceeded with the subsequent acupuncture with remarkable ease. As the final needle was inserted, Tang Guiqiang's complexion began to visibly return to normal. Gradually, he opened his eyes. "Grandfather!" Tang Chuchu exclaimed with excitement. "Father, are you all right? How do you feel now that Dr. Zhao has completed your treatment?" Tang Sihai also breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Dr. Zhao, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Zhao, for saving my father. This debt will not be forgotten by the Tang family, and we will be there when you need us." "Mr. Tang is too kind," Dr. Zhao replied with a smile. "Healing the sick is the essence of our profession." Just as everyone began to relax, Tang Guiqiang, who had just opened his eyes, suddenly widened them in shock, his limbs stiffening, while his body convulsed violently on the bed. His complexion changed drastically, turning an alarming shade of black, and blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth. He appeared to be in excruciating agony. "Grandfather, what is happening?" Tang Chuchu cried out in fear. "Dr. Zhao, what is wrong with my grandfather? Please help." Tang Sihai's expression darkened considerably. How could this happen? Dr. Zhao was taken aback by the scene. The Lokyang formation had never failed. How could this be? "What is happening, Dr. Zhao?" Tang Sihai's countenance was grim, as he noted his father's breathing was growing increasingly weak. Dr. Zhao, now in a state of panic, understood that despite Tang Sihai's earlier courtesy, if anything were to happen to Tang Guiqiang, he would not be spared. At that moment, amidst the anxiety of Tang Chuchu and Tang Sihai, his own urgency intensified. "Father, quickly call for an ambulance to rush grandfather to the hospital. This cannot continue." Tang Chuchu sobbed. "No, we cannot." Tang Sihai gritted his teeth. "Your grandfather's condition is far too precarious. He cannot withstand a trip to the hospital." With that, Tang Sihai fixed his gaze on Dr. Zhao, declaring, "Dr. Zhao, my father has become this way under your care. Should anything happen to him, do not expect any mercy from me." Although Dr. Zhao has established a commendable reputation in Jiang City due to his medical expertise, he still finds himself at a disadvantage when confronted with a formidable entity such as the Tang family. Should the Tang family choose to act against him, he would be utterly powerless. Suddenly, a thought of Ning Fan struck him with fear. He hastily exclaimed, "Mr. Zhao, Chu, please invite that young gentleman from earlier inside at once." If he could foresee the issues with my last few needles, he must possess a solution. Tang Sihai shuddered, his expression darkening. Just moments ago, he had looked down upon Ning Fan and had expelled him from the room, and now he had to go out and fetch him. Despite feeling exceedingly embarrassed, he knew he had to swallow his pride for the sake of the elderly patriarch. With a heavy heart, he steeled himself and rushed out. Tang Chu followed closely behind, anxious that Ning Fan might refuse to accompany her father back. At that moment, Ning Fan had just reached the entrance of the Tang residence. Before he could step over the threshold, he heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw Tang Chu and her father, Tang Sihai, hurrying towards him. Ning Fan, please return with me. Help save my grandfather. Tang Chu pleaded, breathless. Why should I go back? Ning Fan replied, directing his gaze towards Tang Sihai. It was you who expelled me just now. I specifically stated that after 3 minutes, no one should come seeking my assistance. And now, precisely 3 minutes have passed. Tang Sihai's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Ning Fan. Mr. Ning, I implore you to accompany me back. The old master is gravely ill and in urgent need of your help. Ning Fan retorted coldly. So now you are willing to believe my words? Am I still a fraud in your eyes? Tang Sihai's face grew even warmer, the heat of shame intensifying. However, he remained silent, for his pursuit of Ning Fan stemmed not from a newfound belief in his integrity, but rather from sheer desperation. Observing this, Ning Fan turned to leave, unwilling to subject himself to further indignation. Tang Sihai, in a panic, grasped Ning Fan's arm and implored, Mr. Ning, please do not hold my earlier actions against me. Today, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. My father is in a dire condition and truly requires your expertise. I beg you. At last, Ning Fan paused. Tang Chu interjected, Ning Fan, my father has always been this way. Do not let it affect your judgment of him. Once my grandfather regains consciousness, I will ensure he gives my father a proper reprimand. The grievances you have faced today at my father's hands will not go unaddressed. With Tang Chu's words resonating in his mind, Ning Fan decided not to press the matter any further. Given the precarious state of the elderly patriarch, any delay could result in dire consequences. He promptly turned around and returned to the room. Young brother, you have returned. I was blind earlier and failed to realize the significance of your insights. Had I taken your advice to heart, I believe the old master would not be in this predicament. Upon meeting Ning Fan, Dr. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether Ning Fan could successfully heal the old gentleman, the mere act of his intervention meant that the matter was no longer his concern. Whether the outcome was favorable or unfavorable, he had managed to extricate himself from this predicament. May I borrow your silver needles? Ning Fan spoke little. Upon receiving the silver needles, the methodology of the 9-9 resurrection needle technique instantly surfaced in his mind. He then began to insert needles into several specific points on Tang Guiqiang's body. The technique, as its name suggests, involves placing 9 silver needles at 9 distinct positions, thereby forming a formation that gathers the vital energies of heaven and earth, allowing one to return to life. Even those who have traversed the path to the underworld can be forcibly brought back. However, executing this needle technique is extraordinarily taxing on both mental fortitude and the internal spiritual energy. By the time the 8th needle was inserted, Ning Fan was already drenched in perspiration, his breathing becoming somewhat erratic. Tang Sihai, Tang Chu, and Dr. Zhao stared intently at Tang Guiqiang. After the 8th needle, there was still no sign of improvement. Just as Tang Sihai was about to erupt in anger, Ning Fan, bearing an immense mental fatigue, inserted the 9th needle. Instantly, Tang Guiqiang, who had been lying rigid, returned to normalcy. His complexion gradually regained its color, and his breathing stabilized. He slowly opened his eyes. Grandfather, you're awake. Tang Chu exclaimed with excitement. Tang Sihai and Dr. Zhao were both taken aback. Initially, upon witnessing Ning Fan's 8 needles without any response, they had lost hope. Yet, to their astonishment, after the 9th needle, the old gentleman had miraculously revived. What kind of needle technique is this? Dr. Zhao was left in a daze. His breaths quickened as he scrutinized the 9 silver needles embedded in Tang Guiqiang, eager to observe the needle placements. However, upon closer inspection, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. How could this be? Dr. Zhao was bewildered. He had never encountered such a situation before. Finding himself unable to observe the technique, Tang Guiqiang had fully awakened, restored to normalcy, and significantly revitalized compared to before. Grandfather, how do you feel now? Tang Chuchu inquired. I feel splendid, full of energy, as if I have regained a decade of youth. Tang Guiqiang replied, and then turned to Dr. Zhao, saying, Thank you, Dr. Zhao, for saving my life. Otherwise, my days would have come to an end here. Dr. Zhao, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, Tang Guiqiang, you flatter me. It was this young gentleman who saved you. Initially taken aback, Tang Guiqiang quickly came to realize and promptly sat up to express his gratitude to Ning Fan. Young friend Ning, this is the second time you have saved my life. This gratitude is beyond what my Tang family can repay. From now on, wherever my Tang family can be of assistance, we shall do so with utmost effort. Ning Fan hurriedly supported Tang Guiqiang, saying, Old sir, you are being too modest. Today, I owe much to you. Physician Zhao also turned to Ning Fan, remarking, Otherwise, if anything were to happen to the old gentleman, my reputation as Zhao the physician would be irrevocably tarnished. If I have inadvertently offended you with my words earlier, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Ning Fan nodded, choosing not to dwell on it. He then continued, The acupuncture technique you just employed is called the locking yang needle, correct? In principle, it is indeed effective for halting the old gentleman's vital energy from waning. However, without the infusion of new life force, the energy that has been locked within him will clash and surge violently, exacerbating his condition. Physician Zhao's mind was stirred. His technique had remained unrecognized for decades. He was astonished that Ning Fan could discern it at a glance and even grasp the essence of the locking yang formation. After a few moments, he regained his composure and felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Ning Fan, realizing that he was attempting to salvage his dignity. Ning Fan's recognition stemmed from the legacy of his father, which encompassed this acupuncture method within the sacred art of medicine. Though the locking yang needle sounds impressive, it is merely a rudimentary technique within the sacred medical arts, and Zhao's understanding was incomplete. The true locking yang needle comprises 18 needles, while Zhao had only mastered 15. Had he known the complete method, the old gentleman would not have experienced a relapse. Young friend, may I inquire about your lineage? Would you consider accepting me as a disciple on behalf of your master? Physician Zhao asked, breathless with urgency. The individual capable of nurturing someone as remarkable as Ning Fan must possess extraordinary abilities. Despite being over 70 years old, he believed in the principle of lifelong learning as a physician. Only through continuous improvement could he save countless lives. Thus, he yearned to take on a mentor. Without hesitation, Zhao then knelt before Ning Fan with a thud. Chapter 20. I shall fetch it now. Physician Zhao's sudden act left everyone in the room momentarily stunned, particularly Tang Sihai. At this moment, Tang Sihai's breath quickened, his face and heart filled with astonishment. Initially, he had considered Ning Fan a desperate gamble, yet he was taken aback by Ning Fan's true capabilities. It had been several minutes since the old gentleman had fully awakened and returned to normal, without any further complications. Meanwhile, the usually proud physician Zhao was kneeling before Ning Fan, seeking to be his disciple, which clearly indicated Ning Fan's competence. He was no charlatan. Tang Sihai realized he had underestimated Ning Fan today. However, he remained silent, as speaking would only bring him shame. Tang Guiqiang was equally taken aback. The renowned physician Zhao was humbling himself before a young man solely to seek apprenticeship through Ning Fan. However, Tang Guiqiang soon found himself overwhelmed with excitement. The more enigmatic Ning Fan appeared, the more it underscored his extraordinary nature. The Tang family was indeed fortunate to forge a connection with such an exceptional individual. A fortuitous encounter that seemed to be a stroke of immense luck. Yet, Ning Fan himself was taken aback. From whence came this master of his? Everything he possessed was a legacy bestowed upon him by his father. Naturally, he would not divulge the truth. Thus, he replied, My master has instructed me to keep our lineage confidential. I am his sole disciple, and after imparting his teachings to me, he embarked on a journey across the world and will not take on any more students. Instantly, a look of disappointment crossed the face of the renowned physician, Zhao. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of fervent enthusiasm as he implored, Ning physician, while your master may not accept disciples anymore, might you consider taking me under your wing? Zhao, eager to associate himself with the esteemed lineage behind Ning Fan and to refine his own medical skills, could hardly contain his excitement and even altered his form of address. In a show of respect, he bowed deeply before Ning Fan. Ning Fan hastily assisted him to his feet, saying, There is no need for such formalities, Zhao physician. My medical expertise is not yet at a level worthy of taking you as a disciple. Disappointment flickered across Zhao's face once more as he lamented, in comparison to you, I am but a mere practitioner. Yet, within mere seconds, Zhao's excitement rekindled when Ning Fan remarked, though I am not yet prepared to accept disciples, if time permits. We could engage in discussions about medicine. Excellent. Thank you, Ning physician, Zhao exclaimed, elated. Although he had not successfully become a disciple, establishing a rapport with a medical luminary like Ning Fan was a significant achievement in itself. Just as everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief, Ning Fan suddenly interjected. Elder, while I have just saved you with my acupuncture and eradicated the hidden ailment within you, the prolonged existence of that ailment has considerably weakened your constitution. To prevent any further emergencies, you must focus on recuperating your health. Conventional methods or supplements will not suffice to restore your vitality. If you cannot complete your recuperation within 2 months, similar health crises may arise, potentially with greater severity, leading to a situation where recovery becomes impossible. The atmosphere in the room grew tense in response to his warning. Tang Chu, visibly anxious, implored, Ning Fan, do you possess any effective methods for recuperation? Since you can diagnose ailments, surely you can provide a regimen for restoring health. Please assist my grandfather. I am willing to pay any price for his complete recovery. Given the elder's age, standard recuperative measures, though effective, would be inadequate for a full restoration within 6 months. After a previous fall, it had taken the old man over a year to fully recuperate. In the current circumstance, achieving recovery in 2 months without exceptional measures seemed impossible. Ning Fan hesitated for a moment. His father's illustrious medical heritage contained invaluable prescriptions for bodily nourishment. However, he was uncertain whether Tang Guoqiang's constitution could withstand the purging effects of such remedies. After a few seconds, Ning Fan addressed Tang Chu, saying, there is no need for such formality. If I can assist, I shall certainly do so. Do you have paper and pen? Yes, I will fetch them right away. Tang Chu replied promptly. Once the writing materials were at hand, Ning Fan meticulously transcribed a prescription based on the esteemed medical texts, reducing the dosage of each herb slightly to ensure that the elder's body could endure the potency of the concoction. Additionally, he omitted one particularly domineering ingredient. Could we arrange for someone to procure these herbs? Ning Fan handed the prescription to Tang Chu. Ning Shini, allow me to handle this matter, Dr. Zhao interjected. Though my medical skills may be lacking, I am quite adept at assessing the age and quality of medicinal materials. Ning Fan glanced at Dr. Zhao, realizing that the old man's sudden eagerness to run errands stemmed from a desire to study the prescription for bodily rejuvenation. Since he had already omitted one ingredient and had not adhered to the precise dosages, he harbored no fear of being outsmarted. Thus, he entrusted the prescription to Dr. Zhao for procurement. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Ning. Tang Guoqiang expressed his gratitude once more. Ning Fan merely shook his head in response. At that moment, an awkward silence enveloped the room, as Ning Fan's stomach audibly growled. Tang Guoqiang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, my apologies, Mr. Ning, due to my health. I have delayed your meal. Let us take our seats at once. Chu, please inform your mother to check if the dishes have cooled. If so, have them prepared anew. Understood, Tang Chu nodded. Tang Guoqiang then escorted Ning Fan to the dining hall of the Tang family. The dining area was resplendent, adorned with exquisite mahogany, exuding an air of grandeur. It was Ning Fan's first time dining in such an opulent setting in over 20 years, and he felt somewhat out of place. After Ning Fan completely eradicated the chronic ailment within Tang Guoqiang, the latter's vitality visibly surged, radiating an authoritative presence that deterred any further conversation, even from Tang Sihai, who sat nearby, fearful of incurring his elder's wrath. At this moment, the family's housekeeper began to serve an array of exquisite dishes, all steaming with warmth. These culinary creations were entirely unfamiliar to Ning Fan, even in his time at the Yang family. Mr. Ning, this is a fine red wine I had imported from abroad. Aged for 80 years, its flavor is exquisite. Please, do give it a taste. Tang Guoqiang poured a glass for Ning Fan. Although he had yet to sip it, the aroma was utterly captivating. Ning Fan accepted the glass, expressed his gratitude, and took a gentle sip. Quite delightful. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the once joyous atmosphere at the table suddenly turned somber when Tang Guoqiang abruptly set down his chopsticks. Chapter 21. What I say goes, father. What is the matter? Tang's mother inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Noticing that the old gentleman remained silent, she turned to the downcast Tang Sihai and asked, Sihai, have you upset father again? How could I? Tang Sihai replied, forcing bravado, as though he had completely forgotten his earlier demeanor towards Ning Fan. Huh, father, you must be joking, Tang Chuchu scoffed. If you hadn't angered grandfather, he would not be behaving this way. You have certainly vexed Tang Sihai. What sort of daughter is this? She has only known Ning Fan for a day, yet she is already turning her back. Apologize to Mr. Ning, Tang Guqiang commanded. Faced with so many witnesses, the thought of apologizing to Ning Fan, who was of a younger generation, made Tang Sihai feel 1,000 reluctances. It was far too humiliating. Yet, under Tang Guqiang's imposing authority, he found himself unable to resist. Gritting his teeth, he poured wine into his glass, preparing to offer his apology to Ning Fan. Seeing this, Ning Fan shook his head and said, There is no need for such formality, old master. After all, you are Tang Chuchu's father. And making things overly awkward would not be ideal. That is not negotiable, Tang Guqiang asserted firmly. You are my savior, and not just anyone can offend you. Forcing him to apologize is already a concession. Tang Sihai, let my father apologize to you. That will allow this matter to be put to rest. Tang Chuchu suggested to Ning Fan. Otherwise, grandfather will not let you off easily. Ning Fan could not help but let out a wry smile. Really, there is no need for this. I bear no grudges. He added, if you insist on this course of action, I fear I may not be able to enjoy this meal. Humph. Tang Guqiang coldly snorted at Tang Sihai. Fortunately, Mr. Ning is not like you, otherwise I would have had to break your legs today. Then, turning to Ning Fan, he continued, Mr. Ning, you have saved my life on 2 occasions, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. Regardless of the future or the present, whenever you require assistance from the Tang family, we shall respond without hesitation. As he spoke, Tang Guqiang waved his hand, prompting the butler waiting in the dining room to quickly bring over a bank card. Mr. Ning, this is a small token of my appreciation. You must not refuse it, Tang Guqiang insisted, personally handing the card to Ning Fan. Very well, Ning Fan replied, not declining. At present, he indeed needed financial support, given the household expenses and his sister's tuition and living costs. Although he could manage with the 100,000 yuan from the female executive he had treated yesterday and his monthly salary, life was not particularly comfortable. His sister's health required him to provide her with daily nutritious meals. After the meal, Tang Guqiang spoke again. By the way, Mr. Ning, given your exceptional medical skills, it seems a waste for you to be delivering packages under our Tang Express. If you are willing, I can establish a hospital in Jiangxing specifically for you to lead. What do you think? No, Ning Fan quickly replied. Delivering packages is quite fine. It offers me freedom. I see. Tang Guqiang nodded in understanding. Without lingering too long on the matter, it was not that he was reluctant to part with the funds for the construction of hospitals, but rather that he believed someone like Ning Fan, who yearned for freedom and lived according to his own desires, was precisely the kind of individual who concealed himself within the ordinary vastness of society. If he were to press the issue forcefully and inadvertently offend him, it would not bode well. At that moment, the esteemed physician Zhao returned from fetching the medicine. Tang's mother stood up to receive the herbal concoction and proceeded to prepare it for Tang Guqiang. After approximately half an hour, the medicine was ready, and Tang Guqiang drank it down in one go. Although Ning Fan had utilized the 99 revitalization needle to purge the hidden ailments from his body, restoring much of his spirit, the passage of time had brought about a sense of weariness once more. However, as the bowl of medicine settled within him, Tang Guqiang felt a surge of warmth circulating throughout his body, akin to basking in a hot spring, a sensation of indescribable comfort washing away his fatigue. Moreover, his vitality had been significantly revitalized. He felt as if the vigor of his youth had returned. He gazed at Ning Fan with awe, truly a miraculous physician, a hidden master amidst the bustling populace. It was undoubtedly advantageous for the Tang family to cultivate a friendship with such a person. Old master, it is getting late. I have only 2 hours of rest for lunch before I must return to work, Ning Fan stated as he rose. Very well, Tang Guqiang replied, not insisting on his stay. Understanding that someone like Ning Fan would not appreciate being tethered, he was free to pursue what he wished. Henceforth, the Tang family would serve as Ning Fan's support. Chu-Chu, please see Mr. Ning back, Tang Guqiang instructed his daughter. All right, Tang Chu-Chu responded as she stood. Tang Sihai had remained silent throughout, sensing that his father had taken a liking to Ning Fan, wishing for him to become a son-in-law of the Tang family. Before meeting Ning Fan, he had never allowed Chu Chu to escort any male acquaintances, even rejecting suitors who came from the provincial capital. Tang's mother also remained quiet, seemingly intrigued by Ning Fan. Mr. Ning, Zhao, the physician, remarked with a hint of envy after Tang Chu Chu had departed. Elder Tang. Ning the physician is certainly not an ordinary individual. It is a fortunate opportunity for Chu Chu to be close to someone like him. If I had not brought my granddaughter along today, I would have wished to introduce her to Ning the physician myself, to allow them to become acquainted. Haha. They will have the chance to know each other in the future, but as for the aspect you are contemplating, I fear there may not be an opportunity. Tang Guiqiang chuckled. As Tang Sihai had surmised, he indeed held an admiration for Ning Fan. Since the Yang family had chosen to overlook such a hidden gem, the Tang family would seize the opportunity. 10 minutes later, Ning Fan was escorted to the express station by Tang Chu Chu. Amidst the envious and complex gazes of his colleagues, he stepped out of the vehicle. Ning Fan, Tang Chu Chu called out suddenly, rolling down the car window just as she was about to drive away. What is it? Ning Fan turned around, perplexed. Do you have time tonight? Could you do me a favor? Tang Chu Chu asked with a cheerful smile. I'm organizing a gathering, and I'm in need of a male companion. Would you accompany me? What time? Ning Fan inquired. He could not attend if the gathering started too early, after work. He had to visit the pharmacy to procure a pack of silver needles and gather some medicine for his sister, Qin Xiao. Probably around 9, Tang Chu Chu replied. Sensing Ning Fan's contemplation about the timing, she added, if you have other commitments, it's all right. We can push it to 10. No, Ning Fan quickly responded. I can make it by 9. But do you think someone like me would be suitable for your gathering? Why wouldn't you be? Tang Chu Chu replied with a sharp tone. You are mine. If I say it's fine, then it is. Realizing her words had been too forward, Tang Chu Chu's face flushed crimson as she hastily rolled up the car window, saying, all right then, send me your address on WeChat, and I'll pick you up at 9. Chapter 22. Is there anything else to discuss? Oh, sure. Ning Fan nodded, still taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm. In an instant, Tang Chu Chu pressed the accelerator and sped away. Ning Fan took out his phone and sent her their home address via WeChat. He then began unloading and loading packages in preparation for his delivery route. Just as he was nearly finished and about to ride out on his tricycle, the area manager, Wang Hongli, unexpectedly strode out of his office, calling out, Mr. Ning. Due to Tang Chu Chu's attitude towards Ning Fan, Wang Hongli had altered his demeanor, addressing him more respectfully. Particularly after witnessing Tang Chu Chu personally drop Ning Fan off and invite him to her upscale gathering, he realized that Ning Fan's connection to the Tang family was quite significant. Wang's intention in coming to Tang Express was to align himself with the Tang family, aspiring to establish a connection that would serve as a foundation for himself and his sister, Wangya. Though he had achieved the position of area manager, he had yet to find an opportunity to elevate his status. Now, encountering someone like Ning Fan, who had substantial ties to the Tang family within his jurisdiction, he perceived this as a fortuitous chance to use Ning Fan as a bridge to genuinely connect with the Tang family. Mr. Wang, what is it? Ning Fan halted his activity. Mr. Ning, under this blazing sun, why are you out delivering packages? The position of station master at this site is currently vacant. Why don't you take on that role? Wang Hongli suggested. Ning Fan was taken aback, then shook his head. No, Mr. Wang. I lack management experience and wouldn't be suitable for that. Delivering packages suits me just fine. It's manageable now, and it's not too hot. If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. Wang Hongli was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated Ning Fan's refusal to be so resolute, creating an awkward silence. However, he managed to say, Mr. Ning, may I add you on WeChat? Oh, sure. Ning Fan did not decline this request. After adding WeChat, Wang Hongli remarked, Mr. Ning, in the 7th district of Jiangqing, the underground kingpin is my elder sister. If you encounter anything that you find inconvenient to address directly, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall have her send someone to assist you. Ning Fan, realizing Wang Hongli's intention to ingratiate himself and forge a closer bond, recalled that earlier in the day, Tang Chu Chu had mentioned Wang Hongli's background when she came to alleviate his troubles. She had alluded to Wang's sister being the underground leader of the 7th district, subtly implying Wang's motive for working with the Tang family as conglomerate. Although Ning Fan was uncertain of the exact purpose behind it, he could surmise Wang Hongli's current demeanor towards him. However, given their lack of familiarity, he was not foolish enough to agree to anything outright, lest he become a mere pawn in Wang's game. Wang Hongli chuckled softly and refrained from further conversation. Shortly thereafter, Ning Fan departed on his motorcycle. While delivering goods, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, this is Tang's Express. How may I assist you?" Ning Fan politely inquired. Assuming it was a customer inquiring about a delivery. "It's me, Tang Sihai." A cold voice resonated through the line, imbued with an air of authority. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, responding, "What can I do for you, Uncle Tang? The old master has taken a liking to you and wishes for you to become the son-in-law of the Tang family," Tang Sihai stated indifferently. "I find it perplexing that a man like you, deemed unworthy by the Yang family, suddenly possesses remarkable medical skills, which does not align with my findings. However, I must convey my belief that a divorced man like you is not fit for my daughter. You and my daughter inhabit entirely different realms. You are a firefly, while she is the bright moon, a chasm too vast to bridge with mere medical prowess." Pausing momentarily, Tang Sihai continued in a grave tone, "Take heed. Should you dare to lay a finger on my daughter, I will ensure you vanish from Jiangxing." The threat was palpable, yet Ning Fan remained unfazed. "As long as you do not harbor intentions towards my daughter or the Tang family, I shall not impose any difficulties upon you," Tang Sihai added. "After all, regardless of the circumstances, it was you who saved the old master's life. At an appropriate time, I shall provide you with a sum of money, a residence in another city, a vehicle, and even assist in finding you a wife, enabling you to leave Jiangxing and live out the remainder of your life." "Oh," Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. "Is there anything else to convey? If not, I must attend to my work." Without waiting for Tang Sihai's response, he hung up the phone. In his study, Tang Sihai grimaced upon hearing the dial tone. For over the years, aside from the old master, Chu Chu, and Tang's mother, no one had dared to hang up on him first. Ning Fan was the first to do so outside of that select group. "Humph." Tang Sihai rose and approached the window, gazing in the direction of Ning Fan's workplace, snorting coldly. A discarded son-in-law of the Yang family, now relegated to the role of a lowly deliverman in my Tang family, seeking to transform into a swan through our influence? Such delusions are laughable. The old master may be aging and prone to foolish decisions, but I am not so easily swayed. Clearly, Tang Sihai still harbored reservations about Ning Fan, unaffected by his medical skills. After completing his deliveries, it was already 6 in the evening. Upon returning his tricycle to the delivery station, Ning Fan rode his brand-new electric scooter to the nearest pharmacy, named Zhao Yuantang. The pharmacy was spacious and appeared quite luxurious. Taking a deep breath, Ning Fan stepped over the threshold of Zhao Yuantang. Had it not been for the substantial sum of 100,000 he received yesterday, along with a bank card from the old master today, he would not have dared to enter such an establishment. After all, quality medicine and fine needles undoubtedly come at a price. "Ning Shini?" Just as he entered, Ning Fan heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he was surprised to see Dr. Zhao, whom he had met earlier that day at the Tang family. "Dr. Zhao," Ning Fan acknowledged. "What brings you here?" Dr. Zhao smiled, saying, "You left in such haste this afternoon that I forgot to add you on WeChat and neglected to mention that I frequently visit this pharmacy, Zhao Yuantang, which bears my name." "Ah, how fortuitous," Ning Fan replied. Dr. Zhao inquired, "What brings you to the pharmacy?" "I intend to purchase a pack of silver needles and some medicine," Ning Fan responded. "I wonder if you have suitable silver needles for sale?" "We do not carry silver needles, but I should have the medicine you need," Dr. Zhao replied, shaking his head. "Oh, I see," Ning Fan said, feeling a bit disheartened. It was surprising that such a large pharmacy did not stock silver needles. At that moment, Dr. Zhao added, "Although I do not sell silver needles here, I can lend you my own, if you do not mind. I can have them brought out right away." "Thank you very much," Ning Fan expressed his gratitude. Using Dr. Zhao's silver needles at the Tang family had proven quite convenient, since he only needed it for a single treatment of Qin Xiao. Acquiring them was not crucial, having access would suffice. "Xiaoyu, please fetch my silver needles," Dr. Zhao instructed. Soon, a young girl dressed in a white nurse's uniform emerged, holding a needle box. Her sweet voice rang out, "Grandpa, what do you need the silver needles for this time?" Ning Fan looked at the girl, who had a delicate face and wore light makeup, giving off a refreshing aura. "This is Ning Shini. I am lending him my silver needles for a brief usage," Dr. Zhao explained as he handed the needle box to Ning Fan. He then introduced, "Ning Shini, this is my granddaughter, Zhao Tiantian." Ning Fan nodded. With a gentle smile directed at Zhao Tiantian, Ning Fan greeted, "Hello, Ning Fan." Zhao Tiantian cast a surprised glance at him, her delicate features reflecting her astonishment. Her grandfather was a renowned physician in Jiangqing, a title he rightfully held as the sole medical sage in the city. Thus, hearing the name Ning physician slip from her grandfather's lips today left her perplexed. Had he mentioned a venerable elder, she might have believed it. But Ning Fan appeared far too youthful, clad in a courier's uniform, clearly a delivery man. How could he possibly be associated with a physician? Could he be an imposter? By the way, Ning physician, what medications do you require? I shall prepare them for you, Zhao Yuantang inquired. Ning Fan then relayed the names of several herbs he needed. Ning physician, please have a seat inside while I gather the medicines. Packaging will take a little time, approximately 10 minutes. Zhao Yuantang invited him into the consultation room of the pharmacy. Thank you kindly, Ning Fan replied, just as he settled into his seat. An urgent cry for help pierced the air from outside the pharmacy. Is there a doctor? Please, come quickly and save her. Zhao Yuantang halted his task. Swiftly turning towards the door, a group of individuals entered, carrying an unconscious woman. One of them implored, Dr. Zhao, please save our Yijie. Zhao Yuantang recognized the unconscious woman immediately. It was Wang Ye, the underground leader of the 7th district in Jiangqing, a woman known for her ruthless tactics despite her gender. What has happened? Zhao Yuantang thought it best to expedite her treatment to avoid complications. I don't know. Yijie just suddenly collapsed, one of Wang Ye's subordinates said. Panic etched on his face. Doctor, please do everything you can to save her. Zhao Yuantang commanded, Tian, bring out the hospital bed. Zhao Tian promptly wheeled over a mobile hospital bed. Once Wang Ye was laid upon it, Zhao Yuantang began to take her pulse, assessing her condition. Ning sir, may I use the silver needles? Zhao Yuantang asked, refraining from referring to Ning Fan's physician title, unsure of his willingness to disclose his medical identity in this setting. Ning Fan handed over the silver needles. Zhao Yuantang proceeded to insert the needles, placing 13 in total, yet Wang Ye remained unresponsive, showing no signs of awakening. How can this be? Zhao Yuantang's expression shifted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Doctor, how is our Yijie? The anxious subordinate inquired, noticing her continued unconsciousness. Do not rush him, Zhao Tian interjected. Grandfather is in the critical phase of her treatment. Please refrain from speaking. Interrupting him could lead to disastrous consequences. Suddenly, the young man beside fell silent, his expression taut with anxiety. After all, they were not fools. If there were no significant issues, Wang Ye would have awakened by now. The renowned Dr. Zhao, known throughout Jiangqing for his expertise, was currently administering her treatment. One could only hope that all would be well. Zhao Tian, too, wore a worried countenance. If this woman were not healed, the pharmacy would certainly face considerable trouble, for these individuals were not bound by any code of ethics. Abruptly, Zhao Yuantang ceased his attempt at acupuncture and stood, beseeching Ning Fan for assistance. Mr. Ning, this patient's condition is rather unique. My methods appear to be utterly ineffective. For reasons unknown, they seem to be hastening the depletion of her vital energy. I implore you to employ your techniques and save her once more. Dr. Zhao, what do you mean by this? The expression of Wang Ye's subordinates darkened immediately at Zhao Yuantang's unexpected appeal to a mere courier. How could they allow just anyone to approach their sister, to touch her, to administer needles? They swiftly drew soft blades from their waists, filling the pharmacy with a palpable chill. Grandfather, you misunderstand Zhao Tian. Who is this person? Why should I intervene for someone with such an entourage? Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. Mr. Ning, this individual is the leader of the underground world in District 7 of Jiangqing, known as Sister Ye, her full name being Wang Ye. She is quite a prominent figure in the city's underbelly, Zhao Yuantang explained. Ah, it is she. Ning Fan paused, taken aback by the rapidity of his encounter with Wang Hongli's sister, Wang Ye, and in such a manner. Mr. Ning knows Sister Ye? Zhao Yuantang was momentarily surprised, but quickly composed himself. Someone of Wang Ye's stature might not be particularly prominent in the eyes of Jiangqing's affluent families, yet to the general populace, especially to individuals like Ning Fan, she was undoubtedly a well-known figure. After all, her actions could significantly affect the stability of everyday life. Brawls and extortion could disrupt the peace. Consequently, most would prefer to avoid entanglements with such characters. Ning Fan shook his head. I do not know her personally, but I have heard of her. Is it true that Sister Ye is in critical condition? Are you both merely playing tricks on us? One of Wang Ye's subordinates interjected coldly. If anything were to happen to her, you would be held accountable. Mr. Ning, in the spirit of a healer's compassion, please do not stoop to their level. Assist this old man one more time, Zhao Yuantang pleaded, perspiration beading on his forehead. In the future, wherever my services may be required in Jiangqing, I shall respond without hesitation. Very well, Ning Fan acquiesced, as a sudden thought crossed his mind regarding a cultivation issue. The spiritual energy in the air was too sparse, hindering his progress. Despite practicing all night, he had yet to enter the Qi refinement stage. To resolve this dilemma, he had discovered two solutions within his father's ancestral records. The first method is to seek a location rich in spiritual energy. However, given his current capabilities, this remains elusive. The second method involves locating aged medicinal herbs. Chapter 24. What are you doing? Such herbs are likely to contain a certain amount of spiritual energy. Perhaps a single herb would not suffice, but gathering several should prove effective. Yet, he remains unaware of where such herbs can be found. Nonetheless, Zhao Yuantang, having practiced medicine in Jiangqing for decades, would undoubtedly possess this knowledge. This is precisely why he is willing to assist Zhao Yuantang. Is there a private room available? Ning Fan inquired. Yes, Zhao Yuantang replied, nodding. Mr. Ning, what do you intend to do? The patient's condition is somewhat unique. I will need to remove some clothing for treatment, Ning Fan stated candidly. You're courting death, the lead henchman exclaimed, fixing a cold glare on Ning Fan. There's no need to be agitated, Ning Fan responded calmly. Your boss fell unconscious due to latent snake venom in her system. To revive her, we must expel the toxins from her blood and meridians. If we delay any longer, once the toxins infiltrate her brain, she may never awaken. As these words resonated, the henchman's pupils dilated in shock, gazing at Ning Fan in disbelief. They could not fathom how Ning Fan had discerned the presence of snake venom within their sister Ya without any prior action. 3 months prior, during a confrontation with the crows of District 6, he had been deliberately exposed to the venom of a king cobra, resulting in a skin laceration. They had rushed her to the hospital for blood dialysis, believing the matter resolved, only to discover the venom still lurked within her. Now it makes sense, Zhao Yuantang remarked, momentarily taken aback before displaying a look of realization. No wonder his locking needle technique not only failed to revive Wang Ya, but worsened her condition. Tian, please assist Mr. Ning in moving the patient inside, Zhao Yuantang instructed. Understood, Tian replied, her astonishment growing as she deciphered the expressions of the henchman, leading her to surmise that Ning Fan's assertion regarding the snake venom was likely true. Yet, she remained perplexed as to how he had deduced this. Could it be that he truly was a miraculous physician, surpassing even her grandfather? Although Wang Ya's henchmen were vehemently opposed to allowing Ning Fan to treat her, they found themselves without recourse. They could only glare menacingly at Ning Fan, warning, if you dare to mishandle Ya's body during treatment, you will not see the light of tomorrow. If you delay any further, prepare to purchase a coffin for her, Ning Fan retorted coldly. Thus, the henchman could only watch helplessly as Ning Fan followed Zhao Tian into the small room of the pharmacy. Inside, after securing the bed, Zhao Tian took a deep breath and said to Ning Fan, I leave this patient in your capable hands. Ning Fan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze settling upon Wang Ya. It must be said that her beauty was striking, with a figure that was both alluring and perfectly sculpted, devoid of any excess flesh. Her skin resembled freshly fallen snow. It was remarkable that such a captivating woman was immersed in the underworld, having ascended to the position of leader in the 7th district of Jiang City's underground realm. What a shame, Ning Fan murmured as he observed the unconscious Wang Ya. He then proceeded to unfasten her garments. Zhao Tian, standing nearby, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Being alone in a room with a man while gazing upon another woman's exquisite form was an unsettling experience. Her breath quickened, and a strange heat enveloped her body. What are you doing? Zhao Tian suddenly exclaimed, her expression shifting as she grasped Ning Fan's arm. He was not using silver needles for treatment. Instead, his hand was now reaching towards Wang Ya's chest. Ning Fan looked at Zhao Tian and explained, the snake venom within her has largely concentrated around her chest, pressing upon her heart and lungs, which hampers her breathing and has caused her to lose consciousness. To awaken her, we must first eliminate a portion of the toxin. With that, he freed himself from Zhao Tian's grasp, placing his right hand on the right side of her chest, then moving to the left, performing acupressure on both sides simultaneously. Zhao Tian had intended to say more, but fell silent as she witnessed the appearance of a dark halo atop Wang Ya's alabaster chest. With remarkable speed, Ning Fan seized 2 silver needles and positioned them at the center of her chest. In an instant, the needles turned black, releasing 2 streams of dark liquid. The dark halo dissipated immediately. Suddenly, Wang Ya, who had been barely breathing, exhaled heavily, yet her eyes remained tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Ning Fan, maintaining the activation of his purple-golden divine pupil, scanned Wang Ya's body and detected traces of toxins lingering in other areas. Although their concentration was significantly lower than that in her chest, nevertheless, this was the key factor preventing her from regaining consciousness. Thus, Ning Fan channeled his energy, allowing his palms to be imbued with spiritual power, and began to apply acupressure to the other parts of Wang Ya's body, directing the energy towards her chest. After completing 6 cycles of this treatment, the snake venom within her was entirely purged, and her breathing rhythm returned to normal. However, she still did not awaken. After removing the 2 silver needles from her chest, Ning Fan, drenched in sweat, turned to Zhao Tiantian and said, "Please help her put on her clothes. The treatment is complete. She should awaken shortly." "All right," Zhao Tiantian nodded. Although Wang Ya had yet to regain consciousness, the sight of the dark toxins expelled by the silver needles assured her that Ning Fan had indeed succeeded in his healing efforts. Wang Ya awakened. It was merely a matter of time. After she was brought out, her entourage swiftly approached. "How is Sister Ya?" inquired the leader of her followers. Anxiety etched on his face. "She is fine," Ning Fan replied. "I have eliminated all the toxins from her body. There is no cause for concern." "You're talking nonsense. Are you trying to fool us?" The leader, seeing Wang Ya still unconscious, became irate. She has been inside for half an hour, yet her eyes remained shut. "Is this what you call no concern?" Suddenly, a faint cough escaped the lips of the still unconscious Wang Ya, and her tightly shut eyes gradually fluttered open. Instantly, the pharmacy fell into a profound silence. Wang Ya's followers were taken aback, their faces a tableau of astonishment. Although Zhao Tiantian had anticipated that Wang Ya's awakening was only a matter of time, witnessing it firsthand still left her deeply shaken. Only Ning Fan remained indifferent, observing Wang Ya's disciples with an icy demeanor. Chapter 25, Scoundrel. "Thank you, Dr. Ning, for saving me once more." As the crowd remained in shock, Zhao Yuantang inhaled deeply and bowed toward Ning Fan. "Had it not been for you today, I would have perished at the Tang family estate, not once, but in my own pharmacy. Death itself is inconsequential. For a physician, reputation holds paramount importance." Zhao Yuantang exhaled, feeling a sense of survival wash over him. Zhao Tiantian gazed at Ning Fan with wide eyes, astonished. What her esteemed physician grandfather could not resolve, this seemingly derided figure in delivery attire accomplished with ease. Truly, he was a miraculous doctor. Sister Ya, her followers, regaining their composure, gathered around her. Wang Ya, feeling somewhat weak, struggled to sit up. As she surveyed her surroundings, comprehension dawned upon her. She then turned to Zhao Yuantang, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Zhao." "It is of little consequence to me," Zhao Yuantang replied. "It was entirely Dr. Ning who brought you back." "That man." Wang Ya's gaze shifted to Ning Fan, her brows furrowing slightly. How could a mere figure clad in delivery garb have saved her? Before Zhao Yuantang could respond, Ning Fan interjected, "Dr. Zhao, may I have the medicine now? Along with your silver needles? I must take my leave." Zhao Yuantang was momentarily taken aback, but then remembered the purpose of Ning Fan's visit to the pharmacy. He felt a pang of guilt for having delayed Ning Fan's affairs. Hastily, he and his granddaughter prepared the medicine and handed the silver needles to Ning Fan, saying, "Dr. Ning, I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. When you have a moment, I shall be sure to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance on 2 occasions." With that, Zhao Yuantang retrieved his phone and asked Ning Fan, "Would you mind adding me on WeChat? Should you require anything in the future, simply message me, and I shall have Tian deliver it to you, sparing you the trouble of coming over." "Very well," Ning Fan nodded in agreement. The pharmacy was bustling with patrons, making it inconvenient to discuss the demand for older medicinal herbs. "Once we return, I will inquire with Zhao Yuantang via WeChat," said Zhao Yuantang. "Tian, please escort Dr. Ning to his destination." It was evident that Ning Fan was not merely a courier, as he was quite willing to engage with the situation. He promptly turned and departed without casting a glance at Wang Ya. Wang Ya observed Ning Fan's retreating figure, her brows furrowing slightly. This man seemed utterly dismissive of her presence, as if she did not exist in his eyes at all. Little did she know that during her treatment, Ning Fan had scrutinized not just her appearance, but her entire being. The baby warehouse had endured over half an hour of meticulous manipulation at his hands. Feeling significantly relieved, Wang Yi dismounted from the mobile bed and addressed Zhao Yuantang once more. Dr. Zhao, my companions who brought me here may have been a bit overly emotional. If they have offended you in any way, please let me know, and I will ensure they face the consequences. Zhao Yuantang shook his head. It is of no concern. Sister Ya, focus on resting and recuperating your health. Understood, Wang Yi nodded, and she subsequently left with her companions. Once outside the pharmacy, Wang Yi inquired, is it true, as Dr. Zhao mentioned, that it was that man who saved me? Among her two most loyal and straightforward subordinates, Jin Bao was the foremost. He hesitated momentarily before affirming. Sister Ya, indeed, it was he who rescued you. But what? Wang Yi turned to Jin Bao, who was sweating profusely. His method of treatment was rather unconventional, Jin Bao stammered. Wang Yi's voice turned icy. Speak clearly, do not leave me in suspense. How did he treat me? He insisted on removing your clothing, Jin Bao trembled. At that moment, there was no other option, Sister Ya. He immediately identified the issues with your body, and since Dr. Zhao could not assist you, we had no choice but to allow him and Dr. Zhao's granddaughter to transfer you to a small room for half an hour of treatment. What? Wang Yi was taken aback, her expression hardening with frost. Seconds later, she felt a swelling discomfort in her baby warehouse, and a glance down revealed handprints on either side through the fabric. Suddenly, Wang Yi's body quivered. She could hardly fathom the nature of the treatment she had undergone at Ning Fan's hands. Gazing in the direction where Zhao Tiantian had accompanied Ning Fan, she bit her lip, seething, you scoundrel, should I encounter you again, I shall take your life. Jin Bao trembled beside her, clutching the medicine and silver needles. Without further delay, Ning Fan returned home. Just as he arrived, Qin Xiu returned from school. Brother, why did you get off work so early today? Qin Xiu exclaimed joyfully as she set down her backpack and playfully shook Ning Fan's arm. Did you bring me something delicious? At merely 16, Qin Xiu had blossomed beautifully, exuding a freshness that hinted at her potential as a stunning young woman. Her physique had developed significantly, and as she clung to Ning Fan's arm, it was inevitable that she brushed against those newly developed areas. Ning Fan quickly extricated himself from her grasp, gently reminding her, you are no longer the little girl you once were. You've grown up, and I am also a young man. We must maintain a respectful distance and avoid excessive intimacy. Oh, Qin Xiu pouted. What is the big deal? Ning Fan affectionately ruffled her hair and replied with a smile. I was in a bit of a rush today, so I didn't manage to buy you any food. However, I did bring back silver needles for your treatment and some traditional Chinese medicine. You won't need to go to the hospital for any bypass surgery. I can help resolve your heart issues myself. Upon seeing the box of silver needles and the medicinal herbs laid out on the table, Qin Xiu paused, her curiosity piqued. Brother, where did you learn about these remedies? Are they effective? This is not a folk remedy, Ning Fan stated as he opened the needle box. You'll understand shortly. By the way, have you experienced any discomfort in your heart today? Just a little, but it's not severe, Qin Xiu replied, shaking her head. Brother, how are you going to treat me? Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing a deep crimson, feeling an intense heat rise within him. To address Qin Xiu's heart condition, he would need to employ a specific acupuncture technique from the supreme medical scriptures, known as the Dispel Lokyang needle. This method involved strategically placing 6 silver needles at the site of the affliction, encircling the area to eradicate the stubborn ailment while preserving the vital essence. However, a crucial prerequisite for this treatment was that the area to be treated must be unobstructed by clothing. If it were anyone else, Ning Fan would have had no qualms about this treatment method. Yet, the fact remained that he was about to treat his own sister, Qin Xiu. The thought left him utterly flustered, and he found himself at a loss for words. Brother, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Qin Xiu inquired, placing her palm on his forehead. Wow, you're really hot. You're not coming down with a fever, are you? I'm fine, Ning Fan insisted, gently removing her hand. But why are you so warm? Could it be the tension? Ning Fan ventured. That's fine, Qin Xiu nodded. Brother, how can I assist you? No need for that. Just take the medicine first and let your body recuperate, Ning Fan decided, still grappling with his inner turmoil. He resolved to let Qin Xiu take her medicine first. Although he couldn't completely eradicate the heart ailment, he could alleviate and manage it with the herbal formulas inherited from their father. All right, I'll take the medicine first, Qin Xiu said, blinking her eyes. Ning Fan nodded and proceeded to prepare medicine for Qin Xiu. Just as he finished, before Qin Xiu could take a sip, Ning Fan's phone rang. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 8 o'clock, drawing near to the appointed hour with Tang Chu. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was a WeChat voice call from Zhao Yuantang. Dear Dr. Ning, I am genuinely grateful to you today. Zhao Yuantang's voice resonated as soon as the call connected. I wonder when you might be free. I would like to invite you to dinner. There's no need for a meal. Simply assist me with a task, Ning Fan replied. Whatever you require, I will certainly do my utmost to fulfill, Zhao Yuantang responded promptly. I need your help in sourcing some aged medicinal herbs, Ning Fan stated. How old are you looking for, Dr. Ning? Which specific herbs do you need? Zhao Yuantang inquired. While I may lack expertise in other areas, I assure you, sourcing medicinal herbs is my forte. My pharmacy has been in operation for decades, and I personally select each herb from the market. I can find any herb that exists in this world for you. There's no strict limitation on the herbs. The primary concern is their age. I require some that are around 1,000 years old. Can you procure such herbs? Ning Fan asked. 1,000-year-old herbs? Zhao Yuantang was taken aback, then awkwardly responded. To be candid, such aged herbs are virtually unseen. Even if they were to surface, they would be quickly acquired by affluent families at exorbitant prices, never circulating in the market. If I may inquire, what purpose do you have for these herbs? Zhao Yuantang added hastily. Please do not misunderstand. I am merely curious to see if there are alternative herbs of lesser ages that possess similar properties. Can you find herbs that are around 500 years old? Ning Fan continued, undeterred. While this age range also tends not to circulate widely, with some effort, there is a slim chance I might be able to locate them, Zhao Yuantang replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Initially confident in his ability to assist Ning Fan, he was now disheartened by his inability to meet the 2 consecutive requests. What about herbs aged a century? Ning Fan pressed further. I require wild specimens, not those cultivated artificially. With the prospects of 1,500-year-old herbs dimming, he was left to focus on wild herbs aged a century. This category of herbs is often cultivated, but while they may be older, they lack the abundant essence of nature that wild herbs absorb. However, I can certainly find such herbs. Zhao Yuantang's eyes brightened immediately. Very well, Ning Fan nodded. Regardless of the category, as long as they reach a century in age, please collect them for me, and I shall reimburse you later. Today, I checked the card given to me by Old Master Tang on my way home. Upon investigation, I was astonished to discover a sum of 1 million in cash. I promptly contacted the esteemed Elder Tang, intending to return the money, yet he declined my offer, stating that for him, such an amount was merely trifling, a drop in the ocean. He asserted that exchanging a trifling sum for a life was certainly worthwhile. Consequently, I refrained from insisting on returning the money, acknowledging the gravity of his words. Thus, I now possess the confidence to request Zhao Yuantang to assist me in procuring more century-old medicinal herbs. Very well, I shall attend to it at once, Zhao Yuantang affirmed. Just as the call concluded, another ring disrupted the moment. It was Tang Chu. Ning Fan, I am downstairs at your residence. Please come down promptly. Her melodious voice resonated through the phone. All right, I responded, nodding. Upon hanging up, Qin Xiu suddenly leaned closer, curiosity evident in her demeanor. Brother, who is this sister on the phone? Her voice is delightful. Is she perhaps the new sister-in-law you have found for me? My cheeks flushed with embarrassment. A girl like Tang Chu, I, a divorced man, felt unworthy of her in my current standing. I gently ruffled Qin Xiu's nose, advising, focus your energies on your studies. You will soon enter your final year of high school. Also, be sure to finish your medicine while it's still warm and rest early. I have some matters to attend to this evening. Okay, Qin Xiu replied innocently, blinking her eyes. After changing into a more suitable outfit, I stepped outside. Upon descending the stairs, I spotted a pink Porsche 911. Ning Fan, over here. The car door swung open, and Tang Chu emerged. Tonight, she had meticulously prepared herself, radiating beauty. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her, and she donned a form-fitting evening gown that accentuated her figure flawlessly, devoid of any imperfection. Particularly striking were her long, slender, snow-white legs, stirring a sense of awe. With a touch of delicate makeup, she appeared as if she had stepped out from a painting. A true princess. With a roar, she pressed the accelerator, whisking me away. I heard you have a sister? Tang Chu inquired as she navigated the road. Yes, I nodded. Puzzled. How did you come to know? My father conducted some inquiries about you, she explained. But do not be upset, my grandfather reprimanded him. I nodded in acknowledgement. In the Tang family, both Tang Chuchu and the venerable elder Tang Guoqiang treated me with relative kindness. Thus I chose not to dwell on Tang Sihai's unkindness towards me. After all, a person of my background suddenly entering a prominent family like the Tangs would likely provoke scrutiny from others as well. Why did you not bring your sister along to tonight's gathering? Tang Chuchu asked. I wish to become acquainted with her. However, she must rise early for school tomorrow, making it unsuitable for her to linger outside for too long in the evening, Ning Fan remarked. This place is rather dilapidated. When I parked earlier, I noticed a number of ruffians nearby. I feel uneasy about your sister traveling to and from school in such an environment, Tang Chuchu responded. I possess a vacant property, which I shall generously offer to you. You and your sister can reside there. The safety and surroundings are far superior, allowing you to roam freely during the day or night without concern for her well-being. With that, Tang Chuchu opened a small box beside the driver's seat and produced a key, handing it to Ning Fan. Initially, Ning Fan intended to decline, but considering the deteriorating conditions of his and his sister's current residence, he reconsidered. Mornings were manageable, as he would ride her to school, but evenings often found her returning alone, particularly since she was no longer a mere girl, but had blossomed into a graceful young lady. The prevalence of local troublemakers was indeed concerning. While nothing untoward had happened thus far, the future remained uncertain, and any encounter with unruly individuals could lead to complications. Though he now had some money, it was earmarked for purchasing aged medicinal herbs, leaving little for a safer and more pleasant living environment. Thus, he acquiesced, promising to return the house to Tang Chuchu once he was financially stable enough to secure a new residence. Accepting the key, Ning Fan expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Oh, there's no need for thanks. It is merely a house, and I do not intend to reside there. It has been vacant anyway. You have saved my grandfather's life twice. He would not object to my gifting you half of the Tang family estate. Tang Chuchu chuckled lightly. At that moment, Ning Fan noticed the inscription on the key. It was, astonishingly, a key to a villa on Tsanglong Island. The villa district of Tsanglong Island is renowned as the most prestigious residence in Jiangxing, home to the affluent and influential. Ordinary individuals are not even granted the privilege to enter the community, let alone reside there. This property is far too valuable. Please take it back. Ning Fan inhaled deeply, attempting to return the key to Tang Chuchu. Compared to my grandfather's life, this is too insignificant a gesture. Tang Chuchu refused to take it back and continued. The decision to gift you this house was actually at my grandfather's behest. He instructed that should you decline, I should refrain from getting too close to you in the future. Very well, Ning Fan resignedly accepted the key once more. By the way, Miss Tang, I seek your counsel on a matter. What is it? Tang Chuchu inquired. Feel free to ask. There is nothing in Jiangxing that I do not know. Do you happen to know where I might procure ancient medicinal herbs? Ideally, ones aged 300 or 400 years, or even 500 years or more, Ning Fan replied. Tang Chuchu paused, her brow furrowed in curiosity. What do you require such herbs for? I have my reasons, Ning Fan responded. If it were merely a matter of a century, it would be relatively easy to find such materials, particularly through the renowned physician Zhao. However, the quantity would be limited. Tang Chuchu pondered for a moment before speaking. When it comes to materials over a century, it becomes exceedingly difficult. Those that are 500 years old are virtually non-existent. Likewise, those aged 200 to 300 years, or even 300 to 400 years, are scarcely found, as such herbs have been hoarded by affluent collectors. In fact, my family possesses a 300-year-old wild ginseng. However, this afternoon, to aid in my grandfather's swift recovery, I prepared it in a broth for him. Ning Fan felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, his eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity as he asked, From where did you acquire this wild ginseng? I won it at an auction in Jiangxing with my grandfather, Tang Chuchu replied, her eyes lighting up. Indeed, you need this. I can take you to the Jiangxing auction right now. There are numerous valuable items here, both legitimate and otherwise. Some declining families even auction off their ancestral treasures to sustain themselves. It's nearly 9 o'clock. Your gathering is about to commence. It might not be convenient to attend the auction at this hour, Ning Fan remarked. The gathering officially begins at 9:40. It's only 8:20 now. If we head to the Jiangxing auction, it starts at 8:30 and lasts for just an hour. We can reach the gathering site right after, Tang Chuchu smiled. Well then, thank you, Ning Fan expressed his gratitude. Entry to the Jiangxing auction requires verification of assets, although he had never attended. He was well aware of the rules in Jiangxing from his experience as a courier. If he were to go alone, he would not gain entry. However, accompanying Tang Chuchu would simplify matters considerably. No problem, Tang Chuchu replied with a sweet smile. With a press of the accelerator, she redirected the car towards the auction venue. Chapter 28. Spiritual Liquid in less than 10 minutes. Approximately 8 minutes later, Tang Chuchu brought Ning Fan to the parking lot of the Jiangxing auction. The area was filled with luxury vehicles, and the individuals emerging from them were impeccably dressed, clearly not of ordinary status. Evidently, those who could attend this event were primarily individuals of some stature, wealth, and influence in Jiangxing. Tang Chuchu instructed Ning Fan to wait for her after exiting the vehicle while she parked. As Ning Fan stepped out, his brow furrowed upon encountering two individuals who soured his mood, Yang Qiqi and Chun Wei. Ning Fan, you are quite the character, Yang Qiqi remarked with a cold smirk. Having noticed him, weren't you quite arrogant earlier, insisting I would regret it? Why are you shamelessly following me now? Seeking my forgiveness and a reconciliation? Let me make it clear, that is impossible. Where do you find the audacity? Ning Fan replied icily. Were it not for his current purpose of attending the auction to procure aged medicinal materials, he would have turned and walked away upon seeing them. Ning Fan, do not attempt to quibble, Yang Qiqi retorted. Yang Qiqi scoffed. How much you adore me is something I am well aware of, having witnessed your previous servile demeanor. I understand your reluctance to accept my relationship with Chen Xiao, and yet, out of respect for the fervor you exhibited when I rebuffed you, you are too embarrassed to plead with me directly. Instead, you follow me covertly, seeking a secluded space to implore me, thus preserving your dignity as a man. Given your lack of appeal, only a blind fool would pursue you for such entreaties. At that moment, Tang Chuchu approached, having parked her car at a distance. Instinctively, Yang Qiqi prepared to retort. However, upon observing Tang Chuchu take Ning Fan's hand, her words faltered. In the presence of Tang Chuchu, her once prized beauty and figure paled in comparison, akin to a mere firefly against the brilliance of the full moon. An unshakable sense of inferiority surged within her. Gritting her teeth, Yang Qiqi redirected her gaze to Ning Fan, seeking affirmation in his presence. Ning Fan, our relationship is eternally impossible, she declared through clenched teeth. Do you know why Chen Xiao and I are here today? It is to bid on a set of 3 gold pieces from European nobility, a ring, necklace, and earrings once worn by a queen, starting at $1 million. Chen Xiao intends to acquire them for me as we prepare for an extravagant wedding in 15 days. It will be the time when you experience the utmost regret for not cherishing me. Before Ning Fan could respond, Tang Chuchu erupted in laughter from the side. Marrying and purchasing second-hand gold. Truly fitting for a woman of your caliber. Yang Qiqi's face flushed crimson, and Chun Wei's expression darkened as well. Both were infuriated, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Ning Fan, let us proceed inside, Tang Chuchu urged, pulling Ning Fan into the venue amidst the seething glares of their adversaries. Within moments of entering, the auction commenced. They bid on over 20 items, none of which were the medicinal herbs Ning Fan sought. With a sigh, Ning Fan realized that acquiring the ancient herbs at this auction in Jiangxing would not be a simple task. However, just as he began to lose hope, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. The current item up for bid, though not an herb but a piece of red jade, contained within it a small, milk-colored liquid the size of a fingernail, visible through his golden eye of the divine. Instantly, his breath quickened. He recalled having seen a description of spiritual energy within the first layer of the 9-tiered glass tower. This energy, derived from the essence of heaven and earth, is absorbed by cultivators through their techniques, transforming into spiritual power that circulates throughout their being, enhancing their physical capabilities. The significance of spiritual energy to cultivators is akin to that of oxygen to ordinary individuals. To survive and ascend, one must harness spiritual energy for cultivation. Beyond its gaseous form, spiritual energy manifests in several other states, mist and liquid. Regardless of the form, these manifestations are denser and purer than their gaseous counterpart. As only through greater purity and density can the form of spiritual energy undergo transformation. This jade stone commenced its auction at a staggering price of 800,000. At this announcement, Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile gracing his features. The world of cultivation is indeed a challenging one. The spiritual energy in the air is sparse. And to encounter a piece of jade imbued with spiritual liquid only to find the starting bid set at 800,000 was disheartening. What would the final price be? Ning Fan dared not speculate. 1 million, perhaps. Just as he succumbed to a sense of despondency, Tang Chu-Chu, sitting beside him, unexpectedly entered the bidding fray. This stirred a ripple of surprise among the attendees. While 1 million was a trivial sum for individuals of their caliber, money does not come easily. This jade, merely the size of an egg, could not possibly be worth more than 1 million. Forcing the price higher would be detrimental to all involved. Thus, when Tang Chu-Chu boldly raised the bid by 200,000, few chose to follow suit. A handful did join in, yet the increments remained modest. As the price climbed to around 120,000, it seemed to be nearing its conclusion. Just as the auctioneer was about to finalize the outcome, a familiar male voice resonated from the public area of the auction house. 125,000. It was Chun Wei, motivated by Yang Qiqi's fondness for the jade's hue. In order to please his beloved, he was willing to spend. Observing this intrusion from her private box, Tang Chu-Chu's expression turned frosty. 150,000. Chun Wei furrowed his brow and glanced toward her box. Gritting his teeth, he countered, 155,000. Having promised to acquire the jade for Yang Qiqi, he was determined to win it. He was acutely aware that those nearby had all cast glances his way when he had boasted to Yang Qiqi. Failure to secure the jade would be a significant blow to his pride. 300,000. Tang Chu-Chu's assertive bid caused Ning Fan to break into a cold sweat. He realized that she had discerned his desire for the jade and was participating in the auction to procure it as a gift for him. However, after the previous rounds of bidding, he surmised that 120,000 was already pushing the limits of its value. Now, with the bid soaring to 300,000, nearly tripling in price, it felt excessive. Chapter 29, What now? Chun Wei was left fuming, his head buzzing with frustration. 3 million for a jade stone the size of an egg. He certainly did not possess such extravagant generosity. The amount he had brought this evening was insufficient for such lavish spending. If he continued to bid, the exquisite set of 3 gold pieces from Europe would slip through his fingers. With this realization, Chun Wei could only grit his teeth and withdraw. Darling, I want Yang Qiqi, and I don't want to give up, she pouted at Chun Wei. A jade stone of this caliber is not worth 3 million. I will ask a friend to find you a similar piece. If we manage to win those 3 gold pieces tonight, we can prepare for our wedding. Chun Wei replied gravely. Otherwise, if we squander all our funds here, we will lose the opportunity for the 3 gold pieces. He posed the question, do you desire this jade stone, or do you wish for a grand wedding in 15 days? Very well, I choose the wedding, Yang Qiqi conceded, despite her fondness for the jade. Soon, the jade stone was delivered to Tang Chu-Chu's private room. Here, this is for you. Tang Chu-Chu placed the jade before Ning Fan. Upon seeing the stone, Ning Fan's breath quickened. 3 million for such a small piece of jade was incomprehensible to him. He found it hard to fathom the mindset of a wealthy woman like Tang Chu-Chu. It's far too precious, Ning Fan remarked with a wry smile. You've gifted me a villa and a jade stone worth 3 million. This debt seems insurmountable for the time being. No need to repay. You saved my grandfather twice. That is enough for our Tang family to owe you for a lifetime, Tang Chu-Chu replied softly. However, if you are determined to repay, there is indeed a way to do so in the short term. How so? Ning Fan instinctively asked. Tang Chu-Chu turned, her eyes sparkling like dark grapes, and said, by being with me, becoming the son-in-law of the Tang family, what do you say? Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Tang Chu-Chu's directness. She was the first woman to flirt with him since he became aware of such matters. Though bewildered, he felt an inexplicable sensation within him, one that was difficult to articulate. Seeing Ning Fan's dazed expression and flushed cheeks, Tang Chu-Chu burst into laughter. Ning Fan, you are even shyer than I am as a girl. Never mind, you seem unwilling, so I shall stop teasing you. After uttering this last remark, Ning Fan was filled with regret. What man wouldn't he wish to be with an extraordinary girl like Tang Chu-Chu? He felt foolish for not seizing such a golden opportunity when it presented itself. Just then, Tang Chu-Chu turned back to him, her large eyes blinking playfully. Even though you didn't answer me just now, whenever you are willing to be with me, just let me know, and I will certainly agree. In that instant, all of Ning Fan's regret dissipated, and he felt a slight tremor of excitement. Miss Tang, this jade stone will suffice for my immediate needs tonight. There is no need to wait for any ancient medicinal herbs. Ning Fan said as he carefully stored the jade away. Let us depart. It is nearly 9 o'clock. We still require some time to reach the venue of your gathering. And it would be quite rushed, which is rather inconvenient. Tang Chuchu was about to nod in agreement, preparing to escort Ning Fan away. However, at that moment, the auctioneer's voice resonated once more. Next, we shall auction a set of exquisite 3-gold jewelry worn by a European queen, possessing significant collectible and utilitarian value, with a starting bid of 1 million. Consequently, Tang Chuchu halted Ning Fan, saying, Wait. Chapter 30. Then I shall gift it to you. What is it? Ning Fan inquired. Perplexed. Before Tang Chuchu could respond, a familiar voice reached their ears from outside the private room. 1,100,000. Chen Wei was the first to bid, raising the stakes by 100,000, clearly intent on securing the 3-gold jewelry. 1,150,000. 1,200,000. Soon, more bidders emerged, and the price hovered around 1,700,000. The number of bidders dwindled, and the increments became smaller. Bids that had begun at hundreds of thousands reduced to mere thousands. 1,800,000. Chen Wei's voice suddenly boomed again, raising the bid by several tens of thousands in one breath. Instantly, silence enveloped the auction hall, with no one daring to counter his offer. Observing this, Chen Wei wrapped his right arm around Yang Qiqi, a smug smile gracing his face. I promised to win this set of 3-gold jewelry for our wedding, and I shall certainly fulfill that promise. My dear, you are so wonderful to me, Yang Qiqi cooed, nestling against Chen Wei's shoulder, far superior to that useless Ning Fan. Just as Chen Wei awaited the auctioneer's announcement with a grin, Tang Chuchu's voice sliced through the air, icy and resolute. 3 million. A multitude of eyes instantly turned in unison. Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi's gazes snapped towards her, both recognizing the voice. Wasn't he this the individual who had just competed with them for the jade? Their expressions darkened in unison, having just spent 3 million to seize the jade they coveted. Now this person was raising the bid by 3 million for the 3-gold jewelry they had desired even before arriving at the auction house. Was this a deliberate affront? When had they ever offended someone of such stature in the auction hall? What are you bidding for? Ning Fan questioned, bewildered. To irk them, Tang Chuchu replied coolly. I simply do not wish for them to enjoy their victory too easily. Ning Fan chuckled ruefully, reflecting on the privilege of the wealthy. When displeased, they could simply expend millions to vent their frustrations without a second thought. 3,100,000. Chen Wei ground out through clenched teeth. This bid exceeded his budget. But to save face and avoid being humiliated in front of Yang Qiqi by the same person twice in one auction, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and raise the stakes. For million. Tang Chuchu countered once more. Suddenly, the auction hall fell into a profound silence, leaving the attendees perplexed by Tang Chuchu's intentions. Although this set of 3 gold pieces originated from European royalty, its actual value was only around 2 million at most. To everyone's astonishment, the bidding escalated to 3 million, then 4 million. What was happening? Chen Wei muttered under his breath, feeling that Tang Chuchu was mad. Yet, he dared not openly voice his frustration. Those who occupied the private boxes in the Jiangqing auction house were not ordinary individuals, but esteemed guests. A direct outburst could lead to his immediate expulsion. Yang Qiqi, standing beside him, was infuriated, as the 2 items she had set her sights on were at risk of being snatched away. Unable to contain her frustration, she clung to Chen Wei's arm, sweetly imploring, Darling, you must help me win these bids, not just for my sake, but to preserve your own reputation. Her tone was that of a vixen, audaciously raising the bid twice. Chen Wei coldly scoffed, feeling his anger surge. Rest assured, I will secure this set of 3 gold pieces for you. He then raised the bid again, declaring, for 1,100,000. 5 million. Tang Chuchu countered with yet another bid. It struck Chen Wei like a heavy slap to the face, leaving him flushed and momentarily speechless. As the eyes of the entire hall turned towards him, the heat on his face intensified, filling him with unbearable embarrassment. Having been pampered since childhood, he was unaccustomed to such humiliation. In a fit of impulsiveness, he blurted out, 6 million. For the sake of salvaging his pride, he skipped increments of 10,000 and jumped straight to 1 million. 7 million, Tang Chuchu stated coolly. 8 million, Chen Wei exclaimed, breaking free from Yang Qiqi's grasp, losing his composure completely. Oh, Tang Chuchu replied nonchalantly. Foolishly willing to pay 8 million for a set worth at most 2 million, seemed to have a penchant for second-hand treasures, perhaps to match your taste for second-hand women. Consider it a gift. Chen Wei was momentarily stunned. Yang Kiki, who had initially felt a sense of pride at his 8 million bid, was now equally bewildered. Chapter 31. What pretense is this? It felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over them. Are you maliciously inflating the price to deceive me? Chen Wei's voice trembled with anger. Did I force you to bid? With no money, what are you pretending to be? Tang Chuchu activated the privacy feature of the box, revealing her face. Both Chen Wei and Yang Kiki were taken aback, shocked to discover that the box housed Tang Chuchu and Ning Fan. It's that vixen. Yang Kiki cursed under her breath. Darling, this waste and that vixen are truly despicable, scheming against us. Why should we pay 8 million for something that is merely a result of their malicious bidding? Let us forget it. Forget it? Not a chance. Chen Wei gritted his teeth and cursed. If we don't pay the money, neither of us will see the light of tomorrow. Initially, Yang Qiqi thought Chen Wei was exaggerating. But in the next moment, she felt a chilling glare emanating from the dark corners of the auction house. Instantly, a shiver ran down her spine as the severity of the situation dawned on her. Ultimately, the two could only glare at Tang Chuchu and Ning Fan as they departed. With tears in their eyes, they scraped together their resources and even pawned the car they had driven that night to muster a total of 8 million. Isn't that Ning Fan with that wretched woman? As Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei exited the auction venue, they spotted Tang Chuchu just pulling her car out from the depths of the parking lot, with Ning Fan just getting in, the window still open. Chen Wei stepped directly in front of the exit, coldly addressing the approaching Tang Chuchu. Miss, don't you think you're being excessive tonight? Chen Wei understood that those who bid in the private rooms of the Jiangqing auction house were not ordinary. They were either wealthy or of high social standing. Thus, despite the considerable anger simmering within him, he could only grit his teeth and confront Tang Chuchu with restraint. Boom. Tang Chuchu, uninterested in responding, pressed the accelerator to the floor. The pink Porsche roared to life, barreling straight towards Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi. The two were instantly struck with fear, hastily diving to the sides. The exhaust fumes engulfed them, leaving them in disarray. Yang Qiqi's makeup was ruined. She pulled out a small mirror and, upon seeing her reflection, stomped her foot in anger, shouting at the departing pink Porsche, "You shameless hussy, what are you trying to prove? Just because you can drive a Porsche and sit in a private box, you think you're something special? Who knows how many times you've slept with some old man to gain access to that box and afford that car? You despicable, shameless creature. And you dare to collide with us." Chen Wei's face was equally grim. However, he refrained from unleashing a torrent of insults. Aware that Tang Chuchu's reckless move had drawn many eyes upon them, leaving them humiliated, he quickly pulled Yang Qiqi away. Every additional second spent there only compounded their embarrassment. "Husband, are we really going to let this matter rest?" After leaving the Jiangqing auction, Yang Qiqi could not swallow her indignation and said through gritted teeth, "Today, we lost face twice because of that good-for-nothing by Ning Fan's side. This will not stand." "Of course, it won't," Chen Wei replied coolly. "Ning Fan is a waste. He can't possibly know anyone from a powerful family. This woman, I suspect, is just another gold digger living off older men, using their money and resources to play around with pretty boys. The circles of pretty boys in Jiangqing are well known. And this woman is likely fearful of exposure and has settled for a useless man like Ning Fan for the time being. Even if this waste knows someone from a prominent family, I refuse to believe anyone would be interested in such a loser." "Exactly," Yang Qiqi nodded. "Even I look down upon him. What more can be said of others? Unless, of course, they are blind." Chen Wei nodded in agreement. "When we arrive at Miss Tang's gathering later, after becoming acquainted with those present, we shall unveil this harlot's photograph and inquire if they recognize which influential figure in Jiangqing she is associated with. I intend to make her regret ever provoking me." Chapter 32. Lingering shadows. Meanwhile, at the Tang Hotel, a pink Porsche pulled up at the entrance. Tang Chuchu had arranged for today's gathering to take place here. Upon entering the hotel, after receiving a phone call, she instructed Ning Fan to sit on the sofa in the waiting area of the hall where the event was hosted, assuring him she would introduce him to some of her friends shortly. However, there were some issues with the preparations for tonight's high society gathering, and as the organizer, she needed to address them. "All right, you go ahead and take care of things," Ning Fan replied, settling down. Just as Tang Chuchu exited, a taxi came to a halt outside the hotel, from which emerged a man and a woman, none other than Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi. "My dear, once we discover who that harlot is, you must teach her a severe lesson. And that useless Ning Fan must pay a price as well," Yang Kiki said, wrapping her arm around Chen Wei's, her voice sweet yet laced with anger. It is all because of that harlot and the worthless Ning Fan that we suffered such a great loss. Chen Wei replied coldly, of course. Tonight I will ensure that Jiangxing cannot accommodate the two of them. He then produced 2 invitations he had procured and led Yang Kiki into the Tang Hotel. Young Master Chen. As they entered, an excited voice called out, you are also attending Miss Tang's gathering. Chen Wei turned to see Wang Kai. The heir of the Wang Corporation, whose family's standing in Jiangxing was comparable to that of the Chen family. However, with the arrival of the Jiang family's eldest daughter from the provincial capital, the dynamics had shifted, and Wang Kai now found himself in a position of seeking favor. How could I not attend a gathering organized by Miss Tang? Chen Wei smiled. To do otherwise would be to disrespect her. The Tang family maintained a prominent position in Jiangxing, with the Tang Corporation involved in various industries. Notably, Tang Express ranked first among courier companies in Jiangbei province. You are truly modest, young Master Chen, Wang Kai remarked with a chuckle, enviously adding, who in Jiangxing is unaware that your family has secured the support of the Jiang family in the provincial capital and is on the brink of collaborating on a billion-dollar project. Once this project is underway, the strength of the Chen family will undoubtedly soar. He leaned closer to Chen Wei, lowering his voice. At that juncture, your family may even establish themselves in the provincial capital, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Tang family. Who would dare to show you any disrespect? Wang Kai's flattery lingered in the air. Chen Wei, feeling quite satisfied, patted his shoulder and, with a proud smile, assured, rest assured, by that time, I shall not forget you. I will ensure that the Wang family receives a taste of the benefits. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's eyes brightened. That is truly wonderful. Thank you, Brother Chen. A few days prior, Miss Jiang Ruxue, the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family from the provincial capital, arrived in Jiang City to announce the initiation of a billion-dollar project. After personally meeting Chen Wei's father, Chen Yinji, many assumed that Jiang Ruxue intended to entrust the collaboration to the Chen family. Consequently, Chen Wei became quite enamored with the attention, boldly publicizing the collaboration throughout Jiang City, leading to widespread knowledge of the partnership between the Chen family and the Jiang family from the provincial capital. Suddenly, Yang Kiki exclaimed in disbelief. How did he get in here? This gathering is organized by the eldest daughter of the Tang family, and I've heard the invitations are strictly issued. Without a substantial background, or at least several million in liquid assets, one cannot gain entry. This good-for-nothing is merely the trash I discarded. What right does he have to be here? Her eyes were filled with incredulity as she gazed at Ning Fan, lounging in the sofa of the hall's lounge. She had gained entry through Chen Wei's influence. How could this waste of space have managed to do the same? Chen Wei's expression soured as he muttered. Why does this useless fellow keep appearing everywhere? Brother Chen, what's the matter? Wang Kai also turned to glance at Ning Fan, inquiring, did that kid provoke you? With a cold smirk, Chen Wei replied, he is the son-in-law of the Yang family, a waste, and is essentially my sister-in-law's ex-husband. Like a sycophant. He has catered to her for years, paying her tuition for several years. Although they were married, he never even touched a single strand of her hair. Oh, so it is this spineless fool, Wang Kai exclaimed in surprise. No wonder my sister-in-law, and you were both astonished by his presence here. Perhaps he saw you too, and, leveraging your names, managed to sneak in. That is indeed plausible. Despite his ineptitude, he knows how to flatter. Just after being kicked to the curb by my sister-in-law, he latched onto some harlot. Chen Wei nodded in agreement. At the recent auction in Jiang City, he colluded with that harlot to swindle me out of 8 million for some gold. 8 million, Wang Kai exclaimed, the figure undeniably substantial. Although the Wang family possessed wealth, their liquid assets amounted to only several tens of millions, making it utterly impossible for him to extract 8 million from mere gold. That Chen Wei could manage it further confirmed the prearranged collaboration between the Chen and Jiang families. Otherwise, Chen Yinji would never have permitted such actions. Unbeknownst to them, had Chen Wei failed to produce that sum, he would have faced dire consequences from the auction house. Wang Kai then remarked, Brother Chen, that harlot must not be let off lightly. She deserves a thorough lesson. Indeed, Chen Wei nodded. The woman is quite beautiful and appears to be wealthy. Likely a mistress maintained by some powerful figure in Jiang City. I took a photo of her and plan to inquire about her identity once the gathering begins and I become acquainted with others. I intend to ensure she faces the wrath of her benefactor. Why do you persist in shadowing me, you worthless fool? At that moment, Yang Qiqi stepped forward, pointing at Ning Fan, and scolded, our past is behind us. You, a mere delivery man, should abandon any delusions. Do you not realize you have clung to a despicable woman? Continue to flatter her, but what gives you the right to follow me? Furthermore, do not attempt to leverage my husband's reputation to infiltrate such a gathering. With your pathetic background and abilities, you have no place here. Depart at once and do not embarrass yourself further. Do the Yang and Chen families hold such sway that one can merely ride on their coattails to gain entry to events like this? What audacity! Ning Fan regarded Yang Qiqi with surprise, not anticipating her presence at Tang Chuchu's gathering. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he observed her stammer. Unable to respond to his retort, after a few seconds, Yang Qiqi, gritting her teeth, derided, "You, a good-for-nothing, should be at home caring for your sickly sister. How dare you venture out for leisure?" Oblivious to the fact that she could perish in bed without anyone knowing. She believed Wang Kai's earlier deduction to be accurate, concluding that Ning Fan, upon seeing her and Chun Wei enter, had exploited their reputations to gain access. Otherwise, how could a mere delivery man qualify for such an event? Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Chapter 33. She is Tang Chuchu. Chun Wei stood in shock, while Yang Qiqi froze, her hand pressed against her reddened cheek. Over the years, Ning Fan had always obeyed her, treating her like a little princess. When had he ever struck her? "Ning Fan," she exclaimed, her expression contorted with rage. "Have you lost your mind? Do you even know who my husband is? He is the young master of the Chun group in Jiang City, a significant figure personally invited by the Tang family's eldest daughter. What gives you, a lowly interloper, the right to slap me?" The commotion soon drew the attention of numerous guests, who exchanged bewildered glances at Ning Fan and Yang Qiqi. It was evident from their attire, composed of cheap goods, that Ning Fan did not belong in a gathering organized by the Tang family. Moreover, he had dared to strike the wife of the Chun family's young master. This was bound to be entertaining. "You have a filthy mouth," Ning Fan retorted with a disdainful smile. "I merely sought to teach you a lesson on behalf of Grandpa Yang, to prevent you from causing him trouble afterward. Sister Qinxiu is his Achilles heel. No one can humiliate her." Yang Qiqi's face contorted with rage, yet she was acutely aware that she could not overpower Ning Fan. Gritting her teeth, she implored, "Husband, will you merely stand by and watch as I am assaulted?" Chun Wei pointed an accusing finger at Ning Fan, raising his voice in a threatening manner. "Ning Fan, I am granting you a chance. Kneel and apologize to my dear Qiqi, or I shall unleash the might of the Chun family to ensure you find yourself utterly destitute in Jiangqing. No one will dare to employ you." Had Chun Wei uttered these words a few days prior, Ning Fan might have felt a twinge of fear. But now what was he? "Huh, Brother Chun, does this waste of space require your intervention?" Wang Kai sneered as he stepped forward, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. "Allow me, a Taekwondo black belt, to handle him." Gasps erupted. No one anticipated Wang Kai possessed such prowess, and as a result, pity flickered in the eyes of the onlookers as they turned toward Ning Fan. TSK. This lad is in for a rough time." "Kid," Wang Kai scoffed, "it is an honor for you to be subjected to my lessons. Soon, you shall realize just how unworthy you are of my sister-in-law." With that, he vanished from sight, his right leg rising with the ferocity of a chilling wind. The power behind this strike was formidable. Everyone assumed that if it landed on Ning Fan, he would undoubtedly find himself confined to a hospital bed for months. How pitiful. "Are you paralyzed with fear?" Chun Wei sneered, his tone dripping with disdain as he observed Ning Fan standing motionless. Wang Kai's leg swung with increasing intensity, his intentions malicious. Yet, just as the strike was about to connect with Ning Fan's face, he moved. With a mere flick of his wrist, he grasped Wang Kai's leg effortlessly. Bang! In an instant, a figure was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into at least 10 tables, blood gushing forth. Wang Kai? The one who was flung away was none other than the Taekwondo black belt. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, for no one had anticipated such an outcome. "I expected more from you," Ning Fan remarked disdainfully. "Such flowery techniques." Leaving behind a dismissive comment, he stretched languidly and sauntered to a nearby corner, not sparing Chun Wei and the others another glance. "Damn it!" Chun Wei's expression darkened. "How dare a mere courier flaunt himself before me?" Yang Qiqi shot a resentful glance at Ning Fan. "Why is young Master Chen so angry?" A languid male voice interjected. "This is a gathering organized by Miss Tang." TSK, does he dare to stir trouble here? Do you think Miss Tang will let him off easily?" At these words, Chun Wei's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. Moreover, He was merely a lowly intruder. The man disdainfully remarked once more, "Just wait. When Miss Tang learns of this matter, she will undoubtedly not be lenient with him." Lu Feng. Chun Wei recognized him. He was the young master of the Lu family in Jiangcheng, and the Lu Group was the largest pharmaceutical company in the city, rivaling the Tang family in status. It was rumored that he was also one of Miss Tang's suitors. At that moment, Wang Kai also rose. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Ning Fan. "I have already notified Brother Hu, a prominent figure in the underground world of District 7, under the command of Sister Ya. Once Miss Tang casts him out, Brother Hu will take action to render him utterly incapacitated." He gritted his teeth, declaring, "Let him spend his life confined to a wheelchair." Chun Wei laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. "Well done. Once my Chun family collaborates with the Jiang family from the provincial capital, we will certainly not forget your Wang family." Wang Kai's expression brightened. Wasn't this exactly what he desired to hear from Chun Wei? "My dear, we must not let that vixen who accompanied him at the auction escape unscathed." Yang Kiki suddenly interjected, her voice laced with venom. "She must pay a price as well." At the mention of this, young Master Lu, Chun Wei turned his gaze towards Lu Feng. Producing his phone, he spoke, "You are the top young master of Jiangcheng. You must know many people. I wish to inquire about someone." As he spoke, he brought up a photograph. He was no fool. The woman accompanying Ning Fan possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Moreover, she had audaciously called out 8 million at the auction, raising the stakes. If she were of significant stature, it would spell disaster. To err on the side of caution, he wished to confirm this with Lu Feng. "Oh, who is it?" Lu Feng's eyes flickered with curiosity. Just as Chun Wei was about to pull up the photo he had taken, a sudden gasp interrupted the moment. In the next instant, all eyes turned towards the back door, including Lu Feng's, and even Ning Fan, who sat alone in a corner, glanced over. There stood an exceptionally beautiful woman. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her delicate features were flawless. Especially today, clad in a black evening gown and adorned with high heels, she exuded an indescribable allure. This woman was none other than Tang Chu-Chu. "Truly stunning," Ning Fan murmured, for apart from the enigmatic woman with the surname Jiang, he had not encountered any other woman in Jiangcheng who could compare to Tang Chu-Chu. The gazes of Lu Feng and the others were riveted upon her. "It's her." Suddenly, a shrill scream shattered the silence. Yang Kiki first expressed her anger, then her surprise, exclaiming, "Darling, it's that wretched woman who deceived us at the auction. I can't believe she is here too. This is splendid. Now she will also pay the price." However, slap. Another resounding slap landed on Yang Kiki's face as Lu Feng coldly commanded, "Silence. She is Tang Chu-Chu, Miss Tang." Chapter 34. "What are you?" "What? That woman is Tang Chu-Chu, Miss Tang?" Lu Feng's voice resonated like a heavy hammer, while Chun Wei's smile froze and Yang Chichi's expression turned pale. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. "Young Master Lu, you must be joking," Yang Chichi stammered, her voice trembling. How could that woman possibly be the eldest daughter of the Tang family? How could a distinguished young lady like her be seen with a mere delivery worker? A lowly scum? The words uttered by Lu Feng were beyond her comprehension. "Joking?" Lu Feng's tone was icy. "What do you think you are? To be worthy of my jest? If it weren't for Miss Zhang's special meeting with Chen Ninji that day, you would have long since lost your lives." He harbored a pathological obsession with Tang Chu-Chu, forbidding anyone from speaking ill of her, and that included any man approaching her. She solely belonged to him. As Lu Feng turned to leave, Chun Wei and Yang Chichi were drenched in cold sweat, realizing they had offended the eldest daughter of the Tang family. "Impossible." Yang Chichi sneered. "Ning Fan is merely a discarded sycophant. He is just a delivery worker, a lowly scum. How could he possibly catch Miss Tang's eye?" Unwilling to accept the notion that the sycophant she had discarded could suddenly find a woman superior to herself, she thought, "Yes, Miss Tang must just be playing with him." Yang Chichi gritted her teeth and laughed coldly. "Yes, that's it. Just wait. Once Tang Chu-Chu approaches him, we will soon witness that delivery worker humiliated." She was eager to see Ning Fan's disgraceful moment. Chun Wei also laughed coldly. "You're right. A woman of Miss Tang's stature would never deign to notice such a worn-out shoe." At that moment, Tang Chu-Chu had ascended the stage, and simply standing there drew everyone's attention. The gathering had originally been organized to foster relationships. Tang Chu-Chu smiled gently. "However, just as I arrived, I suddenly changed my mind and wish to introduce you all to someone. This person will be a distinguished guest of the Tang family." and he may even become the future son-in-law of the Tang family. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, eyes widening in disbelief as they focused on Tang Chu, each lost in their own thoughts. Lu Feng was first taken aback, then elated. Could it be that his recent attentiveness had won Tang Chu over, and she intended to accept him? Anticipation surged. Yang Qiqi and Chun Wei had already devised a plan. Once Miss Tang revealed who this person was, they would be the first to ingratiate themselves with him. Surely, a man favored by Tang Chu would be a well-known scion of Jiangcheng, and that man was likely to be Lu Feng. Tang Chu cast a glance around the gathering, her gaze eventually settling on a figure in the corner, ravenously consuming his meal. Moments later, others began to notice Ning Fan, momentarily taken aback. Who was this person? Dressed in cheap attire, exhibiting uncouth eating habits. Were it not for Tang Chu's mention, the majority present would have overlooked such a gluttonous individual. Yet, at that moment, Yang Qiqi and Chun Wei wore somber expressions. A troubling thought emerging. Could it be that Ning Fan? Tang Chu spoke, her voice gentle as she smiled. Would you mind coming up here for a moment? The impact of her words was akin to a thunderclap, leaving Lu Feng in a state of shock. Yang Qiqi felt her heart constrict, and Chun Wei's pupils dilated in disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? Shouldn't Tang Chu be calling Lu Feng's name? How could she be looking at Ning Fan? Even inviting him to the stage? She couldn't possibly have feelings for him. Clenching his fists, Chun Wei rasped, reassuring himself inwardly. She must be intending to summon Ning Fan merely to humiliate him. Yang Qiqi shared this sentiment, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Ning Fan, momentarily taken aback, paused before nodding and rising to approach the stage, standing beside Tang Chu. What is it? He inquired. Tang Chu fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes narrowing slightly. Ning Fan, everything I told you earlier at the auction was sincere. Whenever you come to terms with your feelings and wish to seek a girlfriend, you must consider me. Just speak up, and I shall acquiesce. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to utter a word. Their lips twitched in disbelief. Was this truly happening? The heiress of the Tang family was actively pursuing someone, and that man had yet to accept her proposition? On what grounds? What merit did this man, clad in such shabby attire, possess? The men present glared at Ning Fan, their eyes radiating a desire to obliterate him with mere glances. Could they truly be outdone by such a person? Unbeknownst to them, Ning Fan was equally astonished. Was Tang Chu being genuine? Miss Tang, don't let him deceive you. Yang Qiqi interjected, unable to accept this outcome, her voice tinged with agitation. This man is nothing more than a lowly delivery worker. A delivery worker? The crowd shifted their attention to Ning Fan, brows furrowing. When had Tang Chu's judgment become so poor? Lu Feng's expression darkened. Furthermore, Yang Qiqi continued with a derisive laugh. He is merely a discarded shoe I no longer desire. And let us not forget, he is a sycophant. TSK. This waste truly possesses some audacity, deceiving even Miss Tang. Ning Fan, I am quite curious about what means you employed. At that moment, every gaze directed at Ning Fan was laced with disdain, contempt, and scorn. No one expected that the man chosen by Tang Chu would be so unworthy. Indeed, Miss Tang must have been deceived. Huh. Ning Fan chuckled lightly and remarked, Yang Qiqi, you truly resemble a rabid dog, snapping at anyone you encounter. Ever since he had severed ties with Yang Qiqi, he had never considered sparing her feelings. Yang Qiqi shot a furious glare at Ning Fan, but her expression shifted as she noticed Tang Chu descending the stairs, believing she had successfully persuaded Tang Chu and was about to distance herself from Ning Fan. A flicker of joy crossed her face, and she coldly taunted, Ning Fan, now that you lack Miss Tang's protection, I wonder if your tongue will still wag as it did before. Clack, clack, clack. As Tang Chu approached, adorned in her high heels, Yang Qiqi intended to expose Ning Fan's dark past once more. However, a resounding slap interrupted her thoughts as Tang Chu raised her hand and struck Yang Qiqi across the face, leaving a vivid red mark. What do you think you are? Just a woman cast aside by Ning Fan, Tang Chu declared with undeniable authority. Who gave you the right to slander the man I admire? Chapter 35. Do you have status at home? This marked the third time Yang Qiqi had been slapped at this gathering. The humiliation inflicted by Ning Fan, Lu Feng, and Tang Chu was overwhelming. Anger and frustration bubbled within her as she glared resentfully at Tang Chu. Are you feeling defiant? Tang Chu observed her calmly. You are welcome to return that slap at any time. I shall be waiting. With that, she turned on her heel and commanded, throw those three out. This naturally included Wang Kai as well. Chun Wei and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Tang Chu-Chu. Yang Chi-Chi seethed, her chest tightening with fury as she glared at Tang Chu-Chu's retreating figure. My husband is the young master of the Chun family in Jiangxing. He is about to sign a billion-project deal with the Jiang family from the provincial capital. You have offended not just us, but the Jiang family as well. Do you understand? The Jiang family from the provincial capital? Tang Chu-Chu's brows furrowed slightly. This family held the highest status in the province. Collaborating with the small Chun family from Jiangcheng was indeed curious. This matter warranted further investigation. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Chun Wei and his companions were forcefully removed by security. An unexpected silence enveloped the gathering, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief at Tang Chu-Chu's actions. Lu Feng's expression darkened, his fingers curling into a fist. Are you satisfied? Tang Chu-Chu returned to Ning Fan's side, blinking innocently as she asked, if you are not satisfied, I can have them brought back and thrown out 10 more times. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to how she had treated Yang Chi-Chi moments ago. Was the mind of this young lady from the Tang family truly muddled? How could she possibly fall for a mere courier? Quite satisfied, Ning Fan replied with a smile. Thank you. He understood that Tang Chu-Chu's actions were motivated by her desire to vent her frustrations. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a WeChat message. Ning Fan's expression shifted. Miss Tang, I have an urgent matter to attend to and must leave now. Allow me to see you off, Tang Chu-Chu replied, abandoning the gathering to drive Ning Fan away. Where are you headed? Ning Fan glanced at the address. Songlong Island Villa area. Tang Chu-Chu studied Ning Fan for a moment, recalling that she had just given him the keys to a villa there. Why was he in such a hurry to go to a place he had not yet moved into? Without further inquiry, she swiftly drove him to the entrance of Songlong Island Villa area. Zheng Xiaoxiao was already anxiously waiting at the gate. Thank you, Ning Fan said gratefully as he stepped out of the car. Please drive safely on your way back. Just then, Zheng Xiaoxiao rushed forward, grasping Ning Fan's hand and leading him into the villa area. Tang Chu-Chu watched their departing figures, her expression filled with suspicion. Who is this woman? Why is Ning Fan coming to see her in the middle of the night? Her curiosity piqued. This woman was far more beautiful than Yang Chi-Chi. If Ning Fan knew her, why would he consider marrying Yang Chi-Chi? Clearly, he harbored secrets. Tang Chu-Chu murmured to herself, recalling her grandfather's ailment that had perplexed even the most esteemed doctors in Jiangxing, yet was effortlessly cured by Ning Fan. This naturally deepened her intrigue toward him. It shouldn't be so. Meanwhile, Ning Fan followed Zheng Xiaoxiao, murmuring, after the last massage I gave Miss Jiang, it should have stabilized her condition for at least half a month. Why has it suddenly deteriorated after just 2 days? Indeed, at the gathering, he had received news about Jiang Rushue's condition worsening, which explained his urgency to arrive. Miss Jiang was his benefactor. Thus, he was determined to do everything in his power to restore her health. I don't know, Zheng Xiaoxiao said, nearly in tears. We were in the middle of dinner when Miss S' condition suddenly worsened. She began convulsing and eventually fainted. You must save her. Ning Fan nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I will ascertain the situation after examining her. The two swiftly arrived at Villa Number 2 in Songlong Island. At that moment, Jiang Rushua lay on the bed, her complexion pale and her body radiating an intense chill. Cold. The only word that came to Ning Fan's mind was frigid. Her lips were turning purple. How could it have escalated to such severity? Ning Fan frowned. This wasn't the case last time. Zheng Xiaoxiao bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. Tell me, what did you eat today? Ning Fan suddenly inquired. From morning until night, I need a clear account. Zheng Xiaoxiao carefully recalled and recounted everything they had consumed that day. Seafood? Ning Fan's expression darkened. It was no wonder that her condition had worsened so dramatically this evening. It was due to her consumption of seafood. He resolved that she must never eat seafood again. Swiftly, he began to administer acupuncture to Jiang Rushua, his demeanor grave. Zheng Xiaoxiao stood anxiously by, her face etched with worry. She felt guilty, believing that if she hadn't craved seafood today, the young lady would not have accompanied her, and thus, her affliction would not have escalated. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Rushua sat up straight. Ning Fan promptly retrieved a waste bin and offered it to her. Soon, she expelled all the seafood she had consumed that night, and the chill that had enveloped her began to dissipate. Witnessing this, Ning Fan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Zheng Xiaoxiao had messaged him in time, Otherwise, something dire might have befallen Miss Jiang this evening. Thank you, Jiang Rushua said, wiping the corner of her mouth. Her tone still calm. This is the second time you have saved me. Ning Fan hastily shook his head and smiled. In comparison to the times you have rescued me, this is trivial. He recalled the day he collapsed on the street due to the provocations of Yang Kiki and Shun Wei. Had it not been for Jiang Rushua's timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiang Rushua nodded, then turned her gaze to Zheng Xiaoxiao. Is there anything to eat at home? I'm hungry. Zheng Xiaoxiao immediately replied, Miss, I'll order takeout right now. Neither of them knew how to cook. They typically either dined out or ordered food. Not necessary. Ning Fan interjected suddenly. Do we have noodles at home? Both Jiang Rushua and Zheng Xiaoxiao turned their attention to him. Zheng Xiaoxiao asked skeptically, You can cook? She found it hard to believe. Ning Fan scratched his nose. Yes. I'll prepare something for you. Moments later, he found some noodles, eggs, and tomatoes in the fridge and headed into the kitchen. Zheng Xiaoxiao cast a dubious glance at Ning Fan, but ultimately decided to order takeout, doubting his culinary skills. Jiang Rushua felt the same. However, when Ning Fan emerged with a bowl of noodles, both women's expressions shifted, and they couldn't help but exclaim, Your noodles smell wonderful and look delicious. After finishing their meal, Jiang Rushua suddenly became aware that Ning Fan had been watching her. Instantly, her complexion became somewhat awkward. The noodles were so fragrant that she had momentarily forgotten everything else. Clearing his throat, Ning Fan broke the tension. Miss Jiang, do remember to avoid seafood and similar foods for the time being. Such items may exacerbate your condition. Jiang Rushua nodded. I understand. She took his words to heart. Since you are feeling better now, I shall take my leave. Ning Fan rose to his feet, stating, My sister is still waiting for me at home. If I return late, she will surely worry. He began to gather his belongings. Allow me to accompany you. Jiang Rushua suddenly interjected. I, too, have matters to discuss with you. Ning Fan did not decline her offer. The two walked side by side out of the villa, the atmosphere awkwardly silent. As they reached the entrance, neither spoke a word. Miss Jiang, this is where we part ways. Ning Fan smiled. I will take a taxi home. Jiang Rushua nodded in acknowledgement. I have something to tell you. In 5 days, I will be hosting a press conference, and I hope you can attend. There will be a banquet, and I am concerned that I might inadvertently provoke a physical reaction from the food or drink. A press conference? Ning Fan paused, momentarily taken aback, but he did not refuse. Very well, I shall be there. Suddenly, he felt a tightening in his body, a sense of impending danger. Instinctively, he positioned himself in front of Jiang Rushua, their proximity allowing them to hear each other's breaths. Jiang Rushua furrowed her brow, her expression cooling. The fondness she had felt for Ning Fan dissipated. As expected, the nature of men is often untrustworthy. Just then, a group of figures emerged, drawing nearer under the moonlight, intimidating and menacing. They wielded iron rods, clearly not benevolent. Miss Jiang, remain behind me and do not move, Ning Fan instructed, shielding her. And casting a cold glare at the approaching group, I will ensure your safety. In the face of danger, how could he allow a woman to stand in front? Observing Ning Fan's demeanor, Jiang Rushua quickly grasped his earlier intentions, feeling a pang of guilt. Concurrently, a warm sensation blossomed within her heart. The feeling of being protected was truly delightful. Kid, it is your honor to allow me to make my move. A burly man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder approached, squinting at Ning Fan. Likewise, I regret to inform you that tonight, someone has offered a handsome sum to have your limbs severed, leaving you to crawl to the hospital. Such arrogance. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. He did not need to guess. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Chun Wei and Yang Qiqi. Yet, did these two fools truly believe that summoning these men would yield success? In front of Miss Jiang, I can grant you one chance, Ning Fan stated, ensuring Jiang Rushua was protected. Leave now, and you will remain unharmed. Otherwise, you will pay the price. He wished to spare Jiang Rushua from witnessing bloodshed. However, his words plunged the vicinity into a brief silence. Almost instantaneously, a cacophony of laughter erupted. Did I miss here? Or is this kid simply stunned? He dares to demand we pay a price? In that moment, the gazes of those individuals fixed upon Ning Fan were laden with pity, mockery, and derision. To them, it was evident that Ning Fan had been rendered utterly speechless by fear. Wang Hu scoffed. Let me see how you intend to make me pay. He dismissed Ning Fan's words with disdain. This was the luxurious villa district of Tsang Long Island. Suddenly, Jiang Rushue emerged, her voice as sharp as ice. Are you planning to make a move here? The first time she encountered Ning Fan in the parking lot, he had been injured and covered in blood. Thus, Jiang Rushue believed that he was incapable of fighting, while the men before her were reckless individuals, unafraid of death. Naturally, she could not bear to witness Ning Fan come to harm in her presence. Well, this little lady is quite impressive, one of Wang Hu's underlings remarked, his eyes lighting up. Brother Hu would have thought that while we came out for a job, we would encounter such a stunning woman? You might have quite the evening ahead of you. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ning Fan had already delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. With a single blow, the man was sent flying 10 meters, his bones shattering upon collision with the wall, blood spilling profusely. A chilling silence ensued. Jiang Rushue was momentarily stunned. Wang Hu and his cohorts initially froze, but then fury ignited in their eyes. They had never anticipated that Ning Fan would dare to strike first. Seeking death, Wang Hu bellowed, "Get him! Cripple him!" His rage was palpable. In the next instant, his followers surged forward, wielding clubs, ready to bring them crashing down upon Ning Fan's head. Jiang Rushue could not help but exclaim in concern, "Be careful." Yet, scarcely had her warning escaped her lips when Ning Fan sprang into action. In her eyes, he transformed into a blur, darting swiftly among his assailants. Within a mere 4 seconds, the air was filled with anguished cries. Every one of Wang Hu's men lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain, without exception. Jiang Rushue's mouth fell agape, her body swaying in disbelief. How could this be? How could Ning Fan possess such fighting prowess? If he were truly so capable, how had he been so easily bullied when she first met him? This was unfathomable. Wang Hu stood rigid, his face pale as he stared at Ning Fan, fear creeping into his heart. He knew that even he could not dispatch so many opponents in such a brief span of time. Let me make this clear. I am a part of the underground world in the 7th district of Jiangxing. As Ning Fan approached him, Wang Hu's resolve hardened, and through gritted teeth, he declared, "My sister is Wang Ye. If you dare to lay a finger on me, she will not let you off easily." Wang Ye? Ning Fan paused momentarily, then responded with a cold smirk, "I am quite eager to make her acquaintance." Wang Hu's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he dialed Wang Ye's number. Upon learning that her subordinates were suffering losses, Wang Ye immediately abandoned all her tasks and rushed over with her entourage. 5 minutes later, 3 vans came to a halt, and around 20 individuals surged out from one of them. A pink Mercedes followed closely behind, revealing Wang Ye, clad in black stockings, before the crowd. She spoke coldly, demanding to know who dared to harm her people, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Wang Hu pointed at Ning Fan with a sneer, declaring, "Sister Ye, it's this brat." Secretly, his expression twisted into a malevolent grin. He relished the thought of how arrogant Ning Fan would be when faced with Wang Ye's arrival. Wang Ye's gaze shifted to Ning Fan, and upon recognizing him, her brows furrowed in surprise. "It's you?" Chapter 37. First layer of Qi refinement. Wang Ye had not anticipated encountering Ning Fan here. Her eyes swept over the scene, taking in the bloodied ground where her subordinates lay, clearly in agonizing pain. Coldly, she inquired, "Did you strike my subordinates?" She was fiercely protective. None could harm her people. Ning Fan did not deny the accusation and nodded affirmatively. "Very well." Wang Ye's eyes flashed with anger. "Mr. Ning, in light of your previous act of saving me, today you shall take matters into your own hands and reduce yourself to their state." She gestured towards the writhing figures on the ground and declared, "Only then will I allow you to leave." Her pride was palpable. Having ruled the underground world of Jiangxing's 7th district for years, few had ever commanded her respect. Most importantly, after Ning Fan had healed her, she had heard from her subordinates about his audacious methods, which had revealed her vulnerabilities. Unforgivable. Ning Fan chuckled softly. "Miss Wang, are you not curious about the circumstances?" "Not necessary," Wang Ye coldly rebuffed, asserting, "Regardless of the circumstances, I am aware that you have incapacitated many of my subordinates, and you must face the consequences. Even your prior act of saving me does not exempt you." With a sudden motion, she tossed a knife to Ning Fan and said indifferently, "Mr. Ning, handle it yourself." The crowd of her followers regarded Ning Fan with scorn, particularly Wang Hu and his companions, who couldn't contain their derisive laughter. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Let us see how you beg for mercy and plead for our sister Ye's forgiveness." Remarkable. I never expected to encounter such a domineering person in Jiangxing. Ning Fan mused. Before he could respond, Jiang Rushua's cool voice interrupted. Jiangqing truly broadens my horizons. Upon hearing this and seeing the striking woman emerge from behind Ning Fan, Wang Ye couldn't help but frown. This woman was stunning beyond belief and exuded an undeniable elegance. Unbeknownst to her, the more she observed this woman, the more she felt a sense of familiarity, as though she had encountered her somewhere before. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our Missia in such a tone? Wang Hu, filled with rage, shouted vehemently. I advise you to kneel and apologize to Missia, otherwise, neither she nor we will spare you. Wang Ye, unable to recall where she had seen Jiang Rushua, felt her expression darken upon hearing Wang Hu's words. Go on. Teach them a lesson, but do not be too harsh. As she watched her subordinates prepare to charge, Ning Fan stepped in front of Jiang Rushua, saying, You should return to the Canglong Island Villa area. Once inside, they will not be able to touch you. Miss Jiang. However, unbeknownst to him, the way he addressed Jiang Rushua struck Wang Ye like a hammer in her mind. How many renowned Miss Jiangs were there in Jiang City? And how many could afford to purchase a villa on Canglong Island? According to the intelligence network she possessed, there had been no such person just days prior. Yet, with the news of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family from the provincial capital coming to Jiang City to invest in a billion-dollar project, she had emerged. In an instant, Wang Ye's expression soured as she scrutinized Jiang Rushua from head to toe. Humph. Wang Hu, oblivious to the change in her demeanor, continued his brash tirade. Retreat? Today, neither of you will leave unscathed. I will show you the consequences of crossing me, Wang Hu, and my Missia. Smack. Unexpectedly, before Wang Hu could finish, a resounding slap echoed as Wang Ye struck him across the face, leaving him momentarily dazed. It was none other than Wang Ye who had delivered the blow. Both he and Jiang Rushua, along with Ning Fan, were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Before anyone could react, Wang Ye had approached Jiang Rushua, trembling slightly, and asked in a hushed tone, May I ask, did you come from the provincial capital? However, before she could finish, Jiang Rushua shot her a cold glare and retorted, Silence. Take your people and leave. The answer was abundantly clear. Wang Ye's body trembled slightly as she cast a deep glance at Jiang Rushua and Ning Fan. Let us go. Subsequently, their group departed as swiftly as they had arrived. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, astonished by the scene. It appeared that Miss Jiang wielded more influence than he had initially anticipated. Otherwise, she would not have been able to intimidate Wang Ye so effortlessly. Ning Fan. Jiang Rushua turned to him. Didn't you mention your sister was home alone? You should return now. Ning Fan nodded, hailed a cab, and returned home. As he entered, he noticed that the lights in Qin Xiu's room were already turned off. The soundproofing in the house was inadequate, so Ning Fan quietly slipped back into his own room. As he settled down, he took out the jade he had acquired at the auction that evening. In Ning Fan's palm, the jade contained a milky liquid that undulated, a manifestation of spiritual essence. Closing his eyes, Ning Fan began to channel the devouring technique, following the route etched in his memory. Gradually, he sensed the peculiar energies of the universe streaming into his being. The milky liquid within the jade began to quiver, and ultimately, it succumbed to Ning Fan's formidable devouring force, shattering and releasing the spiritual essence that diffused throughout the room. Instantly, the previously thin spiritual energy in the room thickened immensely. Ning Fan accelerated the operation of the devouring technique, every pore of his body opening wide, akin to a ravenous woman eagerly absorbing the essence. The spiritual energy he drew into his body coursed through his meridians. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a sudden dull thud resonated within Ning Fan's room. He had broken through to the first layer of qi refinement. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. However, to his dismay, as this power erupted, his clothing tore apart, scattering into fragments across the floor, leaving only his shorts. Was this the sensation of the first layer of qi refinement? Ning Fan swung his fists, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. How delightful. He then stood up, intending to dress. Suddenly, the noise startled Qin Xiu, who had already awakened. Following this, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by Qin Xiu's anxious voice. Brother, what are you doing in there? What caused such a commotion? Ning Fan was taken aback. It's nothing. Xiao Qiu, don't worry. He couldn't let her see him in this state. The implications would be dire. Yet, it was too late. Qin Xiu had already turned the doorknob, and the first sight that met her eyes was the scattered remnants of clothing. Moments later, she raised her gaze, and Ning Fan's muscular physique entered her line of sight. plunging the room into an awkward silence. But soon, Qin Xiu's face flushed crimson, and she screamed. Ah? Chapter 38. As you wish, brother. Brother, what are you doing? Qin Xiu quickly turned away, flustered, her voice trembling with concern. Why are your clothes in such disarray? It's nothing, Ning Fan replied with a wry smile. Having already found a set of clothes from the wardrobe. Don't overthink it. Hurry and wash up. I'll make breakfast, and afterward, I'll take you to school. Half an hour later, Ning Fan and Qin Xiu sat at the dining table. The little girl kept her head down, still blushing at the earlier incident. Tomorrow is Saturday. Ning Fan broke the silence. Do you have a break? Qin Xiu nodded. Yes, just for one day. Why do you ask, brother? Ning Fan smiled and said, That's settled then. After school tonight, pack your things. We will move tomorrow. The area they resided in was considered one of the more chaotic parts of Jiangxin. Currently, Qin Xiu was in her second year of high school, with a demanding schedule that often kept her late after classes. The journey from her school to their current home took considerable time, leaving Ning Fan quite uneasy about her safety. Fortunately, the villa that Tang Chu had given him was conveniently located next to Qin Xiu's school, making things easier. Wait, why are we moving all of a sudden? Qin Xiu asked, her mouth agape in surprise. Ning Fan chuckled. We're relocating closer to your school for your convenience. Hesitantly, Qin Xiu responded, But, brother, the houses near our school are incredibly expensive. She trailed off, lowering her gaze. They had chosen this area precisely because the housing was affordable. Do not worry. Ning Fan reassured her, gently patting her head. Focus on your studies. As for the housing and financial matters, I will handle that. From now on, I will ensure you live well. Qin Xiu fell silent, nibbling at her meal before Ning Fan took her to school. He then headed towards the express delivery station. Ning Fan. Upon arriving at the station, he spotted Tang Chu waiting for him, accompanied this time by a bodyguard. He looked at her and asked, What brings you here? Tang Chu reached out, tugging at his clothing, her voice laced with concern. Were you all right last night? I heard someone tried to corner you. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that word of the incident would reach Tang Chu so quickly. I'm fine, he replied with a reassuring smile. See, I'm standing right here before you. The Tang family certainly possessed a remarkable speed in gathering information. Unbeknownst to him, after returning from the villa on Songlong Island the previous night, Tang Chu had wanted to ascertain the nature of the relationship between Zheng Xiaoxiao and Ning Fan. Thus, she contacted security to review the surveillance footage, witnessing the unfolding events that had nearly driven her to fury at the audacity of anyone daring to confront Ning Fan. She had already dispatched her subordinates to investigate the individuals involved, confident that they would soon uncover the identities of those who had threatened him. Thank goodness you're unharmed, Tang Chu remarked, glancing at Ning Fan. However, to prevent such occurrences in the future, I requested a bodyguard from my grandfather. Upon learning of the need for your safety, he sent his most capable bodyguard, Brother Chun, to protect you. Ning Fan surveyed the bodyguard. Perhaps it was merely his perception, but the man seemed to harbor significant hostility towards him. No need for that, Ning Fan declined. Anyone I encounter will be beyond his capacity to handle. It would be better for him to return and protect the elder. Having him accompany me would only be a burden. Tang Chu was taken aback, not expecting Ning Fan to refuse. The surveillance had shown that Ning Fan could indeed take on multiple opponents single-handedly. However, beside her, Brother Chun was a seasoned fighter, capable of facing 10 adversaries alone. Ning Fan you. Tang Chu was about to speak when Chun Wu interrupted, stepping forward with a cold tone. Are you looking down on me? Practitioners of martial arts are inherently prideful. The disdain Ning Fan exhibited ignited a fierce anger within him. Had it not been for Tang Chu's presence, he would have undoubtedly struck Ning Fan in the face. He wanted to show him a lesson. That is not the case, Ning Fan replied calmly. I merely speak the truth. With your abilities by my side, you would only invite needless peril. It would be far more prudent for you to protect old Master Tang instead. After breaking through to the first level of Qi refinement, Ning Fan's strength had certainly ascended beyond mere increments. Individuals like Chun Wu, regardless of their numbers, posed no threat to him. It was a qualitative difference. You may test me, Chun Wu retorted, his expression icy and his eyes filled with hostility. Let me see your strength and your qualifications to utter such words. Tang Chu frowned, expressing her discontent. Chun Wu, do not speak so recklessly. Miss, Chun Wu raised his voice. Those who practice martial arts detest being belittled. If he were stronger than I would accept his words. But if he is inferior, What right does he have to disparage me? I, Chen Wu, have served the Tang family for many years, safeguarding the old master without encountering a rival. Even the old master holds me in high regard. What qualifications does this boy, who is yet to fully mature, have to speak of me so? Come, boy, let us duel. His gaze towards Ning Fan was filled with disdain. He believed that with a single punch, he could leave Ning Fan severely injured. This would not only serve as a lesson, but also allow Ning Fan to recognize the disparity between himself and the Tang family, thus quelling any inappropriate thoughts towards Tang Chu-Chu. It could be considered fulfilling Tang Sihai's task. Indeed, on his way here, Tang Sihai had instructed him to properly discipline Ning Fan. He had been pondering how to approach it when this boy foolishly walked into the line of fire. Tang Chu-Chu's expression darkened as she prepared to reprimand Chen Wu. At that moment, Ning Fan spoke up. Perhaps we should refrain. I fear that after striking you, I might injure you. I cannot afford the medical expenses. With that single statement, Tang Chu-Chu was rendered speechless. Chen Wu's chest erupted with fury as he shouted, "You need not worry about medical costs. Now, face me in a duel." If he did not teach Ning Fan a lesson today, how could he possibly remain in the Tang family's good graces? This is your own declaration. Ning Fan smiled lightly. As you wish. In the next moment, his foot trembled, and a stone landed in his hand. Chen Wu observed this scene with dilated pupils. Before he could react, the stone was propelled forward. Chapter 39. I am your boss. With a resounding thud, the stone struck Chen Wu's chest with penetrating speed. The sound of cracking bones echoed from within his body. And in the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. He had only exerted minimal force, yet this man seemed remarkably fragile. Tang Chu-Chu, standing nearby, was rendered speechless. Her grandfather's bodyguard, a man capable of taking on 20, had been so easily subdued by Ning Fan merely picking up a stone. How could Ning Fan be so formidable? She gazed at him as if he were a monster. His medical skills were exceptional, and his martial prowess equally impressive. Had that previous woman been blind to not cherish such a man? In that moment, Tang Chu-Chu felt she had stumbled upon a treasure. However, despite her shock, Tang Chu-Chu quickly dialed the hospital to have Chen Wu removed. It seemed she had acted on her own accord. With a gentle smile, she remarked, I truly did not expect you to be this powerful. Today's Ning Fan is quite beyond my expectations. There are likely few in Jiangcheng who could surpass me. Ning Fan mused, touching his nose and chuckling. So, you need not worry about my safety. Just take care of yourself. Tang Chu-Chu squinted her eyes. Ning Fan, are you showing concern for me? Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent. Come, today I will take you to a place. Tang Chu-Chu reached out and grasped Ning Fan's hand. Once we arrive, I assure you, it will be to your satisfaction. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Ning Fan's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he replied, I still have to work. I grant you leave, Tang Chu-Chu said with a playful grin. I am your boss. Who would dare to say otherwise? Reluctantly, Ning Fan followed Tang Chu-Chu into the car. Where are we going? Tang Chu-Chu smiled mysteriously. You will know when we arrive. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan fell silent, suddenly recalling something. By the way, tomorrow my sister and I will be moving to the Zonglong Island Villa area. I thought it best to inform you. After all, it is your villa. What? You truly are something. Tang Chu-Chu rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Since I have given you that villa, you are well within your rights to reside there. Do you know that my grandfather is the pillar of the Tang family? Therefore, since you saved him, not only the villa but even shares of the Tang group would be readily granted without question. Ning Fan nodded. Half an hour later, a broad avenue unfolded before Ning Fan's eyes, lined with shops displaying an array of raw stones. Some were nearly as tall as a person, while others were merely the size of a fist. It was Friday. Tang Chu-Chu alighted from the vehicle, smiling as she said, This is a street for gambling stones. Every Friday, a new batch of goods arrives. I noticed your fondness for that type of jade yesterday, so I thought I would bring you here today. Perhaps you might find a piece of jade that truly satisfies you. It must be said that Tang Chu-Chu was indeed considerate. Following her lead, Ning Fan surveyed the street. He had only heard of gambling stones before, but had never engaged in such practices. After all, the adage one cut can lead to poverty. Another to wealth was rather daunting. He had always refrained from touching such things, fearing that he might squander all his money in an instant. Suddenly, Ning Fan's gaze fell upon a smaller raw stone, from which he sensed a faint aura. Although it did not compare to the jade he had seen the previous night, it was not far off. Activating his divine eye, he peered through the surface of the stone and beheld a fist-sized piece of green jade encased within. Aura. The jade contained an aura. Ning Fan's heart leaped with joy. This meant he could ascend to the second level of qi refinement in no time. Suppressing his excitement, he looked at Tang Chu and inquired, "How does one gamble with stones?" Tang Chu regarded him with surprise and explained, "You can freely select any raw stone here. A skilled master will cut them, and if green is revealed, the price will be determined by quality. If no green appears, it signifies a loss." After her explanation, Ning Fan grasped a bit more about the art of gambling stones. "You can choose two today for fun," Tang Chu said cheerfully. "A gambling master I know is currently in another city. When he returns, I will bring you back here for a more thorough experience. We are sure to uncover plenty of jade then." Ning Fan paid no mind to the gambling master Tang Chu mentioned. As a cultivator, coupled with his divine eye, he was confident that he could ensure a profitable outcome solely through his own abilities. Shortly thereafter, he followed Tang Chu to a shop, when suddenly, he frowned upon seeing two individuals he greatly disliked, Yang Kiki and Chun Wei. An elderly man accompanied them. What a stroke of bad luck. At that moment, Chun Wei and his companion also spotted Ning Fan, their expressions darkening. What a waste, to encounter this failure while gambling with stones. The memory of Tang Chu announcing in front of everyone at last night's banquet that Ning Fan might very well become their family's son-in-law made them feel as if they had swallowed something foul. Thus, today they decided to visit the stone gambling street for some relaxation, and they sought out the master of stone gambling, Feng, in hopes of recouping the 8 million they lost due to Tang Chu's deception at yesterday's auction. However, they never anticipated encountering them again today. "What's this? Did you develop this street? Are you the only ones permitted to come here while excluding others?" Ning Fan remarked with a hint of disdain. Yang Qiqi snickered derisively. "What do you know about stone gambling, you useless fool? Do you even comprehend the concepts of significant gains and losses? I doubt you can distinguish between a good stone and a bad one." With laughter echoing her words, Chun Wei joined in, casting a contemptuous glance at Ning Fan. The eldest daughter of the Tang family must be blind to associate with such a worthless individual. If it weren't for Tang Chu's words, they could have easily toyed with Ning Fan. Tang Chu furrowed her brows, casting a cold glare at Yang Qiqi and her companion. Yet, at this moment, Ning Fan paid them no mind. His attention had been captivated by a massive raw stone. The aura emanating from this stone was remarkably potent, and through his divine vision, he discerned a remarkably intact piece of jade within. Calming his emotions, he inquired of the vendor, "How much for this raw stone?" 100,000, the vendor replied. Casting a fleeting glance at Ning Fan, "You can have it cut immediately upon payment." Ning Fan nodded, presenting his bank card to the vendor. "I'll take it." The jade within the stone was surprisingly complete, imbued with an exceptionally rich aura. Should he extract this jade and absorb its energy, he would swiftly advance to the second level of the qi refining stage. With determination in his eyes, he clenched his fists, thinking, "Mom and Dad, I will elevate my strength swiftly to reunite with you." As Ning Fan secured the raw stone, Yang Qiqi laughed uncontrollably. "Ning Fan, you truly amuse me. Do you even know who this esteemed individual beside me is?" She pointed to the elder. "He is Master Feng, the vice president of the Jiangqing Stone Gambling Association. Did you know that when Master Feng saw this raw stone, he deemed it utterly worthless? There isn't a shred of jade within it. You actually spent 100,000 on this piece of garbage. A fool is a fool. Indeed, your judgment in selecting raw stones is just as lacking." Mockery resounded around them. Tang Chu frowned and retorted coldly, "What does it matter to you which raw stone Ning Fan chooses? Even if he bought every stone here, I, Tang Chu, can afford it." In that moment, the mocking smiles on Yang Qiqi and Chun Wei's faces froze, their teeth clenched. What kind of sweet talk could this fool be using to deceive the eldest daughter of the Tang family to such an extent? Humph. Yang Qiqi let out a cold snort, her expression haughty. "Miss Tang, allow me to inform you that there is no need for such arrogance. Our Qin family is on the verge of collaborating with the Jiang family from the provincial capital on a project worth a staggering 10 billion. Once this partnership is finalized, our Qin family may very well surpass your Tang family. At that time, do not be surprised if you find yourself begging on your knees for my forgiveness." With that, she wrapped her arm around Chun Wei's and prepared to leave. "Wait," Ning Fan suddenly interjected. "What is it?" Yang Qiqi sneered. "Are you regretting your choices and planning to kneel before me, pleading for mercy? Do not harbor such delusions. I will never forgive you." Recalling the humiliation she suffered at the gathering last night, where Tang Chu and Ning Fan had made her look foolish, she seethed with resentment, wishing nothing more than to tear them apart. Rest assured, Ning Fan replied calmly, I have no regrets. I am more than pleased to distance myself from a woman like you. Yang Qiqi was instantly infuriated. Let us wager then, she proposed. Ning Fan, unfazed by her fury, continued, each of us will select 3 pieces of raw stone. The one who carves the most valuable jade will be declared the winner. As for the stakes, first, the loser must pay for the raw stones purchased by the winner. Second, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and declared, both of you must kneel and apologize to Miss Tang. Haha. Yang Qiqi and her companion erupted into ridicule. Ning Fan, you truly amuse me. Since you wish to court disaster, we shall accept your wager. The first stake remains as you proposed, but the second demands that you kneel and bow 3 times, consuming the remnants of the carved stone. What do you think? After all, Tang Chu was the esteemed young lady of the Tang family, and Yang Qiqi was not foolish enough to demand her to kneel. If the Tang family were to retaliate fiercely, it could jeopardize their impending collaboration with the Jiang family. Tang Chu expressed her concern, Ning Fan, do not gamble with them. She was fully aware that Ning Fan had never dabbled in stone gambling before. How could he possibly choose superior raw stones? In contrast, Yang Qiqi and her entourage were accompanied by the vice president of the Stone Gambling Association, a true master with an impeccable track record. Money is but a trivial matter, yet humiliation is far more significant, Ning Fan reassured with a smile. Nonchalantly, he pointed to 3 pieces of raw stone, declaring, I choose these 3, valued at 100,000, 300,000, and 320,000. Tang Chu sighed. Her palms clenched. She resolved to ensure Ning Fan's dignity was preserved, even if it meant spending more money. Yang Qiqi scoffed. What a mindless fool. Randomly selecting 3 pieces of raw stone, and you think you can win against us? Such notions are utterly absurd. My dear, let us proceed to select 3 raw stones with Master Feng. Soon, we shall witness how this fool grovels before us. They departed. Ning Fan and Tang Chu exchanged glances, and she cautioned him, should anything seem amiss, follow my lead and leave with me. With my presence, they shall not dare to make things difficult for you. Ning Fan nodded, feeling a warm current in his heart. Over the years, apart from his sister Qinxiu, she was the first to show concern for him. Before long, Yang Qiqi and her companions returned with the selected stones, her chin held high, exuding an air of arrogance akin to that of a peacock. Ning Fan, soon you shall realize how much of a fool you truly are. Ning Fan waved his hand dismissively. No need for further words. Let us begin the cutting. Start with mine. The cutter approached, drawing lines on the raw stone to determine the cutting angle. Oomph, Yang Qiqi sneered. You are truly eager to kneel and apologize to us. Chun Wei chimed in. Perhaps he harbors a hidden desire to become a pet. Their banter left Tang Chu pale with anger. Were it not for Ning Fan's suggestion to wager against them, she would have been unable to resist slapping them both. At the Chun family's estate, she shot Chun Wei a cold glance. Well done. Meanwhile, the cutter had found the angle and, under everyone's watchful eyes, began operating the machine. In no time, the sound resonated, and shards flew as the massive raw stone was gradually cleaved. Within just 5 minutes, the enormous stone was split in 2, revealing nothing within. Tang Chu shut her eyes, her breath quickening as she grasped Ning Fan's hand, bracing herself for the outcome. Ha! What a worthless stone. Yang Qiqi mocked. Not a hint of green to be found. It seems Master Feng's judgment is indeed sharp. Feng Xiyuan cast a disdainful glance at Ning Fan, as if to say this was the price of disbelief. Ning Fan extended his hand, marking a line on the stone. Cut along this path. The jade lies within this section. The cutter nodded and resumed his work. TSK, you truly are relentless, Yang Qiqi scoffed. If jade emerges from this stone, I, Yang Qiqi, shall wash my hair upside down. Yet, as she spoke, her words faltered, and the next moment, she screamed. This is impossible. What had she witnessed? The raw stone Ning Fan selected was indeed revealing green, though it was merely a surface layer for now. She had just proclaimed her intent to wash her hair upside down. Not only she, but the onlookers around them were equally astonished. Having just seen a worthless stone transform into something remarkable, prepare to wash your hair upside down, they thought. Tang Chu cast a glance at Yang Qiqi and scoffed. Don't forget what I said later. Yang Qiqi's face turned pale, her fingertips trembling. Humph, Chun Wei disdainfully remarked. It's merely a slight hint of green. There's no need to be so arrogant. Just wait until you lose 1,000,000 when he kneels before us. Let's see if you can still act so haughty." Upon hearing this, Yang Qiqi's complexion gradually improved. Surely, standing on one's head to wash one's hair was far better than kneeling in apology, wasn't it? However, was that ice jade? Suddenly, a startled exclamation pierced the air. Heavens! It truly is ice jade, and of the most exquisite kind. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the raw stone, which had nearly been cut down by a third. Almost flawless ice jade. What an astonishing concept. Leaving aside everything else, this freshly cut piece alone was worth at least 400,000. How could this be? Yang Qiqi and her companions' eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How could this young man possess such extraordinary fortune? Jealousy. At this moment, even Feng furrowed his brow. From the surface of the raw stone, it certainly appeared that there shouldn't be any jade inside. Tang Chuchu was momentarily taken aback, then elated. "Ning Fan, I never expected your luck to be this extraordinary, cutting out ice jade. Indeed, luck." In this instant, even Tang Chuchu no longer believed that Ning Fan had chosen this raw stone based on skill. "Young man, I will purchase this raw stone for 400,000. How about we become friends?" A middle-aged man's voice rang out, prompting a wave of murmurs among the crowd, as no one had anticipated he would bid. Even Ning Fan was momentarily stunned, his eyes sparkling. It was no wonder they said one cut could lead to wealth or poverty. Who would have thought such a small piece of jade could command such a high price? "This is Zhou Tianxing, the general manager of Zhou's Jade Company," Tang Chuchu introduced. Zhou's Jade Company is one of the leading establishments in Jiangxing. I believe this price is reasonable. However, Ning Fan shook his head, declining. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, but I would prefer to take my chances." He had come to gamble on stones to collect jade and absorb the spiritual energy, aiming to achieve a breakthrough in the shortest time possible. Naturally, he had no intention of selling. Furthermore, these 3 raw stones were a generous gift from Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei. Even if he absorbed the jade, he would not incur a loss. Zhou Tianxing frowned, taken aback by Ning Fan's refusal. "Humph," Yang Qiqi interjected sarcastically. "Mr. Zhou is willing to bear the risk for you, and yet you still refuse? Let me tell you, if you cut any further and impurities appear, you won't see 400,000. Not even 1,000 will anyone offer. Jade is most averse to impurities. They significantly diminish its value." The surrounding crowd shook their heads, unanimously believing Ning Fan to be a naive fool. If it were them, they would undoubtedly take action at the first opportunity. Ning Fan ignored Yang Qiqi and stated, "Cut again." The cutter nodded and proceeded with the task. As the machine's sound resonated, the expressions on everyone's faces grew increasingly grave. When the machine finally fell silent, the crowd began to tremble with anticipation. "The most exquisite icy jade. My heavens, and it is so pristine." Gasps of astonishment erupted. In that moment, every individual's countenance reflected exhilaration as they fixated on the remarkably intact icy jade. Their faces flushed, rendered speechless. Tang Chuchu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the raw stone selected by Ning Fan? At that instant, she even questioned whether Ning Fan possessed some sort of X-ray vision. Impossible. Yang Qiqi's eyes burned with jealousy. How could he possibly have cut such fine icy jade? A profound envy enveloped her. Ning Fan continued to disregard Yang Qiqi. Smiling at the cutter, cut the other 2 pieces. The cutter, equally exhilarated, was experiencing the thrill of crafting such high-quality jade for the first time, easily worth 1,000,000. At this moment, many observers noted that the cutter's approach to the remaining 2 raw stones selected by Ning Fan became increasingly meticulous, as if he feared damaging them. Half an hour later, silence enveloped the stone gambling shop once more. Exceptional jade. 2 more pieces of extraordinary jade emerged. The first raw stone yielded icy jade, while the second produced violet jade, each valued at 1,000,000. The third was glass jade. Collectively, these 3 pieces were worth at least 3,000,000. Tang Chuchu stood in a daze, swallowing hard. Could this truly be the work of Ning Fan? How could it be possible to have 3 pieces of such exquisite jade? Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei's eyes burned with envy, insisting it was their turn. Yes, their raw stones had been selected by Master Feng, and the jade they cut would undoubtedly be more valuable. Feng Xiyuan remarked gravely. There seemed to be quite a few hidden treasures among the raw stones, right? He shared the same skepticism as Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei, firmly believing that Ning Fan could not have cut these jades through skill alone. Soon, The cutter turned his attention to the jade selected by Yang Qiqi and her companions, taking a deep breath, his arms trembling with apprehension. He became increasingly cautious. Green, green. Chun Wei's fists clenched, his eyes fixated on the raw stone, gritting his teeth. It must yield green. At this point, both of them were spiraling into madness. This was their chance to strike it rich. However, in half an hour, the scene left them rigid with shock, their expressions hollow. Only one piece revealed green, and it was marred with impurities. Chun Wei's voice trembled. How could this happen? This was a raw stone selected by Master Feng. How could it possibly fail to yield green? At this moment, an increasing number of skeptical gazes fell upon Feng. Was he truly inferior to even a clueless novice? Was this the vice president of the Stone Gambling Association? Faced with these critical stares, Feng's expression gradually darkened. What was going on? Surely, you must have manipulated the outcome, right? Yang Qiqi raised her head and shouted frantically, "You colluded with this gambling stone shop to deceive us, didn't you?" She could hardly fathom the result before her. "You are indeed quite the debater," Ning Fan remarked coldly. "Spare us your words. According to the wager, you are to kneel before Miss Tang immediately. Do you hear me?" Chapter 42. How is this possible? No, it cannot be. Yang Qiqi's face turned pale as she gritted her teeth. You want me to kneel? That's a delusion. To kneel publicly before others? It would be more unbearable than death itself. Tang Chuchu cast a fleeting glance at her, her eyes narrowing. So, you intend to breach the contract? Yang Qiqi's body trembled slightly. She sensed a chill emanating from Tang Chuchu. Miss Tang, Chun Wei said solemnly, one should leave a line for others, so that they may meet again in the future. Do not be too ruthless. If you are unwilling to honor the wager, Tang Chuchu replied coldly, I would not hesitate to ensure that you depart from this world, never to see the sun rise again. The moment her words fell, the icy aura of a wealthy heiress enveloped Tang Chuchu, causing both Yang Qiqi and Chun Wei to change color, their bodies quaking violently. Kneel. Suddenly, Chun Wei shouted. Before Yang Qiqi could utter another word, he forcefully pressed her down to the ground. Yang Qiqi glared at Ning Fan with venomous eyes. In front of so many people. To kneel publicly. Her humiliation was greater than the night before. Her entire face burned with shame. She loathed Ning Fan with every fiber of her being. It was all this waste's fault. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed within the stone gambling shop. Moments later, a group of individuals appeared. Led by a rotund man, the owner of the shop, Zhou Yongxin. Miss, he said, I heard your wager with this gentleman just now. According to your agreement, upon your loss, not only must you kneel, but you must also bow your head to this lady. Therefore, Miss Yang, please bow to Miss Tang, and then consume the remnants of those raw stones. Only then will the first wager be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiqi was filled with unwillingness. Just as she opened her mouth to protest, Chun Wei barked, silence, apologized and bowed to her. Instantly, Yang Qiqi's body trembled violently as she looked at Chun Wei in disbelief, her face flushed with anger. However, once Chun Wei spoke, she found herself with no room to refuse. Otherwise, Chun Wei would have forcibly pressed her head down to bow before Tang Chuchu, which would have been even more humiliating. Thus, she could only tremble as she bowed to Tang Chuchu, clutching the fragments of raw stone on the ground and putting them into her mouth. Gritting her teeth in apology, I'm sorry. She dared not utter a word to Chun Wei. Yet, within her heart, she harbored an unparalleled resentment towards Ning Fan, the man she had never regarded with any esteem. Now, time and again, he subjected her to such humiliation, and she wished she could tear him apart. That gentleman is indeed astute. Zhou Yongxin squinted his eyes and remarked, however, it seems you have yet to fulfill one aspect of your wager with Mr. Ning. In the event of a loss, the funds for purchasing the raw stones must also come from you. Wash it, do it now. Chun Wei initially intended to refuse, but he swiftly sensed the coldness in Zhou Yongxin's gaze and hastily acquiesced. That's more like it, Zhou Yongxin replied with a smile. He then turned to Ning Fan and said, Mr. Ning, I have a batch of raw stones in the back of my shop that are quite similar to those you have chosen, from the same source. Would you care to take a look? Ning Fan did not decline. His interest in gambling on stones stemmed from the fact that the raw stone he had just favored contained the jade essential for his cultivation. If there were more such stones here, it would be perfect. Please, Zhou Yongxin said pleasantly, leading Ning Fan and Tang Chuchu into the shop. Yang Qiqi watched their departing figures with eyes full of resentment, but soon she turned to Chun Wei with a look of grievance, asking, Darling, why did you act that way just now? He is merely the owner of a gambling stone shop. Is it necessary to fear him so? She found it incomprehensible. This area belonged to the underground world of Jiangqi district, where the gambling stone shops were generally under the protection of a certain Yijia, and those who associated with her. This shop owner was one such person. Shenwei scoffed. That waste is doomed. This place often sees incidents of murder and robbery. Murder and robbery? Yang Qiqi was taken aback. Shenwei nodded. Indeed. If someone unfamiliar with the rules here, or a fool without connections, comes to open stones face to face, and happens to uncover something valuable but fails to leave promptly, disaster will surely befall them. Their money, their life, and their stones will all remain here. Let us go. Even if that waste has the protection of the Tang family's young lady, he may not lose his life today, but he will not fare well either. After a brief pause, Shenwei added, once my Qin family officially secures the project collaboration with the Jiang family and soars to great heights, surpassing the Tang family, I will make sure that the humiliations you suffered today are repaid to that wretched Tang Chuchu tenfold, 100-fold. Meanwhile, Ning Fan and the others soon arrived at the back of the gambling stone shop, following Zhou Yongxin. There lay a small garden, complete with a rockery and flowing water, with bamboo standing in parallel, creating a refreshing atmosphere. However, there were no raw stones as promised by Zhou Yongxin. Boss, Tang Chuchu had already sensed something amiss. She turned to Zhou Yongxin, inquiring about the whereabouts of the raw stone he had mentioned. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the only door leading out of the room was shut. Zhou Yongxin's men swiftly surrounded them, trapping Ning Fan and Tang Chuchu in the center. Instinctively, Ning Fan shielded Tang Chuchu and coldly demanded, what does the boss mean by this? Zhou Yongxin chuckled, I trust you are an intelligent man, Mr. Ning, and must comprehend my intentions. Earlier, I antagonized the customers outside to preserve your dignity. Shouldn't you express some gratitude? He bore a disingenuous smile. Ning Fan retorted icily. Perhaps the boss could offer a hint. With a resounding thud, one of the men slammed a spiked club onto the ground, pointing it at Ning Fan and growling. You insolent brat, don't push your luck. Hand over the jade you just cut, and present it to our boss, or you both will pay dearly today. Murder and theft? Zhou Yongxin leisurely sipped his tea, savoring the floral notes. Feel free to try. Ning Fan coldly replied. Let us see if you have the capability to take those 3 pieces of jade from me. Just these people? They were hardly a threat in his eyes. Zhou Yongxin's gaze turned frigid. Kill him. In an instant, one of Zhou Yongxin's henchmen lunged forward wielding a glinting knife. Tang Chuchu inhaled deeply, nervously watching the scene unfold, feeling guilty for putting Ning Fan in this predicament. Had she not brought him to gamble with stones, none of this would have transpired. Although Ning Fan had previously dealt with her grandfather's bodyguard, Chen Wu, the sheer number of adversaries here, at least 20 or 30, made it impossible for one person to contend against them all. Yet, in the midst of her concern, Ning Fan suddenly sprang into action, moving with such speed that the onlookers could only perceive a fleeting shadow. In mere moments, anguished cries erupted from the courtyard, and Zhou Yongxin's smile froze as he leapt to his feet, astonished. How could this be? His henchmen were all skilled fighters, with several trained in Taekwondo. Not one of them could withstand the onslaught from this seemingly frail youth. Boss, shall we continue to test him? Ning Fan turned his gaze towards Zhou Yongxin. Call as many as you wish. Feeling the intensity of Ning Fan's stare, Zhou Yongxin trembled, his teeth grinding audibly as he glared at Ning Fan with malice. Don't be arrogant. This is the territory of the underground world in District 7 of Jiangqing. To cause a ruckus here is to slap Sister Ya's face. Sister Ya? Ning Fan furrowed his brow, recognizing the name of the woman once more. Call her, he said nonchalantly. Tell her to come over. Zhou Yongxin sneered. You are truly courting death. This young man truly embodies the audacity of a newborn calf, fearlessly daring to summon Sister Ya. When he finally encounters her, he will likely find himself on his knees, weeping and pleading for mercy. He swiftly dialed Wang Ya's number, meticulously narrating the discovery of 3 pieces of jade he had encountered. However, he inverted the truth. Sister Ya, this lad claimed that even if you were to arrive, he would not regard you with any respect. Just wait. After hanging up, Zhou Yongxin proclaimed with satisfaction, Sister, you will soon be here. As he spoke, he spat, and by sheer coincidence, the saliva landed squarely on Ning Fan's shoe. Ning Fan, with a detached demeanor, remarked, soon. You will be begging me to lick that saliva off your shoe. Zhou Yongxin erupted in boisterous laughter. Do you even know who our Sister Ya is? The thought of me begging you to lick that off is utterly hilarious. In his eyes, Ning Fan was nothing short of a lunatic. Hopelessly so. Half an hour later, Wang Hu, a formidable subordinate of Wang Ye, made his entrance into the shop. Zhou Yongxin rushed to greet him. Brother Hu, where's Sister Ye? She is occupied with matters, but she will arrive shortly. I came to assess the situation here, Wang Hu replied. Who disrespected Sister Ye? Zhou Yongxin pointed at Ning Fan, lodging a complaint. It was this young man who, upon hearing Sister Ye's name, brazenly insisted she come over. If only Brother Hu could incapacitate Ning Fan, he would ensure the latter could not utter a word. It was clear that Zhou Yongxin believed he could dictate the narrative. Wang Hu's gaze turned icy as he followed the direction of Zhou Yongxin's finger. However, upon realizing that the person being pointed at was Ning Fan, his body involuntarily quivered. How could it be this man? Just last night, he had received a slap from Sister Ye because of this very individual. Upon returning home, he learned that the lady by Ning Fan's side was none other than the esteemed eldest daughter of the Jiang family from Shangqing. His heart sank at the realization. He had inadvertently crossed paths with such a significant figure. He silently thanked his stars for Ning Fan's prowess. Otherwise, he would have been in grave trouble. Little did they anticipate that merely a night had passed, and already, another fool had dared to provoke this esteemed gentleman within Sister Ye's territory. Zhou Yongxin, believing Wang Ye to be infuriated, was eager to fan the flames. However, before he could utter another word, Wang Hu's hand struck him across the face. Scolding, are you itching for death? I know exactly who you are, even if others do not. Zhou Yongxin was momentarily stunned by Wang Hu's slap, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Thud. In the next moment, before Zhou Yongxin could fully grasp the situation, Wang Hu suddenly knelt before Ning Fan, pleading, Mr. Ning, I sincerely apologize. Please do not be angry. Sister Ye will be here shortly and will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Zhou Yongxin was left utterly bewildered, his complexion turning pale. Brother Hu actually knelt before this man? Even if he were to be utterly foolish, he would recognize that the man before him is someone he cannot afford to offend. What transpired here today? At that moment, Wang Yu arrived, entering from outside. Sister Ye. Wang Hu hurried over and recounted the situation succinctly. What? Wang Yu was taken aback. She then turned her gaze toward that direction, and indeed, it was Ning Fan once more. Taking a deep breath, she approached Tang Chu and Ning Fan. Miss Tang, Mr. Ning, is there something you require in the Gambling Stone Street? If you need anything, simply inform me, and I shall have it delivered to you, sparing you the trouble of running back and forth. I will accompany him for a casual stroll. Tang Chu replied nonchalantly. A sense of unease gripped Wang Ye. Who exactly is this Ning Fan? He was with the eldest daughter of the Jiang family from the provincial capital last night, and is now alongside the eldest daughter of the Tang family today. Moreover, he possesses extraordinary medical skills. Mr. Ning, Zhou Yongxin stammered, his voice trembling. I apologize. I didn't realize your esteemed status. Please spare me. He even crawled toward Ning Fan, attempting to clean his shoes with his tongue. So, if I had no identity at all, I would rightfully deserve to be robbed by you? Ning Fan kicked Zhou Yongxin aside, a cold smirk on his face. Is that so? Zhou Yongxin winced in pain, his face pale, cold sweat trickling down. Yet, he dared not utter a word of complaint. Drag him away, cripple him, and tie him to a tree on the outskirts for the bears and wild boars to feast upon, Wang Ye commanded icily. Zhou Yongxin was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder, collapsing to the ground, filled with regret. Just moments ago, Ning Fan had mentioned begging him to clean his shoes, and he had dismissed him as insane. Now, it was evident that he was far from mad. He no longer had the chance to plead for the opportunity to lick the shoes. Death was imminent. In the next moment, he crawled toward Wang Ye like a defeated dog, repeatedly saying, Sister Ye, I didn't mean to. I had no idea you knew him. Please give me another chance. Wang Hu did not allow him to finish, immediately calling 2 lackeys to drag him away. Mr. Ning, I sincerely apologize for any offense today. Regardless of your expenditures in the Gambling Stone Street, consider them on my account. Once Zhou Yongxin's voice faded, Wang Yu addressed the two. I have already settled the previous bill, so there is no need for you to cover it, Ning Fan replied. However, could you assist me with a favor? Upon hearing this, Wang Ye, who had been quite tense, exhaled a long sigh. As long as it was a matter that could be resolved with money or assistance, it would suffice. Wang Ye promptly inquired, what does Mr. Ning wish for my assistance with? I hope there are no lingering grievances from the last incident with Zhao Yuantang. Surely you are no longer upset? Ning Fan smiled. Let us not hold on to any anger. I hope you won't be reluctant to help me with this favor. Yesterday, when I encountered Wang Ye's attitude towards me, he initially failed to grasp the situation. However, later that evening, as I reflected during my rest, clarity began to dawn. Taking a deep breath to calm myself, I declared, let us consider that matter behind us. I will assist you to the best of my abilities today, as a form of atonement, coupled with my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Ning Fan nodded and said, I require your assistance in locating rare medicinal herbs, particularly those aged 2 to 3 years, or even several hundred years. Such jadeite imbued with spiritual energy or essence is exceedingly rare. The jadeite containing spiritual energy that was recently procured will soon be depleted after my absorption and refinement. Presently, I have yet to discover a location abundant in spiritual energy suitable for cultivation. Thus, I must persist in my search for aged medicinal herbs. Otherwise, it will adversely affect my cultivation progress. Wang Ye's heart sank, recognizing that such aged herbs are predominantly wild and difficult to find. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she spoke up. I know of a person who possesses such a herb. Ning Fan's expression brightened, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected lead. However, Wang Ye continued, although the age might not match your specifications, it is approximately a century old. Would that suffice? If so, I can take you there. Ning Fan paused momentarily, but ultimately nodded. That will do. Please follow me, Mr. Ning, Wang Ye urged. However, Mr. Xiao prefers tranquility and is not fond of crowds. She hesitated to glance at Tang Chu, her meaning clear. Ning Fan suddenly recalled that his grandfather had tasked him with an errand for the day. With a charming smile, Tang Chu said, I'll take my leave then. By the way, you're moving tomorrow, right? Ning Fan confirmed, yes. Tang Chu smiled. You must call me so that I can lend a hand. Ning Fan did not refuse her offer. After her departure, he got into Wang Ye's car, where she elaborated on their destination, a villa located on the outskirts of the city. The villa belonged to a man named Xiao Lei, whose father, Xiao Tianyan, was once the formidable ruler of the underground world in Jiangqing. However, 5 years prior, Xiao Tianyan fell gravely ill and has since been bedridden, unable to rise. Over time, aside from Wang Ye, the leaders of the 8 other districts began to harbor ulterior motives, vying for power. 3 months ago, Wang Ye clashed with Crow, the leader of the 6th district, due to these power struggles. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse. As long as Xiao Tianyan remains alive, the leaders of the 9 districts will still need to curry favor with him, and by extension, with Xiao Lei. It is precisely for this reason that last month, the formidable leader of the underground world in the 3rd district of Jiang City sought to curry favor with Xiao Lei by presenting him with a century-old wild ginseng. Wang Ye, having learned of this news by chance, did not anticipate that it would be of such utility today in easing the tensions with Ning Fan. Supported by the esteemed Miss Jiang from the provincial capital and the young lady of the Tang family, along with his remarkable medical skills, such a person must not be offended. Upon arriving at the entrance of the suburban villa, Wang Ye spotted the butler and whispered a few words in his ear. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Lei and his wife emerged from within, beaming with smiles. Xiao Lei appeared to be a man of refined demeanor, while his wife exuded a gentle warmth. However, as Madame Xiao approached, Ning Fan's brow furrowed momentarily. Something seemed amiss with her, yet considering the purpose of their visit, he refrained from voicing his concerns immediately. Ha! Xiao Lei laughed heartily. Xiao Ye, it has been a long time since you last visited us. Your sister-in-law has been yearning for you. Wang Ye was the only female leader among the 9 districts of the underground world, hence her relationship with Chun Xiaoping had always been amicable. The 3 exchanged pleasantries, at which point Xiao Lei noticed Ning Fan standing nearby and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Xiao Ye, who is this young man? Wang Ye introduced, Brother Lei, this is Mr. Ning. He has come to seek your assistance with a matter of urgency, and I took the liberty of bringing him along. I hope you will not take offense. Mr. Ning? Both Xiao Lei and Chun Xiaoping cast a surprised glance at Ning Fan. They were quite familiar with Wang Ye, so it was perplexing that she would refer to someone who appeared to be in his 20s as Mr. Ning. One must understand that in all of Jiang City, the number of individuals whom Wang Ye would address as Mr. could be counted on one hand. This young man must belong to a wealthy family. With a chill in the air, Xiao Lei, dismissing further thoughts, smiled and said, Xiao Ye, please bring Mr. Ning inside. Let us discuss matters over tea. Ning Fan and Wang Ye followed the Xiao couple into the villa, which was constructed by the lakeside. However, upon first glance, it did not seem particularly extravagant, suggesting that they were perhaps not superstitious regarding feng shui. Mr. Ning, upon entering the hall, Xiaolei got straight to the point. I am not one for pleasantries. Let us speak candidly. What brings you to seek me out today? Ning Fan replied with a smile. I have heard that you possess a century-old wild ginseng. May I have a look at it? At the mention of the century-old wild ginseng, Xiaolei's brow furrowed in surprise as he glanced at Wang Ye, evidently taken aback that she had disclosed such information to Ning Fan. It seemed that Mr. Ning's background was indeed astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaolei clapped his hands and instructed, bring forth my century-old wild ginseng for Mr. Ning to examine. If it is merely for a casual glance, he could indeed accept it, and moreover, he could befriend such a clearly affluent young heir, which could be deemed advantageous. The butler turned and departed. Mr. Ning. Xiaolei cast a glance at Ning Fan and inquired, may I ask what business your esteemed father is engaged in? I have never heard of anyone by the surname Ning in Jiangqing before. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye's breath quickened. She was genuinely curious about Ning Fan's background, which could attract both the young ladies of the Jiang and Tang families. Was it solely due to his remarkable medical skills? Mr. Xiao, you think too much. Ning Fan replied with a smile. My father neither engages in commerce nor holds political office, so it is entirely natural that you have not heard of him. Not engaged in commerce? Not in politics? Xiaolei instinctively glanced at Wang Ye, who shook her head. Subsequently, Xiaolei chuckled, I see. It seems I was too presumptuous. However, Ning Fan could distinctly sense that after learning this answer, Xiaolei's tone had diminished somewhat. Power. Background. Ning Fan smiled. In this world, only one's own strength could compel others to take notice. This was true in the past, and it remains so today. Sir, at that moment, the butler returned. Holding aloft a platter covered with red cloth, the century-old wild ginseng is within. Xiaolei nodded for him to unveil it. Subsequently, the red cloth was lifted, revealing a century-old wild ginseng before Ning Fan. He quickly discerned the rich spiritual energy emanating from it, even surpassing the 3 jade pieces. Ning Fan forcefully suppressed his excitement and turned to Xiaolei. Mr. Xiao, I wish to purchase this century-old wild ginseng. Might you be willing to part with it? It was imperative that he acquire it. He clenched his fists. With this century-old wild ginseng, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, bringing him a step closer to reuniting with his mother and finding his father. Xiaolei furrowed his brow and shook his head. I'm afraid, Mr. Ning, this century-old wild ginseng is not for sale. Ning Fan's heart sank. Mr. Xiao, please name your price. This is not merely a matter of money, and I do not lack funds. Xiaolei cast a glance at Chen Xiuping and replied, to be candid, Mr. Ning, my wife has always been frail and ill, and this century-old wild ginseng is needed to bolster her health. Therefore, I kindly ask you to retract your previous statement. His expression was tinged with a hint of irritation. Were it not for Wang Ye's introduction, he would have expelled Ning Fan long ago. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye sighed. Mr. Ning, let us leave. To everyone's surprise, Ning Fan rose and uttered an astonishing remark. Mr. Xiao, if I could save your wife's life, would you then consider gifting me this century-old wild ginseng? Chapter 45, Fulfillment. Mr. Ning, what do you mean by this? Xiaolei's expression was far from amiable. Given that you were brought here by Xiaoye, I graciously welcomed you and even allowed you a glimpse of the century-old wild ginseng. Yet, why do you now dare to curse my wife? Chen Xiuping's countenance was equally grim. Brother Lei, Wang Ye hastily interjected, please, do not be enraged. Mr. Ning may have his reasons for speaking thus. Let us hear his explanation. Previously, at Zhao Yuantang's place, Ning Fan had indeed rescued her from a perilous state. Wang Ye was aware of his exceptional medical skills and wondered if he had discerned some ailment afflicting Chen Xiuping. Ning, sir, Xiaolei scoffed. Out of respect for Xiaoye, I shall grant you a chance to explain yourself. However, should your explanation fail to satisfy me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Wang Ye exhaled, relieved that Xiaolei was willing to listen to Ning Fan. Ning Fan frowned. He despised being threatened. Yet upon seeing the century-old wild ginseng, he managed to suppress his displeasure. Madame Xiao is indeed frail, Ning Fan observed, glancing at Chen Xiuping. However, this is not due to her physical condition. Rather, someone seeks to harm her by placing a curse within her body. If we cannot expel the curse. Enough. Xiaolei interrupted impatiently, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Mr. Ning, you truly astonish me. To obtain the century-old wild ginseng, You resort to all manner of deceit, even invoking curses. I assure you, I will not part with that ginseng. Now, kindly leave. Our humble abode cannot accommodate someone of your stature." He then turned to Wang Ye, his voice icy. "Xiao Ye, do not bring such dubious individuals to our home in the future. This is your first warning. Should it happen again, do not expect me to maintain our previous cordiality." At that moment, Wang Ye's own anger began to rise. She had genuinely believed Ning Fan might have identified some ailment afflicting Qin Xiuping. It was disheartening to realize he was merely spouting nonsense. Now, she questioned whether it was indeed Ning Fan who had cured her during that incident at Zhao Yuantang. "I am truly sorry, Brother Lei," Wang Yu apologized. "I will take him away immediately and ensure we do not intrude upon you and sister-in-law again." She glanced at Ning Fan. "Mr. Ning, shall we go?" "Yet." Ning Fan looked back at Xiao Lei with a playful smile. "Mr. Xiao, are you certain you wish for me to depart? Should I leave now? It may not be as simple to have me return in the future." Wang Ye's chest heaved with indignation. How could this Mr. Ning not see that Xiao Lei was on the brink of fury? To speak to him in such a tone was audacious. "Rest assured," Xiao Lei replied coldly. "I will never beg for your return to our villa. I hope that once you leave, you refrain from disclosing your presence here to anyone. I have no desire for others to know that I associate with someone like you." Ning Fan smiled indifferently, dismissing Xiao Lei's words. "Mr. Xiao, allow me to offer you a final piece of advice," Ning Fan began. "Madame Xiao will soon faint, her complexion turning purplish, while her lips will grow pale. You would do well to contact a hospital promptly and prepare for the worst. Otherwise, there could be dire consequences." With those words, he turned and departed without casting another glance at Xiao Lei. The latter's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white, incensed by Ning Fan's proclamation. "Brother Lei, I apologize." Wang Ye offered a wry smile, explaining, "He is backed by the esteemed Jiang Ru Shui from the Jiang family and Tang Chu Chu from the Tang family, individuals I cannot afford to offend. Thus, I had no choice but to bring him here, and I genuinely did not anticipate he would be such a person." Xiao Lei waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave. Do not return here for the time being." Wang Ye sighed helplessly and subsequently followed Ning Fan out of the villa. 10 minutes later, Xiao Lei's sister-in-law, Yu Mingxin, arrived. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, why do you both look so distressed?" she inquired, puzzled. "Who has angered you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei snorted coldly. "Wang Ye brought a young man earlier. Initially, it was inconsequential, but he claimed that something sinister was afflicting your sister-in-law and that she would soon face a calamity. Is that not a curse upon her?" "What?" Yu Mingxin's eyes widened in alarm, her expression tense. "Did someone truly say that?" Xiao Lei glanced at her. "Indeed. He went on to say that your sister-in-law would soon faint and her complexion would turn purplish." The more he spoke, the paler Yu Mingxin's face became. "Elder brother," she said anxiously after a moment. "Surely you and sister-in-law do not believe that man's words?" Xiao Lei shook his head. "Your elder brother and sister-in-law are not fools. How could we possibly believe such nonsensical claims?" Suddenly, he noticed that Yu Mingxin's demeanor was also unsettling. "Why do you appear so unwell?" Yu Mingxin quickly shook her head. "I am fine. I am merely agitated. I cannot believe there are individuals who would cast such curses upon my sister-in-law. If I encounter them, I will ensure they pay dearly." Her voice was filled with indignation. However, internally, she felt a rising panic. How could this be? How could anyone have discovered such a thing? Thankfully, Xiao Lei and Qin Xiuping did not believe that man's words. Otherwise, all her efforts would have been in vain. "Mingxin, do not be upset," Qin Xiuping said as she approached with tea. "Rest assured, your elder brother has made it clear to Wang Ye that she should refrain from bringing such dubious characters around in the future." Yu Mingxin smiled in relief. "That is good to hear." Yet, she secretly scoffed, thinking, in the future? There may not be a future at all. Bang! Suddenly, at that moment, the teapot in Qin Xiuping's hand fell directly to the ground with a loud crash. "Why are you so careless?" Xiao Lei was about to express his anger when he quickly sensed something was amiss, his expression shifting to one of concern. "Xiuping, what is wrong with you?" He hurriedly reached out to support Qin Xiuping, only to find her eyes tightly shut, her breathing noticeably rapid. In an instant, Xiao Lei felt a heavy weight in his heart. Just as he intended to assist Qin Xiuping to the sofa, he suddenly noticed the color of her face changing, turning purple. Increasingly so, while her lips became pale. Boom. This is impossible. Xiao Lei's pupils contracted in terror. How could this happen? What Ning Fan mentioned earlier is now all coming true. Quickly, Xiao Lei urgently shouted to Yu Mingxin, "Go find Wang Ye and ask her to bring that Mr. Ning over. Chapter 46. Life and Death No. Yu Mingxin raised her voice in refusal. Brother, have you lost your mind? You can't possibly believe that person's nonsensical ramblings. Can you? Curses? She scoffed. I could just as easily say that my sister-in-law is possessed by a ghost. For a moment, Xiaolei regained his composure. Indeed, such sorcery had always existed only in books. He had never believed in it. I will call Dr. Zhao right now. Yu Mingxin took out her phone. Let's have Dr. Zhao come and check on my sister-in-law. He is a renowned physician in Jiangqing. He will certainly be able to cure her. Since Ning Fan could discern the presence of sorcery on his sister-in-law, perhaps he truly possessed a solution. Realizing that his meticulously crafted plans were on the verge of collapse, he could not allow Ning Fan to thwart them. Yes, you must call Dr. Zhao at once. Xiaolei urged. Have him come here as swiftly as possible. Yu Mingxi nodded and dialed Zhao Yuantang's number, informing him of Chen Xiaoping's fainting incident. Soon, half an hour passed, and an elderly man entered, carrying a medicine box. Walking with a commanding presence that exuded vitality. This man was none other than Zhao Yuantang. Dr. Zhao? Xiaolei's body trembled as he rushed to greet him. I beg you to examine my wife's condition. He gestured towards the unconscious Chen Xiaoping. All right. Zhao Yuantang stroked his beard. Mr. Xiao, do not worry. With me here, there will be no issues. He strode confidently to Chen Xiaoping's side, placing his fingers on her wrist to assess her condition. However, with each passing moment, his expression grew increasingly grave, occasionally furrowing his brow. Dr. Zhao, Xiaolei asked anxiously, what is wrong with Xiaoping? Zhao Yuantang frowned. Mr. Xiao, miss you. I am unsure of what transpired with Madame Xiao just now. Upon hearing this, Xiaolei hurriedly explained, recounting the events that had transpired in the villa to Zhao Yuantang without omitting a single detail. Fainting all of a sudden, Zhao Yuantang furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, this ailment is rather peculiar. I have never encountered such an unusual condition as that of Madame Xiao. Xiaolei's expression tightened nervously. Dr. Zhao, could it be that even you cannot cure my wife? Zhao Yuantang shook his head. I fear not. My medical knowledge is too shallow to discern what afflicts her. This is truly strange. Her pulse is steady, so how could she suddenly go mad? He pondered, perplexed. Then, what should we do, Dr. Zhao? Xiaolei's voice trembled. If even someone of your skill cannot ascertain my wife's condition, who else could? Zhao Yuantang was already renowned as a divine doctor in Jiangqing. There might be one other person, Zhao Yuantang mused, his eyes brightening slightly. His medical prowess surpasses mine, indeed. It may be that I cannot even begin to comprehend his skills. Xiaolei's pupils constricted. Really? When did such a person emerge in Jiangqing? Indeed. Zhao Yuantang said with a sigh, there are always greater talents beyond our ken. That gentleman's medical skills have reached an extraordinary level, far exceeding my own. Reflecting on how effortlessly Ning Fan had discerned his locking yang needle technique and identified the issue, Zhao Yuantang felt an even deeper respect. Few, if any, could rival his expertise. Dr. Zhao, Xiaolei urged, grasping Zhao Yuantang's arm. Who is that gentleman? Can you take me to him? I would like him to examine my wife. Anyone esteemed by Zhao Yuantang must be exceptional. I can make an attempt. Zhao Yuantang hesitated for a moment. But whether Dr. Ning will come here to treat your wife depends entirely on his disposition. Xiaolei's expression brightened. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Meanwhile, Ning Fan departed the Xiao family villa with Wang Ye. He requested Wang Ye to drop him off at the city high school, for the following day was Saturday, and Xiao Qiu would finish school early. Before long, Ning Fan spotted Qin Xiu walking out of the school. He waved, calling, Xiao Qiu. Qin Xiu's face lit up with joy. Ah, brother, what brings you here? Aren't you working today? Ning Fan ruffled her hair affectionately. I took a day off just to pick you up for a meal. Qin Xiu blinked. Brother, let's buy some ingredients and cook at home. Ning Fan smiled indulgently. Not today. Come, follow me. I have a surprise for you. He took Qin Xiu's hand, hailed a taxi, and whispered something in the driver's ear. Qin Xiu looked at Ning Fan with curiosity, eager to discover where he intended to take her. The car came to a halt in front of a grand restaurant, adorned with an antique decor that evoked a sense of enchantment. Qingyan Restaurant. Qin Xiu immediately felt a pang of anxiety. Brother, this restaurant is far too expensive. Let us just go home to eat. Each time she returned home, she fantasized about the day she would earn enough to treat her brother to a lavish feast here. Yet, this time, she was utterly surprised that her brother had actually brought her to this place. Having heard from a classmate's mother who works here about the exorbitant prices, she felt apprehensive. I've already reserved a private room, Ning Fan said with a chuckle. If we don't go, it would be a waste. Come on, rest assured, your brother has enough money to treat you to a meal here. He affectionately ruffled Qinqiu's hair. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Zhao Yuantang, the esteemed physician. Upon answering, Zhao Yuantang inquired, "Where are you at the moment? I have something important to discuss with you. Is it urgent?" Ning Fan asked, knitting his brows. Indeed. It concerns a matter of life and death, Zhao Yuantang replied swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fan responded, "Then come find me. I'm dining at Qingyun Restaurant. The private room number is 006. Zhao Yuantang's expression brightened. All right, Mr. Ning, I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Ning Fan led Qinqiu into Qingyun Restaurant and approached the front desk, saying, Room 006, reserved last night. The receptionist nodded. Please hold on a moment while I check. Suddenly, Ning Fan spotted a familiar figure and was momentarily taken aback. He hurried over. Well, if it isn't you. The man in the suit was Zhou Kuan, Ning Fan's high school classmate. They had been quite close during their school days, but after Zhou Kuan transferred, they lost touch. You are? Zhou Kuan furrowed his brow. Ning Fan. Yes, it's me, Ning Fan. He clapped Zhou Kuan on the shoulder, taking a moment to appraise him warmly. You've done well for yourself, becoming the manager of Qingyun Restaurant. By the way, where have you been all these years? Why haven't you reached out? Over the years, aside from Qinqiu, Ning Fan had few close friends, so encountering an old classmate was a pleasant surprise. However, Zhou Kuan's tone remained rather indifferent as he replied. In my second year of high school, my father sent me abroad to study. I only returned 2 years ago, and now, as I'm working, please call me Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou? Ning Fan chuckled, teasing, when did you stop joking with me? Yet, the conversation took a different turn. Zhou Kuan furrowed his brow, displaying a look of displeasure, and abruptly shifted the topic. Have you come here to dine? Ning Fan nodded in affirmation. Yes. Do you have some time? My sister and I are feeling a bit bored. Shall we retreat to a private room for a couple of drinks? He genuinely cherished this bond. Zhou Kuan casually inquired. Which private room? Room 006, replied the front desk attendant at that moment. Would you like me to arrange someone to escort you? However, Zhou Kuan interjected. I'm afraid not. Ning Fan, room 006 is currently under renovation, and dining there is not feasible. If you still wish to enjoy a meal at our Qingyun restaurant, you will have to settle for the main hall. Renovation? Ning Fan raised an eyebrow but thought little of it. The main hall will suffice. I'll take my sister there first. Do remember to join us for a drink later. Zhou Kuan nodded perfunctorily, though a hint of disdain lingered in his expression. Manager Zhou watched as Ning Fan and Qinqiu distanced themselves, and the front desk attendant, perplexed, remarked, But our restaurant has no private rooms undergoing renovation today. What is going on? Zhou Kuan scoffed. He is a high school classmate of mine. I know his background all too well. Back in school, he lived on nothing but steamed buns. Just a few years have passed. How could he possibly have turned his fortunes? Did you notice that girl beside him? He merely trying to impress her. Just wait and see. He'll surely order only the cheapest dishes. He smirked. Arranging a private room for him would be a waste of space. It would be better to reserve it for those with wealth and influence. Little did he know that Ning Fan, who had already entered the first layer of qi refinement, possessed keen hearing. He absorbed every word exchanged between Zhou Kuan and the front desk attendant. Time, Ning Fan sighed, truly has the power to transform a person. I never imagined that Zhou Kuan would become such a person. Brother, Qinqiu blinked. What's the matter? Ning Fan smiled. It's nothing, just feeling a bit disheartened. I'm sorry, Xiaoqiu. It seems today I can only take you to dine in the main hall. He had grown weary of quarreling with Zhou Kuan. From now on, they would each follow their own paths. It's all right. Qinqiu responded with a sweet smile. Brother, I'm already very happy that you brought me to Qingyun restaurant. She continued, wrinkling her cute nose. Besides, I don't really like dining in private rooms. They feel too stuffy to me. A warm current flowed through Ning Fan's heart. It was comforting to know that Xiaoqiu considered his feelings. Soon, an abundance of dishes was served at their table. After a while of dining, Zhou Kuan approached them, his tone cold. Ning Fan, our Qingyun restaurant does not allow credit. You best think quickly about where to borrow money to settle this bill. To be candid, I never anticipated that you would transform into this manner. He cast a fleeting glance at Qinqiu, remarking on the absurdity of pretending to be affluent merely to impress women. During their school days, Ning Fan had casually mentioned having a sister, Yet Zhou Kuan and the others had never encountered her. Furthermore, with Qin Xiu blossoming into a striking beauty, Zhou Kuan couldn't help but entertain such notions. Manager Zhou, Ning Fan's tone softened. Rest assured, I shall not partake in a free meal. I will pay what is due shortly. Perhaps you should focus on attending to your patrons instead. Humph. Zhou Kuan scoffed, sharp-tongued and ungrateful. With that, he turned to leave, instructing the waitstaff to keep a vigilant eye on Ning Fan to prevent his escape without settling the bill. At that moment, his gaze flickered towards the entrance, where a Rolls-Royce had come to a halt. Instantly, he felt a jolt of surprise. He hastened to the restaurant's entrance, opening the rear door of the Rolls-Royce with deference as he addressed, Mr. Xiao, what brings you here? Emerging from the vehicle was none other than Xiao Lei, the principal proprietor behind their esteemed Qingyun restaurant, accompanied by Zhao Yuantang. Xiao Lei did not even spare Zhou Kuan a glance as he briskly made his way into the establishment. Zhou Kuan, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to keep pace with them. The closer he drew to Xiao Lei, the more palpable the latter's unease became, causing Zhou Kuan's heart to race. What could be the matter? Was there a significant guest expected today? Who could instill such trepidation in Mr. Xiao? Soon, they reached the second floor, where Zhou Kuan assumed Xiao Lei would ascend further. To his astonishment, Xiao Lei led the elderly man to a room on this very floor, meticulously surveying the room numbers. In a brief moment, their steps halted at room 006. Upon recognizing the number, Zhou Kuan's pupils constricted, his legs trembling. How could Mr. Xiao be standing at the entrance of this particular room? Dr. Ning, Zhao Yuantang half bowed, inquiring, might I be permitted to escort Mr. Xiao inside? An extended silence lingered within the room, devoid of any response. Zhao Yuantang sensed something amiss, murmuring, what is happening? Wasn't Dr. Ning expecting us in room 006? Why was there no reply? At this point, Xiao Lei's demeanor darkened as he glanced at Zhou Kuan, asking, has anyone visited room 006 today? Zhou Kuan, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth. Mr. Xiao, no one has. Dr. Ning. The elderly man had mentioned Dr. Ning. But Ning Fan could not possibly be any sort of divine physician. In that moment, a flicker of hope arose within him. Is that so? Zhao Yuantang furrowed his brow. I shall call Dr. Ning to inquire. And thus, he made a phone call, and moments later, his expression grew somber. Xiao Lei gasped, hastily inquiring. What is the situation? Has Dr. Ning not arrived? Zhao Yuantang shook his head and coldly replied, he is here, sitting in the hall. Chapter 48. A single herb is insufficient what? Xiao Lei erupted in fury, glaring at Zhou Kuan. Did you not inform me that Dr. Ning was not coming? Why is he now seated in the hall? Let me make it clear. If Dr. Ning is angered, your position here will cease to exist. At this juncture, he turned to Zhao Yuantang, gritting his teeth and imploring, Zhao Lao, I beseech you to take me to meet Dr. Ning. I shall provide him with an explanation regarding this matter. Zhao Yuantang furrowed his brow but eventually sighed. Let us go. Zhou Kuan was rendered speechless, his face paling. No, it's impossible, he stammered, shaking his head frantically. The one who summoned Mr. Xiao could not possibly be Ning Fan. How could he be a divine physician? Divine physicians, by nature, are elderly sages. And Ning Fan? He is of the same age as I. With a determined bite of his teeth, he leaned against the wall and followed, unwilling to believe it. Upon entering the hall, Xiao Lei's gaze fell upon Ning Fan, and he scornfully remarked, you truly will go to any lengths to obtain my century-old wild ginseng. You followed me all the way here. Let me assure you, I shall never part with that herb. Silence. Zhao Yuantang suddenly interrupted in anger. Mr. Xiao, the individual standing before you is indeed the Dr. Ning I spoke of. A profound silence ensued. For a moment, Xiao Lei's mind went blank as he gaped at Ning Fan, unable to fathom that this young man was the esteemed physician lauded by Zhao Yuantang. As realization struck, his complexion turned ashen. Mr. Xiao, Ning Fan said with a playful smile, it appears you hold yourself in rather high regard. Xiao Lei's face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Zhou Kuan, who had followed closely behind, overheard Ning Fan's words and, not understanding the context, shouted angrily, Ning Fan, you will be silent. What right do you have to speak to Mr. Xiao in such a manner? Kneel and beg for his forgiveness, or you shall not leave Qingyun. Slap. Get lost. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lei turned and struck Zhou Kuan, scolding, utter another word, and I will have you thrown into the river tonight to feed the fish. Having already offended Ning Fan, He was now further irritated by the reckless manager's outburst. Divine physician. Then, with a heavy heart, Xiao Lei stepped forward and apologized. I am sorry. Had I known you were the esteemed individual praised by Zhao Lao, I would never have addressed you in such a manner at the villa. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Dr. Ning. He felt a sense of frustration within, yet there was nothing he could do. For only Ning Fan possessed the potential to cure his wife. Mr. Xiao, I kindly ask you to leave, Ning Fan stated calmly. I have mentioned that while it is easy to let me leave the villa, persuading me to return will not be a simple matter. With that, he cast a glance at Zhou Kuan. Moreover, your man has put me in a rather foul mood. Xiao Lei's expression darkened as he quietly commanded, Zhou Kuan, kneel and apologize to Dr. Ning. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Kuan dropped to his knees before Ning Fan. Weeping, Ninggu, I was wrong. I realize my mistake. I should not have deceived you about the renovation of Box 006. I beg you, for the sake of our past as high school classmates, spare me. Ning Fan shook his head. This man was beyond redemption, still lying before him. Xiaoqiu, he then said, choosing to ignore Zhou Kuan, and smiled affectionately. Have you finished eating? At that moment, Qin Xiu was engulfed in shock, her mouth slightly agape. Good heavens! What was she witnessing? The owner and manager of Qingyun restaurant were treating her brother in such a manner. Was this truly her brother? Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. Xiaoqiu? Huh? Qin Xiu snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding, Brother, I've finished eating. Let us go. Ning Fan stood up, leading Qin Xiu to the front desk to settle the bill. Dr. Ning. As Ning Fan was about to depart, Xiao Lei could no longer contain himself and called out, a healer's heart should be compassionate. Are you truly prepared to watch a life perish before your eyes? Regardless of the means, he hoped to persuade Ning Fan to save his wife. With a light chuckle, Ning Fan turned back, asking, what is this? Mr. Xiao, are you attempting to morally bind me? Xiao Lei fell silent, speechless. Zhao Yuantang, standing nearby, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Had he known Xiao Lei would behave in such a manner, he would never have agreed to bring him to seek Dr. Ning's help. Now, Ning Fan might even harbor resentment towards him. Suddenly, Ning Fan spoke indifferently. I can save your wife. Xiao Lei's previously despondent eyes sparkled with newfound hope at Ning Fan's words, and he exclaimed excitedly, Thank you, Dr. Ning. Do not rejoice just yet, Ning Fan replied calmly. If you wish for me to intervene, a single century-old wild ginseng is insufficient. You will need to procure 3 more such wild herbs. Should you agree, I shall proceed. If not, your wife's fate shall rest in the hands of destiny. He was no saint. Given Xiao Lei's prior treatment of him, expecting Ning Fan to assist his wife with kindness was utterly implausible. Xiao Lei's expression shifted rapidly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, Very well. As long as Mr. Ning is willing to treat my wife, acquiring 3 wild herbs aged over 100 years will not pose a problem. Ning Fan regarded Xiao Lei with newfound esteem. It appeared he truly loved his wife. You may return now. Ning Fan spoke once more. After I send my sister home, I shall personally visit your villa. With that, he turned to leave with Qin Xiu. Xiao Lei exhaled in relief, feeling that his wife was saved. At that moment, he caught sight of Zhou Kuan, who lay collapsed on the ground, and coldly remarked, You were high school classmates with Dr. Ning? Zhou Kuan grasped at the last shred of hope, nodding fervently. Yes, Mr. Xiao, I was indeed a classmate of Ning Fan. Or rather, Dr. Ning. I truly made a mistake. Please forgive me just this once. He wept profusely, vowing that if granted another chance, he would never again act so foolishly. Humph, Xiao Lei scoffed. You should consider yourself fortunate to have had a school connection with Dr. Ning. Otherwise, come tomorrow morning. The Jiangxing Canal would witness the emergence of another lifeless body. Get out of Qingyun restaurant, and do not let me see you again, or else. Zhou Kuan breathed a sigh of relief, and in that moment, he silently expressed gratitude towards Ning Fan. After escorting Qin Xiu home, he hailed a taxi and headed for Xiao Lei's villa. Xiao Lei stood at the entrance, awaiting his arrival. Dr. Ning. Upon seeing Ning Fan alight from the vehicle, he quickly approached. I entrust my wife to you. Rest assured, Ning Fan replied with a nod. She shall be safe with me. He followed Xiao Lei into the villa, where Yu Mingxin noticed Ning Fan and frowned, asking, Elder brother, who is this? This is Dr. Ning, Xiao Lei introduced. He is the one who discerned that someone had placed a curse on your sister-in-law. Initially, he had been adamant about the non-existence of such sorcery. However, witnessing Zhao Yuantang's esteem for Ning Fan, he began to waver in his beliefs. Could such things, once relegated to the realm of fiction, truly exist? Was it him? Yu Mingxin's heart sank. Elder brother, why did you summon him? Do you genuinely believe that my sister-in-law is under a curse? Ning Fan glanced at her, sensing her hostility, and realized that she was likely the source of the trouble. Mingxin, Xiao Lei admonished, you must not be disrespectful to Dr. Ning. Regardless of whether your sister-in-law is cursed, she ought to be examined by him. Yu Mingxin fell silent, casting a cold glance at Ning Fan, a warning lurking in her gaze. Ning Fan paid her no mind and approached Chen Xiaoping, gently placing his finger on her arm. Immediately, her delicate form trembled, showing signs of life. Witnessing this, Xiao Lei's expression turned to one of ecstatic delight. Indeed, Dr. Ning is worthy of Zhao Lao's admiration. His methods are truly remarkable. Zhao Yuantang approached. Having exhausted all means to elicit even the slightest response from Chen Xiaoping, yet now, with merely a gentle touch of Ning Fan's finger, her body trembled. This moment gradually instilled a sense of belief in Xiao Lei regarding Ning Fan's abilities. Shizai Acupoint, Ning Fan stated calmly. This point can gradually awaken Madame Xiao's consciousness. Zhao Yuantang listened intently, his expression grave, recognizing that Ning Fan was imparting knowledge to him. The bloodworm had been introduced into Madame Xiao's body. Ning Fan continued, this particular parasite feeds on the blood within the human body. If my deductions are correct, the bloodworm was implanted in Madame Xiao approximately 20 days ago. Over these days, it has been consuming her blood, causing her to reach a point of unbearable suffering. Hence her current condition. As they absorbed Ning Fan's coherent explanation, Xiao Lei and Zhao Yuantang dared not breathe too loudly, fearful of disrupting him. Simultaneously, this moment solidified Xiao Lei's faith in Ning Fan's medical prowess. However, standing to the side, Yu Mingxin was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. The terror was overwhelming. Ning Fan was indeed formidable, not only deducing the type of parasite she had used on Chen Xiaoping, but also pinpointing the timing of its introduction. At that moment, her gaze was laden with murderous intent as she fixated on Ning Fan's back, her emotions reaching a fever pitch. This individual could very well unravel the intricate plans she had orchestrated for so long. Damn it, why must such a person appear at this critical juncture? Noble healer, Xiao Lei inquired cautiously, do you have any means to extract that parasite? Ning Fan nodded affirmatively, indeed. Mr. Xiao, please assist in raising your wife. Xiao Lei complied promptly, helping Chen Xiaoping into a semi-reclining position. At this juncture, Ning Fan produced 2 silver needles. What I am about to do is to seal the acupoints on either side of Madame Xiao's arms. Zhao Yuantang took meticulous notes. The needles punctured the acupoints on Chen Xiaoping's arms, and immediately, her complexion turned an even more ghastly shade of white, devoid of any color. Noble healer, what is happening? Xiao Lei's pupils constricted in alarm. Why does my wife look even worse? However, Ning Fan did not respond. Instead, he swiftly placed his palm against Chen Xiaoping's back. The force of the blow reverberated throughout the villa. What are you doing? Yu Mingxin finally seized the opportunity, pointing at Ning Fan and shouting angrily. I see you are not here to save my sister-in-law, but rather to harm her. Am I right? Brother, how can you trust the ramblings of such a person? If he causes harm to my sister-in-law. But before she could finish, Chen Xiaoping suddenly opened her mouth and expelled a mouthful of black blood. Most importantly, within this pool of dark blood, a red cursed insect was crawling. For a moment, the villa was enveloped in a profound silence, with the 3 individuals, aside from Ning Fan, displaying varied expressions. Zhao Yuantang wore a grave countenance, while Xiao Lei's pupils constricted in astonishment. Meanwhile, Yu Mingxin exhibited a hint of panic. With swift reflexes, Ning Fan flicked his fingers, unleashing a silver needle that shimmered with ethereal energy, which punctured the cursed insect. Following a brief tremor, the cursed insect lay still upon the ground, lifeless. Mr. Ning. Xiao Lei swallowed hard. Is this the creature that caused my wife to faint? Ning Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I have extracted and eliminated this cursed insect from your wife's body. With ample nourishment over the next 3 months, she should recuperate fully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei's expression brightened. I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Ning. Ning Fan waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. We each have our own needs. Just remember the words you spoke to me at the Qingyan restaurant. Xiao Lei promptly assured him, rest assured, Mr. Ning. I shall have my servants retrieve the century-old wild ginseng immediately. As for the other 3 wild herbs, I will instruct them to search diligently. and they will be delivered to you as soon as they are found. Ning Fan nodded in approval. That is satisfactory. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Before departing, he cast a glance at Yu Mingxin and cautioned, by the way, Mr. Xiao, a cursed insect can only be introduced into the body by someone very close. It would be wise to investigate this matter thoroughly. He had sensed her murderous intent towards him, and he certainly would not allow her to escape unscathed. Given Xiao Lei's capabilities, it would not take long for him to uncover the truth behind this incident. Understood, Xiao Lei replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. I will arrange for someone to escort you home. Ning Fan accepted the offer and, after acquiring the desired century-old wild ginseng, departed in the vehicle. Mr. Xiao, Zhao Yuantang interjected, I too must take my leave. Xiao Lei nodded. Safe travels, Dr. Zhao. When time permits, I shall bring my wife to visit you for tea. Once Ning Fan and Zhao Yuantang had exited, Xiao Lei exhaled a sigh of relief. He then turned to Yu Mingxin. Mingxin, what do you think Mr. Ning's words imply? Are you suggesting that someone close to us harmed Xiaoping by placing the cursed insect within her? Chapter 50. Do not jest what? Yu Mingxin's eyes flickered with anxiety. Brother, what are you saying? How could anyone among us wish to harm sister-in-law? Her body trembled slightly. Nothing is the best scenario, Xiao Lei retorted, retracting his gaze. If I uncover the truth, I will ensure that there are severe consequences. In a dark, damp cave within Jiangcheng, a man in a black robe sat cross-legged. Countless blood-red insects crawling over him in a most unsettling manner. Suddenly, he lurched forward, expelling a mouthful of thick blood. A frantic, piercing scream echoed through the cavern. Who dares to kill my child? The blood insects were intricately connected to his essence. Thus, with their demise, he would suffer irreparable loss of vitality. Moments later, a middle-aged man entered respectfully and inquired, Master, what has transpired? The black-robed figure replied ominously. The blood insect I left with the Xiao family in Jiangcheng has been killed. Investigate this matter thoroughly. A chilling murderous intent glimmered in his eyes as he commanded. Bring me the one who dared to slay my child, living or dead. The middle-aged man bowed deeply, affirming, Yes, master. When Ning Fan returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Eagerly, he retreated to his room and retrieved the century-old wild ginseng he had acquired from Xiao Lei. Spiritual energy. A mere touch of his finger upon the ginseng revealed an overwhelming potency, far surpassing that of the jade stone he possessed. Ning Fan's heart surged with joy as he murmured, I wonder if this century-old wild ginseng can help me break through to the second level of qi refinement. He then prepared to practice the swallowing heaven technique, but was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Who could be calling at this hour? Frustrated, he stood to answer. Discovering it was Xiao Lei. Dr. Ning, I hope I'm not disturbing you, Xiao Lei began. I called to express my gratitude. Thanks to you. My wife has regained consciousness. Ning Fan, annoyed at the interruption of his cultivation, replied curtly, That's good to hear. Is there anything else? Indeed, Xiao Lei continued cheerfully. My wife wishes to thank you personally and plans to host a banquet at the Tang Hotel once she is feeling better. Also, Dr. Ning, I understand you seek 3 medicinal herbs over 100 years old. I intend to invite some friends and notable individuals in Jiangcheng to facilitate your search for such herbs. Would you be interested in attending? After a moment's contemplation, Ning Fan agreed. All right. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Finding such wild herbs on his own would prove challenging. As Xiao Lei suggested, building connections in Jiangcheng would ease the process significantly. Suddenly, he recalled the warning of Tang Sihai from that day. You and my daughter inhabit entirely different worlds. You are a firefly, while she is the bright moon. A vast disparity that your medical skills cannot bridge. That lofty attitude left Ning Fan feeling quite displeased. One day, he vowed, he would prove himself. Ning Fan murmured to himself, I shall make you aware of the terrifying connections I have forged solely through my mastery of the silver needle. In the stillness of the night, a subtle flow of spiritual energy enveloped Ning Fan's body, as he continuously absorbed the essence emanating from the century-old wild ginseng. The art of devouring heaven, a technique capable of consuming all. Ning Fan sensed the overwhelming power of this secret cultivation method. The spiritual energy within the ancient ginseng, upon entering his body, surged with wild fervor. However, as he activated the art of devouring heaven, that frantic energy transformed into a docile lamb. What manner of person is my father? Ning Fan pondered with deep curiosity regarding how his father had acquired such a profound cultivation technique. What were the identities of his parents? At this moment, he found himself devoid of any clues. Unconsciously, Ning Fan clenched his fists. Exhaling deeply, he sought to calm his emotions and resumed his practice of the art of devouring heaven. The uncertainty did not trouble him. Once he ascended to a higher realm and entered the 7th level of the 9-story glazed tower, he would discover his mother's whereabouts. At that time, he could inquire directly, and all the mysteries would surely be unveiled. This night, he devoted an entire evening to absorbing the spiritual essence from the century-old wild ginseng. Regrettably, he did not achieve a breakthrough to the 2nd layer of the Qi refining stage. Could it be that a single century-old ginseng was insufficient for my advancement? As he felt the tranquility in his dantian, a throbbing headache plagued him. He truly did not know how much spiritual energy was required to transcend from the 1st to the 2nd layer of the Qi refining stage. It was exceedingly difficult. "Brother, I have packed everything." At that moment, Qin Xiu's voice echoed from outside, urging, "You must wake up." Ning Fan returned to reality, responding hurriedly, "All right." Subsequently, after making a phone call to Tang Chu, he joined Qin Xiu in transporting their belongings downstairs. The volume of items was overwhelming. The two labored for a full hour, and soon after, Tang Chu replied, stating that she had an important meeting to attend immediately. Once that meeting concluded, she would come to Songlong Island to meet Ning Fan. Afterward, Ning Fan ordered a delivery truck and hailed a taxi. "Brother, where are we moving to?" In the taxi, Qin Xiu blinked with curiosity. "Aren't you supposed to tell me now?" Ning Fan smiled mysteriously. "You shall find out shortly. Rest assured. The location is not far from your school. It will be much more convenient for you to attend classes." Qin Xiu remained silent. Before long, the taxi arrived at the foot of a mountain, a prominent range within Jiang City. The summit was shrouded in mist. This area was indeed precious real estate. "Oh, brother, why have you brought me here?" Upon disembarking from the taxi, Qin Xiu remarked half-jokingly, "You cannot possibly mean to tell me that we are moving in here." With a smile, Ning Fan remarked, "You guessed correctly." For a moment, Qin Xiu fell silent. After a brief pause, she shot Ning Fan a glance. "How have you learned to deceive me? This place is Songlong Island. Moreover, I've heard that they only sell, not rent here." "Brother, stop joking. Let's leave." Grasping Ning Fan's hand, she attempted to pull him away. "Your brother never lies to you." Ning Fan gently ruffled Qin Xiu's hair, then led her to the entrance of the villa district. "What brings you here?" The security guard at the gate inquired, blocking their path. Ning Fan responded politely, "We are the owners here." "Owners?" The security guards scrutinized Ning Fan and Qin Xiu, recalling that they had just disembarked from a taxi. Doubt clouded their expressions as they questioned, "Which villa do you own?" Songlong Island is renowned as the premier villa area in Jiangxing. Situated in a prime location where only the city's most influential figures reside, often with multiple luxury vehicles and chauffeurs. How could an owner arrive by taxi? Nonchalantly, Ning Fan tossed a key to the guard and stated, "The villa at the mountain's peak." He had specifically asked Tang Chu which villa it was that morning, anticipating such a predicament. "What?" The guard's eyes widened at his words. The Mountain Peak Villa belonged to the Tang family. One of them glared coldly at Ning Fan, demanding, "Tell me, where did you steal this from?" "Miss Tang gifted it to me," Ning Fan replied, his brow furrowing. "Is there any other question? If not, we would like to enter." The guard refused to let Ning Fan pass, coldly stating, "Do you know the value of the Mountain Peak Villa?" "A staggering 40 million. Ning Fan paused, taken aback. He had only known that the villas in Songlong Island were expensive, but he hadn't realized they were worth so much. He could never earn such an amount delivering packages throughout his life. The gift from Tang Chu was indeed monumental. "You claim it was gifted by Miss Tang?" The guard scoffed. "If you were truly someone deserving of such a villa, how could you arrive by taxi?" "Brother, let us go," Qin Xiu urged, tugging at Ning Fan's sleeve cautiously. Her cheeks flushed, she averted her gaze. Unable to believe that anyone would gift her brother a villa worth 40 million, renting a house. The guard captain's demeanor grew increasingly suspicious as he eyed Ning Fan and Qin Xiu. "You too. Keep an eye on them and ensure they do not escape. I will call Miss Tang immediately to inquire how to deal with these two thieves." Soon, the remaining security personnel surrounded Ning Fan and his companion, their eyes vigilant, fearful that the two might attempt to escape. In this day and age, one encounters all sorts of individuals, audacious enough to pilfer from the Tang family. Indeed, what gall! The guard sneered coldly, remarking that Miss Tang would soon arrive, leaving one to wonder how she would deal with the two trespassers. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. Sister, Qin Xiu said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I no longer wish to live in a new house. Let us leave, and please, refrain from such actions in the future, all right? I desire nothing more than to have you by my side. Seeing the expression on Qin Xiu's face, Ning Fan's heart tightened, and with a tender smile, he reassured her. Silly girl, when have I ever deceived you? Do not fret. Soon you shall witness just how capable I truly am. Qin Xiu lowered her head, biting her lip, stifling her sobs. She felt guilty, believing that if it weren't for her brother's desire to provide her with a better learning environment, they wouldn't be in this predicament. At that moment, the security captain returned after making a phone call, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Captain, the guards exclaimed in unison. Did Miss Tang specify how to handle these two? Qin Xiu's heart raced, her small hand gripping Ning Fan tightly. To their astonishment, the captain shouted, Silence. In the next instant, before anyone could react, he hastily approached Ning Fan, bowing in apology. Mr. Ning, I sincerely apologize for my lack of discernment. I have wasted your time. Please forgive me. Recalling the ire in Miss Tang's voice when he informed her of this incident, a chill ran down his spine. Goodness, who is this person? The very tone of Miss Tang suggested she would be inclined to eliminate him for his offense. Have you made the call? Ning Fan inquired with a smile. Now, may my sister and I enter? Indeed. The captain nodded vigorously. Whoever dares to obstruct Mr. Ning is directly opposing me, Luo Hong. He then turned to the other guards, barking, Are you all just going to stand there? Hurry and assist Mr. Ning with his belongings. With that, he respectfully gestured, Mr. Ning, please. Qin Xiu's mouth fell agape in shock. Could this truly be? Was her brother indeed the owner of Songlong Island? It felt dreamlike. Meanwhile, as Ning Fan led Qin Xiu into the depths of Songlong Island, several vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of the villa district. Grandma, please take your time. Yang Qiqi's voice rang out as she assisted an elderly lady from the car. Do you see how splendid Songlong Island is? She pointed towards the winding mountains of Songlong Island. Marvelous, marvelous. The elderly lady tapped her cane on the ground. My lifelong wish has been to reside within this villa district of Songlong Island. Those who can reside here are predominantly individuals of either great wealth or high status. Individuals of considerable repute. At this juncture, even death would hold no regrets. Yang Qiqi chuckled. Grandma, what are you saying? I do not wish for your demise, indeed. Your wish shall soon come to fruition. The elderly lady trembled slightly, her voice tinged with anxiety. Qiqi, what do you mean? Mother, you may not be aware. Yang Qiqi's mother, Jia Mingming, interjected with a smile. Your granddaughter's fiancé, Chen Wei, is about to enter into a collaboration with the Jiang family from the provincial capital. Once this partnership is established, wealth will flow abundantly. Xiao Wei has promised to purchase a villa on Songlong Island as a dowry for Qiqi. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yang family gazed at her with envy, eagerly affirming Jia Mingming's assertion about securing a fine son-in-law. Xiao Wei, is this true? The elderly lady exclaimed, her excitement nearly rendering her speechless. You truly intend to buy a villa on Songlong Island for Qiqi? Chen Wei replied confidently, Of course, Grandma. Qiqi is the princess of my heart. Only the villa on Songlong Island is worthy of her. You can come to stay there as well. Marvelous, marvelous. The elderly lady rejoiced. Qiqi has indeed found a splendid husband. Xiao Wei is our family's fortune, far superior to that useless Ning Fan. Listening to the praises, Chen Wei felt a sense of satisfaction, yet a thought of the old man, Yang Laozu, crossed his mind, and he sneered, Grandma. He claims that Ning Fan is the fortune of the Yang family. Ning Fan? What is he? The elderly lady waved her hand dismissively. He is likely off somewhere delivering packages. How could he possibly compare to you? In my view, the old man must be confused to consider a mere courier as our family's fortune. Xiao Wei, rest assured, I shall make that old man aware of your capabilities upon our return. Chen Wei nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Grandma. Ning Fan. At that moment, Yang Qiqi caught sight of a familiar figure approaching the gate of Songlong Island and couldn't help but exclaim, Why is he here? Chapter 52. You must have misseen. What did you say? Chen Wei was taken aback. The Yang family turned their attention to Yang Qiqi, inquiring, Qiqi, why do you bring up that waist now? I believe I just saw a silhouette enter Songlong Island. Yang Qiqi pointed towards the entrance, her expression somewhat dazed. That figure looked strikingly like Ning Fan. Having been with Ning Fan for several years, she had undoubtedly seen his silhouette on numerous occasions. At that moment, The others also glimpsed Ning Fan's receding figure, momentarily taken aback. They, too, found the likeness uncanny. A shiver ran through them as they exchanged glances. Just as they turned back for a clearer view, Ning Fan's silhouette had vanished. Chi-Chi, you must have misseen. At this moment, Jia Mingming scoffed, remarking that a mere delivery worker was hardly qualified to enter Songlong Island. Perhaps she had misjudged the situation. Yang Chi-Chi nodded in agreement, asserting that this useless individual could never attain the privilege of being there. Yet, as they departed, Yang Chi-Chi found herself unable to resist stealing another glance towards the entrance, her mind striving to recall the hazy silhouette she had just seen. The more she contemplated, the clearer it became. Ultimately, she shook her head, chiding herself internally. What are you thinking, Yang Chi-Chi? He is merely the worthless person you imagined him to be. Any young man residing in Songlong Island is surely a scion of a prestigious family in Jiangxing. The disparity between a wealthy heir and a delivery worker is as vast as heaven and earth. How could they possibly be the same person? Are you perhaps regretting your divorce from this worthless individual? Meanwhile, at Songlong Island, within the villa atop the mountain, Qin Xiu fixed her gaze intently on Ning Fan. Brother, tell me the truth. Where did you acquire the funds? I overheard the security mention that this villa costs at least 40 million. Ning Fan twisted open a water bottle, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry, your brother hasn't engaged in any wrongdoing. This villa was a gift to me. Really? Qin Xiu questioned, skepticism etched on her face. Who could afford to give you such an expensive villa? Suddenly, her expression shifted. Brother, you haven't been taken in by a benefactor, have you? Ning Fan, having just sipped some water, nearly spat it out, his mouth twisting in disbelief. What are you even thinking? I believe my guess is quite accurate, Qin Xiu asserted earnestly. I've heard from classmates that those who support younger men are often rather robust individuals. Ning Fan was left speechless. Was he really that type of person? Brother, it's all my fault. I've put you in a difficult position, she said, her eyes suddenly welling with tears. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't need to seek out a benefactor. Ning Fan, feeling helpless, was about to explain when suddenly, a figure burst into the room, breathless. What do you think of this place? Ning Fan turned to see Tang Chu-Chu. It's wonderful, he replied with a smile, though it is a bit too extravagant. Tang Chu-Chu rolled her eyes at him. I've told you countless times, compared to the life I owe your grandfather, this villa is insignificant. As she spoke, she noticed Qin Xiu sitting nearby and curiously asked, by the way, is this your sister? At that moment, Qin Xiu was utterly captivated, her mouth agape as she stared at Tang Chu-Chu. My goodness, is this the wealthy woman who supports my brother? Who says all rich women are burly? In her eyes, Tang Chu-Chu was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Brother, you are quite remarkable. Ning Fan smiled and said, this is my sister, Qin Xiu. Tang Chu-Chu was taken aback. Qin? Two siblings, one with the surname Ning and the other with the surname Qin? She felt a tinge of confusion. However, being a perceptive individual, she understood the boundaries of inquiry. Qin Xiu is truly stunning, Tang Chu-Chu complimented. If she were to wait a couple more years, wouldn't she ensnare the hearts of countless men? Qin Xiu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Sister-in-law, you are the most beautiful. Sister-in-law? Ning Fan was momentarily bewildered, and Tang Chu-Chu was equally taken aback, soon bursting into laughter. Ha ha, little Xiu, your words are so sweet. Without contradiction, they continued. Subsequently, Ning Fan found himself abandoned as Tang Chu-Chu pulled Qin Xiu to the sofa, engaging in an animated conversation centered around women-esque topics. Ning Fan, unable to interject, busied himself with tidying up before retreating to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Before long, the three had dined, and Tang Chu-Chu and Ning Fan ascended to the villa's top floor to enjoy the cool breeze. Ning Fan, when do you have some free time? Tang Chu-Chu glanced at him. My grandfather has been expressing a desire to see you. He wishes for you to check on his health. Ning Fan apologized. I am sorry. I neglected this matter. Given that the Tang family had generously gifted him a villa, it was only fitting that he should carve out some time to visit the elder Tang. No worries, Tang Chu-Chu smiled. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon someone emerging from the second villa, her expression one of surprise. Miss Jiang? Which Miss Jiang? Ning Fan followed Tang Chu-Chu's line of sight and spotted Jiang Rushue's silhouette, raising an eyebrow. Do you know her? Of course, Tang Chu-Chu replied with a smile. I wonder if you have heard about the eldest daughter of the Jiang family from the provincial capital coming to Jiangsheng in search of partners for project development. That young lady is none other than Jiang Rushue, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. She couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Miss Jiang also resided in the Songlong Island villa. The Jiang family truly deserved their reputation as the foremost family in the provincial capital. Little did she know, Tang Chuchu's words stirred a tempest within Ning Fan's heart. The woman who had saved him was indeed the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Ning Fan recognized her significance, but had never imagined it to be so immense. The reason I was late this morning, he explained, was that I mentioned we at the Tang group were holding a crucial meeting. Tang Chuchu continued, that meeting pertains to Miss Jiang. The Jiang family wishes to develop a significant project in Jiangqing, and our Tang family is eager to secure it. Ning Fan frowned. Was it not said that Miss Jiang had already met with the chairman of the Qin group? Tang Chuchu chuckled. We have conducted our inquiries. On the day Miss Jiang arrived in Jiangqing, she met with many chairpersons of various groups, including the Qin family. The other families maintain a low profile, never having publicized this matter. Yet the son of the Chun family behaves like a fool, boasting to anyone who would listen that the Chun family had pre-established connections, allowing Miss Jiang to meet his father privately and secure a competitive edge for the project, which was merely a formality. However, the competition for this project is indeed real. The Jiang family's undertaking is divided into a primary project and a secondary project. Families like the Chens, being minor players in Jiang City, only have the eligibility to compete for the secondary project. After a brief pause, Tang Chuchu continued, although it is a secondary project, the profits and prospects it offers remain quite promising. While he may seem pretentious, some of his claims hold truth. For instance, securing this secondary project and successfully completing it could indeed propel the Chun family into the exclusive billion-dollar asset club. Such prowess is astonishing. Ning Fan was taken aback, not by the Chun family's capabilities, but by the Jiang family's influence. Merely a secondary project could instigate a transformation for a family in Jiang City. What level of power does such a family possess? They are not qualified to compete for the primary project. Few families in Jiang City can undertake the primary project within the Jiang family's endeavor, and those who can secure it will have a significant impact on the allocation of the secondary project, Tang Chuchu added. Our Tang family is one such contender. If we could secure this primary project, I would certainly urge my grandfather to make it clear to Miss Jiang that the secondary project must not fall to the Qin family. In that scenario, their expressions would surely be quite entertaining, wouldn't they? Upon mentioning the primary project, Tang Chuchu seemed to ponder something, falling silent. What's wrong? Ning Fan noticed the change in her demeanor. Tang Chuchu replied softly, this time, our Tang family must secure the primary project from the Jiang family. Otherwise, the Tang group will plunge into a financial crisis. However, obtaining this primary project collaboration is exceedingly difficult. The Liu family possesses a distinct advantage in this primary project collaboration, which our Tang family may find insurmountable. On the surface, the Tang group appears prosperous, yet Tang Chuchu understands that they are on the brink of turmoil. Should they fail to resolve their financial crisis, it is highly likely that the Tang group will face bankruptcy by tomorrow. The primary project from the Jiang family is their only means to avert this financial catastrophe. Chapter 53. I come to seek cooperation. I see, Ning Fan murmured. It was unexpected that the seemingly flourishing Tang group harbors such financial troubles. Do not fret, perhaps I can assist you. He then said to Tang Chuchu, encourage Miss Jiang to prioritize your Tang family when considering potential partners. Huffed. Tang Chuchu shot Ning Fan a glance. Ning Fan, spare me your consolation. It is Miss Jiang we are discussing. She has only recently arrived in Jiang City. How could you possibly know her? Let alone persuade her to give our Tang family additional consideration? She did not believe a word Ning Fan uttered, thinking he was merely offering her comfort. All right. Tang Chuchu chuckled softly. I understand your intention. You need not worry. I am perfectly fine. Even if the Tang family fails to secure a partnership with the Jiang family and faces bankruptcy, I shall still be wealthier than you. At that time, I could very well support you. I can remain your steadfast ally, helping you deal with that foolish second son of the Chun family and Yang Chichi. Ning Fan cast a glance at Tang Chuchu. Although she spoke these words in jest, he could discern the melancholy reflected in her eyes. Unlike other women, Tang Chuchu was competitive, despising defeat, and she aspired to elevate the Tang group through her own efforts. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon answering, she inquired, Grandfather, what is it? Today Ning Fan is moving. I am over here at Songlong Island. Is someone from the Liu family coming to our house? All right, I shall return immediately. After hanging up, She looked at Ning Fan apologetically. Ning Fan, I am sorry, but something urgent has arisen at home. I need to go back. Ning Fan replied, I will accompany you. It is a good opportunity to check on Grandfather Tang's health. Tang Chuchu nodded and drove towards the Tang family villa. However, just as they reached the Jiangxing Canal Bridge, an SUV suddenly accelerated, barreling towards their vehicle. Ning Fan's expression tightened. As a first-level Qi refinement practitioner, he was far more perceptive than Tang Chuchu. He swiftly turned the steering wheel. In the next instant, the entire car spun 360 degrees, narrowly avoiding a collision that could have sent them plunging into the canal. What on earth is happening? Tang Chuchu's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Was that vehicle out of control? She could hardly believe such an event was unfolding before her eyes. This was not simply a case of a vehicle losing control. It was a deliberate attempt on their lives. Ning Fan stated solemnly, Have you recently made any enemies? Enemies? Tang Chuchu shook her head. No, lately. I have either been with you or managing affairs within the company. I have never offended anyone. Just as Ning Fan was about to respond, 5 individuals leapt from the SUV, brandishing steel rods, exuding a menacing aura. They were indeed intent on taking their lives. Anger flared in Tang Chuchu's eyes. Who are these people, and why do they harbor such hatred for me? Ning Fan instructed, Stay in the car. I will go take a look. He opened the car door and stepped outside. Having witnessed Ning Fan's capabilities, Tang Chuchu felt no fear. However, she was determined to uncover the identities of those behind this attack. She swiftly dialed her father, recounting the situation, and then jumped out of the car. Upon catching sight of Tang Chuchu, the group of burly men revealed a glimmer of murderous intent in their eyes. Tang Chuchu instinctively took a step back behind Ning Fan, who stood resolutely in front of her, a cold glint flashing across his gaze. The 5 men, without uttering a word, charged towards Ning Fan and Tang Chuchu, brandishing steel rods with all their might. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from Ning Fan. As his foot struck the ground, several pebbles levitated, enveloped in his aura. With a resounding crash, those pebbles struck the chests of the 5 men at an imperceptible speed, causing them to be hurled back as if struck by a weight of hundreds of pounds. Their anguished cries filled the air. Leave first, Ning Fan urged Tang Chuchu. Do not concern yourself with me. Tang Chuchu, momentarily taken aback, insisted, You must listen. Suddenly, Ning Fan raised his voice. Once I have resolved this matter, I will come to the Tang family. Observing the unprecedented assertiveness in Ning Fan, Tang Chuchu nodded and entered the car, stating, I will await you at the Tang residence. With that, she drove away. Ning Fan approached the leader of the group, his finger hovering over a vital point on the man's right chest. Instantly, the man's neck flushed a deep crimson as he arched his head back, frantically clawing at his body as if besieged by countless ants. Itch, pain, you have one chance, Ning Fan declared. Tell me who sent you here, and I shall spare you from further suffering. The man, clutching his neck with trembling hands, stammered, Crow. Crow? Ning Fan furrowed his brow. He recalled hearing Wang Ya's subordinates mention this name, an underworld kingpin from the 6th district of Jiangxing. Begone, Ning Fan replied coldly. Return and inform Crow that I will visit in an hour. He should prepare himself. Hailing a taxi, he did not cast another glance at the men, and after placing a call to Wang Ya, he headed directly to her territory. Night Rose Bar. This was the very establishment located in the 7th district of Jiangxing, where Wang Ya operated. During the ride, he had already spoken with Wang Ya, so upon exiting the taxi, a woman clad in a qipao approached him. Are you Mr. Ning? Indeed. Please, lead the way. After confirming Ning Fan's identity, the woman guided him into the bar, swiftly arriving at a conference room. Mr. Ning, our leader has been awaiting your arrival, she said respectfully. Please, proceed inside. Ning Fan pushed the door open and entered the meeting room, casting a glance around. At the head of the table sat Wang Ya, adorned in a black dress. The remaining seats were filled with individuals who scrutinized Ning Fan with keen interest. Yijia, is this the Mr. Ning you spoke of? One man puffed on a cigar, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Fan. With such a slight frame, he likely couldn't withstand even a single punch from me. I truly wonder what Miss Jiang and Miss Tang see in him. Have these 2 young ladies lost their senses? Bang! However, as his words fell, Ning Fan's figure vanished from the spot, only to reappear before the man, delivering a powerful punch. Instantly, before anyone could react, the man was thrown against the wall. In that fleeting moment, aside from Wang Ya, everyone else rose to their feet, glaring fiercely at Ning Fan. No one had anticipated that Ning Fan would strike so swiftly and decisively. "Everyone, sit down," Wang Yi commanded coldly. "Do not show any disrespect to Mr. Ning." With her intervention, the crowd suppressed their rage. "Miss Wang," Ning Fan replied icily, "if your people continue to speak out of turn, I will not hesitate to cripple him." "Mr. Ning," Wang Yi looked at him. "Surely your visit here is not merely to discipline my associates?" Ning Fan replied nonchalantly, "I have come to propose a partnership." Chapter 54. How many individuals have arrived? Partnership? Wang Yi furrowed her brow. What exactly does Mr. Ning wish to collaborate on? Ning Fan spoke calmly. "I can assist you in taking control of the underground realm of Jiangqing's 6th district." With that single statement, the members of the conference room immediately stood up, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on Ning Fan. "Mr. Ning," Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Are you truly able to help us seize the underground world of Jiangqing's 6th district?" "Indeed," Ning Fan affirmed casually. "However, any profits you acquire must be shared with me at a rate of 50%. Additionally, you must diligently seek out wild medicinal herbs that are over a century old in Jiangqing. The costs of cultivation are substantial, and relying solely on delivering packages is insufficient to sustain my future endeavors." Thus, Ning Fan sought to establish a continuous source of income. Having witnessed Wang Yi and her associates' capabilities, as well as the methods of the crows, Ning Fan had gained a fair understanding of their strengths. At most, there might be some practitioners of martial arts among them, but it was unlikely that there were any cultivators like himself. If there were, Wang Yi would have likely been consumed by the crows long ago. If that were the case, eliminating the crows in the 6th district would be a trivial matter for him. Besides the need for financial resources for cultivation, there was another motive: to obliterate the crows as a gesture of gratitude to Tang Chu for her assistance over the past few days. One must not be ungrateful. Today, he had resolved a predicament for Tang Chu while by her side, but what would happen next time when he was not around? A burly man scoffed coldly. "Kid, do you honestly believe that just because you sent Lu Sanling flying, you have the standing to discuss such a partnership with us? Not to mention the crows. Even a mere spit from us could drown you." Instantly, his words provoked a raucous laughter from the crowd. "In light of the last occasion when you saved our elder sister's life at Zhao Yuantang, you may leave now, and we shall refrain from holding it against you." At this moment, one of those who had previously accompanied Wang Yi to Zhao Yuantang scoffed. "Otherwise, what audacity for a mere doctor to speak such grandiloquent words before them. Who bestowed upon him such authority?" "Silence," Wang Yi admonished sharply. "Do not be disrespectful to Mr. Ning." Instantly, the meeting room fell into silence. Here, Wang Yi's commanding presence was undeniably formidable. However, although they ceased their verbal jabs, it was evident to all that their gazes towards Ning Fan were laced with mockery. "Mr. Ning," Wang Yi stated, "I believe you are rather overreaching. If you can eliminate the crow on your own, I would be willing to grant you 50%. However, if you require our assistance, I cannot acquiesce to such a share." Upon hearing this, her subordinates scoffed derisively. Did Mr. Ning truly believe they would be fooled? "I think there has been a misunderstanding," Ning Fan replied calmly. "To eradicate a crow, I alone am sufficient." A heavy silence ensued, as his words echoed in the room. The smiles on the faces of those present froze, only to be followed by laughter. Did I hear that correctly? Has this young man lost his mind? He thinks he can take down the crow by himself? The crow was surrounded by 3 formidable experts, and with a mere gesture, countless minions would follow. One kick could easily annihilate him. The gathering cast scornful glances at Ning Fan, lamenting that Miss Jiang and Miss Tang must have been blind to have chosen such a man. A disdainful smirk crept across Wang Yi's lips. This man was courting death. He was merely a doctor, deluding himself into thinking he was a martial arts master. Even the most esteemed martial arts instructor in Jiang City would not dare to utter such words. "Are you willing?" Ning Fan reiterated. "You have 3 seconds to consider." Wang Yi responded, "I accept. However, you must inform Miss Jiang and Miss Tang that should anything happen to you, it is not my concern, understood?" She recognized the cordial rapport between Jiang Ruxue and Ning Fan, fearing that if the 2 young ladies learned of his dealings with her prior to any misfortune befalling him, they might unleash their wrath upon her. "Agreed," Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. "In 1 hour, we shall proceed to the location of the crow to resolve matters." With that, he turned and departed with a sense of purpose, but not before casting a final remark over his shoulder. "Moreover, should you betray our agreement, then the next to fall after the crow will be you." Once Ning Fan had left, the murmurs of disbelief filled the room. This fellow is truly arrogant. It has been ages since anyone dared to threaten me in such a manner. A kept man presumes to act so brazenly. Were it not for the favor of Miss Jiang and the others, I would have relished the opportunity to slap him across the face. Within the confines of the conference room, a cacophony of menacing voices reverberated. Rest assured, Wang Ye intoned coldly, if there is anyone in this world who comprehends the crow, it is undoubtedly us. His strength must not be underestimated. Mr. Ning is marching towards his demise. The only thing that will depart from the crow's lair will be a lifeless body. At this juncture, she cast a sidelong glance at Lu Sanlang and instructed, take 2 individuals to the Jinhuang Billiards Hall. Should Mr. Ning's corpse be discarded, ensure you retrieve it and deliver it to Miss Tang. In District 6 of Jiangqing, at Jinhuang Billiards Hall. What did you say? The crow, having concluded his game, squinted and inquired, have you failed? And you disclosed to him that it was I who dealt with the Tang family's young lady? The 5 individuals standing before the crow trembled, unable to meet his gaze. With a resounding thud, he questioned, what use are you to me? Raising his cue, he forcefully struck their backs, berating fools. Incompetent fools who achieve nothing but bring ruin. What else did he say? The leader, Jin Cheng, inquired with a quavering voice. He mentioned that you should clean your neck and await him. He will arrive in an hour. A suffocating silence enveloped the room. Excellent. Truly splendid. The crow remarked with a cold smile. He has disrupted my plans, yet he dares to seek me out? Call back the brothers outside. This time, let him enter upright and leave horizontally. Fury surged within him. Soon, within a mere half hour, several vehicles pulled up at the entrance of the Jinhuang Billiards Hall. It's almost an hour. The crow glanced at Jin Cheng. Why hasn't that individual arrived? Jin Cheng wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Boss. Perhaps he is frightened and dares not come. Useless. The crow seethed. I truly do not understand your worth. Before he could finish his sentence, someone burst in. Boss. A taxi has halted at the entrance of our billiards hall. A taxi? Boss. That person just drove away in a taxi right in front of us. Jin Cheng stood up immediately. It must be him bringing people, without a doubt. Upon hearing this, the crow's brow furrowed. How many individuals has he brought? Did the police accompany him? Although this was his stronghold, he knew he must exercise caution. There are no police. The man shook his head, hesitating as if he could scarcely believe it himself. There is only one person. Chapter 55. Boss, shall we take action? One person? A wave of uproar erupted within the billiards hall. How utterly arrogant. One person dares to come seeking trouble? This lad must have the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard. Boss, we must ensure he enters upright and exits horizontally, establishing our dominance. The individuals were filled with an overwhelming fury, their shouts resonating through the air like thunder. If it were an ordinary person, they would surely be intimidated. Since he was a member of the Tang family, Crow furrowed his brow, contemplating that he should not be a fool. He might possess a steely resolve or genuine capability, which emboldened him to come alone. There remained a glint of wariness in his eyes. In his position, one must exercise caution. He understood the Tang family to be devoid of fools. They would never employ a brainless simpleton. Bring forth the 3 formidable warriors. Arrange for all our brothers to take their positions, Crow commanded, lighting a cigar and narrowing his eyes. I refuse to believe that, with so many of us here, he can stir any significant trouble. Yes, boss. Soon, 3 robust figures emerged from the basement beneath the billiard hall, their muscular frames exuding a striking presence. The existence of these 3 warriors was pivotal to Crow's firm hold over the underground realm of District 6 in Jiangqing. The once silent staircase suddenly echoed with footsteps, and Crow, with the cigar pinched between his fingers, fixed his gaze intently on the staircase entrance. Someone was approaching. In a moment, a young man's visage came into view. It was Ning Fan. Alone, the 3 formidable warriors raised their eyebrows. Boss, is this a bit of an overreaction? With such a slight build, our brothers could drown him with a mere spit. Their laughter erupted, filling the air with mockery directed at Ning Fan. Even Crow, upon seeing Ning Fan, felt his initial concern evaporate, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he perceived no threat from him whatsoever. Well arranged. Ning Fan stated coolly. It seems you have cleaned your neck for this. Seeking death. The 3 warriors were incensed by Ning Fan's audacity. Boss, shall we take care of him? They scoffed. The Tang family has truly lost their vision this time. Crow waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. They actually sent a fool like you here. What? Do they regard me, Crow, with such disdain? Ning Fan replied indifferently. I offer you a chance. Tell me who ordered you to deal with Tang Chu. Crow chuckled. You give me a chance? You likely lack the qualifications for that. Such was his attitude. Very well, Ning Fan nodded. Then the ownership of the underground realm of District 6 is about to change hands. In the next moment, Ning Fan lunged towards Crow, who was surrounded by his men. Humph, you think you can approach our boss? With Ning Fan's movement, the three formidable warriors snorted, colliding their arms. You must first pass through us. Within the vast expanse of the billiard hall, they charged recklessly towards Ning Fan, believing that such a slender figure could scarcely withstand even a single blow. Yet, Ning Fan resembled a wild stallion that had broken free from its reins. Not only was his speed astonishing, but his strength was formidable as well. Anyone unfortunate enough to come within his vicinity found themselves sent sprawling to the ground. The three formidable warriors merely brushed against Ning Fan's fist, only to be forced to retreat, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. How could this be? The crow's pupils constricted, and he could no longer maintain his earlier composure. Was this young man truly so powerful? Even the combined efforts of the three warriors could not halt his advance. In that instant, a murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Today, he could not allow Ning Fan to survive. Regardless of the circumstances, the crow had already made an enemy of Ning Fan. If he did not eliminate him today, Ning Fan would undoubtedly return to wreak havoc in the future, jeopardizing his standing in Jiangqing. Exhaust his stamina, the crow commanded, urging the three warriors to advance once more to impede Ning Fan's progress and buy him time. However, with a resounding thud, Ning Fan unleashed a kick that sent all three men hurtling through the air. At that moment, the crow's subordinates, witnessing the defeat of their champions, were overtaken by fear and instinctively distanced themselves from Ning Fan. Ning Fan approached the crow, his tone icy. It's your turn. A chill ran down the crow's spine. Damn it. How did the Tang family find such a formidable protector for Tang Chu? Gritting his teeth, the crow declared, You have already exhausted so much energy against my men. Surely you cannot stir up any more trouble? I have over 100 brothers here. He continued, casting a glance at his companions, then back at Ning Fan, his expression menacing. Let us all strike together and finish him. Instantly, the group brandished their weapons, machetes and clubs, and charged at Ning Fan. The crow sneered at the spectacle. No matter how skilled one might be, could they truly contend against over 100 adversaries? In his eyes, Ning Fan was already a dead man. However, half a minute later, the smile on his face froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. How was this possible? Ning Fan had swiftly dispatched all his men, leaving them wailing in despair. Who on earth are you? The crow exclaimed in terror. With your abilities, how could you possibly consent to remain as Tang Chu's bodyguard? Ning Fan offered no reply, steadily advancing towards him. Stop him, the crow shouted. On the ground, two men, gritting their teeth against their pain, lunged towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan delivered a decisive kick to each of the two men, causing their faces to drain of color as their hearts momentarily ceased, resulting in a violent expulsion of blood. Suddenly, several henchmen rushed in from outside, encircling the crow for protection. As Ning Fan approached, he dispatched each of them with a single punch, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. Ning Fan continued his advance toward the crow. Do not come any closer. The crow's face paled in terror as he drew a handgun from his waist, the ominous black muzzle aimed directly at Ning Fan. If you take another step, I will pull the trigger. Chapter 56. Annihilation. Occupying the position of the leader in the underground world of Jiangqing's 6th district inherently meant walking a perilous line. Thus, the crow always kept a weapon close at hand, though he had never had to use it in all these years. To his astonishment, he found himself forced to do so now. Ning Fan paid him no heed as the crow's trembling hand tightened around the gun. With a fierce shout, he declared, You have forced my hand. Prepare to die. Bang. He pulled the trigger, and the gunshot rang out. However, the scene the crow anticipated did not unfold. To his disbelief, Ning Fan merely shifted slightly to the left, evading the bullet effortlessly. How is this possible? The crow's pupils contracted in shock. Your speed surpasses that of a bullet? Panic overwhelmed him. How could anyone possess such speed? Before the crow could process his fear, Ning Fan had already closed the distance, striking down on the crow's arm. The handgun was swiftly in Ning Fan's grasp, its dark muzzle now aimed at the crow. A wave of dread washed over him, a visceral awareness of impending death. Release our boss. At that moment, the crow's subordinates stepped forward, their eyes ablaze with fury. They had ruled the underground realm of Jiangqing's 6th district for so long without encountering such a situation. Ning Fan ignored them, maintaining his focus on the crow. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Tell me, who is targeting Tang Chu-Chu? Faced with the menacing barrel, cold sweat beaded on the crow's forehead. Fear gripped him. Who would not fear for their life? It is the Lu family, the crow stammered, swallowing hard. Last night, they called me, instructing me to act against Tang Chu-Chu. However, this morning, I sent my men to investigate, and the Lu family has stationed many individuals by the riverside. They do not seek Tang Chu-Chu's life. They may merely wish to use this situation to threaten the Tang family and gain some advantage. As he uttered the last 2 words, he felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. He had always been cautious, and the knowledge that they were targeting the Tang family's esteemed daughter filled him with dread. Thus, he had taken the initiative to investigate this matter thoroughly. The Lu family? Ning Fan squinted slightly, cold light flickering in his eyes. Over on Songlong Island, Tang Chu-Chu had just informed him that the only families likely to collaborate with the Jiang family in the provincial capital were the Tang and Lu families. He did not anticipate the Lu family's swift and ruthless actions. Old Master Tang had but one granddaughter. If the Lu family were to use Tang Chu-Chu to threaten Tang Sihai, the Tang family would undoubtedly withdraw from the competition for collaboration with the Jiang family. The Lu family, indeed, was formidable. One could not afford to offend them. Ning Fan cast a sidelong glance at the crow. Could they afford to offend the Tang family instead? The commercial strengths of these 2 families were comparable. The crow's choice to offend the Tang family on behalf of the Lu family was decidedly unwise. Hearing Ning Fan's words, the crow fell silent, uttering not a single word. Ning Fan twirled his pistol. Let me grant you a swift end. No. The crow's eyes widened in terror, panic overtaking him. You cannot kill me. I know I was wrong. Please, spare me this once. Bang. However, Ning Fan paid no heed to the crow's pleas for mercy and fired his weapon. The crow had even drawn a gun on himself. Ning Fan could not leave such a threat behind. Moreover, Wang Yu would come to handle the aftermath, providing a fitting opportunity to instill a sense of caution in her, ensuring she would not entertain thoughts of regret. At the entrance of the Jinwang Billiards Hall, a black Volkswagen was parked, with Lu Sanlang seated in the rear. Boss, the driver spoke up. That kid has been inside for half an hour now. Should we go in and collect his body? Lu Sanlang smirked coldly. No rush. The crow cannot tolerate such arrogance. A person like him, who comes to stir trouble, would not be easily dismissed, even if he were to end up as a corpse. Let him suffer a bit longer before we make our move. At the Night Rose Bar, Ning Fan remembered the grudge from when he had sent that fellow flying with a punch. It lingered in his mind. However, that brat belonged to Miss Jiang and Miss Tang. Even if Lu Sanlang had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to act against him. Now, witnessing him stirring up trouble with the crow, how could he not feel a surge of satisfaction? To dare provoke the crow was akin to courting death. Lu Sanlang scoffed mockingly, convinced that Ning Fan could never walk out of there alive. Another 5 minutes passed. Let us go, Lu Sanlang said, opening the car door, ready to head in and collect the boy's body. But just then, his words halted abruptly as he fixed his gaze on the entrance of the billiards hall, his eyes widening in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Ning Fan, the very individual who had boasted of coming to stir trouble, was now walking out alive? How could this be possible? Not only Lu Sanlang, but the remaining 2 also stared at Ning Fan, unable to comprehend the situation. Return and inform Wang Yu, Ning Fan said as he approached them, instructing Wang Yu to come over and handle the aftermath. Furthermore, let her recall the words she once spoke. After saying this, Ning Fan departed directly. How could he? Lu Sanlang murmured to himself. Did he regret entering? Thus, he moved Miss Jiang and Miss Tang out, and the crow, fearing these 2 women, dared not act against him. Allowing him to escape? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Gritting his teeth, he charged into the billiard hall with the 2 individuals behind him. Hiss! However, upon witnessing the scene within the hall, he could not suppress a gasp of cold air. The crow is dead. Moreover, all his subordinates have been incapacitated? Boss, is this true? One person beside Lu Sanlang swallowed hard. Did he truly single-handedly eliminate all of the crow's men? Is such a feat even achievable by a mere mortal? Quick, we must return. Lu Sanlang, coming to his senses, exclaimed in terror. Go inform Sister Ya. Instruct her to come here and handle the aftermath. and ensure she never targets Mr. Ning again. He was genuinely frightened. It turned out that at the Night Rose bar, Ning Fan was not merely trying to intimidate him. Had he uttered another word disparaging Miss Jiang or Miss Tang, he might have truly met his end. Soon, Lu Sanlang hastily drove towards the Night Rose bar. Back already? In the conference room, upon seeing Lu Sanlang, everyone smiled. So, did you manage to deliver that person-esque corpse to Miss Jiang? They believed that Ning Fan had already become a cold, lifeless body. Sister Ya. Lu Sanlang wiped away a cold sweat. Speaking in a hushed tone, the crow has been annihilated. Chapter 57. You have only one daughter. Thud. Upon hearing Lu Sanlang's words, someone in the conference room could no longer remain seated and collapsed to the floor. Wang Ya, equally incredulous, gazed at Lu Sanlang. You say the crow has been extinguished? And it was Mr. Ning alone? Lu Sanlang nodded, recalling the scene he had witnessed in the billiard hall, his scalp prickling. The crow has been slain. All his subordinates have been neutralized. Sister Ya, one could assert that while others were caught off guard, we can now effortlessly seize control of the underground world of Jiangqing's 6th district. Upon hearing this, Wang Ya immediately commanded, send people to take over the underground world of Jiangqing's 6th district. Moreover, warn our subordinates that they must never offend Mr. Ning, nor anyone bearing the surname Ning. To eliminate the crow single-handedly demands immense strength. At that moment, Wang Ya finally comprehended why the eldest daughter of the Jiang family from the provincial city and the young lady of the Tang family were drawn to the same man. It was not solely due to his exceptional medical skills. A man of such prowess could even stir feelings in her. Wang Ya acted swiftly, and within just half an hour, she had seized control of the underground world of Jiangqing's 6th district. In an instant, many were left astounded. Ning Fan remained indifferent to the situation at hand. He had already hailed a taxi heading towards the Tang family residence, trusting that Wang Ya would honor her promise. As for the crow, he had already drawn his pistol against himself, which meant he could not be left alive. At the Tang residence, Tang Sihai sat in his study. His brow furrowed, an expression of deep discontent etched upon his face. How could his daughter have nearly been thrown into the Jiangqing River? Such audacity had never been witnessed in Jiangqing before. The crow. As Tang Sihai gazed upon the list presented by his subordinate, a frigid glare filled his eyes. He swiftly made a phone call, sent someone to District 6 of Jiangqing. No sooner had he hung up than the butler entered, bowing respectfully. Mr. Tang, a Mr. Lu is here to see you. Mr. Lu? At the mention of the name, Tang Sihai's countenance darkened further. Just when his daughter had encountered trouble, a member of the Lu family arrived. What could be his intentions? Tang Sihai commanded, show him in. Moments later, the butler returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man, the chairman of the Lu group, Lu Ming. Mr. Tang, Lu Ming greeted with a jovial smile. It has been far too long. Tang Sihai replied coldly, Mr. Lu, your words are mere jest. We have only encountered one another at official events in Jiangqing. We have never met privately. What brings you here now? From their first meeting, Tang Sihai had sensed that Lu Ming was a duplicitous character. And given the current competitive landscape between their families and the Jiang family, he had no intention of extending cordiality. Mr. Tang, your words wound me, Lu Ming sighed, his tone feigning concern. I heard that your niece had an unfortunate incident by the Jiangqing River, and I thought I might express my sympathy. I did not expect such indifference towards my goodwill. Bang! Tang Sihai's expression turned icy as he abruptly stood, his gaze piercing into Lu Ming. Did you orchestrate this? The incident involving Tang Chu had only come to his attention due to her phone call. Had it not been for her alerting him, he would still be in the dark. Yet now, Lu Ming was the first to bring up the matter, and Tang Sihai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lu Ming, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, This is merely a business rivalry, Mr. Tang. The Lu Group is one of the foremost enterprises in Jiangqing. How could you stoop to such underhanded tactics? Lu Ming smiled disarmingly. No need to be so agitated, Mr. Tang. I have contingencies in place. Tang Sihai's gaze remained fixed on Lu Ming. To be frank, I have arranged for numerous individuals to be waiting by the Jiangqing River. Lu Ming produced a document, smiling broadly as he continued. If you sign this today, I will make a phone call, and your niece will be safe and sound. He lightly tossed the paper onto the desk. Mr. Tang, please. Tang Sihai cast a cold glance at the paper, which signified his voluntary withdrawal from the competition and his intent to collaborate with the Jiang family. Lu Ming, for the Jiang family. Your Lu Group should be the most suitable partner in this competition, correct? Tang Sihai struggled to suppress his rising anger. Why must you resort to such despicable tactics? Mr. Tang, no need for your reminders. Lu Ming reclined in his chair. I am well aware that our family stands the greatest chance of partnering with the Jiang family. Yet, do you realize that I do not trust such possibilities? I seek certainty. Once your Tang family withdraws, this project will undoubtedly belong to us. His tone was as if he had already secured victory over Tang Sihai. Mr. Tang, I grant you 3 minutes to contemplate. Lu Ming smiled. For every second you deliberate, your daughter will endure a second of torment. Tang Sihai's expression fluctuated between green and white, a sight most distressing. Mr. Tang, you have but this one daughter. Lu Ming whispered with a smirk. If anything were to happen to her, what would your struggles amount to? Therefore, do not hesitate, just sign. Tang Sihai shot a chilling glance at Lu Ming, trembling as he extended his hand to retrieve the contract. As Lu Ming mentioned, he had only one daughter, and naturally wished for her safety. Mr. Tang is a wise man, Lu Ming stated as he pulled out his phone. Once you sign the contract, I will make a call to my subordinates. Tang Sihai closed his eyes, on the brink of signing his name. Suddenly, he received a call from someone he had sent to District 6 in Jiang City. Lu Ming glanced at the call nonchalantly, not paying it any heed. Speak. Tang Sihai answered, his voice ominously dark. How goes the matter? Upon hearing the response on the other end, his expression brightened, and he sprang to his feet. Are you serious? Good, I understand. He hung up. Lu Ming chuckled. What news has stirred Mr. Tang so? Are you truly disregarding your daughter's life? Tang Sihai scoffed. Mr. Lu, I suggest you inquire about the whereabouts of the crow. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Tang Sihai replied coolly. It is quite simple. The crow is dead. Chapter 58. Do you see? Moreover, my people have contacted my daughter. She is on her way back. Impossible. Lu Ming could no longer remain composed. His heart racing. Tang Sihai, are you trying to deceive me? Everything he had arranged was flawlessly executed. As long as the crow's associates pushed Tang Chu into the Jiang City Canal, his subordinates would seize her immediately. How could Tang Chu possibly return? Moreover, the crow is the formidable leader of the underworld in Zone 6 of Jiangcheng, commanding hundreds of followers. How could he be eliminated in such a brief span of time? Mr. Lu, Tang Sihai sneered, you might as well call your subordinates to inquire. He continued, furthermore, I do not welcome you here. You may leave. At this moment, he regarded Lu Ming with the utmost disdain. Lu Ming suddenly smirked sarcastically. I see. Tang Sihai, you are reluctant to relinquish your collaboration with the Jiang family. Hence you disregard your daughter's life. Am I correct? TSK. If that is the case, then you have triumphed. Await the arrival of a cold corpse at your Tang family home. He coldly threatened Tang Sihai, turning to exit the study. Still unconvinced that Tang Sihai's claims held any truth. Bang! Dad! Just as Lu Ming turned away, Tang Chu burst through the door, inquiring, what progress have you made on the matter I asked you to investigate? Lu Ming froze, staring at Tang Chu in disbelief. Had this woman truly returned? Instantly, a sensation of impending dread gripped his heart. Mr. Lu, do you see? Tang Sihai did not reply immediately to Tang Chu, but instead smiled amiably. Lu Ming's expression darkened as he cast a cold glance at Tang Chu before departing. The ones who struck you with the car were Crow's men. Upon Lu Ming's exit, Tang Sihai spoke. His actions were instigated by the Lu family. What? Tang Chu's face turned ashen. Is it because of the competition with the Jiang family? Tang Sihai nodded. Indeed, I never anticipated Lu Ming would be so shameless regarding this matter. Before the press conference, you must not leave our home. Do not provide the Lu family with an opportunity to act. He paused slightly before continuing. In the coming days, I will hire several bodyguards to ensure your safety. Tang Chu remained silent. By the way, how did you manage to escape from those individuals? Tang Sihai posed a crucial question. The Crow's men are notorious thugs. They would risk their lives for money. How could they let you go? Tang Chu replied, it was Ning Fan. Suddenly, she recalled something, her expression shifting. This is bad. Ning Fan is in danger. She retrieved her phone to call Ning Fan, but it was powered off. His phone had never done this before. Dad, please arrange for someone quickly. Tang Chu's face went pale as she panicked. Ning Fan must have discovered that it was the Crow targeting me and gone there to confront them. Ning Fan. Tang Sihai frowned. Chu, you must be mistaken. How could he possibly venture to the Crow's territory for your sake? He would be fortunate to escape without abandoning you. Tang Chu retorted angrily. Dad, what are you saying? But for Ning Fan's intervention, you would not even be able to see me now. Do you understand? I do not care. Even if Ning Fan had not acted in the past, you must arrange for someone to go to District 6 of Jiangqing. If anything were to befall Ning Fan, I would unhesitatingly leap from the canal bridge to accompany him. Ning Fan saved himself. How could I, Tang Chu-Chu, stand by and watch him fall into danger? Slap. Silence. Tang Sihai struck Tang Chu-Chu across the face, his voice booming with anger. Tang Chu-Chu, how dare you speak to your father like this for the sake of an outsider? Tang Chu-Chu held her cheek, staring blankly at Tang Sihai. Did he just strike her? Tang Sihai, realizing his own actions, looked at his hand and fell into silence. What about Chu-Chu? At that moment, outside the study, the anxious voice of Tang Guoqiang rang out. Is my granddaughter unharmed? In the next instant, Tang Guoqiang burst into view. Ever since Ning Fan had treated him with the 9-9 resurrection needle, he had regained his vigor, shedding the fatigue that had previously plagued him. Grandfather, I am fine, Tang Chu-Chu said, her eyes reddened, forcing a smile. You need not worry. Tang Guoqiang, whose health had always been fragile, was not someone she wished to agitate further, fearing it would worsen his condition. Who has wronged you? However, Tang Guoqiang immediately noticed the mark of the slap on her face and, in anger, demanded, Tell grandfather, and I shall avenge you. Tang Chu-Chu sobbed slightly. Grandfather, please do not worry about me. I would like you to arrange for someone to go to District 6 of Jiangqing to rescue Ning Fan. He may have gone there alone to confront danger on my behalf, and I fear for his safety. What? Tang Guoqiang's body trembled. You say Ning Fan has gone to District 6 of Jiangqing for your sake? With that, he turned to Tang Sihai and barked, You little rascal. What are you still doing here? Hurry and heed Chu-Chu's words. Arrange for someone to save Ning Fan. He held Ning Fan in high regard, not only for his politeness, but also for his esteemed medical skills, revered by Zhao Yuantang. He had already considered Ning Fan as his granddaughter's fiancé. If anything were to happen to Ning Fan, where would he find another remarkable son-in-law like him? Dad, Tang Sihai, in the presence of Tang Guoqiang, dared not conceal the truth. The crow was eliminated half an hour ago. Upon hearing this, both Tang Guoqiang and Tang Chu-Chu were taken aback. The crow was eliminated? What of Ning Fan? Tang Guoqiang quickly inquired. Has he been implicated? Tang Chu-Chu, anxious, felt cold sweat in her palms. Regret washed over her. Why had she agreed to leave Ning Fan on the canal bridge? Tang Sihai sighed. I have heard that the crow is dead, and all his subordinates have been incapacitated. If Ning Fan had truly gone there, he would undoubtedly have been drawn into this turmoil. He truly hoped that Ning Fan would venture to District 6 of Jiang City for the sake of his daughter, and through others' hands, bring about his demise. This way, he would be free from ever being entangled with his daughter again. A mere courier under the banner of the Tang family, no matter his medical prowess, could hardly be deemed worthy of Tang Sihai's daughter due to his lack of a distinguished lineage. Tang Sihai's words struck Tang Chu-Chu like a bolt from the blue, leaving her weak and nearly fainting. Tang Guoqiang also trembled violently at the thought. Could it be that Ning Fan was truly in peril? Suddenly, the butler hurried over to Tang Guoqiang, stating that Mr. Ning was at the door and wished to see both the young lady and him. Before Tang Guoqiang and his son could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Chu-Chu eagerly dashed out. Tang Guoqiang chuckled. It seems Chu-Chu has genuinely taken a liking to that young man Ning. This saves me the trouble of playing matchmaker. Yet, Tang Sihai's expression darkened. Despite his warnings, Ning Fan continued to pursue Chu-Chu. How could such a person ever be worthy of my daughter? Nevertheless, he dared not voice these thoughts in front of Tang Guoqiang, as he was well aware of his father's apparent approval of that courier boy. At the entrance of the Tang residence, Tang Chu-Chu spotted Ning Fan from a distance and could no longer contain her tears as she rushed towards him. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback as a delicate figure leaped into his embrace, leaving him momentarily dazed. After crying in his arms for quite some time, Tang Chu-Chu finally composed herself, her cheeks flushed. Ning Fan, she gazed intently at him. Tell me, did you go to District 6 of Jiang City? Ning Fan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes. He did not deceive Tang Chu-Chu, for it would be easy for the Tang family to uncover the truth. He preferred not to explain later on. Do you know how worried I was when I couldn't reach you on the phone? Tang Chu-Chu bit her lip. Next time, could you please not keep such things from me? Ning Fan was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain to Tang Chu-Chu why he had gone without hesitation to confront the crow and eliminate him. It was because he had already reserved a place in his heart for this woman, unable to bear the thought of her suffering, let alone being harmed by others. How did you escape from the crow? Noticing Ning Fan's reluctance to answer, Tang Chu changed her question, her concern evident. I heard my father say that half an hour ago, the crow was eliminated. Did you not suffer any repercussions from your encounter there? As she spoke, she scrutinized him, searching for any signs of injury. At this moment, Tang Guiqiang, accompanied by Tang Sihai, emerged and happened to overhear Tang Chu's inquiry directed at Ning Fan. Their eyes brimming with curiosity. In their speculations, they believed that the individual responsible for vanquishing the crow must surely be one of Ning Fan's usual adversaries. Thus, encountering Ning Fan within the territory of the crow, how could they possibly refrain from confronting him? Therefore, witnessing Ning Fan return unscathed piqued their intrigue. Ning Fan blinked and, in a serious tone, remarked, Chu, would you believe me if I claimed that I was the one who eliminated the crow? Tang Chu, who had previously worn a grave expression, could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing Ning Fan's words. Ning Fan, she chided, casting him a disapproving glance. At a time like this, you still have the presence of mind to jest. It appears you truly have sustained no injuries. After all, it was the crow, a figure who had stood unyielding in the underworld of District 6 in Jiangxing for such an extended period. How could Ning Fan possibly have dispatched him in a mere hour? It was not that Tang Chu doubted Ning Fan. Rather, the tale he spun was simply too fantastical to be believed. Heh, Tang Sihai sneered. What a blatant exaggeration. Ning Fan, I will concede that you possess commendable medical skills, but do you intend to assert that you are also a master from beyond the mortal realm? His opinion of Ning Fan worsened. How could a man so steeped in deceit be worthy of marrying his daughter? I suspect you merely took a stroll around District 6 in Jiangxing, Tang Sihai continued, his cold laughter echoing. You likely never even dared to face the crow. Sometimes, one must discern their own limitations, lest one's tongue be caught in a tempest of words, a veiled warning to Ning Fan. Ning Fan dismissed Tang Sihai, who had previously garnered his courtesy due to his relationship with Tang Chu. However, after that phone call, Ning Fan's regard for Tang Sihai had plummeted. Dad, what are you saying? Tang Chu glared angrily. I will not allow you to speak of Ning Fan in that manner. Regardless of whether he sought out the crow. He saved me, he is my savior. How can you treat the one who rescued your daughter so disdainfully? Are you not concerned that others might label our family as ungrateful? Tang Sihai trembled at his daughter's repeated defiance on behalf of a stranger, incensed beyond measure. He was about to retort when Tang Guiqiang suddenly interjected in a cold voice. Silence. Then, softening his tone slightly, he added, Ning Fan means well. He likely noted Chu's distress and aimed to lighten her spirits with a jest. Sihai, you should apologize to Ning Fan. He too did not believe that Ning Fan could have vanquished the crow, assuming his earlier comments were merely to amuse Tang Chu. Ning Fan smiled, but offered no explanation. Dad, Tang Sihai's eyes widened in disbelief, demanding an apology to Ning Fan. Be quiet, Tang Guiqiang exclaimed. This matter is your mistake. When a member of the Tang family errs, we must offer an apology, do you understand? Tang Sihai clenched his teeth and apologized. I'm sorry, Ning Fan, without casting a glance at Tang Sihai, smiled and addressed Tang Guiqiang. Old gentleman, I have come to the Tang family to check on your health. Let us proceed to the backyard, shall we? Tang Guiqiang's expression brightened. Excellent. Ning Fan, follow me. The three of them walked towards the backyard of the Tang residence. Tang Sihai's face darkened as he cast a cold glance at Ning Fan's retreating figure and followed suit. 5 minutes later, in the backyard of the Tang family. Old gentleman, Ning Fan began after rising. Your health has improved remarkably, given the current signs. In a month's time, your recuperation will be complete, and the previous ailments will no longer trouble you. Upon hearing this, Tang Chu exclaimed with excitement, Ning Fan, is that truly the case? Does that mean my grandfather is completely well? Ning Fan nodded and smiled. Indeed, the old gentleman has no ailments whatsoever. He can eat and drink without any hindrance. Joy illuminated Tang Chu's face. Ning Fan, I cannot thank you enough, she expressed sincerely. Had it not been for you, I cannot fathom what my grandfather would have faced. Ning Fan waved his hand dismissively. You and the old gentleman have aided me greatly as well. So there is no need for such formality. He then reminded her, in the coming month, ensure that the old gentleman continues to take the medicine I previously prescribed. Tang Chu nodded. Yes, I understand. Tang Guiqiang grew increasingly fond of Ning Fan. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Ning Fan, do you have time 3 days from now? 3 days from now? Ning Fan pondered for a moment and regretfully responded, Old gentleman, I apologize, but I have prior commitments that day. The last time he treated Jiang Rushua, he had promised to attend the press conference she was hosting. Since he intended to discuss matters concerning the Tang family in front of Jiang Rushua, he could not afford to let her down. Is there something important? Tang Guiqiang inquired, a hint of disappointment in his voice. If that is the case, I shall not press further. Attend to your obligations. Ning Fan acknowledged with a slight hum and, after conversing with Tang Guiqiang for a while longer, took his leave from the Tang residence. Father. Once Ning Fan departed, Tang Sihai could no longer contain himself and, with a sullen expression, asked, "Why did you inquire whether that lad was free 3 days from now? Must I report every matter to you?" Tang Guiqiang shot back. "Am I your father, or are you mine?" Tang Sihai's expression grew grim. "Father, that is not what I meant. I merely wish to ask if you intend for him to attend Miss Zhang's press conference the day after tomorrow." Tang Guiqiang candidly affirmed, "And if I do? Father, have you lost your senses?" Tang Sihai angrily exclaimed, "What kind of person is he? Do you not realize that our Tang family has only 3 slots for Miss Zhang's press conference? Why would you even consider taking him along?" His chest felt as if it might explode from fury. "I wish for him to broaden his horizons and meet some prominent figures," replied Old Master Tang, dismissing him with a glance. "Ultimately, he is destined to become a member of our Tang family. It is only natural that I pave the way for him early on." He genuinely cherished Ning Fan, aspiring for him to become the son-in-law of the Tang family. "I vehemently oppose this," Tang Sihai retorted angrily. "I will not allow Chu Chu to marry him. Moreover, he lacks the qualifications to attend that press conference and gain exposure. Do you understand how crucial this collaboration with the Jiang family is for us? It could very well revive our Tang family. Who is that boy? He is merely a courier from one of our Tang family's outlets. If we were to bring him along, what would others think of us? What would Miss Jiang think? She would surely perceive it as a slight, allowing such a person into her press conference. At that point, not only would we lose the chance to collaborate with the Jiang family, but we would also inadvertently offend them." At this juncture, he fixed his gaze on Tang Guiqiang and raised his voice. "Father, when did you become someone who makes decisions without considering the consequences?" Tang Guiqiang initially fell silent before responding. "He is the son-in-law I have chosen for the Tang family." "Indeed," Tang Sihai scoffed. "He is your chosen son-in-law. But who knows about this? At Miss Zhang's press conference, who will speak on our behalf? They will only reveal that boy's true identity. Regardless, I absolutely refuse to take that courier to Miss Zhang's press conference. If we proceed with this, our Tang family will have no chance of revival." Even now, Tang Sihai could not fathom what spell Ning Fan had cast over his father and daughter, leading them to defend him so fervently. "Sihai," Tang Guiqiang closed his eyes. "Tell me, has our Tang group truly reached the critical state you describe?" He had long entrusted the Tang group entirely to Tang Sihai and had not inquired about its affairs, thus remaining oblivious to recent developments. "Yes," Tang Sihai began, then nodded. "Our Tang group is currently in a precarious situation. If we fail to secure the collaboration with the Jiang family, it may very well collapse." "Has it reached such a dire state?" Tang Guiqiang sighed. "Is there a significant chance of securing the collaboration with the Jiang family?" He never anticipated that the Tang group would now rely on external forces for survival. "Not much." Tang Sihai shook his head, stating that the Jiang family was developing a tourism project, and the Liu family had previously engaged in similar ventures. Consequently, there was a 90% likelihood that the group collaborating with the Jiang family was indeed the Liu family, leaving the Tang family with a mere 10% chance. This disparity was not just slight, it was utterly incomparable. Sighing, he instructed, "Bring me my phone." Tang Guiqiang sighed once more, recalling a favor owed to him by an individual from the provincial city who had consistently collaborated with the Jiang family. Perhaps he could advocate for the Tang family in front of the Jiang family. The Tang family had been his lifelong dedication, and its current predicament must be causing him considerable distress. Before long, Tang Sihai returned with the phone. "Hello," Tang Guiqiang said as he dialed, forcing a smile. "Old Ren, what have you been busy with lately? It has been ages since we last met." He chuckled. "Indeed, I have a matter to trouble you with. Have you heard about the eldest daughter of the Jiang family coming to Jiangsheng for the project development? What? Your Ren family is in charge of this project? That is splendid. I wonder if you could mention our Tang family positively in front of Miss Jiang. I would truly like to collaborate with you once more." "All right, Old Ren, if that is the case, I would greatly appreciate your assistance." After hanging up, a shadow of melancholy crossed Tang Guiqiang's face. "What's wrong, Dad?" Tang Sihai asked, his expression tense. Tang Guiqiang shook his head. He agreed. He happens to be in charge of this project. If he can speak favorably about our Tang family to Miss Jiang, we may have a significant opportunity. As he spoke, he rose, his posture slightly hunched. A man who had never sought assistance from others now finding himself in such a position in his later years. Though the other party owed him a favor, it still weighed heavily on his heart. That is wonderful. Tang Sihai's eyes gleamed with hope. If we secure this project, the Tang family can not only stabilize but elevate to become the foremost family in Jiangxing, potentially even making strides into the provincial city. At that time, we could allow Chu Chu to take the helm of the Tang family, broadening her horizons, and she would undoubtedly attract the most distinguished heirs from prominent families. In such a scenario, how could Ning Fan, a mere courier, possibly catch her eye? A courier with some medical knowledge hardly deserves the daughter of Tang Sihai. Chapter 61. The fate of Ning Fan. After leaving the Tang family, Ning Fan purchased some vegetables and meat, preparing a sumptuous meal for Qin Qiu before returning to his room. Suddenly, his phone chimed, a text from Jiang Ruxue reminding him of the press conference in 3 days. Ning Fan initially intended to bring up matters concerning the Tang family. However, upon reflection, he shook his head. It would be better to discuss such matters face-to-face with Miss Jiang. Their relationship was not particularly close, and communicating such sensitive topics over WeChat might not elicit her agreement. Subsequently, Ning Fan replied with a simple good before setting his phone aside and activating the devouring sky technique to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. To his astonishment, Songlong Island, undoubtedly the most luxurious villa district in Jiangxing, boasted a concentration of spiritual energy several times greater than that found outside, particularly at the mountaintop villas. This discovery filled Ning Fan with delight. He exhaled a breath of impure air, his gaze flickering. Given the richness of spiritual energy here, even without seeking wild medicinal herbs, a breakthrough to the second level of qi refinement would be merely a matter of time. This realization thrilled Ning Fan. This place was indeed an exceptional site for cultivation. He pondered why he had not sensed this when he had come to treat Miss Jiang. Could it be that his inability to break through to the first level of qi refinement at that time was the reason? Reflecting on this possibility, he felt a twinge of regret. If only he had discovered the abundance of spiritual energy sooner, he would have moved here earlier. Who knows? Perhaps he would have already achieved the second level of qi refinement by now. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts, fate, and timing. Discovering the uniqueness of this place now was not too late. Ning Fan resumed his practice of the devouring sky technique, and throughout that night, the spiritual energy within him became even more substantial. It was time to head to work. The following morning, as Ning Fan considered his delivery job, he rose to wash up, realizing he needed to resign from this position soon. He no longer required this job to maintain his daily expenses. Instead, he needed to free up more time for cultivation to enhance his abilities. At the Tang Group's delivery station, the chatter among the couriers was rife with admiration and envy for Ning Fan. He has truly achieved remarkable heights, having caught the eye of the Tang family's eldest daughter. Now he need not even attend work, living comfortably at home. Indeed, they expressed their envy. Possessing good looks seemed to yield extraordinary results. As numerous couriers sorted packages, their voices brimmed with admiration and jealousy, wishing for the day when one of them might also attract the attention of a wealthy heiress, thereby escaping the sweltering heat of daily deliveries. The ever-kind Feng Yuan chuckled. This is Ning Fan's destiny. We should not envy him. Let us focus on our work. Feng Yuan understood the hardships Ning Fan had faced, especially with a sick sister. Life had been particularly challenging for him. Now, with the affection of the Tang family's eldest daughter, it seemed he had endured his trials and was finally reaping the rewards. Thus, he genuinely wished Ning Fan well. Brother Feng, you still speak on his behalf. Just look at how well you treated that kid before. Now he may feel at ease, having caught the attention of the young lady from the Tang family. But what of you? You refuse to even offer him a helping hand. This fellow is utterly ungrateful. The personnel at the station rallied in support of Feng Yuan, disparaging Ning Fan. Enough, everyone, Feng Yuan interjected, shaking his head. I am not versed in these matters. Delivering packages is sufficient for me. I do not wish for Ning Fan to be looked down upon by Miss Tang because of my affairs. His thoughts remained with Ning Fan. Suddenly, at that moment, a Porsche pulled up at the entrance of the station, and a young man stepped out. Is this where Ning Fan works? He scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the place. A mere delivery man, daring to aspire to be with Chu Chu. I wonder what audacity fuels his ambition. The young man was none other than Lu Feng. Since the conclusion of the business gathering organized by Tang Chu, Lu Feng had embarked on an investigation into Ning Fan. Initially, he presumed Ning Fan to be a scion of a prominent family. Thus, he scrutinized all the wealthy heirs in Jiang City. Little did he realize that the words spoken by Yang Qiqi and Chun Wei were indeed true. The man Tang Chu fancied was but a delivery worker. After several days, he finally traced Ning Fan's workplace to the very station before him. At this moment, Feng Yuanquan and the others turned their gazes toward Lu Feng, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity, while someone hurried to fetch the area manager, Wang Hongli. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Wang Hongli approached, furrowing his brow at the sight of Lu Feng. "Might I inquire what brings you to our station?" The man was clad in a custom-tailored suit, complemented by the luxurious Porsche behind him, an unmistakable sign of affluence. This was someone Wang Hongli could not afford to offend, and indeed, someone he would wish to curry favor with. "I have heard that you employ a courier by the name of Ning Fan," Lu Feng replied coolly. "Haven't come out to see me." Ning Fan. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Lu Feng, realization dawning upon them that he had come seeking Ning Fan. How remarkable! In just one day, his status had elevated, not only having caught the eye of the young lady from the Tang family, but now being sought after by a wealthy young man driving a Porsche. "Sir," Wang Hongli said with an awkward smile, "Ning Fan has not reported to work for the past 3 or 4 days. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes. 3 or 4 days. So, since the business gathering organized by Tang Chu, he has not returned? Could it be that he genuinely believes that Tang Chu has taken an interest in him? Lu Feng scoffed disdainfully. A delusion. What status does she hold that a mere delivery man could possibly be worthy of her? With an air of superiority, he directed his gaze at Wang Hongli. If you have Ning Fan's contact information, please inform him. He should keep his distance from Tang Chu. After all, he is merely a poor courier, unworthy of her. Furthermore, Tang Chu is merely indulging in frivolities with Ning Fan, while the one who truly deserves to marry her is I, Lu Feng, the heir of the Lu family. Once my family secures the collaboration with the esteemed Jiang family from the provincial capital, I shall promptly approach the Tang family to propose to Tang Chu. At that moment, should I still entertain thoughts of that despicable courier in her presence, I shall not hesitate to make him pay dearly. Of course, if I discover that you have withheld this information, you shall also bear the consequences. I will ensure that none of you can find employment in Jiang City again. Chapter 62. Is this too much to ask? Lu Feng's haughty tone ignited a simmering rage among the crowd, yet none dared to voice their indignation. Only Feng Yuanquan's face turned pale. After all, this man was the Lu family heir, and Ning Fan could hardly withstand his wrath. With this thought, he retreated behind the others, finding a hidden corner where Lu Feng could not see him. He pulled out his phone, swiftly composing a text message and hitting send. At that moment, he suddenly felt someone standing before him. Looking up, he was met with the imposing figure of a bodyguard clad in black, who had been following Lu Feng. Bang! Before Feng Yuanquan could react, the bodyguard struck with lightning speed, landing a punch squarely in his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. His complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead as agony coursed through him, as if his insides had been shattered. "Bring it here." Lu Feng extended his hand, coldly demanding, "Let me see who he was messaging." The black-clad bodyguard complied, handing Feng Yuanquan's phone to him. Lying on the ground, clutching his stomach, Feng Yuanquan's face was a picture of despair. "Ning Fan." Lu Feng glanced at the contact name, his eyes narrowing. "Are you informing him?" He chuckled darkly. "Very well, indeed. Who would have thought that someone of your lowly status would dare to disregard me so brazenly?" Smack! In the next instant, Lu Feng hurled Feng Yuanquan's phone to the ground, his voice icy as he inquired, "Which hand did he use to send that message?" "The right hand," replied the bodyguard. "The right hand, is it?" Lu Feng's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "Then break it for me." Swish! Feng Yuanquan trembled violently. The surrounding couriers cast pitiful glances in his direction, unable to comprehend why Ning Fan, that ungrateful wretch, warranted such treatment. Now, thanks to Ning Fan, he faced the impending loss of his hand. "Young Master Lu." Wang Hongli stepped forward swiftly, gritting his teeth. "This is a courier station under the Tang family. If you proceed with this, it will severely strain the relationship between the Tang and Lu families. A mere courier is not worth your fury." He knew that Feng Yuanquan was well-liked among the staff here. Moreover, he maintained a commendable relationship with Ning Fan on ordinary days. However, Witnessing Lu Feng about to cause trouble for him, Wang Hongli could not simply stand by. Is that so? Lu Feng scoffed, though his expression quickly turned frigid. What do you think you are, daring to speak before me? Wang Hongli's face flushed with embarrassment. Despite his sister Wang Yu being a formidable figure in the underground world of Jiangqing's 7th district, in the presence of Lu Feng and his ilk, he was utterly insignificant. This was precisely why he chose to remain at the Tang family's courier station, hoping to foster a favorable rapport with them. Young Master Lu. Wang Hongli gritted his teeth and said, I am aware of your affection for Miss Tang. Rest assured, once Ning Fan arrives for work here, I will certainly warn him to steer clear of her. However, this individual is truly innocent. I implore you to spare him this once. Slap. To his astonishment, as soon as Wang Hongli finished speaking, Lu Feng stepped forward and struck him across the face. What? Do you wish to speak on behalf of Ning Fan as well? Perhaps I should break one of your arms instead? Wang Hongli fell silent. He could advocate for Feng Yuan Quan and Ning Fan to some extent, but when his own life was at stake, thoughts of retreat began to creep into his mind. He sighed, pondering how unexpected it was that Ning Fan's infatuation with the Tang family's young lady would turn out to be a curse rather than a blessing. Subsequently, Wang Hongli took 2 steps back, yielding a path for Lu Feng and his companions. The fact that he was able to do so was already commendable. Lu Feng approached Feng Yuan Quan, lifting his foot to plant it directly on the latter's head. Feng Yuan Quan's body trembled violently, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet he managed to suppress his rage. There was no alternative. The man before him was the heir of the Lu family, someone he could not afford to provoke. Do you look down upon me? Lu Feng inched closer to Feng Yuan Quan's face, his voice icy. Otherwise, why would you send a message to Ning Fan in my presence? Bang! Lu Feng suddenly raised his leg and kicked Feng Yuan Quan squarely on the chin, dislocating it in an instant, causing him excruciating pain. Dealing with someone like you feels beneath me, Lu Feng remarked coolly. You lot, break his right hand for me. I wish to see if he can still send messages to Ning Fan once his hand is rendered useless. Immediately, the several black-clad bodyguards he had brought stepped forward to where Feng Yuan Quan stood. Crack! In mere moments, Feng Yuan Quan's right hand was shattered by these men. The sickening sound of breaking bones echoed in the ears of onlookers, sending shivers down their spines and raising the hairs on their necks. The heir of the Lu family was indeed a man of his word. When he declared that Feng Yuan Quan's right hand would be broken, he did so without hesitation. In an instant, the courier station was engulfed in a wave of terror. No one dared to utter another word, fearing they might be implicated in this affair. Does it feel satisfying? Lu Feng squinted his eyes. A grin plastered across his face as he regarded Feng Yuan Quan. Will you dare to inform Ning Fan again? Feng Yuan Quan clutched his arm, the veins on his forehead bulging, rendered utterly speechless. The pain he genuinely felt, as if his entire body were ablaze with agony, lacking even the strength to utter a word. This is my final warning to you all. Without casting another glance at Feng Yuan Quan, Lu Feng rose and declared, should anyone dare to act like this man and relay messages to Ning Fan, this shall be your fate. Under Lu Feng's menacing threat, the crowd nodded in acquiescence, too intimidated to retort. And what if it were me? Suddenly, at that moment, a voice resonated from outside the delivery station, swiftly drawing everyone's attention to the figure entering through the doorway. Ning Fan. It was indeed Ning Fan. The employees at the delivery station soon recognized the newcomer, exchanging incredulous glances. They never anticipated he would dare to show up here at such a time. Was he seeking his own demise? Did you do this? Ning Fan's icy gaze fixed on Lu Feng as he beheld Feng Yuan Quan's pitiful state. You severed Brother Feng's arm. Therefore, it would not be excessive for me to sever your limbs, would it? Chapter 63. A grave mistake, huh? Lu Feng appeared to have heard the grandest joke on earth. Momentarily taken aback. You intend to sever my limbs? Ning Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. In that instant, his declaration elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd. Lu Feng's subordinates cast pitiful glances at Ning Fan. Had he lost his mind? How could he dare to utter such audacious threats against the young master of the Lu family? TSK. Did he truly believe that being favored by the young lady of the Tang family could afford him unchecked freedom? Ning Fan, come back. Feng Yuan Quan implored in a panic. This is my own doing. It has nothing to do with young Master Lu. How could Ning Fan possibly offend the young master of the Lu family? Young Master Lu. Feng Yuan Quan continued to plead. Ning Fan is still young and naive. I beg you, Disregard his words as mere folly. Let them pass through one ear and out the other, without dwelling on them. My severed arm is my own responsibility and concerns no one else. He incessantly beseeched Lu Feng. This unfortunate lad, Ning Fan, already bore the burden of a sick sister. Should Lu Feng maim him, how would they survive? Feng Yuanquan felt a deep sympathy for them. Is that so? Spitting on the ground, Lu Feng sneered. So you plead for Ning Fan? Then you shall kneel and lick this spittle clean like a dog, and I may consider your request. Feng Yuanquan's fists clenched tightly as he stared at the spit on the ground, his knees bending, ready to prostrate himself. However, at that moment, Ning Fan extended a hand to halt him, a smile gracing his lips. Brother Feng, you need not worry. I have a solution. With reddened eyes, Feng Yuanquan uttered. Ning Fan, you bang. However, before he could finish his words, Ning Fan vanished from before him and reappeared in front of Lu Feng. In the next instant, amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, Ning Fan delivered a powerful kick to Lu Feng's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Several bones were shattered, and Lu Feng could distinctly feel the intense pain coursing through his body. Silence enveloped the scene. At that moment, the crowd's brows furrowed in disbelief. Was Ning Fan truly insane? How could he dare to strike young Master Lu so brazenly? The Tang family would never jeopardize their relationship with the Lu family over someone as inconsequential as him. Meanwhile, Wang Hongli's legs trembled uncontrollably. It was over. He had truly crossed a line. Seeking death, the black-clad bodyguards surrounding Lu Feng reacted furiously, exclaiming that no one would leave here alive after attacking their young master in their presence. A palpable aura of murder surged from them, their eyes filled with rage. If Lu Ming were to discover that Lu Feng had been injured before them, their fate would be sealed. Is that so? Ning Fan replied nonchalantly, expressing his hope that they would not disappoint him. Upon hearing this, a group of couriers exchanged scornful glances, convinced that Ning Fan had lost his mind. The bodyguards hired by the Lu family could not possibly be ordinary men. They were likely capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. And Ning Fan? He could barely lift heavy packages on a regular day. How could he possibly escape from these formidable foes? Today he was doomed. Feng Yuanquan seemed to share this concern, his eyes filled with apprehension. However, what no one anticipated was that the black-clad bodyguards could not even approach Ning Fan. In the blink of an eye, with merely a flick of his hand, 3 bodies crashed to the ground. The crowd stared in disbelief. What just happened? The air erupted in chaos as it became evident that it was the Lu family's bodyguards who had been thrown aside. When had Ning Fan become so formidable? Young Master Lu, is it? Ning Fan stepped forward, coldly addressing Lu Feng. I do not concern myself with your reasons for being here today. However, since you have severed Brother Feng's right hand, I shall consider it even if I break your limbs in return. Lu Feng's eyes blazed with fury. Ning Fan, how dare you? I am the young master of the Lu family. If you truly harm me for the sake of a mere delivery boy, the Lu family will never forgive you. Crack. Ning Fan did not wait for him to finish speaking. With lightning speed, he shattered Lu Feng's limbs. Most importantly, he employed a unique technique that rendered Lu Feng's severed limbs treatable only by Ning Fan himself in Jiangqing. Silence fell once more, leaving the crowd in shock. Ning Fan had truly stirred up a monumental disaster. This was the young master of the Lu family, after all. Take your young master and leave. Ning Fan rose and cast a glance at the 3 bodyguards, his tone indifferent as he remarked, remove yourselves from my sight within 10 seconds, or I shall render your young master mute. The trio dared not linger, suppressing their agony as they hoisted Lu Feng away, resembling a dragging carcass. Upon exiting the delivery station, they hailed a taxi, unceremoniously tossing Lu Feng inside before instructing the driver of their destination, then hastily fleeing the scene. Having been beaten so brutally before their very eyes, their return to the Lu family would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions. Mr. Ning, you have stirred up quite a storm. Wang Hongli approached, concern etched upon his face. This individual is the eldest son of the Lu family, the sole heir to the Lu group. Given your actions today, should the Lu family become aware, even Miss Tang may not be able to safeguard you. Ning Fan chuckled lightly. Manager Wang, there is no need for concern. I will be just fine. I shall return to my duties. He then proceeded to his workstation, leaving Wang Hongli to sigh at his departing figure. The tides in Jiang City are about to shift. Subsequently, Wang Hongli retreated to his office and dialed Wang Ya's number, recounting the entire incident in detail. Hongli, I am unconcerned with what transpires between the Tang and Lu families. Wang Ye interjected without hesitation. You must remain steadfast within the Tang household. Do you understand? Wang Honglei frowned. Sister, I've heard that the Lu family is soon to collaborate with the Jiang family from the provincial capital. With this recent incident, I fear that once their partnership is established, the Lu family may turn against the Tang family, if we choose the wrong side. However, he did not finish his sentence as Wang Ye interrupted. Let me be clear, the Jiang family will never ally with the Lu family. Do you comprehend? Wang Honglei was momentarily taken aback. His sister had always approached the rivalries between these prominent families with utmost caution. Why had she so decisively chosen to side with the Tang family this time? Moreover, how did she know that the Lu family could never secure an alliance with the Jiang family? With a heart full of questions, he refrained from voicing them and murmured to himself after hanging up. Could it be that my sister is privy to some insider information? Ning Fan, you acted too impulsively. Feng Yuanquan admonished, visibly irate. That was the eldest son of the Lu family. How will you navigate life in Jiang City after offending him? Do you not understand that for individuals like us, humbling ourselves before such a young master and admitting fault is not a matter of shame? His concern for Ning Fan was genuine. Brother Feng, I have my own plans, Ning Fan replied with a smile, reaching out to grasp Feng Yuanquan's arm. For now, let us ensure your right hand is healed. Chapter 64. The disparity is too great. Ning Fan, there is no need to comfort me. Feng Yuanquan managed a forced smile, his gaze dimming as he spoke. That bodyguard of young Master Lu struck with immense force. I can feel that my right hand is utterly broken. It may very well be beyond the help of any hospital. How could you possibly achieve such a feat? There was an unspoken thought lingering in his mind. If Ning Fan truly possessed such capabilities, why would he be here delivering packages? Brother Feng, bear with it for a moment, Ning Fan said, his eyes fixed on Feng Yuanquan. It may hurt a bit. Seeing Ning Fan's determination, Feng Yuanquan sighed. All right, I will let you give it a try. He extended his hand, complying with Ning Fan's request. Crack. Ning Fan moved with remarkable speed. Grasping Feng Yuanquan's right hand and twisting it sharply, the crisp sound of fractured bones resonating in the ears of those present. Feng Yuanquan winced in pain, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Unbeknownst to him, a stream of spiritual energy was flowing from Ning Fan's palm into his right hand, nourishing the bones within. I knew you had ulterior motives. How truly remarkable you are. Brother Feng has been reduced to this state because of you at the hands of young Master Lu. And instead of taking him to the hospital, you treat him this way. It's truly disheartening. The group of couriers murmured amongst themselves, if it were up to me, someone like that should be beaten to death by the Lu family. Ning Fan paid them no mind, continuing to channel spiritual energy into Feng Yuanquan's right hand. At that moment, Feng Yuanquan's complexion suddenly brightened, excitement igniting in his voice. I can feel it. Ning Fan, my right hand truly has sensation. As he spoke, he cautiously lifted his right hand, relaxing it, and then clenching it tightly, repeating the motions. Observing this scene, the surrounding couriers were left in stunned silence. Could this be real? Ning Fan, you are incredible. Feng Yuanquan exclaimed. I didn't expect you to possess such remarkable medical skills. Ning Fan's face paled slightly as he chuckled. Brother Feng, this is merely something I picked up in my spare time. After a couple of days of rest, your right hand will return to its former state. This was his first attempt to use spiritual energy to heal a broken bone, and it appeared to be quite successful, albeit with significant energy expenditure. Ning Fan, I cannot thank you enough. Feng Yuanquan expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for you, I would have been at a loss for what to do for the rest of my life. Ning Fan waved his hand dismissively. Brother Feng, you are in this predicament because of me. It should be I who feels responsible. Feng Yuanquan chuckled. This afternoon, I insist on treating you to a meal at the Shushin restaurant. No refusals. Ning Fan, reluctant to offend him, nodded in agreement. Glancing at the broken phone on the ground, he called Wang Ye, instructing her to purchase a new phone and have someone deliver it to the restaurant at noon. Soon enough, at midday, Feng Yuanquan rode his bicycle, bringing Ning Fan to a restaurant, a place known as Old Black's Restaurant. Dad, what made you decide to dine out today? A pure-hearted girl approached them. Suddenly, upon noticing Ning Fan, she exclaimed, Ah, Brother Ning Fan, you are here too. The girl in question is Feng Shushin, the daughter of Feng Yuanquan. Indeed, Ning Fan greeted with a smile. Shushin has become increasingly beautiful. Feng Shushin blushed, responding, Ning Fan, you are quite the charmer. Come, allow me to escort you to a private room. Shall we have the same dishes as before? Feng Yuanquan waved his hand dismissively. Let us have a fine bottle of wine. Feng Shuxin nodded in agreement, turning to lead Ning Fan and the others towards the room. Suddenly, Ning Fan felt a jolt in his body, his gaze fixed on Feng Shuxin's silhouette, brow furrowing in confusion. What was happening? He pondered silently. The Feng family is ordinary. So how could Shuxin emanate a wave of spiritual energy? He was taken aback. Over the years of delivering packages, he had visited the Feng residence. They were a typical family. No, that couldn't be. He furrowed his brow again. There was no spiritual energy within Shuxin. This aura was emanating from her clothing. Could it be that she had recently come into contact with something imbued with spiritual energy? As he contemplated this, Ning Fan felt a surge of excitement. Such a thing that could leave behind spiritual energy on a person was undoubtedly extraordinary. If he could obtain it, perhaps he could break through to the second level of Qi refinement. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to inquire about this matter with Shuxin later. He had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events during his visit. Suppressing his excitement, worried that Feng Yuanquan and the others might become anxious, he followed them into the private room. Before long, the food and wine were served. Ning Fan, Feng Yuanquan began after downing a glass of wine. It's not that your brother Feng is overly concerned with your affairs. The Tang family's daughter is not someone of our standing. They are affluent, residing in grand villas and dining on exquisite delicacies, while we are still striving to secure our daily meals. The disparity is simply too vast. Consider this. Even if Miss Tang were to genuinely develop feelings for you, would her family ever allow you two to be together? Ning Fan fell silent. He knew all too well that Tang Sihai would never consent to his relationship with Tang Chu, especially after that warning call he had received. You and Miss Tang are mismatched, Feng Yuanquan continued. Even if you were to be together, it would be a life of mediocrity. My brother advises you to distance yourself from Miss Tang now. She is not someone we should covet. He urged Ning Fan earnestly, genuinely looking out for his well-being. Suddenly, Feng Yuanquan pulled out his wallet, retrieving a bank card and slapping it onto the table. Slightly inebriated, he declared, "This card contains 10,000 yuan, saved up by your brother over the years, initially intended for Shuxin's tuition. But with educational loans now available, our family has managed to get by. However, you are in a different position. You have a sick sister to care for. Thus, heeding brother Feng's advice, accept this 10,000 yuan when you have the means. You may repay me at your convenience." Chapter 65, Is There Any Reason? A warm current surged within Ning Fan as he realized Brother Feng was the first outsider to treat him with such kindness. Brother Feng. He inhaled deeply and returned the bank card to Feng Yuanquan, stating, "I have money on hand. Furthermore, I am on the verge of remedying my sister's health." Were it not for the emotional barrier he faced, Ning Fan would have long since restored Qin Xiu's health completely. Ning Fan, just take it. Do you think your brother Feng has forgotten your sister's ailment? Feng Yuanquan glared at Ning Fan. That is a heart condition requiring bypass surgery. Such an operation demands a considerable sum. How could you possibly cure your sister in a short span? With rising irritation, he added, "If you do not accept this 10,000 yuan today, do not ever call me Brother Feng again." Reluctantly, seeing Feng Yuanquan's unwavering stance, Ning Fan reached for the bank card. "Thank you, Brother Feng." "No need for thanks. This is how it should be." Feng Yuanquan waved his hand. "Overcome the current hardship first. I believe in your potential. One day you will soar to great heights. Just remember me when that day comes." Ning Fan smiled. "Of course. I won't forget. By the way," Feng Yuanquan continued, "I'll send you a WeChat contact. She is the daughter of a friend of mine. You should meet her this afternoon. If you find her agreeable, do not hesitate to part ways with Miss Tang. The 10,000 yuan I gave you should not be hoarded. Take her out for a nice meal." Ning Fan felt helpless but understood Brother Feng's good intentions. Nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a furious voice echoed from outside the private room. "Get lost! Stop bothering me!" Feng Shuxin, her voice quivering with tears, exclaimed, "You eat without paying. And you think you have a reason to complain?" Feng Yuanquan rushed out of the room, with Ning Fan following closely behind, their expressions darkening. There stood Feng Shuxin before three burly men, a distinct handprint on her left cheek, and her eyes red and swollen, eliciting sympathy. "You dare to strike my daughter?" Feng Yuanquan's eyes turned bloodshot as he grabbed a nearby broom and charged forward. Though he was generally kind-hearted, he would not let anyone harm his daughter. "Dad!" Feng Shuxin cried out, her pupils constricting. "Don't be impulsive." Yet, in that moment, Feng Yuanquan was consumed by rage, unable to heed her pleas. As he approached the men, Feng Shuxin dared not open her eyes, recognizing them as local thugs. How could her father possibly stand against them? Bang! Just then, Ning Fan intervened, effortlessly incapacitating the thugs on the ground. Brother, allow me to handle this. Ning Fan cast a cold glance at the few individuals sprawled on the floor. If something goes awry, I shall take responsibility. How could he, knowing how much Brother Feng cared for him, stand idly by while his daughter was bullied? Feng Yuanquan stepped forward, delivering slap after slap to the faces of those tormentors, venting his fury. The sight of the imprint on his daughter's face pierced through him like a needle. Stop it! As he witnessed these individuals crumple to the ground, the shopkeeper could no longer remain passive. He burst forth, shouting in indignation, "You all cease this at once." Feng Yuanquan halted, lifting his gaze to the shopkeeper. Just moments ago, when those people were assaulting Shu Xian, he had not uttered a word in her defense. Ning Fan coldly remarked, "Now that these individuals lie incapacitated, you find it intolerable?" To his surprise, the shopkeeper, in a fit of rage, retorted, "She deserves to be beaten. Who told her to demand money from these gentlemen?" With a single statement, Ning Fan was incensed. "You truly are remarkable." The clerk sought to collect money from these individuals on her behalf, yet now it seems she is the one overstepping her bounds. Is that not so? The shopkeeper replied, "Indeed, she would deserve it even if they killed her." Feng Shu Xian trembled all over. Having just graduated from high school and entered society, she had never encountered such a situation. "Huh," Ning Fan sneered. "You have truly redefined my worldview." Silence. The shopkeeper, exasperated, shot back. "What kind of person I am is none of your concern." He then turned to Feng Shu Xian and coldly barked, "And you are fired. You have offended Brother Guang and his associates. Do not expect to receive your wages this month." Feng Shu Xian felt on the verge of collapse. "How can you do this?" Tears streamed down her face. They dined without paying. It was clearly their fault. Why must I be punished? As a recent high school graduate, she struggled to comprehend this injustice. Furthermore, finding a summer job this year was particularly challenging, and securing this position had taken her an extensive amount of time. If she were to be dismissed like this, how could she save up for her tuition and alleviate some burden from her family? Humph, the shopkeeper scoffed. "Do you even know who these people are? They are the underworld leaders of District 7 in Jiang City, led by Wang Ye. It is an honor for them to dine in my establishment, and serving them is also your honor. Do you understand?" Feng Shu Xian felt a chill run through her entire being. Bang! Ning Fan kicked him, sending the shopkeeper crashing into 4 tables before his body finally came to a halt, covered in injuries. "I have encountered many dogs," Ning Fan shook his head. "But a cur like you is truly a first." The shopkeeper glared at Ning Fan through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a pink Mercedes pulled up at the restaurant entrance, and Wang Ye, clad in black stockings, stepped out, holding a new mobile phone in her hand. Wang Ye. Upon seeing the woman, the shopkeeper was first taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. It was Wang Ye, the formidable leader of the underground world of District 7 in Jiangqing. "Ha ha, kid, you're finished." He glared menacingly at Ning Fan. "You've harmed her people, and today you shan't think of leaving my establishment." Feng Shuxin anxiously clutched Ning Fan's arm, remorsefully weeping. "Brother Ning Fan, I'm so sorry. I've dragged you into this. It's my fault." Ning Fan gently patted her head, a slight smile gracing his lips. "It's all right. Whoever bullies you today, your brother Ning Fan will ensure they face retribution." His words elicited a chorus of laughter. Was this man struck in the head by a mule? "Sister Ye." The shopkeeper hastily rushed to Wang Ye's side, pointing at Ning Fan. "It was these few who demanded money from Brother Guang. I had nothing to do with it. If you're here to settle the score, just teach those two a lesson and spare my little shop." Slap. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Ye delivered a sharp slap to his face, coldly commanding, "Silence." In the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Wang Ye approached Ning Fan, her demeanor remarkably courteous. "Mr. Ning, here is the phone you requested." A profound silence fell over the assembly. All stood frozen in disbelief. Wang Ye personally delivering a phone to this man. The shopkeeper's face turned pale, his legs trembling. Wang Ye stood before Ning Fan, showing great respect. Initially, upon receiving Ning Fan's call, she intended to send someone casually to deliver the phone. However, after careful consideration, she decided it would be best to come herself, as it would also foster a closer connection between them. "Are those 3 your people?" Ning Fan inquired, gesturing towards the 3 collapsed on the ground. his tone unfazed. Is it permissible for your people to dine without paying? How domineering. Chapter 66. Roll in an instant. Wang Ya's body shivered as she quickly replied, Mr. Ning, I will certainly provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Ning Fan glanced at Wang Ya, aware of her intelligence and capability to resolve the issue at hand. Subsequently, he rose, leading Feng Yuan and her father out of the restaurant. The shopkeeper exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Thankfully, he seemed to have been forgotten. However, as Ning Fan reached the entrance, he remarked without turning back, I do not wish to see this establishment in Jiangqing again. Wang Ya nodded. Yes, Mr. Ning, I understand. With a thud, the shopkeeper collapsed once more, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. He was utterly finished. Regrettably, this world offers no remedy for remorse. Upon exiting the restaurant, Shuxin spoke. You need not worry. I will find you a summer job shortly. Ning Fan smiled, assuring her, I promise you shall never encounter such a situation again. Feng Shuxin's face flushed slightly. Thank you, brother Ning Fan. She cautiously glanced at Ning Fan, her eyes now reflecting a different emotion. She was at the tender age of awakening to love, dreaming of her Prince Charming. The recent incident where Ning Fan safeguarded her instilled a profound sense of security within her. How wonderful it would be if Ning Fan were her boyfriend. Just then, Ning Fan, seemingly casual, inquired, Shu Xian, have you recently come into contact with any wild medicinal herbs? Being in close proximity to Feng Shu Xian, Ning Fan increasingly sensed the fluctuations of her spiritual energy. Wild medicinal herbs? Feng Shu Xian shook her head. No, Ning Fan, we don't have such things at home. No. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. Ning Fan, is there something wrong? Feng Shu Xian asked softly. Nothing at all. Ning Fan withdrew his thoughts. You should ponder this over the next few days, and if you recall anything, please let me know. The lingering spiritual energy around Feng Shu Xian was certainly not from an ordinary wild herb. Ning Fan was determined to acquire it and hasten his own cultivation. All right. Feng Shu Xian nodded. If I think of anything, I will certainly inform you, Ning Fan. Afterward, the two of them saw Feng Shu Xian off at the bus stop before returning to the courier station to resume their work. While at work, Ning Fan added the girl introduced by Feng Yuan Quan on WeChat, exchanged a few messages, and subsequently reserved a table at Qinyan restaurant. Intending to dine with her after work, there was no alternative. Feng Yuan Quan had already mentioned him to her, and if he were to cancel, she would undoubtedly resent Feng Ge. Feng Ge was looking out for his well-being, and Ning Fan did not wish to put him in a difficult position. When the workday concluded, Feng Yuan Quan reminded Ning Fan, remember to meet her. Ning Fan smiled. Don't worry, Feng Ge. I've already reserved a table and will head over shortly. Feng Yuan Quan then appeared satisfied. That's good to hear. At that moment, Ning Fan received a WeChat message from her, indicating that she had arrived at Qinyan restaurant. After tidying himself up a bit, he set off for the restaurant. Before long, he spotted a young woman seated in a corner of the hall, her long hair cascading down, adorned in a sky-blue dress, exuding an air of innocence. Miss Yi? Ning Fan approached her, expressing his apologies. I'm sorry for being late. At that moment, Yi Lingxue turned to him, smiling. Not at all. You arrived right on time. I enjoy coming early. Please, have a seat. Ning Fan nodded and took a seat. Mr. Ning, Yi Lingxue stated directly. I agreed to come today to provide my family with an explanation. However, I am not particularly inclined to attend blind dates, nor do I have any intentions of marriage. And I hope you can understand that. Ning Fan chuckled softly. I share the same sentiments as Miss Yi. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxue looked at Ning Fan with a hint of surprise, then smiled. If that is the case, then that is indeed for the best. When the time comes and Uncle Feng inquires, simply state that my temperament is poor and you could not tolerate it. This way, it offers Uncle Feng an explanation. Ning Fan couldn't help but glance at Yi Lingxue once more. If he were to say such a thing to Brother Feng, it would undoubtedly tarnish this girl's reputation. He truly did not anticipate that Yi Lingxue would provide him with such a rationale. Chi-Chi, did I not tell you? The figure you saw on Songlong Island was certainly not him. Suddenly, a mocking voice interjected from the side. I believe this lad has certainly been abandoned by Miss Tang. Otherwise, why would he come here to court someone else? Ning Fan lifted his head, noticing Yang Chi-Chi and Chun Wei standing nearby. He frowned, feeling quite unfortunate. How is it that a mere outing for a meal leads to an encounter with the likes of you two, who seem to haunt me? His words rendered Chun Wei and the others' smiles to freeze. Ning Fan, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Yang Qiqi exclaimed in exasperation. What? Are you now abandoned by Miss Tang, yet still believe she would protect you? Let me tell you, such delusions. In your current state, my dear Chen Wei could crush you with a mere flick of his finger, do you understand? Ever since Ning Fan penned that letter of divorce, it seemed he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, catching the eye of the young lady from the Tang family and repeatedly embarrassing Yang Qiqi. She could no longer contain her desire to teach Ning Fan a lesson. Like a rabid dog, Ning Fan cast a sidelong glance at Yang Qiqi. In the presence of Miss Yi, I prefer to refrain from resorting to violence. It would be prudent for you to promptly remove yourself from my sight. Yi Lingxue had granted him enough respect. Ning Fan did not wish to frighten her. Miss Yi? Heh. Yang Qiqi sneered. You refer to her as such? Today, I shall tear this woman's face apart and see who dares to court you. Ning Fan. Thereafter, I intend to ensure you remain a lifelong bachelor, and I will show grandfather that my choice to divorce you was indeed correct. Without Miss Tang as protection, you are nothing. With that, she strode forward, extending her sharp nails, intending to claw at Yi Lingxue's face. Yi Lingxue's eyes widened in panic, retreating at that moment. Her arm accidentally knocked over a blue and white porcelain vase from the table, shattering it on the ground. Bam! Ning Fan rushed forward, shielding Yi Lingxue, and delivered a sharp slap to Yang Qiqi's face, his expression grim as he shouted, Get lost! Chapter 67. Is that so, dear husband? Yi Lingxue gazed at Ning Fan, who stood protectively before her, feeling warmth in her heart. Yang Qiqi covered her cheek, glaring fiercely at Ning Fan. Qiqi, do not be angry. This time, they are finished. Chen Wei suddenly chuckled coldly. There's no need to waste words on someone so close to demise. Yang Qiqi retorted angrily. Husband, not only do you fail to retaliate for me, but you also wish to intimidate them with such words? Do not fret. Chen Wei replied with a grin. Do you know how much that blue and white porcelain vase that woman just shattered was worth? Yang Qiqi scoffed. How much could this worthless thing be worth? 500,000. Chen Wei responded. I've heard that those exquisite blue and white porcelain vases on the table were specially commissioned by the owner of this Qingyun restaurant at a high price for aesthetic purposes. Wow, 500,000. Yang Qiqi was initially taken aback, but then she mocked. Ha ha ha, Ning Fan, this woman just shattered a vase worth 500,000. And now you've been abandoned by Miss Tang. I wonder how you will manage to pay for it. Chen Wei narrowed his eyes. The owner behind this Qingyun restaurant wields significant power. If you dare to refuse payment, TSK, perhaps by tomorrow morning, the Jiangxing Canal will bear witness to 2 cold corpses. Ning Fan clicked his tongue. Is this the extravagant life of the wealthy? A 500,000 vase displayed right on the dining hall table. What sheer opulence. What are we to do now? Yi Lingxue's face turned pale. 500,000. How could we possibly come up with that? Her monthly salary was merely 9,000. Meaning it would take her 6 years of relentless saving without food or drink to accumulate such an amount. Ning Fan smiled reassuringly. Don't listen to his nonsense. That thing isn't worth anything. He then turned to the restaurant staff. Have your manager come down. The restaurant employees had witnessed Xiao Lei's respectful demeanor towards Ning Fan and recognized him as a person of significance. Thus, they immediately called the new manager and quietly informed him of Ning Fan's presence. Ha ha ha, not worth anything? Yang Qiqi and her companion laughed until their bellies hurt. Ning Fan, you dare to claim that something worth 500,000 is mere trifles? A pretty boy like you is so ignorant. It's no wonder Miss Tang discarded you. Truly a country bumpkin. They shamelessly ridiculed Ning Fan, convinced that since he had been abandoned by Tang Chu, he could never afford such an amount. Furthermore, given Ning Fan's current status as a lowly courier, he ought to be trampled underfoot, stripped of his dignity. Pat pat pat. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed down the staircase, followed by a middle-aged man, panting heavily as he descended. He had rushed down from the 7th to the 1st floor, his face drenched in cold sweat. Who knew that on his very first day, the legendary Ning Shini would arrive? The manager is here? Chen Wei, sharp-eyed, quickly spotted the name tag hanging from the middle-aged man's chest. Ning Fan, you're finished. The manager's attention has been drawn, and perhaps 500,000 will not even be forthcoming. Yang Qiqi sneered. If I were you, I would be on my knees right now, preparing to beg for mercy. Yi Lingxue, trembling with fear, implored, Mr. Ning, you should leave now. This trouble is mine to bear. I don't want to implicate you. She had heard Feng Yuan Quan mention Ning Fan. He was merely a courier. How could he possibly come up with such a sum? Ning Fan chuckled. Don't worry. With me here, we will surely find a way out. However, Yi Lingxue could only manage a bitter smile, unconvinced by Ning Fan's words. 500,000. This is certainly not a trifling sum. Manager Yang Qiqi pointed at Ning Fan and his companion, accusing, it was they who shattered the blue and white porcelain vase on the floor. You must not let them off the hook. She then let out a cold laugh, anticipating how Ning Fan would face this predicament, eagerly awaiting the moment when she could return all the humiliation he had inflicted upon her. The manager's gaze fell upon the shards scattered across the ground, and Yi Lingxue grew increasingly anxious. However, Ning Fan suddenly smiled and remarked, Manager, is this blue and white porcelain vase truly worth 500,000? To me, it appears to be worth no more than 100. A profound silence ensued. Ning Fan, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Yang Qiqi scoffed. Even a counterfeit blue and white porcelain vase could never be merely worth 100. Do you understand? Do you think the restaurant manager is a fool, easily swayed by your words? To her astonishment, the manager suddenly shouted, Silence. He then swiftly approached Ning Fan, forcing a smile. This gentleman is correct. This blue and white porcelain vase is indeed not worth much. Merely 100. He disdainfully kicked at the scattered shards, but internally, he felt as though he were bleeding. These vases were truly valued at 500,000. Yet, what could he do? After all, the esteemed Ning Shini commanded great respect from even their boss. He could only swallow his grievances. Yi Lingxue's mouth fell slightly agape. Her expression blank. Yang Qiqi and Chun Wei were taken aback. Was this truly only worth 100? Did you see that? Ning Fan chuckled softly. I told you, this blue and white porcelain vase is worth 100. After transferring 100 to the manager via his phone, he turned to Yi Lingxue and asked, Shall we go? Yi Lingxue, startled back to reality, nodded and hurriedly followed in Ning Fan's footsteps. How could this possibly be undervalued? Watching Ning Fan and Yi Lingxue depart, Yang Qiqi seethed with anger, throwing the blue and white porcelain vases from 4 tables to the ground in a fit of rage. Stop it! The manager shouted urgently. What are you doing? Yang Qiqi snapped back. What business is it of yours? I have plenty of money. I'll settle everything later. One tea that suffice? The manager's lips twitched. Did she truly think these vases were worthless? Fine. I'll tell you. If you cannot pay later, you shall not leave. Remembering how this woman had treated Mr. Ning, he added vehemently, Our Qingyan restaurant does not permit anyone to dine and dash. With that, he stormed towards the front desk, intending to ensure Yang Qiqi settled the bill. Humph, Yang Qiqi scoffed. How could I possibly not afford to pay for a blue and white porcelain vase worth 100? Right, dear husband? In her view, the restaurant manager looked down upon her, believing that even a delivery person like Ning Fan could pay. So how could she, Yang Qiqi, not? Enough, there is no need to embarrass ourselves. Chen Wei, regaining his composure, remarked, Let us settle the bill and depart. Noticing Ning Fan's blunder, he had lost his appetite. Yang Qiqi chose to remain silent as she accompanied Chun Wei to the front desk. Good day, the receptionist rose politely. Your total expenditure amounts to 2,100,000. Please proceed with the card payment. Chapter 68. That is the Liu family. What? Yang Qiqi exclaimed in anger. We did not consume gold. How could the bill be 2 million? Is your restaurant attempting to swindle us? Chen Wei's expression darkened. Indeed. The forces behind your restaurant are formidable, but we are not so easily deceived. At that moment, the manager scoffed. Your dining bill is merely 10,000. Yet the 4 Qinghua porcelain vases you shattered are valued at 2 million. No one has ever dared to dine and dash at Qingyan restaurant. You are attempting extortion. Yang Qiqi trembled with rage, shouting, You did not say that earlier. You claimed the Qinghua vases were worth only 100. Chen Wei's face turned grim. That one. The manager pointed to the vase shattered by Yi Lingxue, smirking as he said, That vase is indeed worth 100. However, the ones you broke are valued at 500,000 each. He sneered, oblivious to his own standing, daring to compare himself with the esteemed Ning Shini. I will call the police. Your restaurant is a den of iniquity. Furious, Yang Qiqi took out her phone. I will definitely expose your establishment. However, before she could finish, the manager clapped his hands, and the restaurant's doors swiftly closed. A menacing security guard entered from outside. Call the police? The manager taunted with a smile. You may try, but the moment you press that button, I can ensure your demise. Pay the fee, or you may leave your life here. His gaze was laced with a chilling malice. Yang Qiqi was about to retort, But Chun Wei seized her arm, gritting his teeth. We shall pay 2,100,000, yes? I will arrange the funds immediately. He then began calling numerous contacts, but upon hearing the amount, each one hung up without hesitation. These fair-weather friends. Chun Wei's face twitched with anger. They call me Brother Chun regularly, yet when it comes to a moment like this, not one would lend me a single cent. Looking up, he met the manager's gaze and felt a shiver run down his spine, forcing him to make more calls. There was no choice. The owner behind Qingyun Restaurant indeed wielded significant power. If they failed to pay, it was entirely possible they could find themselves discarded in the Jiangxing Canal. At that moment, even his father would not dare to utter a word. Humph, Yang Qiqi scoffed. Once we collaborate with the Jiang family from the provincial capital, they will surely regret their actions. Upon hearing this, Chun Wei's eyes brightened. Indeed, we are on the verge of collaborating with the Jiang family from the provincial capital. Surely, the money will flow abundantly thereafter. With this thought, he gritted his teeth. I shall take out a loan at once. Shortly, he dialed the loan company and secured 2 million yuan in an instant. The repayment was scheduled for within 15 days, once the partnership with the Jiang family materialized. A mere fraction of that amount would easily suffice. What worries could there possibly be about repaying such a sum? Before long, the money was deposited and transferred. Chun Wei, with his nose held high, looked down upon others. 2 million is but a trivial sum to me. With a surge of arrogance, he flaunted his wealth, unafraid of anyone. Bah! Yang Qiqi spat disdainfully, declaring, after our collaboration with the Jiang family, I wouldn't set foot in this restaurant even if invited. It would be beneath me. The manager coolly responded, rest assured, you lack the qualifications for that. Meanwhile, Ning Fan emerged from the restaurant with Yi Lingxue. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude. If you hadn't spotted that the blue and white porcelain was a counterfeit, I might have faced dire consequences. 50,000 yuan. How could she possibly afford it on her salary? Her family's current situation was not favorable, and they were unable to assist her. It's nothing, Ning Fan replied with a smile. I should be the one apologizing for burdening you. Please don't dwell on it. Suddenly, Yi Lingxue inquired, where's your home? I can give you a ride back. Just as Ning Fan was about to agree, he received a text message from Tang Chu. No need, he smiled. I have some matters to attend to. I will return on my own. Yi Lingxue nodded lightly. All right, I'll head back first. Afterward, she drove out of Ning Fan's sight, but did not leave. Instead, she parked nearby, observing him as he awaited a vehicle. Before long, a pink 911 appeared, and Ning Fan climbed into the passenger seat, driving away. A 911? Yi Lingxue murmured in astonishment. Could it be he is truly being kept by someone? She then drove off. In Jiang City, on the expressway. Have you broken Lu Feng's limbs? In the car, Tang Chu glared at Ning Fan. How could you act so impulsively? Upon hearing the news, she had abandoned all her work and rushed to find him. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. Has the news reached you so swiftly? Tang Chu rubbed her forehead. Exasperated. Do you realize the magnitude of the commotion this has caused? Lu Feng is the heir of the Lu family conglomerate, constantly under scrutiny. Who could remain oblivious to the fact that his limbs were broken? The Lu couple, who had been in a neighboring city, were already hurrying back upon hearing the news. They would return in less than 2 hours. Ning Fan shrugged indifferently. So what if they were broken? There's no need for such concern. Everything is fine. If the Lu family dares to make a move, Miss Jiang will undoubtedly be the first to object. This is because her ailment has yet to be completely cured, and she still requires assistance. This is the Lu family we are discussing, Tang Chu exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration. This is not something I can easily resolve with the Qin family. Ning Fan, could you please think carefully about the consequences before taking action next time? Right now, I will take you to meet Xiao Qiu and temporarily escort you out of Jiang City. Once you leave Jiang City, the Lu family's reach will no longer extend to you. If our Tang family can secure the collaboration with Jiang family from the provincial capital, I will ensure to bring you and Xiao Qiu back. If we fail, you and Xiao Qiu should never return to Jiang City. Otherwise, the Lu family will not let you off easily. I have a property in the provincial capital, and tomorrow I will arrange for someone to deliver a bank card to you. You need not worry about Xiao Qiu's schooling. I will take care of that as well. Coupled with your medical skills, you and Xiao Qiu will lead a prosperous life in the provincial capital. A warm current surged within Ning Fan, surprised by how thoroughly Tang Chu had considered his situation. However, he still attempted to reassure her, saying, there is no need to be overly anxious. I will ensure the Jiang family considers your Tang family when selecting partners, if not as their first choice. At this point, his gaze hardened. But I will certainly make the Liu family miss this opportunity. Chapter 69. I apologize, but the other party is too ruthless with a sudden screech. Tang Chu-Chu slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop at the roadside, her voice tinged with exasperation. Ning Fan, at this moment. You still find it appropriate to joke and make me laugh? I truly cannot find amusement in this. This is the Liu family we are dealing with. If they wish to strike against you, who could possibly stand in their way? Furthermore, how could you possibly convince the Jiang family to abandon their collaboration with the Liu family with just a few words? She remained skeptical of Ning Fan's reassurances, remembering how recently Miss Jiang had come from the provincial capital to Jiang City. How could Ning Fan possibly know her, let alone influence the Jiang family's choice of partners? From now on, you need to remain silent, Tang Chu-Chu continued. Everything will be according to my plan. I will ensure your safe passage out of Jiang City, allowing you and Xiao Qiu to live lives of wealth and prosperity. Once I have taken care of matters here in Jiang City, I will come to find you. Ning Fan smiled wryly, realizing that no amount of reassurances would ease Tang Chu-Chu's worries. He simply nodded. All right, I will follow your lead. Understanding her concern for him, he recognized that anything he said now would be superfluous. It would be better to wait until Jiang Rushue's press conference before explaining things to Tang Chu-Chu. Breathing a sigh of relief at Ning Fan's agreement, Tang Chu-Chu smiled. That's more like it. Then, she drove off to pick up Qin Xiu, quickly tidying up before heading towards the outskirts of Jiang City. Right here, Ning Fan suddenly interjected. Miss Jiang's press conference is approaching, and you will undoubtedly be quite busy in the coming days. There is no need to see me off. Tang Chu-Chu also contemplated this. Soon, I will arrange for someone to escort you and Xiao Qiu to the provincial capital. Meanwhile, I will keep the Liu family occupied here in Jiangqing, preventing them from making any moves against you and Xiao Qiu. Before long, a phaeton arrived. After giving the driver a brief instruction, Tang Chu-Chu turned to Ning Fan and said, You must inform me once you arrive in the provincial capital. Ning Fan nodded in acknowledgement. He then escorted Qin Xiu into the car, and gradually, the phaeton vanished from Tang Chu-Chu's sight. After I finish my business in Jiangqing, Tang Chu-Chu murmured. Regardless of whether our Tang family has any dealings with the Liu family, I will certainly seek you out in the provincial capital. However, unbeknownst to her, half an hour later, the phaeton that was supposed to head towards the provincial capital reappeared at the Jiangqing border, only to swiftly disappear again. In Jiangqing, at the hospital. Feng, what do you think I raised you for? Lu Ming's face twisted with rage. Do you not all claim to be the best doctors in Jiangqing? Yet now you cannot even save my son. A group of doctors stood nearby, trembling in fear, not daring to utter a word. Get out, all of you. Lu Ming shouted angrily. I do not wish to see you at this moment. Soon, the doctors in the ward hurriedly departed. Dad, Mom, it hurts. Lu Feng grimaced in agony, tears streaming down his face. Am I doomed to be useless for the rest of my life? Will I never be able to stand again? He felt no sensation whatsoever, lacking even the strength to raise his arm. Son, do not think like that. Lu Ming quickly reassured him. I will find the best doctors for your treatment. I will ensure you stand again. If there are none in Jiangqing, I will seek them in the provincial capital. If there are none there, I will search the entire nation. I refuse to believe that in such a vast world, there is no one capable of healing you. Lu Feng is his only son. Should anything happen to him, the Liu family risks extinction. Thus, in daily life, Lu Feng was coddled and spoiled. Dad, I want that person dead. Lu Feng's voice was filled with fervor, bordering on madness. I will make him pay the price. And Tang Chu-Chu, I want her to kneel before me like a dog, begging for my indulgence. Transformed into this wretched state, his heart burned with fury, and his mind began to twist. Rest assured, Lu Ming, pained, gritted his teeth. Is it that pretty boy whom Tang Chu-Chu has taken a liking to? I have already sent someone to find him. Once he is located, I will ensure he is captured and made to suffer beyond measure. As for Tang Chu-Chu, once our Liu family completes its collaboration with the Jiang family, we will impose economic sanctions on the Tang family, and at that point, Tang Chu-Chu will become a stray dog. If she wishes to survive, she must come to plead with you. Then you can play with her as you wish. A flash of resentment crossed Lu Feng's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Dad, can our Liu family be absolutely certain of securing a collaboration with the Jiang family? Lu Ming's expression was one of pride. There may have been some discrepancies in the past, but this time I have established the necessary connections. The partnership with the Jiang family is undoubtedly assured. No one is more qualified than our Lu family. Lu Feng licked his lips. His eyes filled with desire as he thought of Tang Chuchu's figure. Suddenly, a wave of pain coursed through his limbs, causing his face to blanch. What is happening? Lu Ming's expression changed. Fenger, does it hurt? Lu Feng, drenched in cold sweat, grimaced. Father, it hurts. Lu Ming's heart ached. Where is Zhao Yuantang? He turned and shouted angrily towards the hallway. Didn't I already instruct you to find Zhao Yuantang? Where is he? The doctors at this hospital are incompetent. He could only send someone to locate Zhao Yuantang. Although Zhao Yuantang is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, his son's limbs have been shattered. However, if he could merely alleviate his son's suffering, that would suffice. Mr. Lu, I apologize for my tardiness, came a powerful, aged voice from outside the room. I was delayed by some matters. Lu Ming immediately rose. Dr. Zhao, please examine my son's condition. Zhao Yuantang nodded, his gaze shifting. Upon seeing Lu Feng's condition, his expression hardened. How cruel was the assailant to have left Master Lu in such a state. Even he could not suppress his shock. Can Dr. Zhao heal my son? Lu Ming inquired. If you can, I shall offer the Lu family a salary of 10 million. Zhao Yuantang waved his hand. Let me first assess the young master's condition. He quickly approached Lu Feng, extending his hand to examine the young man's arms. The more he examined, the more alarmed he became, his expression growing grave. What grudge did the assailant hold against Lu Feng to inflict such torment? Suddenly, he discovered that the bones in Lu Feng's limbs were shattered in a chaotic manner. Such injuries were beyond healing. He could not even ease Lu Feng's agony. Who could have done this? Dr. Zhao, what do you think? Noticing Zhao Yuantang's somber expression, Lu Ming asked, Is there a way to treat my son's limbs? Zhao Yuantang stood up with a sigh. Mr. Lu, I am afraid the assailant was too ruthless. I cannot heal your son. You must seek another expert. Lu Ming's face immediately darkened. If even Zhao Yuantang could not help Lu Feng. Suddenly, Zhao Yuantang recalled Ning Fan. Perhaps there is someone who can. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Who? Zhao Yuantang did not respond directly, but pulled out his phone to call Ning Fan, lowering his tone. Dr. Ning, may I inquire where you are at this moment? The young master of the Lu family has had his limbs broken. However, before he could finish, Ning Fan interrupted coldly. Old Zhao, this is a matter between me and the Lu family. I would prefer if you do not involve yourself. Chapter 70. How about forming an alliance through marriage? Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Zhao Yuantang's spine as he comprehended the reason for his inability to heal Lu Feng. It turned out that the esteemed Dr. Ning had broken Lu Feng's limbs. Indeed, in the vast city of Jiangcheng, only Dr. Ning possessed such peculiar methods that even Zhao himself could not discern. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yuantang declared, Dr. Ning, I am now aware of this matter. After ending the call, he turned coldly to Lu Ming, saying, In the future, do not approach me regarding matters pertaining to your family, for this old man can no longer endure such turmoil. Lu Ming stood in stunned silence. Dr. Zhao. He hastily inquired, What do you mean by that? Have we offended you in some way? He found Zhao Yuantang's words perplexing. Lu Ming, Zhao Yuantang shook his head. You have not wronged me. It is another individual you have offended. That person has forbidden me from involving myself in your family's affairs, and thus, I dare not intervene. Furthermore, I can assure you, if anyone in Jiangcheng can heal your son, it is none other than Dr. Ning. With that, he rose, retrieving his medical bag. Preparing to depart. Dr. Ning? Who is this person? Lu Ming furrowed his brow, for he had never heard of a Dr. Ning in Jiangcheng. As Zhao Yuantang reached the door of the ward, he turned back with a sigh, saying, A true healer possesses a compassionate heart. I must inform you that Dr. Ning once saved Madame Xiao's life. In the coming days, Mr. Xiao Lei will hold a gratitude gathering, during which Dr. Ning is expected to attend. Securing Dr. Ning's forgiveness may very well be your only opportunity. With that, Zhao Yuantang exited. Madame Xiao Lei, Lu Ming murmured, suddenly struck with realization. Could it be that one? No wonder Dr. Ning was held in such high regard by Zhao Yuantang. He had once saved Mrs. Xiao's life. In an instant, his expression transformed to one of elation. Fenger, there is hope for you. I will ensure that Dr. Ning is found to treat you. You will surely stand again. Xiao Lei, the son of the former ruler of the underground world in Jiangcheng, despite his father's current illness, still held an undeniable status as long as his father lived. The crows of today may not be regarded by the Lu family, but the Xiao family was a force to be reckoned with. At that moment, A man hurried into the ward, trembling as he reported, "The one who broke the young master's limbs has fled." His voice trembled with fear. "Fled?" Lu Ming's expression darkened. "What are you all doing? How could a mere pretty boy escape?" The man lowered his head. It was Miss Tang. She sent him out of Jiangxing 2 hours early. By now, he has likely reached the provincial capital. The Lu family's standing in Jiangxing was formidable. However, if placed in the provincial capital, it would amount to nothing. Damn the Tang family. Lu Ming ground his teeth in anger. It is them again. After venting for a while, Lu Feng coldly commanded, "Leave." Upon hearing this, the man exhaled in relief and quickly turned to depart. Feng Lu Ming approached the bedside and whispered, "In the coming days, I will dispatch someone to seek out that esteemed physician, Ning, and invite him to treat your ailment. Furthermore, for our Lu family, the utmost priority now is Miss Zhang's press conference. If we can secure this collaboration, our family will soar to unprecedented heights." As he spoke, a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Let it be known, not even a mere Tang Chu can stand in our way. The Tang family will have to bow before us, and all its members will kneel before you, pleading for your forgiveness." In Jiang City, after escorting Ning Fan out, Tang Chu swiftly returned by car and headed straight for Tang Sihai's study. "Father," she declared, "where is the project proposal we designed? Allow me to examine it." With less than 3 days until Miss Zhang's press conference, she was determined to exert every effort within this time frame to ensure that the Tang family clinched this collaboration. This way, Ning Fan and Qin Xiu could return to Jiang City. Tang Sihai furrowed his brows. "Did I not mention before? I will personally oversee this project. You need only maintain the group's daily operations." Tang Chu clenched her teeth. "But I wish to attempt following this project alongside you to gain some experience. Moreover, the Jiang family has sent none other than Miss Jiang herself. As women, we might share common ground, which could provide our Tang family with additional opportunities." She was aware of her father's dissatisfaction with Ning Fan, hence she refrained from mentioning him in his presence. "That is acceptable. Yet let us not rush to review the proposal," Tang Sihai replied, rising. "A dear old friend from your grandfather's side has arrived. One of the leaders overseeing the Jiang family's project in the provincial capital. If he could speak favorably on our behalf before Miss Jiang, our chances of competing for this project would significantly increase." Upon hearing this, Tang Chu was elated. "Really? That is splendid." Her eyes sparkled with hope. If that were indeed the case, Ning Fan and Qin Xiu's chances of returning to Jiang City would substantially rise. "You were not this excited before," Tang Sihai remarked, casting a glance at Tang Chu. "Is there something else you are concealing from me?" Tang Chu hastily replied, "No. Father, let us hurry to see grandfather." She then eagerly seized Tang Sihai's arm and guided him towards Tang Guqiang. Tang Sihai increasingly felt that his daughter was behaving oddly. Soon, they arrived at the backyard of the Tang residence, where 2 elderly gentlemen sat at a small stone table. Among them was none other than Tang Guqiang. Another individual present was a stranger, presumably Ren Guochang, an old friend of Tang Guqiang. Behind Ren stood a young man. "Grandfather," Tang Chu approached, her voice crisp as she inquired, "Is this the esteemed Ren?" On their way here, Tang Sihai had already informed her of the attendees. Ren Guochang, a longtime acquaintance of Tang Guqiang from the provincial city, he had owed her grandfather a favor many years prior. At that moment, the young man behind Ren glanced at Tang Chu, his eyes betraying a flicker of admiration. He had not anticipated encountering such a beautiful woman in Jiangxing. Indeed, Tang Guqiang smiled as he introduced, "Old Ren, this is my granddaughter Chu." Ren Guqiang laughed heartily. "The last time I saw Chu, she was merely 5 years old. I can't believe how much she has grown and blossomed into such beauty." Then, with a jesting tone, he proposed, "Old Tang, what do you think about our families becoming in-laws?" Chapter 71. Proving your judgment incorrect. Tang Guqiang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Let the younger generation find their own fortunes. They should engage on their own terms. In truth, he held a greater appreciation for Ning Fan over Ren Guochang's grandson, as Ning was neither obsequious nor arrogant. Moreover, he possessed remarkable medical skills, particularly after Ning Fan independently ventured to District 6 in Jiangxing during Tang Chu's recent predicament. Tang Guqiang's regard for him had significantly increased. Though he lacked a prestigious background, Tang Guqiang believed that with his medical expertise, Ning Fan would eventually carve out his own path. "By the way, old Ren," Tang Guqiang shifted the topic, regarding our conversation over the phone. "Have you mentioned it to Miss Jiang?" What is her stance? As he spoke, the gaze of the three men converged upon Ren Guochang. Ah, that matter, Ren Guochang chuckled. Miss Jiang has not met anyone, including me, during this period, so I haven't had the opportunity to discuss it with her. However, rest assured, old Tang, I will certainly make an effort, as we may have the chance to become in-laws in the future. Tang Guoqiang offered an awkward smile, quickly expressing his gratitude. I appreciate your efforts, old Ren. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ren Guoqiang took his leave. Once Ren and his grandson departed from the Tang residence and entered their vehicle, Ren Tianyu furrowed his brow and queried, Grandfather, are you truly going to speak on behalf of the Tang family in front of Miss Jiang? You must understand, she does not favor those who cut corners. If this leads to her displeasure, it could very well implicate our Ren family. The Jiang family held a distinguished position in the provincial city, one that their modest family could not compare to. Humph, Ren Guochang scoffed. Do they truly believe that a favor from years ago would compel me to take such risks? Do you understand why I brought you here? Ren Tianyu shook his head. No, I do not. Ren Guochang continued. If that Tang Guochang were a bit more astute, he would agree to a union with our Ren family. Perhaps then I would genuinely strive to assist him. Alas, this old fox always dodges the topic whenever I mention the matter between you and his granddaughter. With such an attitude, he can forget about my ever bringing up the Tang family in front of Miss Jiang again. In fact, I might even advocate for the Lu family. Initially, I had intended for you to become a son-in-law of the Tang family, gradually absorbing them. But now, it seems we must resort to more radical measures. As long as his family fails to secure cooperation with the Jiang family, bankruptcy is just around the corner. With a cold smile, he added, I have long coveted Tang Express. Subsequently, the car sped away, vanishing at the gates of the Tang residence. In the Tang family's back garden, Tang Chuchu anxiously inquired. Does this mean he has agreed? Tang Guoqiang replied softly. He owes me a favor, and he is not the kind of person who goes back on his word. With him speaking on behalf of our Tang family, our chances of securing cooperation with the Jiang family will significantly increase. Tang Chuchu beamed. Wonderful. As long as we can secure this partnership, I can bring Ning Fan and Xiao Qiu back to Jiangqing. Chuchu, Tang Sihai suddenly interjected. I believe you should consider getting to know Ren's grandson. He is quite a handsome young man, and the Ren family is a substantial clan in the provincial city. If we could form a matrimonial alliance with them, they would undoubtedly exert more effort to assist our Tang family in this matter. Tang Chuchu's expression darkened. Tang Guoqiang snorted coldly. Whom Chuchu chooses to like is her own prerogative. We, as adults, should not interfere. He was aware of Tang Chuchu's unique feelings for Ning Fan. Dad, Tang Sihai raised his voice, but the circumstances are no longer as they once were. Our Tang family is in dire straits. During such exceptional times, we must employ extraordinary methods to navigate through these difficulties. Moreover, old Ren has been your friend for many years. I just observed his grandson. He seems quite decent. However, Tang Guoqiang interrupted coldly. Enough. Our Tang family has never deemed marriage alliances necessary, and we do not now, nor will we ever in the future. In his view, such alliances were only pursued by families lacking substance. Dad, Tang Sihai trembled with anger. What kind of enchantment has Ning Fan cast upon you and Chu Chu? He is merely a courier with a smattering of medical knowledge. Beyond that, what makes him worthy of Chu Chu? The more I speak, the more disdain I feel towards him. Just look at the recent press conference of Miss Jiang. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter, while the Ren family was one of the collaborators. How can he bridge such a gap? Tang Chuchu fell silent. Her father was right. Ning Fan indeed lacked the qualifications to attend Miss Jiang's press conference. But was that truly his fault? No. He simply had no choice regarding his origins. And in her view, a second-generation heir could never compare to Ning Fan. Enough, Tang Guoqiang said coldly. From now on, do not mention this matter again. If our Tang family can secure this cooperation with the Jiang family, it would be a tremendous blessing for us. Even if we fail, I refuse to believe that our grand Tang family would swiftly fall into decline. Chu Chu, follow me. I have something to discuss with you. He stood up and led Tang Chuchu away. Tang Sihai watched their departing figures, his expression darkening as he murmured, Father, this upcoming press conference by Miss Jiang will surely prove your judgment to be mistaken. A poor boy with merely medical skills, lacking even the slightest background, can never compete with the scions of affluent families. You will undoubtedly regret this. Meanwhile, Tang Guoqiang took Tang Chuchu into his study. retrieving a jade pendant from the piles of books. "Choo-choo, this is for you," he said. "Grandfather." Tang Choo-choo looked at the pendant, puzzled. What is this? She had never known that her Tang family possessed such a jade pendant. "Do not inquire. It is not necessary for you to understand at this moment." Tang Guoqiang shook his head, sighing. "Just keep it safe. If our Tang family cannot secure the collaboration with the Liu family this time, take this jade pendant to Kyoto. Once you arrive there, you will be safe." He was preparing for the worst. Having navigated the business world for a lifetime, how could Tang Guoqiang fail to perceive Ren Guoqiang's ambiguous stance? Therefore, he held no hope that his Tang family would successfully obtain this collaboration. "Grandfather, did you?" Tang Choo-choo trembled. "Have you sensed something?" Chapter 72. Age-related vision impairment. No. Tang Guoqiang shook his head. "I merely have an unsettling feeling." "Choo-choo, do not overthink it. Go ahead and follow your father to monitor the collaboration project with the Jiang family. Accumulate more experience." Tang Choo-choo pressed her lips together and nodded. "All right." She tucked the jade pendant away and turned to leave, with less than 3 days remaining until the Jiang family's press conference. She needed to put in her utmost effort during these 3 days. Soon, 2 days had passed. On this day, at the entrance of the Jiang City Exhibition Center, luxury cars congregated, with nearly all the influential figures of Jiang City in attendance. This press conference, organized by the Jiang family, was poised to alter the current landscape of Jiang City. Just then, a Porsche Panamera appeared. A woman clad in sheer black stockings stepped out of the car. She was none other than Jiang Rushua's secretary, Zheng Xiaoxiao. "Is this the secretary of Miss Jiang?" The one seated in the car must be Miss Jiang herself. The crowd fixated on the sleek Panamera, breaths quickening in anticipation. However, to their surprise, it was not Jiang Rushua who emerged from the vehicle, but rather a young man accompanied by a young girl. Who were these individuals that warranted the personal attention of Miss Jiang's secretary? The onlookers were perplexed. When did such prominent figures appear in Jiang City? Suddenly, someone recognized the girl. She was Zhao Tiantian, the granddaughter of the renowned healer Zhao. I had seen her at Zhao Yuantang before. Yet, why would the granddaughter of a healer attend a commercial press conference hosted by Miss Jiang? The crowd remained confounded. Zheng Xiaoxiao paid no heed to their murmurs as she escorted Zhao Tiantian and the young man into the exhibition center. At that moment, another luxurious phaeton arrived, carrying an elderly gentleman in the back seat. Suddenly, the old man cast a glance and noticed the familiar silhouette following Zheng Xiaoxiao into the VIP passage, questioning Ning Fan. This elderly gentleman was none other than Tang Guoqiang. His passenger, Tang Choo-choo, inquired with confusion, "Grandfather, what do you mean?" Tang Guoqiang replied, "I just saw a familiar figure accompanying Miss Jiang's secretary as they entered the VIP corridor of the exhibition center. It looked strikingly like Ning Fan." His brow furrowed. "How could Ning Fan be here?" "Grandfather, you must be mistaken, don't you think?" Tang Choo-choo whispered. "He would never appear at the exhibition center. I have already sent him to the provincial city, and the driver I arranged even sent me a photo of him there. It has been 2 days. Ning Fan and Qin Xiu must have already begun a new life in the provincial city. How could he possibly show up here?" Tang Guoqiang frowned, unable to comprehend why Choo-choo would make such a statement. Was she not the one who always defended Ning Fan? "Ha ha ha. Dad, Choo-choo is right this time," laughed Tang Sihai. "The driver. You must be seeing things. This is a press conference hosted by the Jiang family. Who among them is not influential? That courier has no chance of being here. Entrance to Miss Jiang's event requires an invitation. Someone like him wouldn't even qualify to serve as a waiter here." He instinctively assumed that Tang Choo-choo was belittling Ning Fan, feeling quite pleased with her newfound clarity. Choo-choo remained silent, choosing not to respond. Tang Guoqiang sighed, lamenting that he had originally intended to bring Ning Fan along, but their family had received only a limited number of invitations. After parking, they entered the exhibition center. Meanwhile, within an office at the exhibition center, Jiang Rushua sat in her chair, her gaze fixated on the young man before her. This individual was none other than Ning Fan. On that day, in order to alleviate Tang Choo-choo's worries, Ning Fan consented to accompany her to the provincial capital. However, he subsequently rendered the driver unconscious and returned with Qin Xiu to Jiang City. He was acutely aware that if he truly departed from Jiang City, the chances of the Tang family securing this cooperative project would be exceedingly slim. Initially, he intended to take Qin Xiu back to their previously rented residence, but he recalled that Tang Choo-choo had visited that place before. Consequently, he sought Zhao Yuantang's assistance in arranging alternative accommodations. Although he had planned to come alone, Zhao Yuantang suggested that his granddaughter should accompany him to experience the world. Ning Fan, feeling indebted for the favor, agreed to bring her along. Ning Fan, Zhang Ruxiu, chimed melodiously like a silver bell. I have heard that you have been growing quite close to the young lady of the Tang family. What is your relationship? Ning Fan promptly responded, we are friends. She has been immensely helpful and is a genuinely nice person. In truth, his relationship with Tang Chuchu was strictly platonic, as neither had yet expressed their feelings to one another. Is that so? Zhang Ruxiu chuckled lightly before turning to her secretary, Zheng Xiaoxiao, and instructing, please inform the Tang family that this project has been entrusted to them. Her visit to Jiang City was primarily to assist Ning Fan while simultaneously repaying a favor. Furthermore, she was also assessing Ning Fan's character to determine if he was worthy of being her partner. Miss Jiang, Ning Fan inquired. The Tang family should possess sufficient qualifications to collaborate with your esteemed Jiang family, correct? I would not want this matter to jeopardize your family's interests. He understood that the Tang group was a leader in the logistics industry, but he was less informed about their other ventures. Ning Fan genuinely wished to assist Tang Chuchu in securing this collaboration, yet he also needed to consider the Jiang family's interests, as Miss Jiang was indeed remarkable. It appears you are not quite aware of the extent of our Jiang family's influence. Zhang Ruxue replied with a light laugh. Once selected by our family, even an obscure individual in Jiang City will be afforded the opportunity to attain the strength required for collaboration with us in the shortest possible time. Moreover, she continued, in comparison to the life you saved, a mere cooperative project is utterly insignificant. Ning Fan fell silent, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. Was the Jiang family's power truly that formidable? By the way, Ning Fan, Zhang Ruxue suddenly spoke again. If it were not for your ability to quell the coldness surrounding me, I might not have been able to stand before you now. Therefore, as a token of my gratitude, I would like to invite you to join me on stage shortly, so that the people of Jiang City may become acquainted with you. Ning Fan hesitated, for he was reluctant to expose himself before such a large audience, fearing the potential complications that might arise. Rest assured, Zhang Ruxue continued, all you need to do is make an appearance. I will handle everything else. Chapter 73, Are you Miss Tang Chuchu? Very well. Zhang Ruxue's assertion compelled Ning Fan to nod in agreement. I will heed your counsel. A smile graced Zhang Ruxue's face. Her intentions for inviting Ning Fan to the stage were clear. Miss Jiang, I need to use the restroom. Ning Fan rose and announced his departure. Once Ning Fan had left, Miss Zhao, Zheng Xiaoxiao said with a smile, feel free to wander. There are refreshments available in the exhibition center's hall. If you find yourself hungry, you may indulge. Zhao Tiantian nodded. Thank you, sister. She too departed, fully aware that Zheng Xiaoxiao had something to discuss with Zhang Ruxue. Ms. Jiang, after a brief moment, Zheng Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and inquired, is your intention in having Ning Fan take the stage to thrust him into the spotlight? Zhang Ruxue chuckled softly. Only in this way can we discern whether he possesses any capability, no? She stood and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, whispering, my grandfather wishes for him to become my fiancé. Yet, how can I find solace in marrying someone devoid of emotion and mediocrity? If Ning Fan harbors ambition, this will thrust him into the limelight, allowing him to showcase his prowess. At that point, I, Zhang Ruxue, would not hesitate to wed him. However, if he lacks ambition. Zhang Ruxue fell silent for a moment before continuing. Then, after this press conference concludes, everyone will recognize him as a member of the Jiang family. As long as he refrains from competing in Jiang City and seeks a tranquil existence, the people here will not trouble him without cause. In fact, they may even revere him due to the Jiang family's presence. Under such circumstances, he could lead an exemplary life in Jiang City, and that would amount to repaying a debt of gratitude to that individual. Two choices lie before him. It all hinges on Ning Fan's decision. In truth, Zhang Ruxue harbored a desire to witness Ning Fan's ambition. She could not conceive that the one who aided the Jiang family would be an ordinary person. Xiao. Zhang Ruxue spoke once more. You may go now. Inform the Tang family that this project is entrusted to them. As for the collaboration details, you can negotiate with them later. It is time for you to stand on your own. After this press conference, I have considered appointing you as the project lead in Jiang City. After leaving Zhang Ruxue's office and heading to the restroom, Ning Fan suddenly frowned. Darling, that person has already called my phone demanding repayment. What should we do now? Yang Qiqi's anxious voice rang out. Are you certain we can secure the collaboration with the Jiang family? Otherwise, with the interest accumulating at 2,000 per day. It will be exceedingly difficult for us to repay. I was too apprehensive to mention this to Dad earlier. I am truly worried. When Chunwei took out the loan, he had filled in both his and Yang Qiqi's phone numbers. Now, with the debt collection messages landing on her phone, she was terrified. Chunwei reassured, "Rest assured. My father has guaranteed that the Jiang family's collaboration will undoubtedly fall into our hands without any unexpected turns. When the time comes, repaying this little amount of money will be as easy as pie." Yang Qiqi, with a soft demeanor, chimed in, "That's wonderful. You must buy me that handbag worth 100,000 yuan that I have my eye on, as well as the villa on Songlong Island, so that my grandfather and the others will regard you with newfound respect." "Don't worry," Chunwei responded with a smile. "I will certainly buy it for you." Moments later, a door in the men's restroom swung open, and as Yang Qiqi and Chunwei stepped out, they suddenly looked up to find Ning Fan standing by the sink. His expression frozen. 3 seconds, Ning Fan remarked with a playful smile. Instantly, Chunwei and Yang Qiqi furrowed their brows, bewildered by the presence of this delivery boy. Yang Qiqi quickly regained her composure, retorting angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? You know nothing, you worthless fool." Ning Fan pointed at Chunwei, declaring, "I know him for 3 seconds." Yang Qiqi's words faltered, and both of them glared at Ning Fan, their eyes ablaze with fury. "Damn it," Chunwei sneered. "You truly are a worthless piece of work, managing to sneak in here." In his eyes, this was Miss Zhang's press conference, and someone like Ning Fan, a mere delivery boy, had no right to be present. He must have slipped in secretly. Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up, and she quickly suggested, "Let's go tell Miss Zhang and have her throw this waste out." She could hardly contain her eagerness to witness the spectacle of Ning Fan being expelled. Ning Fan chuckled softly, "You can certainly try." With that, he turned to leave, knowing that if they indeed sought out Jiang Ruxue to report him, it was uncertain who would be the one shown the door. "Wait." Chunwei halted Yang Qiqi, smirking, "Soon, Miss Jiang will announce that our Chun family is about to reach a collaboration with her Jiang family. At that point, let this fool see just how vast the chasm between us truly is. He will be utterly humiliated." Yang Qiqi's expression brightened. "Darling, how clever of you. I hadn't thought of that." She then gazed at Ning Fan's departing figure, sneering, "Soon I shall become a lady of the affluent. While he remains the same old delivery boy, the disparity will only grow, and I am truly grateful I divorced him. Otherwise, I would not be living such a splendid life now. Just wait. After tonight, once grandfather sees your capabilities and witnesses Ning Fan's downfall, he will surely regret how he treated you. At that moment, he will understand who truly holds the fortune of the Yang family, you or that worthless Ning Fan." Before long, the two exited the restroom, awaiting the official commencement of the press conference. At the exhibition center, in the hall, Tang Chuchu entered and immediately spotted Ren Guochang. "Grandfather, isn't that Grandpa Ren over there? How could he stand alongside the Lu family?" At this moment, Tang Guochang and his companion also cast their gaze towards Ren Guochang's position, their brows furrowing. Given that they were now competitors with the Lu family, it was only natural for them to feel discomfort at the sight of Ren Guochang walking with them. Perhaps it was merely a business interaction, Tang Guochang mused, his eyes dimming. "Let us not dwell on such matters. I have faith he will not go back on his word." His words were spoken solely to spare Tang Chuchu and Tang Sihai any distress, a sentiment he had already anticipated. Suddenly, Zheng Xiaoxiao appeared before their eyes, approaching Tang Chuchu and inquiring, "Are you Miss Tang Chuchu?" Tang Guochang and his companion were momentarily taken aback. They did not recognize this woman. Tang Chuchu quickly responded, "Yes. And you are?" "I am Miss Zhang's secretary," Zheng Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. "Miss Zhang has sent me to inform you that the Jiang family has designated the project in Jiangxing to your Tang family. After this press conference concludes, please proceed directly to Tang's hotel to discuss the details of the collaboration." Chapter 74. Are we leaving already? Tang Sihai and Tang Chuchu were initially stunned, but disbelief soon flickered in their eyes. "Is it true?" Tang Guoqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Please convey to Miss Jiang that once the press conference is over, we shall certainly go to Tang's hotel to host her appropriately." He had never expected that this project would indeed fall into the hands of the Tang family. What a monumental stroke of fortune. "I will do so," Zheng Xiaoxiao smiled. "I won't to intrude any longer on Mr. Tang and Miss Tang." With that, she turned and departed. "It worked. It really worked," Tang Sihai exclaimed in elation. "Our Tang family has truly secured a partnership with the Jiang family. Our group is saved." Tang Chuchu whispered, Ning Fan, Xiao Qiu, I will soon come to bring you back. She eagerly sent a message to Ning Fan, instructing him to wait for her in the provincial capital with Qin Xiu, as she would be there shortly. Father, this must be due to old Rin mentioning our Tang family before Miss Jiang, Tang Sihai quickly suggested. Should we not go and express our gratitude? Initially, their chances in this competition had been quite slim. However, after his father had met with Rin Guochang yesterday, today this project was indeed allocated to the Tang family. In his view, all of this was undoubtedly the result of Rin Guochang's influence. Tang Guochang shared this sentiment, nodding, we should certainly express our gratitude to old Rin. Come, let us go together. He led the way toward where Rin Guochang was situated. Chu-chu, Tang Sihai instructed, when you meet old Rin, be sure to engage him well. Do you understand? Ever since I heard you mention that statement in the car, I have recognized that you are aware of the vast disparity between Ning Fan and those wealthy heirs. I am looking out for your best interests. A penniless boy like him is not worthy of you. Tang Chu-chu remained silent, enveloped in the joy of Ning Fan's imminent return to Jiangqing. She pondered over the first words she would utter upon seeing him in the provincial city. Grandfather, is that not Tang Guoqiang and his associates? Rin Tianyu gestured towards them, breaking the silence. They've come over here. Rin Guoqiang frowned. Lu Ming also noticed Tang Chu-chu, a flicker of resentment gleaming in his eyes. It was this woman who had rendered his son a complete invalid. Once this press conference concluded and the Lu family secured their collaboration with the Jiang family, he would ensure that this woman would serve his son for a lifetime. Old Ren, soon Tang Guoqiang approached Rin Guochang, his laughter resonating. I truly appreciate your agreeing to speak on our behalf in front of Miss Jiang. Rin Guochang replied with indifference. For me, it is merely a trifling matter. Hardly worth mentioning. Such matters of prestige were easily acquiesced to. After all, the Tang family was unlikely to secure a partnership with the Jiang family, and he would not engage with Miss Jiang. In due course, who could ascertain whether Rin Guochang had ever mentioned this to her? Old Rin, perhaps it is a trivial matter for you, Tang Sihai interjected with a smile, but for our Tang family, this is a significant opportunity to alleviate our impending bankruptcy crisis. My father intends to host a banquet at Tang Hotel once the press conference concludes, and we hope you will join us in celebration. At this moment, Rin Guochang found himself somewhat bewildered by Tang Sihai's words. What was the meaning of this? Why did it seem as though he had facilitated the Tang family's acquisition of the Jiang family's project? President Tang, Lu Ming interjected sarcastically. Has your family indeed secured the collaboration with the Jiang family? How does President Lu know that we have obtained this project? Tang Sihai replied with a triumphant smile. I did not realize President Lu had such keen ears, learning of this so swiftly. However, before he could finish, Lu Ming burst into laughter. Ha! Tang Sihai, are you lost in a daydream? Miss Jiang has yet to take the stage and announce anything. How can you be so certain that your family has secured this collaboration? Tang Sihai retorted with a cold smile. Let me enlighten you. Just moments ago, Miss Jiang's secretary personally informed us that the Tang family has been preliminarily designated as the Jiang family's partner. Is there any doubt in that? He was confident that during this press conference, no one would dare impersonate Miss Jiang's secretary. At this juncture, Tang Guoqiang turned to Rin Guochang, old Run. Surely it was you who mentioned our Tang family to Miss Jiang, leading her to make such a decision? He was perplexed by Rin Guochang's reaction, as if he were entirely unaware of the situation. Ha ha ha, as if old Ren would ever speak on behalf of your Tang family. Lu Ming mocked. Do you really believe that? Miss Jiang has an aversion to those who resort to backdoor dealings. Should she discover that old Ren is speaking on behalf of your Tang family, he might also suffer the repercussions. Do you understand? In an instant, Tang Guoqiang and the others stood frozen in place. I suspect someone has been impersonating Miss Jiang's secretary merely to amuse you, Lu Ming mockingly remarked. TSK, old Tang. Have you become so muddled that you're being toyed with like this? As Lu Ming spoke, Tang Guoqiang's resolve began to waver. Old Tang, Rin Guochang shook his head, agreeing with Lu. I have indeed yet to mention your Tang family in front of Miss Jiang. As for who will be selected as a partner of the Jiang family, Miss Jiang will personally announce it on stage and will not allow her secretary to relay it privately. Therefore, I believe you have been deceived. In that moment, Tang Guoqiang's face burned with humiliation. Deceived? We are leaving, he exclaimed angrily, turning to head home. Having lost so much face, he could no longer bear to remain. Tang Sihai wore a grim expression, while Tang Chu-chu felt a pang of regret. How could this happen? She chastised herself for having messaged Ning Fan too early, causing him unnecessary excitement. Are we really leaving? Lu Ming laughed triumphantly. What? Aren't you curious how our Lu family secured this collaboration? Suddenly, a glamorous host took the stage, her clear voice echoing throughout the exhibition center. Dear guests, welcome to this press conference hosted by Miss Jiang. Now, I invite Miss Jiang to the stage to announce the enterprises that will be collaborating with the Jiang family on upcoming projects. Please be a little quiet for a moment. Before long, Jiang Rushua appeared on stage, adorned in a sleek black dress. Her stunning beauty cast a momentary hush over the exhibition center. Jiang Rushua spoke, her voice as melodious as a silver bell. The project we are developing in Jiangsheng will be divided into a main project and subsidiary projects. During my 7 days in Jiangsheng, I have witnessed the strength of many groups and the plans they presented. Among them, the enterprise that captivated me the most is the Tang Group. Therefore, the main project in Jiangsheng will be a collaboration between the Jiang family and the Tang family. I hope that together, we can establish a new external identity for Jiangsheng. Chapter 75. Do not let the Chun family handle the project the Tang family. The main project has actually been awarded to the Tang family. As Jiang Rushua's words fell, the crowd in the exhibition center was momentarily stunned, before erupting into a cacophony of surprise. Everyone was taken aback by this outcome. Even Tang Guoqiang and his party, who had intended to leave, halted in their tracks, dumbfounded. Soon, their expressions shifted to excitement, breaths quickening. They could hardly believe that the news just conveyed by Miss Jiang's secretary was indeed true. Tang Chuchu's eyes glistened with tears. She had not allowed Ning Fan to be elated for nothing. The Tang family has indeed secured a collaboration with the Jiang family. And how could there be any doubt when Miss Jiang herself made the announcement? How could this be possible? Unlike the Tang family, Lu Ming's smile froze, his expression darkened, and disbelief washed over him. Yet, this was a declaration made by Miss Jiang, leaving him with no grounds for skepticism. A feeling of frustration welled up within him as he shot a fierce glare at the Tang family members before turning to leave. Ren Guochang furrowed his brow, pondering how the main project could possibly fall into the hands of the Tang family. At the exhibition center, in another corner, Chun Wei appeared momentarily stunned. Father, does this mean that our Chun family will be competing for this subproject? He was aware that his father had met Miss Jiang, but had little understanding of the project itself. Indeed, Chun Yinji affirmed, given our Chun family's current capabilities, we are not yet qualified to undertake the main project. However, even if it is merely a sub-project, if we manage it well, we can still gain entrance into the billion-dollar asset club. Chun Wei's breath quickened, his gaze ignited with fervor. Yang Qiqi was so excited she could hardly contain herself. $1 billion. I have never seen such a sum of money. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression shifted slightly. Darling, given our previous conflict with Miss Tang, do you think she might obstruct our acquisition of the sub-project? Chun Wei's brow furrowed as he considered this possibility, but he quickly relaxed. The conflict we had with Miss Tang was due to Ning Fan, he said with a smile. But the circumstances have changed. Ning Fan has been discarded by Miss Tang. As long as we sincerely apologize to her, and considering that Miss Jiang has already met my father privately, how could Miss Tang possibly create difficulties for us? Yang Qiqi's eyes brightened. True. Fortunately, Miss Tang recognized Ning Fan's ineptitude early on. Otherwise, he might have jeopardized our plans. Chun Wei scoffed. What power does a useless person like him possess? He simply lacks the courage. After we startled him in the restroom, he fled. Otherwise, he would have witnessed our Chun family securing the sub-project, allowing him to truly perceive the gap between us. Such a pity, Yang Qiqi remarked with a smile. Darling, what does he know? Although we are only aiming for this sub-project, once we inform my grandfather about our success, he will surely regard you with newfound respect, and he will regret having underestimated you before. I do not wish for you to suffer indignities in my family. Chun Wei's spirits soared. As for the sub-project, Jiang Rushua then spoke up, her gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Chun Yinji. The 3 members of the Chun family were filled with excitement, while the other guests held their breath in anticipation of Miss Jiang's announcement. Miss Jiang, at that moment, suddenly, a voice broke the silence. I hope you do not assign the sub-project to the Chun family. The speaker was none other than Tang Chu. In an instant, all eyes were fixated upon her, astonished by her unexpected declaration. Did the young lady of the Tang family hold a grudge against the Chun family? A chill ran through Chun Wei and Yang Qiqi as their hearts momentarily faltered. How could this be? Hadn't Tang Chuchu distanced herself from Ning Fan? Why would she voice such sentiments at this juncture? Chen Yinji's expression darkened. Miss Tang, it seems our Chen family has not offended you. I am curious about your intentions. Jiang Rushua also cast a penetrating glance at Tang Chuchu. Chuchu, what are you doing? Tang Sihai's countenance shifted, and he hastily interjected. The selection of the sub-project leader is Miss Jiang's prerogative. How dare you attempt to sway her thoughts? Apologize to her at once. He was frightened. Should Miss Jiang take offense and revoke their family's opportunity for the main project, it would spell disaster. Tang Guiqiang also furrowed his brow, as he did not recall Chuchu ever behaving in such an impudent manner. Miss Jiang. Yet, Tang Chuchu remained resolute. I still urge you to reconsider. The Chen family is ill-suited to oversee the sub-project. Back at the villa, Tang Chuchu had promised Ning Fan that if their family secured the main project, she would express her stance to Jiang Rushua, not wishing for the sub-project to fall into the hands of the Chen family. Initially, she had intended to discuss this matter privately with Jiang Rushua, but she had not anticipated Jiang Rushua would publicly announce the leader of the sub-project at this press conference. Thus, she felt compelled to act. Otherwise, once Jiang Rushua made the announcement, the entire Jiang city would be aware, making it exceedingly difficult to ensure the Chen family lost their claim to the sub-project. Miss Jiang. Chen Yinji glared fiercely at Tang Chuchu and quickly turned to Jiang Rushua. Please do not heed her nonsensical ramblings. Our Chen family is undoubtedly the most suitable entity to manage the sub-project. We implore you to grant us this opportunity. At that moment, he harbored a desire to eliminate Tang Chuchu. This madwoman. Miss Jiang. Chen Wei hastily clarified. Tang Chuchu has had conflicts with us in the past. Her current remarks stem from a desire to advocate for another man. We urge you to consider this carefully. If the leader of the main project possesses such selfish motives, how can she be expected to develop the project effectively? She might even lead it to failure. Miss Tang. Yang Qiqi pointed at Tang Chuchu. Scolding. You are standing up for a worthless courier, someone I do not even care for. Do you now disregard Miss Jiang entirely? Is this your way of embarrassing her in public? In that moment, all the guests present displayed peculiar expressions, utterly astonished that such an incident would transpire at Miss Jiang's press conference. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered what sort of man could provoke such behavior from the young lady of the Tang family. Tang Sihai's countenance darkened ominously. His daughter's words were a result of Ning Fan. Tang Chuchu, return at once. Tang Sihai barked. Do you wish to become a pariah of the Tang family? Do you comprehend the significance of this collaboration for us? By causing such a scene, do you intend to incite Miss Jiang's ire and jeopardize our hold on this principal project? Tang Chuchu bit her lower lip, rendered speechless. Miss Tang, suddenly interjected Jiang Rushua. Is it for a man named Ning Fan that you oppose the Chun family taking charge of this sub-project? Chapter 76. Do you have something to say? Ning Fan. At the mention of this name by Jiang Rushua, Tang Chuchu's body trembled, waves of tumultuous emotions surging within her. How could Miss Jiang be aware of Ning Fan? Chen Wei stood in stunned silence, while Yang Qiqi's body stiffened. Both were perplexed, sharing Tang Chuchu's incredulity, given Miss Jiang's esteemed status. How could she possibly know a mere delivery boy? Indeed, Jiang Rushua smiled knowingly. It appears he holds considerable significance in your heart. After a brief pause, Jiang Rushua's gaze swept across the crowd, and with a gentle smile, she continued, the purpose of today's press conference is twofold: to determine the corporate partner for the project and to publicly express my gratitude to an individual. If not for him, I would not be standing on this stage today. Her gaze shifted to the backstage area, and soon, a man's silhouette emerged in the spotlight. In that moment, silence enveloped the convention center. Tang Chuchu clenched her fingers, her gaze fixated on the man, bewildered by his presence. Tang Sihai's heart sank, while Tang Guiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the man beside Miss Jiang. It was a known fact that even he found it exceedingly difficult to secure an audience with Miss Jiang. No, it cannot be, Yang Qiqi exclaimed, as if she had seen a ghost. How could it possibly be him? What right does he have to stand beside Jiang Rushua? Chen Wei's face darkened. His eyes locked onto the man beside Jiang Rushua, and a flicker of fear began to take root within him. Ning Fan, do you wish to say a few words? Jiang Rushua chuckled lightly. Speak your mind. Indeed, the man standing next to Jiang Rushua was none other than Ning Fan. Miss Jiang, Ning Fan began. Is it possible to prevent the Chun family from being appointed the project's lead? He had vowed that Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi would pay the price. Do you not aspire to join the ranks of the billion-dollar asset club through this project? Did you not, Yang Qiqi, boast in the parking lot about how the Qin family would secure a collaboration with the Jiang family? Did you not belittle him, referring to Ning Fan as a worthless individual? At that moment, did you ever consider that the person you derided could, with a mere word, render the Chun family's chances of partnering with the Jiang family utterly void? Very well, I shall heed your words. Jiang Rushua nodded. I will have the Tang family select a new project leader. What do you think? A deathly silence ensued. The guests gazed in astonishment at Ning Fan, wondering about the identity of this man. Miss Jiang was actually seeking his opinion. Tang Sihai remained silent, speechless. Could this truly be the person he had always looked down upon? He could not comprehend it. How could a mere courier have come to know the powerful Miss Jiang? Thank you. Ning Fan expressed his gratitude. I shall take my leave now. He turned to depart the stage. Ning Fan, I was mistaken. Chun Wei suddenly collapsed onto the ground. I implore you, plead with Miss Jiang on our behalf, and allow the Chun family to secure this collaboration. I realize my error. Back then, in the parking lot, when he first encountered Ning Fan, how proud he had been. He was the young master of the Qin family, poised to clinch a partnership with the Jiang family. And in his eyes, Ning Fan was merely a worthless being dwelling at the lowest rung of society. He had never envisioned that one day he would kneel before Ning Fan, and in front of so many witnesses. But he had no choice. He was burdened with a debt of 2 million, with daily interest exceeding 10,000. Without securing the collaboration with the Jiang family, how could he repay this sum? Yang Qiqi's complexion turned pale as she trembled in place, recalling her grandfather's words. The opportunity of the Yang family has been ruined by you. You shall come to regret this. Yet, no matter how she pondered, she could not fathom how Ning Fan had come to know Miss Jiang, nor how his words could carry such weight. Could it be that this so-called worthless Ning Fan was indeed the Yang family's fortune? Suddenly, a shiver ran through Yang Qiqi's body. Ning Fan paid no heed to Chun Wei and simply left, seeking out Zhao Tiantian. Tiantian, if those people approach later, please handle it for me. Just tell them that Miss Jiang is granting me an audience out of respect for your grandfather. He anticipated that after the press conference concluded, the guests would come to disturb him. He preferred to avoid trouble. He would explain the situation to Tang Chuchu later. Huh, all right. Zhao Tiantian nodded. Ning Fan go. I understand. Suddenly, Ning Fan's phone rang. It was a call from Feng Shuxin. Ning Fan go. Feng Shuxin's voice came through, laced with tears. Are you free right now? Something has happened to my mother. Could you come to my house? Ning Fan felt a tightness in his heart and quickly said, Shu Exine, please do not cry. I will come over immediately. Feng Ge had always treated him with great kindness. Now that something had happened at his home, Ning Fan felt compelled to offer assistance. He swiftly hung up the phone and addressed Tai Dan. I have some urgent matters to attend to and cannot return with you today. Please find Miss Jiang and have her arrange for someone to escort you home. After giving Tai Dan these instructions, Ning Fan left without delay. Tai Dan, where is Ning Fan? After the press conference concluded, Tang Chuchu hurried to Zhao Tiedan's side, inquiring, wasn't he just here? Tang Chuchu was acquainted with Zhao Taidan, as her grandfather had often visited the Tang family due to his declining health, occasionally bringing Taidan along. Ning Fan had to leave for something, Zhao Taidan replied, blinking her eyes. It seemed rather urgent. Tang Chuchu frowned. Urgent? Suddenly, Tang Sihai interjected. How did you end up with that useless Ning Fan? Did you both come to this press conference together? Zhao Taidan nodded. Yes, Uncle Tang. A few days ago, my grandfather treated Miss Jiang, and when he learned that she was hosting a press conference, he thought it would be a great opportunity for me to accompany Ning Fan and experience the occasion. Upon hearing this, Tang Sihai laughed. So, he entered this circle thanks to Zhao Shini. I was under the impression that Ning Fan had some connection with Miss Jiang. The tension dissipated with Zhao Tiedan's words. He had thought that Ning Fan held some special relationship with her. After all, Miss Jiang was the daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, while Ning Fan was merely a courier. Their worlds were worlds apart, making any genuine connection between them improbable. As for Miss Jiang publicly thanking Ning Fan, it was likely due to her health issues, and Ning Fan's modest medical skills had provided her with assistance. It could merely be viewed as a standard doctor-patient relationship. Tang Chuchu also exhaled in relief, though she feared that Ning Fan might leave too quickly for her to catch up to him. Since witnessing his medical prowess, she believed that one day, Ning Fan would rise to heights unattainable for most. Taidan, Tang Chuchu suddenly recalled something. Have you been with Ning Fan these past few days? Zhao Taidan affirmed, yes. Tang Chuchu sighed. realizing that after she had sent Ning Fan away, he had returned directly. Taidan, do you know why Miss Jiang chose our Tang family to lead the main project? Tang Chu continued. Did Ning Fan mention us to her? In the past, Ning Fan had frequently mentioned to her that he would encourage Miss Jiang to consider their family when selecting partners for collaboration. At the time, she thought he was merely teasing her because she was feeling down. Now, however, seeing Ning Fan standing beside Miss Jiang, Tang Chu's heart wavered. Could it really be Ning Fan? Zhao Tiantian remained silent, uncertain whether she should confide in Tang Chu. Just moments ago, Ning Fan had advised her on how to handle the situation. Chu, what are you pondering? Tang Sihai suddenly chuckled. Surely Miss Jiang has taken a liking to the strength of the Tang family and has chosen us. How could Miss Jiang make such a decision based on Ning Fan alone? Have you not heard Ren Guochang mention that Miss Jiang despises nepotism? If it were not for Ning Fan's association with our Tang family, he likely would not even qualify to be here. Tang Chu remained silent. Could it truly be so? Enough, enough, Tang Guoqiang interjected with displeasure. Let us tidy up and head to the hotel. We must not keep Miss Jiang waiting. Only then did Tang Sihai and the others realize that Miss Jiang's secretary had previously informed them to go to the Tang Hotel after the press conference. Subsequently, the three departed for the Tang Hotel. While in the car, Tang Chu sent a message to Ning Fan, inquiring about his whereabouts, as she had many questions to ask him. On the outskirts of Jiang City, there stood several dilapidated rental houses, where Feng Yuanquan's family resided due to the affordable rent. After leaving the exhibition center, Ning Fan hailed a cab to this location. Ninggu. Feng Shuxin was already waiting for him and waved, "Over here." As Ning Fan approached, he noticed the girl's swollen eyes, indicating she had recently been crying. What has happened? Ning Fan inquired. Feng Shuxin, her voice tinged with sorrow, replied, I don't know what's wrong. My mother was fine last night, but this morning, no matter how I called her, she wouldn't wake up. My dad and I took her to the hospital, but after a series of tests, the doctors said her condition is stable and there is nothing wrong. Your mother has been asleep for a whole day and night? Ning Fan asked. Feng Shuxin nodded, choking back tears. Yes, she won't wake up at all, as if she were in a vegetative state. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. Let us go. Take me to see your mother. Without further thought, Feng Shuxin led Ning Fan home, explaining, Ninggu. My dad asked me to call you because he's worried about me being here alone with my mom. Ning Fan questioned, where has your father gone? My dad suspects that something malevolent is affecting my mother. He heard that a Taoist priest from the neighboring village has come, so he went to invite him to examine her. Feng Shuxin responded. Malevolent forces? That was indeed a possibility, but the truth would only reveal itself upon closer inspection. Before long, Ning Fan followed Feng Shuxin to the rental house, where a woman lay motionless on the bed, her complexion pale. This woman was none other than Feng Yuanquan's wife, Lin Su. Ning Fan activated his divine eye, but found no malevolent entities on Lin Su. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, for he instead sensed a profound concentration of spiritual energy in this place, even more potent than that at the villa atop Songlong Island. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on this. The foremost priority was to ascertain the cause of Lin Su's ailment. He was preparing to take her pulse when a voice called from outside the door, Shu Xin, open the door. Master Zhou has arrived. Soon after, Ning Fan observed Feng Yuanquan hurriedly entering the room, accompanied by a man clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence. Ning Fan, you are here as well? Upon seeing Ning Fan, Feng Yuanquan expressed his apologies. I truly appreciate your help today. Ning Fan smiled. No trouble at all, Brother Feng. You have assisted me on numerous occasions. Since he began working at the courier station, Feng Yuanquan had extended much help to him. I will tend to your wife first, Feng Yuanquan continued, and I shall entertain you shortly. Ning Fan nodded, initially intending to inform Feng Yuanquan that he could examine Lin Su's condition. However, considering that Feng Yuanquan had already summoned someone, he refrained from speaking. If this individual failed to remedy Lin Su, he could always intervene later. Master Zhou, Feng Yuanquan said nervously, I am in your debt. Zhou Yuan, feigning an air of mastery, nodded slightly. Upon entering, I sensed an overwhelming presence of Yin energy. Indeed, something malevolent has infiltrated Madame S' body. However, rest assured, with my expertise, I shall expel the malignancy and restore her consciousness. Hearing that Lin Su might awaken, Feng Yuanquan's expression brightened. I appreciate your assistance, Master Zhou. Yet, Ning Fan furrowed his brow. As a cultivator, He was acutely attuned to various energies, and he detected no trace of the Yin energy Zhou Yuan spoke of. Moreover, having employed his golden divine eye, he could confirm that no malevolent entity resided within Lin Su. If this Master Zhou truly possessed the skills he claimed, he would not overlook such a detail. Ning Fan regarded Zhou Yuan with suspicion, eager to discern the true intentions of this so-called master. If I intervene, my fee will be quite substantial, Zhou Yuan stated. 20,000. I possess an 80% certainty of reviving Madam. The mention of such a steep price caused Feng Yuan Quan's countenance to darken. Is it truly so exorbitant? Ning Fan glanced at Zhou Yuan, a smirk gracing his lips. It seemed the matter was motivated by greed. Brother Feng, Ning Fan interjected, your wife is not possessed by any malevolent entity. I possess some medical knowledge. Allow me to examine her. He was aware that Feng Yuan Quan's savings were limited and wished to spare him from frivolously parting with his money. Ning Fan. Feng Yuan Quan frowned. During their last encounter at the courier station, he had indeed recognized that Ning Fan possessed some medical skills. However, even with the most advanced medical equipment, the hospital was unable to determine the issue afflicting his wife. Could it be that Ning Fan, with merely a glance, could discern what was amiss? A sense of disbelief stirred within him. Humph. Zhou Yuan snorted disdainfully. What audacious young lad dares to question me? He then turned his gaze towards Feng Yuan Quan, stating nonchalantly, Mr. Feng, should you doubt my words, I shall take my leave. However, I can assure you that I alone possess the ability to expel the malignancy within your wife. With that, he turned abruptly, appearing ready to depart. Master Zhou, please intervene. Feng Yuan Quan gritted his teeth. If my wife awakens, I am willing to offer you 200,000. Chapter 78. But I have this matter pertains to the very life of his wife. Feng Yuan Quan dared not gamble. At the courier station, Ning Fan had indeed managed to heal the severed right hand in a short span. Yet, given that even the hospital's equipment failed to reveal his wife's ailment, how could Ning Fan's mere observation yield any insight? With a sigh, he understood Feng's concern and reluctantly nodded. In that case, I shall take action once. Zhou Yuan stroked his beard. What transpires next will exceed your comprehension. Therefore, do not disturb me. Feng Yuan Quan stepped back 2 paces. Master Zhou, please. Zhou Yuan approached Lin Su's bedside, reciting, Supreme Elder Star, adapt without pause, drive away evil and bind spirits, safeguard life and body, wisdom be clear, mind be at peace. The 3 souls remain steadfast, the spirit not lost, Supreme Laozi, act swiftly as the law commands. At this moment, Zhou Yuan spoke with conviction, his eyes gleaming. As he traced his fingers across his forehead and then pointed at Lin Su's brow, Ning Fan remained composed, feigning mysticism. Feng Shuixin, unable to contain her fear, crept closer to Ning Fan, hiding behind him. Feng Yuan Quan held his breath, worry etched across his face as he gazed at Lin Su. Break. Zhou Yuan uttered a single word, just as his hand was about to descend upon Lin Su's body. In that instant, Ning Fan swiftly stepped forward, blocking his action, and coldly declared, Stop. There is no malignancy within my sister-in-law. No matter how long you take, you will not rouse her. He then turned to Feng Yuan Quan. Speaking earnestly, Brother Feng, I will take action to ensure your sister-in-law recovers. Ning Fan wished to spare Feng Yuan Quan the burden of unnecessary expense. Interrupted abruptly. Zhou Yuan's countenance darkened considerably. Mr. Feng. He turned, his expression unfriendly. This matter is no longer my concern. Furthermore, transfer the funds to my account within 2 days. Feng Yuan Quan's face paled. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Master Zhou, he implored, Ning Fan is still young. Please do not hold this against him. I apologize on his behalf. Regret washed over him. Had he known Ning Fan would act this way, he would never have summoned him. Now, it appears that his actions have provoked Master Zhou. Is there still hope for his wife? Humph. Zhou Yuan cast a glance at Ning Fan, who had claimed he could cure the lady. Why is Mr. Feng still seeking my assistance? Feng Yuan Quan let out a bitter laugh. After witnessing Zhou Yuan's earlier display of skill, he began to waver. Indeed, there was a genuine possibility that his wife had been possessed by something malevolent. Although Ning Fan possessed some medical knowledge, how could he expel such a malevolent force from his wife's body? Thus, Feng Yuan Quan deemed Zhou Yuan as their sole hope. I will not intervene any further. Zhou Yuan declared haughtily, pointing at Ning Fan. Unless you expel that entity. Feng Yuan Quan hesitated. Ning Fan. After a moment, He stepped forward and sighed. Brother Feng, I implore you, please refrain from causing further chaos here. Once your sister-in-law recovers, our family will treat you to a meal. However, at that moment, Ning Fan suddenly spoke up. Brother Feng, has your sister-in-law visited a cemetery recently? Upon hearing this, Feng Yuanquan abruptly turned, his eyes fixated on Feng Shuxin. I did not inform Ning Fan about this matter, Feng Shuxin replied, shaking her head. Ning Fan smiled. It seems so. Brother Feng, could you elaborate on this matter? I suspect that the reason for your sister-in-law's fainting is related to her visit to the cemetery. Feng Yuanquan fell silent, his expression contemplative. Humph, Zhou Yuan scoffed coldly. The only place capable of harboring malevolent entities within a living being is indeed a cemetery. Even a fool could deduce that. Feng Yuanquan snapped to attention. Zhou Yuan's words held merit. That old man. Ning Fan frowned, taken aback by Zhou Yuan's interference. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Feng, please recount what transpired with your sister-in-law at the cemetery. If, after understanding the situation, I am still unable to rouse her within 10 minutes, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Feng Yuanquan granted him this opportunity and began to narrate the details. After he finished, Ning Fan furrowed his brow. Brother Feng, did your sister bring anything back with her? Feng Yuanquan frowned, pondering deeply. I remember now. Feng Shuxin suddenly interjected. Ning Fan, my mother did indeed bring something back from the cemetery that day. It was crumpled and had many streaks of blood on it. It looked particularly grotesque. I suggested that she discard it, but she insisted it was a good item. At this point, her expression changed. Oh, right, Ning Fan. My mother seemed to have taken that item out last night before going to bed. After hearing Feng Shuxin's description, Ning Fan's heart raced with excitement. Shuxin, where is that item? Can you retrieve it for me to examine? If what he speculated truly exists, then he has indeed struck a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Beside him, Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. I shall retrieve it at once. Feng Shuxin turned and hastily dashed into the bedroom, emerging with a box, which she handed to Ning Fan. Brother Ning, the item is contained within this spiritual energy. Upon receiving the box, Ning Fan felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from it. He opened the box, and immediately, the object that Feng Shuxin had described materialized before his eyes. He noticed that a corner of this item had been severed. Indeed, it was this. Zhou Yuan's body trembled with realization. Feng Yuanquan, perplexed, promptly inquired, Master Zhou, what is this? Feng Shuxin tilted her head in curiosity. Brother Feng, Ning Fan interjected, this is a meat spirit fungus, commonly referred to as Tai Shui in our vernacular. Tai Shui. Feng Yuanquan's mouth fell agape. My sister-in-law consumed this, which is why she fainted. Ning Fan stated with certainty, Tai Shui typically flourishes in cold, damp graveyards. If not properly handled before consumption, it can lead to the condition your sister-in-law is currently in. Feng Yuanquan's heart tightened. Then Ning Fan. Can my sister-in-law awaken? His sole concern was for Lin Su's safety. After consuming Tai Shui, before Ning Fan could respond, Zhou Yuan interjected. She will enter a state akin to a living corpse, with no hope of recovery. Bang! Feng Yuanquan's vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. But Ning Fan was quick to catch him. Brother Feng, Ning Fan looked earnestly at him. Do not despair. While others may lack a remedy for your sister-in-law, I possess one. Chapter 79. Do you wish to depart? Feng Yuanquan was filled with excitement. Ning Fan, can you truly help my wife awaken? Hope rekindled in Feng Shuxin's eyes. Ning Fan nodded yes. In half an hour, she shall awaken. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Yuan scoffed derisively. What a farce. I have never seen anyone who has consumed Tai Shui awaken thereafter. He continued with mockery. If you can indeed wake her, I shall consume the entire Tai Shui myself today. The nature of Tai Shui is both sinister and mysterious, as Zhou Yuan had witnessed individuals who, after consuming it, remained in a persistent vegetative state. Most importantly, that individual had been a person of considerable power, and if they could not recover, how could Lin Su possibly awaken? Ning Fan paid no heed to Zhou Yuan. He approached the bedside, extending his fingers to rest on Lin Su's wrist, sensing the condition within her body. Now that he understood it was the Tai Shui that had caused Lin Su's fainting, he could proceed with a targeted remedy. What he must do now is to sense the Tai Shui spiritual energy within Lin Su and absorb it. Soon, he noticed that the faint Tai Shui energy was gathering in Lin Su's abdomen. As an ordinary person, she was incapable of absorbing this energy. Secretly, Ning Fan activated the devouring technique, and the spiritual energy within Lin Su began to flow through her meridians into Ning Fan's body. Feeling the surging energy, Ning Fan's heart surged with excitement. It was exhilarating. Once he absorbed that Tai Sui, he would likely break through to the second level of Qi refinement. At that point, he would be much closer to his parents. However, Feng Yuanquan and the others, being ordinary individuals, could not perceive the existence of the spiritual energy. All they could see was Ning Fan's finger resting on Lin Su's wrist, doing seemingly nothing. He could not help but furrow his brow in doubt. Could Ning Fan truly awaken his wife this way? Surely, he did not believe that merely placing his finger on her hand would suffice to rouse her from her stupor. As half an hour approached, Zhou Yuan mocked. I have truly never witnessed such a method of treatment. If it doesn't work, you should give up and not waste your efforts. At that moment, Feng Yuanquan's gaze dimmed. Never having shed tears, he felt his eyes redden. Feng Shuxin was already in tears. Just then, Ning Fan's body trembled, and after a moment, he lifted his finger. Efforts would not betray the diligent. For after half an hour of absorption, the spiritual energy within Lin Su had completely vanished. Ning Fan, do not blame yourself. Seeing Ning Fan's actions, Feng Yuanquan thought he had failed and gritted his teeth, saying, perhaps this is her fate. You should go home and get some rest. He appeared to have aged several years, his eyes dull and lifeless. Ning Fan was puzzled, but soon understood Feng Yuanquan's implication. He chuckled awkwardly. Brother Feng, sister-in-law is already better. She will wake up soon. What? Ning Fan, are you serious? Feng Shuxin exclaimed. Can my mother really awaken? Ning Fan smiled. Shuxin, have I ever deceived you? Feng Yuanquan fell silent, saying nothing, yet he struggled to believe Ning Fan's words. If Ning Fan could truly awaken Lin Su by merely resting his finger on her wrist for half an hour, then how could the hospital's equipment fail to detect her condition? Just then, however, Lin Su, lying on the bed, suddenly coughed. In an instant, Feng Yuanquan's pupils constricted. Wife. He rushed to Lin Su's bedside, anxious. Have you awakened? Gradually, Lin Su opened her eyes, looking confused. What has happened to me? At that moment, Feng Yuanquan could no longer contain his emotions. His wife had truly awakened. Ning Fan had really cured her. Feng Shuxin leaped up with excitement, exclaiming, Thank you. Ning Fan. Only Zhou Yuan remained in a state of shock. This is impossible. He gasped, regaining his composure. How could she awaken after consuming the Tai Sui? Even that esteemed figure from the provincial capital could only exist as a living corpse. The scene unfolding before him shattered his previous understanding. The Tai Sui. How could anyone consume it and still awaken? He glanced at Ning Fan, a sudden realization dawning upon him, causing his expression to shift rapidly as he turned to flee. However, Ning Fan swiftly positioned himself in front of him, observing Zhou Yuan with a playful glint in his eyes. What do you intend to do? Zhou Yuan's face drained of color. He then retorted angrily, What? Do you intend to restrict my freedom? He still harbored some fear of Ning Fan. So, you wish to leave? Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. Have you forgotten something? Zhou Yuan's expression darkened abruptly. Consume all that Tai Sui, regardless of whether I might die instantly, even if I were to faint like Lin Su. Given how I treated Ning Fan earlier, why would he come to my aid? He was desperate to avoid death. More so, to evade becoming a living corpse. I can ensure you do not consume the Tai Sui, Ning Fan stated. Consider this a reprieve for your life. What a jest. This Tai Sui still held significant value, and he would not squander it on someone like Zhou Yuan. Really? Zhou Yuan's face brightened momentarily. Thank you immensely. Your kindness will be unforgettable. Ning Fan waved his hand, interrupting, No need for such insincerity. Let us talk numbers. How much is your life worth? 1 million, perhaps? In an instant, Zhou Yuan's complexion soured more than that of a pig's head. After all this time, this man was merely after money? Yet, there was no alternative. One must bow their head under a roof. With a mournful expression, Zhou Yuan handed Ning Fan 1 million. Am I free to leave now? Ning Fan gestured, granting him passage. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan departed, eager to avoid another glance at Ning Fan. Thank you, Ning Fan, Feng Yuanquan expressed sincerely. Without you, my sister-in-law may never have awakened. Ning Fan replied with a smile. Brother Feng, we need not speak of such things. You have assisted me immensely in the past. By the way, he continued, pulling out his phone, please share your bank account details. I wish to transfer some money to you. Feng Yuanquan quickly shook his head in refusal. No, That money was won from Master Zhou. How could I accept it? After years of hard work, he had scarcely saved over 200,000. 1 million? He had never encountered such a sum. Brother Feng, this money is not a gift without reason. Ning Fan understood that Feng Yuanquan would not agree, and he had already prepared his explanation. I wish to transfer this sum to you, as I intend to acquire that Tai Shui. Chapter 80. The one who will kill you, Tai Shui? Feng Yuanquan exclaimed. Ning Fan, how could you possibly desire to purchase such a harmful object? The Tai Shui had caused his wife to faint. Thus, in his eyes, it was indeed a malevolent entity. Brother Feng, Ning Fan smiled. To me, this thing holds immense significance. Acquiring it for 1 million would be a considerable bargain. He could sense the spiritual energy within that Tai Shui, which was at least 5 to 6 times more potent than that of a century-old wild ginseng. Therefore, he spoke the truth. He was indeed getting the better deal. If it is useful to you, then I shall gift it to you. Feng Yuanquan tossed the Tai Shui to Ning Fan. As for the money, keep it. Your sister's heart requires a bypass surgery, and that is a substantial expense. Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly. Brother Feng, do you still doubt my ability to heal my sister? With my presence, a bypass surgery is entirely unnecessary. Feng Yuanquan hesitated. Ning Fan, you are indeed formidable, but heart issues are complicated and difficult to treat. Ning Fan chose not to further explain himself. After sipping a cup of tea, he discreetly transferred the funds to Feng Yuanquan before departing with the Tai Shui in hand. He was eager to return to Canglong Island and absorb the energy of the Tai Shui. However, just as he exited Feng Yuanquan's residence, he sensed something amiss. Blood goo worms. He was startled to encounter such a creature here. The last time he had seen one was in Xiao Lei's villa. Come out. Soon, Ning Fan reacted, turning to the side and speaking indifferently. There is no need to hide. It was evident that the master of the blood goo worm he had slain previously had come seeking vengeance. You surprise me, young man. From the shadows, a middle-aged man emerged, a sinister smile playing on his lips. I was initially skeptical about whether my master's blood goo worm had been killed by you. However, my doubts have now been dispelled. Master? Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. What? Your master's blood goo worm perished at my hands, and he sent you here merely to meet your demise? How about this? Tell me where your master is, and I shall spare your life. He was too indolent to engage in a drawn-out confrontation, preferring not to eliminate one foe only to face another. Ha! I must say, you are quite arrogant. The middle-aged man cast a scornful glance at Ning Fan. Do you realize that the blood goo you killed was merely a newly cultivated offspring of my master? Do you really think you are formidable? You wish to know where my master is? Kill you, and I shall naturally take you there. His tone dripped with icy menace, and the temperature around them plummeted. Ah, my treasures. The middle-aged man licked his lips, declaring, now is the moment for you to appear. The flesh and blood of this individual will serve as your finest sustenance. As he finished speaking, numerous blood worms began to crawl out from his garments, small yet exuding a sinister aura. A common person would likely be startled by such a sight. Is there truly this many? Ning Fan furrowed his brow. You are indeed despicable. During the time he treated Xiao Lei's wife at the villa, Ning Fan had already discerned what these bloodworms fed upon. Human essence. A person infested with these bloodworms ultimately faced a grim fate. Had Xiao Lei's wife not encountered Ning Fan, she too would have likely become a mere skeleton by now. The middle-aged man had summoned at least 20 bloodworms, signifying he was responsible for at least 20 lives. Today, it shall be you who meets your demise. The middle-aged man spoke ominously. You ought not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Soon, the 20-odd bloodworms surged towards Ning Fan with remarkable speed, their bodies radiating a crimson glow, swift as arrows, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it was solidifying. Ning Fan remained motionless, his gaze calm as he observed the approaching bloodworms. Are you paralyzed with fear? The middle-aged man mocked. Then stand there obediently and become a sumptuous meal for my little treasures. At that moment, Ning Fan's stillness was not a result of fear, but rather a calculated response. As the bloodworms drew nearer, he finally moved. He raised his hand, unleashing the power of his first level of chi refinement. A surge of spiritual energy beginning to swirl around him. The middle-aged man glanced at Ning Fan in surprise, seemingly unprepared for such an outburst of power. Just a hollow shell, he sneered moments later. Do you truly believe you can intimidate my treasures? In that instant, Ning Fan swiftly pivoted, and before the bloodworms could close in, he extended his hand, precisely capturing the foremost bloodworm within his grasp. In the next moment, A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. With a decisive motion, he clenched his fist, spiritual energy coursing through his arm and enveloping the bloodworm. With a swift crack, the bloodworm's body was torn asunder by the explosive force of the spiritual energy. Dead. With the demise of that bloodworm, the middle-aged man felt his own life essence surge violently, spitting forth a mouthful of black blood. In an instant, his eyes filled with crimson veins, he exclaimed in horror. How is this possible? The bloodworm Ning Fan had slain was the first he had cultivated, far superior to the one his master had placed within Zhao's wife. Yet now, it had been effortlessly vanquished by Ning Fan. Within him, tumultuous waves surged. When had such a person appeared in Jiang City? Bang! Soon, the leading blood insect was slain, and the remaining ones posed no threat to Ning Fan whatsoever. In merely 10 seconds, all the other blood insects perished. The middle-aged man wore a grave expression. Who exactly are you? Ning Fan stepped forward, one foot after the other, and replied indifferently, the one who will kill you. Kill me? The middle-aged man's complexion turned pale as he retreated incessantly. Yet, how could his speed match that of Ning Fan? In an instant, Ning Fan stood before him, his palm emanating a surge of spiritual energy, poised to strike his chest. It will not be so easy to end my life. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's expression shifted as he viciously proclaimed, what you have slain is merely my offspring insect. Do not forget, I still possess the mother insect. As he spoke, a crimson blood insect emerged from his palm, his mother insect. Die. He thrust his hand forward, the mother insect flicking its tongue. As a frenzied smile spread across the middle-aged man's face. Once you are touched by my mother insect, it will instantly drain your essence. Let us see how you survive this. Chapter 81. What is your relationship with Ning Fan? Is that so? Ning Fan suddenly chuckled. Then you should watch closely. As his words fell, he began to rapidly channel the devouring technique, bringing his palm in contact with that of the middle-aged man. You dare to touch my hand. The middle-aged man's murderous intent flickered. You seek death. At that moment, the mother insect was trapped between Ning Fan and the middle-aged man's palms, its tongue flicking as it sought to consume Ning Fan's essence. However, in just 10 seconds, the middle-aged man exclaimed in terror, what have you done? Why is the connection between me and the mother insect fading? He sensed that the mother insect was gradually slipping from his control upon making contact with Ning Fan's palm. He had never experienced such an uncanny phenomenon since nurturing the mother insect. Ning Fan paid no heed to the middle-aged man, continuing to operate the devouring technique. The energy from the mother insect flowed into his palm, coursing through his meridians as he absorbed it. Ning Fan was overjoyed. Moments ago, while slaying those offspring insects, he had sensed that the energies from these blood insects might be beneficial to him. Thus, when the middle-aged man summoned the mother insect, he activated the devouring technique, eager to see if he could absorb the essence from the mother insect. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. The cultivation technique left by his father was exceedingly formidable. If perfected, this devouring technique might indeed consume all. Ning Fan fully absorbed the aura emanating from the mother goo, releasing a breath and grinning as he said, you truly are a good person, coming here in the dead of night to grant me benefits. The middle-aged man was utterly astonished. Who on earth are you? He trembled, questioning, how could you sever the connection between me and the mother goo? Fear and trepidation welled within him, planting seeds of retreat in his heart. I already mentioned this. Ning Fan replied with a smile. I am the one who will end your life. Moreover, I offered you a chance, since you chose not to cherish it. You may meet your demise now. With a surge of spiritual energy in his palm, he was poised to strike the middle-aged man's head. At that moment, the man screamed hoarsely, no, you cannot kill me. I am the disciple of the Blood Goo Elder. If you take my life, my master will not let you escape. He will hunt you down wherever you are. Panic filled his eyes as he could distinctly sense the murderous intent radiating from the man before him. He would indeed be slain. In that instant, the middle-aged man felt a pang of regret. Had he known this man was so formidable, he would not have approached. Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Then I shall grant you one more chance. Ning Fan grasped his neck firmly. Tell me, where is your master? Initially, he sought to know the Blood Goo Elder's whereabouts to avoid the constant threat lurking like a serpent behind him. However, upon realizing that his devouring heaven technique could absorb the powers of the Blood Goo insects, he altered his intentions. Not only would he eradicate a malignant presence like the Blood Goo Elder, but he would also absorb his mother goo. My master is, the middle-aged man began. But in the next moment, his face turned crimson, and with a resounding thud, a blood hole appeared where his heart resided, as if pierced by a bullet. In an instant, the man's pupils widened, and he succumbed to death. The blood-goo insect, Ning Fan murmured, gazing at the worm at the man's heart. I did not anticipate such a precaution. Clearly, the blood-goo elder had implanted a child goo within the middle-aged man's heart. Should he divulge the elder's location, the child goo would activate, leading to his immediate demise. A bit careless, Ning Fan's eyes glimmered with cold light. But the blood-goo elder, is it? Soon. I shall uncover your whereabouts and obliterate you, making you pay for your transgressions. Subsequently, Ning Fan hailed a vehicle and departed from the location. At the Tang Hotel, a luxurious phaeton came to a halt. Tang Guiqiang was the first to alight, his face aglow with excitement at the prospect of meeting Miss Jiang to discuss their forthcoming collaboration. How could he not be thrilled? At that moment, Zheng Xiaoxiao stood at the entrance, awaiting their arrival. Mr. Tang, Miss Tang, she greeted. She strode forward and spoke. President Jiang is already waiting for you in the private room. Please follow me. In the past, as Jiang Rushua's secretary, she would never have personally come out to greet the Tang family. However, now that she was aware of Ning Fan's connection with the Tang family, and given that they had secured a collaboration with the Jiang family, they were indeed deserving of this attention. Tang Guiqiang's face was radiant. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. Shortly, the three members of the Tang family followed Zheng Xiaoxiao, their hearts laden with anxiety. This should have been their domain, yet they felt an overwhelming tension, their steps tentative. They were about to meet the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, a figure of considerable influence in Jiangbei province. Before long, in the luxurious private room, Zheng Xiaoxiao led the Tang family in, and they quickly spotted Jiang Rushua seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. She had changed into a sky-blue dress, exuding an elegant demeanor. Old Mr. Tang, Jiang Rushua looked up and spoke, her voice as melodious as a silver bell. My father has mentioned you before. He has spoken highly of your rapid development in the express delivery business. The Tang family's express delivery service was not only the most prominent in Jiang City, but also the largest in Jiangbei province. I am unworthy of such praise. Tang Guiqiang chuckled softly. If we are to discuss business acumen, it is your father who truly excels. However, I cannot fathom why Miss Jiang has chosen our Tang family for the pharmaceutical project, especially since our involvement in this field pales in comparison to the Liu family. What could be the reason behind your decision? Jiang Rushua smiled gently. Does old Mr. Tang not know who has assisted him? Upon hearing this, the three members of the Tang family furrowed their brows. Who had assisted them? In recent days, he had only sought Ren Guiqiang's help regarding this matter. And Ren's stance had been clear. He had never approached Miss Jiang about it. Who else could it be? Since old Mr. Tang cannot recall, let us not dwell on that, Jiang Rushua said with a smile, her gaze shifting to Tang Chuchu. Seemingly casually, she inquired, Miss Tang, may I ask what your relationship is with Ning Fan? Tang Chuchu's body trembled slightly. During the press conference, Jiang Rushua had mentioned Ning Fan, but she had not anticipated that upon arriving at the hotel, Jiang Rushua would bring him up once more. For some reason, she felt as though Jiang Rushua's acquaintance with Ning Fan was not merely due to Dr. Zhao. Before Tang Chuchu could utter a word, Tang Sihai could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, what do you mean by that? He found himself somewhat perplexed, and his tone carried a hint of caution. It's nothing, Jiang Rushua replied with a smile. I merely wish for Miss Tang to maintain her distance from Ning Fan for the time being. I fear she may become embroiled in complications. Her grandfather had instructed her to come here to engage with Ning Fan, intending for him to become a son-in-law to the Jiang family. Should her grandfather suddenly dispatch someone to Jiang City and discover Ning Fan in the company of another woman, Jiang Rushua could hardly predict the ensuing consequences. However, unbeknownst to her, her remark caused Tang Chuchu's expression to shift rapidly, and Tang Guiqiang and his son furrowed their brows, perplexed by what Miss Jiang's words might imply. Let us not dwell on this matter, Jiang Rushua continued, opting not to elaborate. Let us return to the main topic and discuss the details of our impending collaboration. I shall have Xiao elucidate the plans our Jiang family intends to unveil here. Tang Guiqiang quickly regained his composure and nodded. I appreciate it. In Jiang City, at the hospital, Lu Feng lay in bed, licking his lips. Securing the collaboration with the Jiang family will position our Lu family as the preeminent force in Jiang City. He mused bitterly. Oh, Tang Chuchu. When I pursued you so ardently, you rebuffed me. Instead, you chose a mere courier. Just wait. Once our Lu family's partnership with the Jiang family is solidified, I shall make you relinquish your pride, kneeling before me, pleading for mercy for your Tang family, for you, and that wretched courier." A surge of anger swept over him at the mention of Ning Fan. He is but a lowly individual in Jiang City, yet he dares to threaten me. Do not think that just because you have sent him to the provincial city, I cannot deal with him. Soon, he shall experience the agony of having his limbs severed. No, I shall ensure he endures 1,000-fold torment. At that moment, he was lost in a daydream of how he would confront Ning Fan and Tang Chu, his expression morphing into a terrifying grimace. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside the hospital room, and soon Lu Ming appeared within Lu Feng's line of sight. However, caught in his excitement, Lu Feng failed to notice the grim expression etched on Lu Ming's face. He hurriedly asked, "Father, where's the contract you signed with the Jiang family? Let me see what projects our Lu family is overseeing this time." In his mind, given that his father had assured him, the collaboration was undoubtedly secure. "There is none," Lu Ming replied coldly, his face darkening. "The collaboration has been secured by the Tang family." In an instant, the smile faded from Lu Feng's face, replaced by disbelief as he stared at Lu Ming, before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Father, you must be jesting. This is not a topic for frivolity. Quickly, reveal the contract." He could not fathom how the Lu family had failed to secure this collaboration with the Jiang family. "See for yourself." Lu Ming tossed the phone to Lu Feng, his tone indifferent. Miss Jiang announced it personally at the press conference. Lu Feng picked up the phone and, upon hearing Zhang Rushua declare that the Tang family was responsible for the main project, felt a surge of disbelief. Was Zhang Rushua blind? He smashed the phone onto the ground, erupting in anger. "Shut your mouth." Lu Ming shot him a cold glare. "Miss Jiang is not someone we can casually discuss. If the Jiang family hears your words, the Lu family could face bankruptcy." Lu Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. "But Dad, the Tang family has secured the collaboration with the Jiang family. How can I make Tang Chu kneel before me, begging for my favor? How can I ensure she willingly lies in my bed?" The mere thought of Tang Chu ignited his rage further. "Tang Chu, Tang Chu." Slap. Lu Ming struck Lu Feng across the face, shouting in fury, "Is your mind consumed only with thoughts of women? Do you even grasp the consequences of the Tang family's alliance with the Jiang family? Given the events at the press conference, I am already feeling suffocated. Now, my only son, amidst the turmoil of the Lu family, is preoccupied with nothing but women. I can no longer contain my emotions." Lu Feng trembled, not daring to utter a word. It was the first time he had witnessed Lu Ming so enraged. "We must find a way to transfer our family's assets outside Jiang City," Lu Ming asserted, his demeanor calming. "We cannot simply sit idly by. As long as the Lu family breathes, we will undoubtedly have the opportunity to return to Jiang City, and when that time comes, we shall see the Tang family brought to ruin. The Tang Chu you desire will also lie in your bed." There was no other choice. The Jiang family's recent decisions had caught him off guard, leaving him with no alternative. "Is there truly no way out?" Lu Feng persisted. "If we leave Jiang City, everything our family has built will vanish into thin air. Our connections will need to be rebuilt from scratch." Lu Ming fell silent, contemplating. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon reading the message, his pupils constricted, and he murmured excitedly, "Perhaps the Lu family still has a choice." "What choice, Dad?" Lu Feng inquired eagerly. Lu Ming uttered 2 words, "Shao family of Jiang City." "Huh? Who is that family?" Lu Feng asked, perplexed. "I've rarely heard of them in Jiang City. How can you suggest this obscure Shao family as an alternative for the Lu family?" "It's normal for you not to know," Lu Ming replied. "When the Shao family was at its peak, you were studying abroad, so naturally, you are unaware. 5 years ago, the Shao family was the undisputed ruler of Jiang City's underworld. Even our Lu family and the Tang family had to treat them with respect. The denizens of the underworld are notoriously ruthless, and this is especially true for its emperor. However, 5 years ago, the patriarch of the Shao family fell gravely ill, leaving behind 2 sons, one who has always shunned conflict and the other, a hopeless case. Consequently, following the elder's demise, the underworld fragmented into 8 factions, losing its former grandeur and no longer commanding our respect." Lu Feng inquired with confusion, "But, Father, you mentioned that this was 5 years ago." He struggled to comprehend. Just then, Lu Ming continued with an excited gleam in his eyes. "The eldest son of the Shao family, who has long avoided confrontation, has suddenly issued a proclamation. In 7 days, he will host a banquet at the Tang family hotel in honor of a renowned healer, hoping that the powerful and affluent of Jiang City will come to pay their respects. Do you realize the implications of this? Chapter 83. Alchemy. Father, Lu Feng asked eagerly. What does this signify? Lu Ming replied somberly. It suggests that this Mr. Xiao may well intervene in the current situation of Jiang City. If he merely intended to express gratitude to the healer, he could have simply invited him without summoning the elite of Jiang City. He was convinced of the accuracy of his conjecture, for in his recollection, the eldest son of the Xiao family had never behaved so ostentatiously. But, Father, Lu Feng frowned. Even so, would the Xiao family dare to oppose the Jiang family on our behalf? The Jiang family is a colossal force in the provincial capital, wielding immense power. Otherwise, they would not have merely proposed a collaboration sufficient to alter the current state of affairs in Jiang City. Why did this eldest son of the Xiao family refrain from contention before? Lu Ming scoffed. It is precisely because the Jiang family is poised to develop projects in Jiang City that he has convened such a purposefully crafted banquet. The Xiao family has evidently claimed Jiang City as their own territory and will not permit any encroachment. Thus, the Jiang family's attempts to initiate development projects here will not go unchallenged by the Xiao family. While the Jiang family could easily target commercial entities like ours, dealing with a family entrenched in the underworld, such as the Xiaos, poses a far greater challenge. If we publicly announce our alliance with the Xiao family at Mr. Zhao's banquet, the Xiao family will surely not stand idly by while we are obliterated by the Jiang family. As for the Tang family, Lu Ming sneered, those traitors, collaborating with the Jiang family to encroach upon the Xiao family's domain, will undoubtedly find themselves in the crosshairs of the Xiaos. Soon enough, there will be no place for them in Jiang City. He spoke with such conviction that it was as if he could already envision the Jiang and Tang families being expelled from Jiang City. At this point, he glanced at Lu Feng's limbs and added, moreover, the healer will also be present at Mr. Zhao's banquet. Once we forge our alliance with the Xiao family, I will ensure that the healer attends to you, restoring your limbs. In that moment, you shall surely rise again. Lu Feng exclaimed with excitement. Thank you, Dad. After leaving Feng Yuan Quan's rental apartment, Ning Fan swiftly returned to the villa atop Songlong Island. Upon entering his abode, he placed the precious Tai Sui before him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I hope that once I absorb all the spiritual essence contained within this Tai Sui, I can break through to the second layer of the Qi refinement stage. With a calm mind, Ning Fan endeavored to directly absorb the spiritual energy from the Tai Sui. However, just as he was about to commence, the teachings from his father's legacy suddenly surfaced in his mind. If he were to refine this Tai Sui into a small elixir, the results would be far superior. Ning Fan ceased his absorption and murmured softly. It seems that among the techniques left by my father, there exists such a secret art. Resolute, he swiftly entered the 9-layered glazed tower, searching for alchemical methods. Regrettably, the first level contained only a rudimentary alchemical technique. Initially, Ning Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon he stumbled upon a method related to the Tai Sui. Instantly, excitement surged within him. Moreover, he discovered that despite being a beginner's alchemical text, it could refine medicinal herbs aged over a millennium. The capabilities of such a fundamental text hinted at the extraordinary potency of the advanced alchemical techniques yet to be uncovered. At that moment, Ning Fan's joy eclipsed his earlier disappointment. His father was indeed remarkable. The legacy he left behind was astonishingly powerful. Whether it was this alchemical text or the cultivation methods, he believed that if disseminated, they would surely incite turmoil across the world. What manner of being was his father? Ning Fan pondered. And the more he engaged with the teachings left by his father, the more he recognized his father's extraordinary prowess. It appeared that catching up to his father's footsteps would be a formidable challenge. Yet, Ning Fan soon clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Dad, Mom, no matter the dangers that lie ahead, I will stand by your side and follow in your footsteps. In that moment, clarity enveloped his mind, and his path and goals became increasingly defined. Moments later, he began to experiment according to the alchemical techniques left by his father. The first step, condensing spiritual fire. As soon as he entered the first layer of the Qi refinement stage, he could undertake this step. Subsequently, with the support of the cultivation technique, the spiritual energy within him surged towards the palm of his right hand. Failure ensued. Half a minute later, the flicker of azure flame in his palm vanished, and he chuckled bitterly. Is alchemy truly this challenging? Condensing spiritual fire required not only exquisite control over one's internal energy, but also impeccable timing. During his initial attempt, Ning Fan was unable to master either. Undeterred, he quickly adjusted his mindset and began anew, facing repeated failures 10 times in succession. On his 11th attempt, a flicker of ethereal blue flame finally emerged within Ning Fan's palm, and this time it did not vanish. Success! A smile graced his visage as he murmured, "It took me 11 tries to achieve this. I must be rather slow." However, had an expert overheard this, they would undoubtedly be left speechless in disbelief. To condense spiritual fire on the 11th trial, while possessing merely the strength of the first level of Qi refinement. If that were considered foolish, then what would they be? Ning Fan set aside his joy and proceeded to refine the Tai Shui according to the path etched in his memory. Before long, the once grotesque Tai Shui began to transform into droplets of liquid under the purifying flames, falling into the palm of his hand. With a gentle kneading motion, after the Tai Shui had entirely liquefied, he closed his eyes, activated the devouring heaven technique, and employed a Tai Chi method to amalgamate the absorbed spiritual energy with the liquid. Half an hour later, a sharp sound pierced the air, and golden radiance began to shimmer in his palm. In the next moment, Ning Fan opened his hand to reveal a golden elixir, the small returning pill crafted from the Tai Shui. The spiritual energy contained within was at least twice as potent as before. This exemplified the benefits of alchemy. At that moment, Ning Fan noticed several droplets of liquid coalescing beside the small returning pill, remnants from its refinement. These leftover liquids were sufficient to concoct a few weaker versions of the small returning pill. He whispered softly, "Though it holds no value for me, perhaps for my grandfather or old Tang, such ordinary folk, it may extend their longevity." With the experience of his first alchemical endeavor, Ning Fan managed to refine the remaining liquids into 3 small returning pills in a mere 10 minutes. However, these 3 pills were not golden, but rather dark golden, with their spiritual energy being quite negligible. Their efficacy for Ning Fan was minimal. He then stored these 3 pills away and turned his attention to the golden small returning pill, murmuring, "It is time to refine this one." Without hesitation, he consumed it, and soon he felt an extraordinarily potent surge of spiritual energy radiating throughout his body, more intense than any jade or century-old herbs he had previously refined. This energy collided against every meridian within him. Ning Fan, unwilling to hesitate, activated the devouring heaven technique, greedily absorbing this spiritual essence. Before long, a faint golden glow enveloped him entirely. The following day, at 12 o'clock, a violent cracking sound erupted from within him, and in an instant, the items in his room were shattered. In the second layer of the Qi refinement stage, Ning Fan opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and a smile graced his lips. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. This time, he had spent a full 14 hours refining that small elixir, yet diligence bore fruit. And he triumphed at last. At this moment, Ning Fan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. The sensation was exhilarating. With a crackle, he stretched lazily, his bones popping like firecrackers in a joyful symphony. However, he soon beheld the disarray of his surroundings and shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed that for his next breakthrough, he would have to seek an external location. Otherwise, it would be quite wasteful. He certainly did not wish to repurchase furniture each time. Just as Ning Fan was about to rise, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from the 9-tiered glazed tower deep within his mind, capturing his attention. Following this, a gentle voice resonated from within the tower, causing Ning Fan's body to tremble. "Xiao Fan, since you can hear your mother's words, you must have broken through to the second layer of the Qi refinement stage." It was his mother's voice. In the next moment, Ning Fan felt his consciousness being drawn into the depths of his mind. The 9-tiered glazed tower stood before him, and atop it was a woman of ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a divine maiden. The voice emanated from her lips. "Mother, where are you?" Ning Fan's voice cracked with emotion as he shouted. Yet, the figure did not respond. She merely spoke. "I had originally hoped for you to lead a simple, ordinary life. But now that you have chosen this path and stepped into the second layer of the Qi refinement stage, you must return to the Yang family. There, I have left something for you." As her words faded, the figure gradually blurred until she vanished. "Mother." Ning Fan's eyes brimmed with tears as he clenched his fists. "I will certainly find you and father, along with my sister." Subsequently, Ning Fan's consciousness returned to the surface. Upon opening his eyes, he softly murmured, Since mother has left something for me at the Yang family, I shall pay a visit. It has been quite some time since I last saw grandfather Yang. Soon. He hailed a taxi and departed from the Tsanglong Island Villa district. In Jiang City, at the Yang family residence, the living room was filled with a throng of people seated upon the sofas. What do you all think? Did Xiao Wei and Qi Qi sign a contract with the Jiang family yesterday? One person pondered aloud. Could it be that they didn't secure the collaboration with the Jiang family and are too afraid to come home? That can't be. Shen Wei assured us that his father had confirmed things with Miss Jiang. Another replied. If they truly secured the collaboration with the Jiang family, wouldn't they have rushed back to celebrate? The members of the Yang family engaged in a flurry of speculation, their expressions growing increasingly grim. After attending Miss Jiang's press conference yesterday, Yang Qi and Shen Wei had awaited their return at the front door with high hopes. Who could have foreseen what would transpire? In the sweltering summer heat, they waited at the entrance until the clock struck 12, yet neither Yang Qi nor her companion returned. Attempts to reach them by phone were futile, as their mobile devices were turned off. Consequently, a sense of resentment towards Chen Wei began to fester within them. Suddenly, Yang Fan became animated. Everyone, be silent. Qi has called me. In an instant, the living room fell into a hushed silence as Yang Fan answered the call. Hello, Qi. Where are you? What? You and Xiao Wei will be back shortly? All right, we shall head to the entrance to greet you. After hanging up, he exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Wei and Qi are on their way back. From her tone, it seems they have secured the collaboration with the Jiang family. Come, let us all go to welcome them. Upon hearing this, the Yang family burst into joy and hurried to follow Yang Fan's lead. Standing at the threshold of their home in anticipation of Yang Qi's arrival, their previous grievances vanishing like mist. Before long, a taxi came into view. Wasn't Xiao Wei driving a Mercedes? Why is he arriving in a taxi? The family was puzzled. Perhaps they wished to maintain a low profile. Yang Fan chuckled. Come, let us greet Xiao Wei and Qi. You all step back while I open the door for them. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that as Qi's father, it was his rightful duty. Moments later, the taxi came to a halt, and Yang Fan eagerly approached, opening the door with a smile. Xiao Wei, the Jiang family contract. Wait, what? However, before he could finish, his expression froze upon seeing the man smiling back at him. Ning Fan. Indeed. The individual who stood before him was none other than Ning Fan, who had just hurried over from Tsanglong Island. You all seem exceptionally welcoming today, Ning Fan remarked, stepping out of the car with a grin. You knew I was coming, and the whole family came out to greet me. He cast a sidelong glance at Yang Fan, adding, especially my esteemed father-in-law, who personally opened the door for me. His words sent a wave of discomfort through the Yang family, their faces contorting as if they had tasted something foul. Yang Fan, in particular, felt an overwhelming urge to sever his own right hand for having opened the door for a mere wastrel. How utterly unfortunate. What business do you, a worthless drifter, have at our Yang household? Are you seeking refuge because you can't survive out there? He spat. Let me make it clear. Not even a morsel would we spare for you, even if we were to keep a dog. Soon, the Yang family erupted in vitriol directed at Ning Fan. Thank goodness Qi divorced a useless man like you. Otherwise, how could we possibly have Xiao Wei? Such an exemplary son-in-law. By the way, you might not be aware, but Xiao Wei has secured a collaboration with the Jiang family and is on the verge of joining the ranks of the billion-dollar asset club. Truly, compared to the likes of Xiao Wei, you are but a creature of the earth while he soars among the heavens. These individuals relentlessly berate Ning Fan, simultaneously belittling him while extolling Chen Wei. Is that so? Ning Fan chuckled. Did Yang Qi not inform you that, due to my influence, the young lady of the Jiang family has declined to collaborate with the Qin family? In an instant, silence enveloped the entrance of the Yang residence, but soon, Ning Fan's words ignited a raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, Ning Fan, you truly possess a gift for boasting. It is because of you that the young lady of the Jiang family rejected a partnership with the Qin family. Why not claim that a mere utterance from you could annihilate the Qin family? Others may indulge in drunken bragging by night, yet you, Ning Fan, boast in broad daylight. How enlightening. The crowd cast scornful glances at Ning Fan, utterly disbelieving his claims. With a calm demeanor, Ning Fan replied, Fear not. It will not be long before I can single-handedly bring about the downfall of the Qin family in Jiang City. Chapter 85. He speaks the truth undoubtedly. Ning Fan's proclamation drew further ridicule from the Yang clan, yet he remained unfazed, boldly stepping into their abode. Who permitted you to enter? A member of the Yang family exclaimed with indignation, "You worthless fool, leave our presence." However, Yang Fan swiftly intervened, grasping the individual's arm and coldly remarking, "Do not concern yourself with him. Soon, Chi-Chi and Xiao Wei will return, and we cannot allow such a waste to dampen our spirits. Besides, it is the perfect opportunity for him to witness the disparity between himself and Xiao Wei." Upon hearing this, the Yang family erupted in gleeful anticipation. Indeed, when he sees how formidable Xiao Wei is, he will surely be consumed by shame. To claim he could single-handedly obliterate the Qin family, what a grand delusion. Naturally, no one took Ning Fan's earlier assertion seriously. Before long, another Mercedes-Benz arrived at the entrance of the Yang residence, causing the onlookers to brighten at the sight. This vehicle belonged to Qin Wei. Xiao Wei and Chi-Chi have arrived. Quick, everyone, prepare to welcome them. Yang Fan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, adjusting his attire and hurrying forward to open the car door. "Xiao Wei, Chi-Chi, come, let me see the contract you signed with the Jiang family." As Yang Fan's words fell, the eyes of the Yang clan sparkled with fervor. The Jiang family, an immense entity in the provincial capital, collaborating with them would surely propel the Qin family to new heights. And what of the Yang family? Riding on the coattails of Yang Chi-Chi, they too would ascend to greatness. "Father, let us set this matter aside for the moment," Yang Chi-Chi interjected, unsure of how to broach the subject, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "Where is grandfather? Can you take us to see him?" Caught up in the thrill of the moment, the Yang family failed to notice the peculiar expressions on Chun Wei and his companion. Yang Fan promptly laughed, "Ha ha, surely Xiao Wei wishes to present that contract before the elder, to astonish him and evoke a sense of regret. Come, let us proceed inside." The thoughts of the Yang family members aligned perfectly with those of Yang Fan, particularly since they were aware of the elder Yang's disdain for Chun Wei. However, they were left in suspense regarding the elder's reaction upon seeing the contract from the Jiang family presented by Chun Wei. Suddenly, as they walked, Yang Fan remarked, "That Ning Fan just came by." "What?" Yang Qi and the others tensed at the news. "What does he want here?" Yang Fan scoffed. "He is clearly unable to survive outside, and has come seeking refuge from your grandfather." "Humph, this is splendid. Once you and Xiao Wei secure the partnership with the Jiang family and present it before the elder, he will realize who truly possesses the fortune of our Jiang family. A mere waste. How could he possibly compare to Xiao Wei, wouldn't you agree? Moreover, Chi-Chi, you are unaware of how arrogant he was at the entrance, boasting that Miss Jiang rejected the cooperation with the Chun family because of him. It's utterly laughable." The Yang family members shared similar disdain, chuckling at Ning Fan's earlier remark. However, Yang Qi hesitated and said, "Dad, what he said is true." At the press conference, Ning Fan indeed uttered a single sentence that prompted Miss Jiang to decline the collaboration with the Qin family. Ning Fan followed a familiar path straight to the elder Yang's room. Standing at the door, he took a deep breath and entered. The elder was lying on the sofa, staring blankly with a dull gaze. Ning Fan noticed that he appeared to have aged considerably. "Grandfather," Ning Fan exclaimed with a smile, interrupting the elder's reverie. "I have come to see you." "Xiao Fan." The elder Yang jolted in surprise, his voice trembling. "What brings you here? How have you been lately?" A hint of guilt flickered in his eyes, as he had always felt he owed Ning Fan an apology. "It's been a long time since I saw you." "I missed you," Ning Fan replied with a broad smile. "I happened to have some free time today, so I came over." He sat beside the elder, and they engaged in a lengthy conversation. "By the way, grandfather," Ning Fan recalled, producing a small elixir and handing it to the elder, "this is for you. When you have time, please take it." Furrowing his brow at the small, dark golden elixir, the elder inquired, "Xiao Fan, what is this?" Ning Fan smiled and replied, "This elixir can enhance longevity once consumed." A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in the elder's eyes. "Xiao Fan, where did you acquire such a thing?" He held no doubt about the authenticity of Ning Fan's words, for he believed that Ning Fan never spoke falsely. "I refined it myself." Ning Fan initially intended to say refined, but fearing his grandfather might not understand, he quickly revised his wording, scratching his head. "I took one yesterday, and it indeed had an effect. So, I thought to bring it for you." He had no intention of deceiving the elder Yang. Good, good, good." Old Master Yang nodded with delight, saying, "Grandfather will certainly consume it." Ning Fan, witnessing the old man's joyful demeanor, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "By the way, grandfather," he softly inquired, "did you see my mother on the day she departed?" Upon hearing this, old Master Yang's body trembled, seemingly taken aback by Ning Fan's sudden mention of the matter. After a brief moment, he realized he could no longer conceal the truth from Ning Fan and sighed. Yes, I indeed saw your mother on the day she left. It was 4 years ago, on the night of Chi-Chi's high school graduation. Your mother unexpectedly sought me out, requesting that I look after you and your sister. Initially, I assumed your family was merely ordinary, but to my astonishment, your mother entrusted me with a substantial sum of money. It is precisely because of this fortune that the Yang family has flourished to its current stature. Ning Fan fell silent. He had never known his family possessed wealth, as his mother had never disclosed such information. I believe this was a secret your mother kept. Old Master Yang continued, suddenly closing his eyes, his brow trembling. Who would have anticipated that your mother would step into the void and transform into a fleeting light, vanishing before my eyes, even disappearing from Jiangqing altogether? Even with prior preparation, Ning Fan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Was his mother truly so formidable? Could she indeed traverse the void? What about his father? Could he do the same? Ning Fan's desire to reunite with them intensified, yearning to ask why they had never revealed this truth to him. Traversing the void, old Master Yang's voice quivered. At that time, I was merely an ordinary man, never having witnessed such celestial prowess. Yet, I understood your mother's decision to withhold this knowledge from you and your sister was to prevent it from becoming widely known. Thus, from that day forth, I transformed this matter into my greatest secret, never disclosing it to anyone, including you. Chapter 86. I cannot guarantee you, grandfather. Ning Fan once again queried. Did my mother give you something at that time? Old Master Yang pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, she did. Your mother informed me that when you eventually brought up this matter, I was to present that item to you. Rising, he approached the bookshelf and retrieved a small box, stating, your mother said that only you could open this box. Ning Fan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as he accepted the box. Thank you, grandfather. He did not open it immediately. After a moment, he spoke. Grandfather, please rest well. I shall take my leave. Old Master Yang sighed, saying, Xiao Fan, remember, if you ever encounter difficulties outside, return to your grandfather. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure you are never without sustenance. Ning Fan nodded. All right, I understand. Grandfather. He turned, preparing to depart. Xiao Fan. Suddenly, the venerable Mr. Yang called out to Ning Fan once more, speaking in a hushed tone. For the sake of your grandfather, if you truly rise to prominence, could you possibly extend a modicum of care towards the Yang family? Upon hearing this, Ning Fan's body trembled slightly, and he replied softly, Grandfather, I can only promise to leave a path of survival for the Yang family. Beyond that, I cannot assure you of anything. The Yang family had treated him so poorly, were it not for his respect for the elder. He would not even consider granting them a chance to survive. Very well, that is sufficient. The elder nodded, his body trembling. Just leaving them a path of survival is enough. They brought this upon themselves and must bear the consequences. Yet, tears welled in his eyes as he lamented the transformation of what was once a harmonious family into such a state. Ning Fan's throat felt constricted, his chest heavy with sorrow. He quickly departed from the elder's study, uncertain of how to confront the aging man again. As he exited the Yang residence, he unexpectedly encountered Yang Fan and others approaching. Have you finished speaking with grandfather? Yang Fan inquired with enthusiasm. Stay for dinner tonight. I'll have Chi-Chi prepare something delicious for us to enjoy as a family. Ning Fan scoffed coldly. Indeed, it has been so long since we all dined together. Yang Fan continued. By the way, Ning Fan, are you tired? Come, let Chi-Chi give your legs a massage. Not only Yang Fan, but the entire Yang family greeted him warmly. Seeing their grotesque expressions made Ning Fan feel nauseated. How could such shameless individuals exist in this world, let alone be related by blood? No, thank you, Ning Fan replied indifferently. You should focus on taking care of your esteemed son-in-law. He placed heavy emphasis on the words esteemed son-in-law, causing the faces of the Yang family members to flush with humiliation. Without further ado, Ning Fan stood up and left, convinced that if he gazed at them any longer, he might be compelled to regurgitate last night's meal. As he stepped outside the Yang residence, intending to visit the Tang family, he received a call from Xiao Lei. Ning Shini, could you come to the hospital? Xiao Lei's voice came through. I would like you to check on my father's health. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Fan agreed. All right, I will head over now. He also intended to ask Xiao Lei to broaden his connections in search of century-old medicinal herbs and to ensure that he took the elder's health more seriously. What audacity! Were it not for Miss Zhang's words, what would he be? Previously so humble before us, he now dares to show us disdain? The Yang family members glared at Ning Fan's departing figure, gritting their teeth. Truly, 3 days without a beating makes one bold. Bah! Miss Zhang seems to be enamored solely with that worthless visage. I am eager to witness what will transpire once she tires of him and discards him. Will he retain this air of confidence? Yang Qiqi and Chun Wei remained silent. Xiao Wei, what should we do now? Yang Fan expressed his concerns. Is it possible that the Chun family will encounter trouble due to their failure to secure the collaboration with the Zhang family? Chun Wei maintained a stoic demeanor, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted it was his father, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. Dad, what is the matter? Chun Wei inquired cautiously. Is there an issue at the company? At his words, the Yang family members also felt a wave of anxiety. If the Chun family were to face difficulties, where would the Yang family find such a strong ally? However, moments later, as Chun Wei listened to his father, Chen Yinji, on the line, a look of ecstasy spread across his face. All right, Dad, I understand. This is truly wonderful. After ending the call, Yang Qiqi hurriedly asked, what is going on? Is there good news? Just moments ago, Chun Wei had worn a troubled expression, yet now he seemed jubilant. The Yang family looked upon him with confusion. What was there to celebrate in the Chun family's failure to secure the collaboration with the Zhang family? It's fantastic news. Chun Wei exclaimed. My father has just heard a rumor. The Xiao family has claimed Jiang City as their own territory, prohibiting the Zhang family from developing projects here. They are poised to intervene in the current situation, and soon, the Jiang and Tang families will become their primary targets. The Xiao family? Yang Fan frowned, quickly connecting the dots, his expression shifting. Is it that Xiao family? Chun Wei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the very same Xiao family that ruled the underground world of Jiang City 5 years ago. Instantly, the Yang family members erupted in joy. Is it true? The Xiao family is making a move? They laughed heartily. No matter how formidable the Jiang family's business prowess, how could they easily intrude upon the underground realm of Jiang City? When the time comes, as Miss Jiang and her cohorts are targeted and forced to flee Jiang City, that Ning Fan will undoubtedly be cast aside. I shall take my time to torment him until he kneels before me, begging for mercy. They could hardly contain their anticipation for the Xiao family's intervention, eager to see the Jiang family expelled from Jiang City, with Ning Fan bowing before them. Just then, the elder Yang, who had intended to witness Ning Fan's departure, overheard the jubilant chatter of the Yang family and was instantly overcome with rage, collapsing in a faint. Dad, Grandpa, the Yang family rushed to his side. Realizing the urgency of the situation, they quickly called for an ambulance. Shortly thereafter, the ambulance arrived to take the elder Yang away. This is dire. How could the elder have fainted from anger? If something were to happen to him, what should we do? Chun Wei's expression darkened. How infuriating. Why did he have to faint at this moment, of all times? Yang Qiqi looked anxious. Husband, what shall we do? The messages from the debt collectors are incessant, and the interest we owe is substantial. Indeed, their concern is not for the safety of old Master Yang, but rather for their own interests. The Chun family's failure to secure the collaboration with the Jiang family means we cannot earn any extra income. Chun Wei's face was grim. Initially, I intended to deceive the old man into signing an investment document while he was unaware to repay this debt. I never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. Perhaps there was still a solution. Chapter 87. Please follow me. What solution? Yang Qiqi turned to Chun Wei. My grandfather has already collapsed. How could he possibly sign anything to assist us? She too wished to settle the high-interest loans quickly. For the daily barrage of debt collection messages and the ever-increasing interest were profoundly distressing. We should purchase insurance for the old man. Chun Wei's gaze hardened. Once the old man is gone, under the veil of ignorance from everyone, we could acquire a substantial sum. Coupled with the assets you can inherit from the Yang family, we would surely be able to repay that debt. Even Yang Qiqi, upon hearing Chun Wei's words, felt a chill run down her spine. She had never imagined he would entertain such thoughts. No. Yang Qiqi resolutely rejected. My grandfather fainted due to anger. The hospital will undoubtedly revive him. Buying insurance would be futile. Though she was ruthless, she had not yet descended to the depths of ending her grandfather's life for monetary gain. Moreover, husband, you must not entertain such thoughts again. Yang Qiqi pouted. Otherwise, I will be heartbroken. Chen Wei frowned, but after a moment as contemplation, he nodded. Very well. However, if that is the case, we can only wait for the old man to awaken and deceive him into signing the investment document. Subsequently, the couple decided to head to the hospital to see if they could help old Master Yang recover. Meanwhile, Ning Fan had arrived at the hospital. Upon descending from the elevator, he was confronted by a dozen or so black-clad bodyguards standing before him. Each bore the character Shao emblazoned on their chests. These were members of the Shao family. The bodyguards approached and coldly demanded, "Name." Ning Fan replied, "Ning." As soon as that single syllable escaped his lips, the demeanor of the bodyguards shifted to one of respect. "You are the esteemed Dr. Ning? Please follow me." He then led Ning Fan toward old Master Zhao's hospital room. Ning Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They were indeed strict. Soon, he entered old Master Zhao's room and immediately spotted Xiao Lei and Zhao Yuantang. Several doctors clad in white lab coats stood beside them. Upon seeing Ning Fan enter, Xiao Lei's expression brightened as he said, "You have arrived. Please examine my father's health. 5 years ago, he became weak and has since been confined to a hospital bed, yet he has managed to remain conscious each day. However, this morning he suddenly fell into a coma and has yet to awaken. These doctors are experts I have brought in from overseas, and despite their utilization of the most advanced equipment, they have been unable to discern any issues with my father's condition." Ning Fan nodded. "Very well. Allow me to take a look at the old gentleman." He rose and approached Mr. Shao. "Mr. Shao?" At that moment, the doctors expressed their displeasure, stating, "Traditional Chinese medicine is nothing more than feudal superstition. It is a disgrace. You must trust us. We have already informed Mr. Smith of Mr. Zhao's condition. He has booked a flight for tonight and will arrive tomorrow morning. He will surely uncover the root of Mr. Zhao's ailment." In their discourse, traditional Chinese medicine was belittled to the utmost degree. "What do you know, you sycophants of the West?" Zhao Yuantang's face flushed with anger. "Traditional Chinese medicine is our treasure. I will not permit you to disparage our heritage." He had devoted his life to the study of traditional medicine, treating it as his very essence and pride. How could he endure such denigration in front of him? Traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but a charade. Only Western medicine is scientific, they sneered. Countless individuals have perished due to the unscrupulous remedies prescribed by those so-called traditional doctors. Tell me, how can traditional Chinese medicine be anything but garbage? Zhao Yuantang trembled with rage. "Whether traditional Chinese medicine is garbage, I cannot say," Ning Fan interjected coolly. "But you Western doctors cannot even identify the cause of Mr. Zhao's illness. Does that not render you inferior to mere refuse?" His words struck like a dagger to the heart of the group, and they exclaimed in desperation, "It is merely our lack of skill." Furthermore, they scoffed, "And you think traditional Chinese medicine can ascertain the cause of Mr. Zhao's ailment? This man has been in the ward for half an hour, merely placing 2 fingers on Mr. Zhao's arm. In the end, he could discern nothing. What else could this be but garbage?" At their words, Zhao Yuantang clenched his fists, his aged face turning crimson. Indeed, he had been unable to identify the cause of Mr. Zhao's condition. That was a reflection of his own inadequacy. Ning Fan cast a glance at Zhao Yuantang. "I do not need to take Mr. Zhao's pulse to discern the cause of his ailment." In an instant, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Zhao Yuantang suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide with astonishment. Fixated on Ning Fan. "Ning Shini, is that true?" Xiao Lei exclaimed with excitement. "Can you really discern the cause of my father's illness?" For 5 long years, he had sought the expertise of numerous traditional and Western physicians, yet each one who entered his father's hospital room left with a sigh and a shake of the head. Utterly baffled, Xiao Lei had nearly lost all hope, but unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, Ning Fan had arrived and appeared to possess insights. It seemed almost absurd. The Western doctors scoffed. "Do you consider yourself a deity? A mere glance at old Master Zhao's condition, and you claim to know his affliction?" They dismissed Ning Fan's assertions, viewing them as mere bravado. Unfazed by their derision, Ning Fan turned to Xiao Lei and inquired, "Mr. Xiao, 5 years ago, prior to your father's decline, did he have any conflicts with anyone?" The Western doctors laughed derisively, convinced that Ning Fan was merely engaging in theatrics by referencing events from 5 years past. Even Zhao Yuantang frowned at this. However, upon hearing Ning Fan's question, Xiao Lei's pupils dilated in surprise. "Dr. Ning, how do you know this?" In that moment, the smiles of the Western doctors froze, and Zhao Yuantang's eyes widened in astonishment. Did Dr. Ning speak the truth? It appeared so. Ning Fan calmly stated, Old Master Xiao is not ill. This is precisely why medical equipment has failed to detect anything. His collapse and subsequent weakness in his limbs stem from that conflict 5 years ago. Xiao Lei furrowed his brow. But Dr. Ning, my father was unharmed after that altercation. His weakness only manifested 20 days later. His condition shouldn't be related to that conflict, should it? Ning Fan replied. That is because the other party did not wish for your father to suffer a swift demise. Thus, they infused a surge of energy into your father's body. Initially, this energy lingered in his limbs, gradually spreading throughout his entire being. Have you not noticed that your father's immobility began in his limbs and later extended to his entire body, causing intermittent loss of sensation? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei pondered. His expression shifting. Dr. Ning, there seems to be truth in your words. How could the other party possess such means? At that moment, a flicker of fear crossed his features. There are many things in this world that remain unknown to you, Ning Fan replied coolly. It appears that the individual your father antagonized is formidable, having allowed this energy to torment him for 5 long years, finally reaching his heart. In truth, Ning Fan himself felt a tinge of confusion. Upon entering the ward, he had sensed other energies that resembled spiritual essence. However, compared to the ethereal energy, this aura was rather chaotic, leaving Ning Fan at a loss for words. Xiao Lei, visibly anxious, inquired. Then, Divine Physician Ning, is there hope for my father's recovery? Fear gripped him. Indeed. Ning Fan nodded. However, I will not intervene. Xiao Lei hastily pressed. Divine Physician Ning, why not? Whatever sum you desire. It is yours if you can restore my father. His sole desire was to see his father well again. This matter transcends monetary concerns, Ning Fan replied, shaking his head. It is evident that the individual responsible for your father's condition possesses formidable strength. Should I awaken him, it would undoubtedly incite the ire of that person. I have no desire to create a formidable enemy for myself over someone with whom I have no connection. To risk such animosity for the sake of a stranger would be foolish. Furthermore, he candidly conveyed his sentiments to Xiao Lei. Unless something compelling were presented, Ning Fan would not act. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Xiao Lei's expression turned awkward. He had not anticipated such a response. Do not physicians of traditional Chinese medicine advocate the benevolence of healers? Ning Fan's statement was seized upon by the Western doctors, who sneered. And yet, here you stand, unmoved while someone is on the brink of death before you. Pathetic. You are nothing but a disgrace. The derision continued. Are you not doctors as well? Ning Fan addressed them coolly. You too could intervene to save the elder Xiao. He paused momentarily before continuing. Oh, I recall now. You lack the capability, as you do not even grasp the cause of elder Xiao's ailment. Ning Fan showed no inclination to soften his stance. His words ignited outrage among the Western doctors, who glared at him with fury. Silver-tongued charlatan. Mr. Xiao, tomorrow, our esteemed Dr. Smith will arrive in Jiangqing. With his medical expertise, he will certainly be able to treat elder Xiao, they declared, casting disdainful glances at Ning Fan. Clearly, this person lacks the skill to heal elder Xiao. Hence his words are merely an attempt to save face. Xiao Lei hesitated. After a brief pause, he resolutely stated, Mr. Ning, tell me, what price must I pay for you to treat my father? He no longer wished to delay. Over the past 5 years, he had consulted numerous renowned physicians. Yet none had discerned the cause of his father's condition. Yet, Ning Fan had identified it upon his first visit, realizing that his father had been involved in a conflict 5 years prior. Thus, if Ning Fan's terms were acceptable to him, Xiao Lei would agree to allow him to intervene. I require the Xiao family to pledge allegiance to me henceforth, Ning Fan candidly stated. Spare no effort in locating wild medicinal herbs that are over 100 years old, and within half a month. Procure for me a specimen that is at least 200 years old. These were his conditions. Those who bore no relation to him would not receive his aid. However, if one became his ally and could bring him benefits, he would consider it. Given the position of the Xiao family in Jiangqing, sourcing such rare herbs would be relatively straightforward. Moreover, Ning Fan had other motives. After all, did Tang Chuchu's father not look down upon him? He wondered what expression would grace the man's face upon learning that even the former emperor of Jiangqing's underworld was under his command. He was determined to prove himself. No way. Xiao Lei's expression changed as he exclaimed, Is there any possibility of altering Ning's training? How could the Xiao family ever be subservient to him? Ning Fan possesses only a modicum of medical skill. Without that, he is nothing. Individuals like him are only acknowledged when they are needed, Otherwise, they would be utterly disregarded. With that said, there was nothing more to discuss. Ning Fan smiled and remarked, I hope Mr. Xiao will not come to plead with me again like last time regarding your wife. Xiao Lei's expression shifted instantly as he recalled that previous incident. He had been so confident then, believing that without Ning Fan, others could easily heal his wife. Yet, he had not anticipated that upon Zhao Yuantang's arrival, he would be the one urged to seek out this man. This left Xiao Lei in a state of hesitation. Mr. Xiao, I assure you, this man is merely attempting to intimidate you. He lacks the ability to heal your father. He seeks to present a condition that you would never agree to, thereby ensuring your refusal and his subsequent dismissal. When he leaves and speaks of the matter, others will conclude that it was not his inability to save your father, but rather your refusal to give him a chance. At that moment, several Western doctors scoffed, as if they had already seen through Ning Fan. Xiao Lei furrowed his brow. Excuse me, are you a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? The Western doctors derided. We could allow Mr. Xiao to grant you a chance. What if you cannot heal the elder Xiao? Ning Fan shook his head. I will not fail to heal him. Yet, the more he insisted, the more convinced the Western doctors became of their previous assumptions. Ning, how about this? Xiao Lei, now wavering, bit his lip and said, if you cannot heal my father, then let us forego the 2 wild medicinal herbs you previously asked me to find. What do you say? Chapter 89, Mutual Needs Agreed. Ning Fan nodded. I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain. This unwavering attitude caused Xiao Lei's expression to shift once more. Could Ning Fan truly heal his father? Mr. Xiao, do not hesitate. He is undoubtedly beyond recovery. The Western doctors scoffed, remarking that he was merely holding on. Xiao Lei remained silent, choosing not to respond. At that moment, Ning Fan stepped forward, placing his hand gently upon the arm of the elder Xiao. He could sense an aura akin to spiritual energy permeating every corner of the elder's being. Although this essence was chaotic upon contact, Ning Fan could still discern a certain raw power within it. He pondered the nature of this energy, murmuring softly, what connection does it have with spiritual energy? Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had never encountered forces related to spiritual energy. This was indeed a first, and notably, it was emanating from an elderly man. The Western doctors exchanged skeptical glances, muttering, Isn't that the same gesture as the old man's earlier? Does he really think that this action will rouse Elder Xiao from his slumber? Xiao Lei frowned, sighing in resignation. It appeared that this esteemed Dr. Ning was equally at a loss regarding his father's ailment. Dr. Ning, do you require silver needles? Zhao Yuantang inquired, stepping forward. If needed, I can lend you mine. The first time he had encountered Ning Fan, it was through the adept use of silver needles that he had seen Elder Tang restored to health. Hence, he assumed that Ning Fan would similarly require silver needles to treat the comatose Elder Xiao. Not at the moment. Ning Fan waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Yuantang furrowed his brow, perplexed. How could one heal Elder Xiao without silver needles? Doubts began to creep into his mind. Could it truly be, as the Western doctors claimed, that Dr. Ning was incapable of reviving Elder Xiao? In that instant, his resolve wavered. And he secretly thought, if Dr. Ning fails to revive Elder Xiao, I shall step in, disrupt his efforts with malice, and take the blame upon myself. A physician as young as he, possessing such remarkable skill, is a treasure to traditional medicine. He must not be allowed to falter so soon. With that, his gaze fixed intently upon Ning Fan, ready to intervene at the slightest misstep. Meanwhile, Ning Fan commenced the operation of the swallowing heaven technique, aspiring to channel the spiritual energy within him into Elder Xiao, to see if this method might expel the chaotic energies plaguing him. In the next moment, imperceptible to the naked eye, the faint spiritual energy began to flow from Ning Fan's fingers, which rested on Elder Xiao's arm, traversing the meridians and entering the Elder's body. Upon sensing Ning Fan's spiritual energy, the chaotic essence began to retreat. There's hope. Ning Fan felt a surge of elation. It seemed that the cultivation technique bestowed upon him by his father was indeed superior to this chaotic energy. Soon, as Ning Fan's spiritual energy surged into the body of Elder Xiao, it penetrated like a spear aimed at the heart of a dragon. The chaotic spiritual essence was relentlessly dismantled. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Ning Fan's forehead, a testament to the exhausting effort he was exerting. Remarkable. One of the Western physicians scoffed, I didn't expect you to sweat. Are you about to prove your dedication to treating Elder Xiao by spitting blood soon? This remark elicited a chorus of derisive laughter from the group of Western doctors. Their eyes filled with mockery as they gazed at Ning Fan. Silence. Ning Fan's voice cut through the room like a knife, unleashing a formidable force from within him. Having reached the second level of qi refinement, he was now capable of projecting his spiritual energy outward. The moment his energy enveloped the room, the expressions of those present shifted, and they hastily fell silent, taken aback by this unexpected display of power. At this juncture, the spiritual energy under Ning Fan's command had already converged at the location of Elder Zhao's heart, an area of utmost significance where any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Zhao Yuantang, Ning Fan commanded, bring the silver needles. I will dictate the acupoints, and you shall insert the needles. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yuantang stepped forward. Zhongji acupoint. With a swift motion, a silver needle appeared at Zhao's fingertips, landing precisely along the midline between Elder Zhao's chest. Guan Yuan acupoint. Another needle was deftly inserted, 3 inches below the navel. Shanxu acupoint. The third needle was placed 5 fen lateral to the Rin channel at the abdominal region. Unbeknownst to everyone except Ning Fan, these 3 needles were subtly linked by a faint thread of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Ning Fan struck his palm against Elder Zhao's forehead. Startled, Xiao Lei moved to rush forward, but was interrupted by a series of coughs emanating from his father. In an instant, Xiao Lei's expression transformed into one of ecstatic joy. His father had awakened. How could this be possible? The Western physicians were taken aback, their faces paling. How could he have truly healed Elder Xiao? They were incredulous at the turn of events. It was known that during the brief time Ning Fan had spent in the room, he had performed no actions beyond placing 2 fingers on Elder Zhao's arm. How could he have facilitated such a miraculous awakening? If they, the Western doctors, had been in his place, they would have required sophisticated equipment to diagnose Elder Zhao's condition before administering treatment. Could it be that traditional Chinese medicine possessed such extraordinary capabilities? Was it truly possible to discern a patient's ailments with merely a glance? Handkerchief, Ning Fan's voice, now weak, broke the silence. Bring it to me. Zhao Yuantang promptly extended his hand, offering a handkerchief to Ning Fan. Dr. Ning, I only have a handkerchief. Ning Fan remained silent as he accepted the handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. I have merely saved the life of the venerable Elder Xiao. His limbs, having been inactive for an extended period, render him incapable of standing. Weakly, Ning Fan spoke. In the future, it is imperative that you assign personnel to assist Elder Xiao in regaining his ability to stand and walk. Only then can he gradually recover. A person in good health can suffer from atrophy after prolonged bed rest. How much more so for Elder Xiao, who has been assailed by chaotic spiritual energies for 5 long years. Very well, I understand. Xiao Lei nodded hastily. Thank you, Dr. Ning. Once my father is fully recovered, I shall ensure he expresses his gratitude to you in person. However, Ning Fan responded coolly. There is no need for such words, Mr. Xiao. We are merely fulfilling our respective needs. I trust that you are a man of your word and will not forget your promise. Chapter 90. Reluctant departure. Xiao Lei's expression shifted, and he quickly assured, Dr. Ning, rest assured. I am indeed a man of my word. With so many witnesses present, he could not openly contradict Ning Fan. Ning Fan perceived the unwillingness in Xiao Lei's gaze and cautioned, Mr. Xiao, you must understand. If I possess the ability to save Elder Xiao, I equally hold the power to revert him to his former state. Yet, Xiao Lei scoffed inwardly at Ning Fan's assertion, thinking, you are merely a physician. How could you possibly wield such influence? There is no need for Mr. Xiao to heed his threats. Surely, our esteemed Dr. Smith would also be capable of treating Elder Xiao if he were here. Who does he think he is? Merely fortunate enough to have roused Elder Xiao from his slumber, and now he dares to demand the Xiao family's allegiance? At that moment, several Western physicians interjected with disdain. No wonder traditional Chinese medicine is often regarded as inferior. With practitioners like you, how could it possibly thrive? Their words not only belittled Ning Fan, but also disparaged traditional Chinese medicine itself. Zhao Yuantang, upon hearing this, felt his face flush with indignation. While Xiao Lei stood by, his expression a tempest of emotions. What is it? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Does Mr. Xiao wish to retract his words? Gradually, a chill emanated from him, enveloping Xiao Lei, who suddenly felt the temperature in the room plummet, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. No. Xiao Lei hastily replied. I, Xiao Lei, have never been one to break my word. Dr. Ning, rest assured, at the gratitude banquet in 7 days, I will announce this matter. Ning Fan nodded. That would be for the best. He then rose to his feet, intending to depart the room. Young man, do you dare to compare your medical skills? The Western doctors suddenly spoke coldly. In 2 days, Dr. Smith will arrive in Jiang City. At that time, a competition will be held between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Do you dare to participate? Zhao Yuantang glanced at Ning Fan, his eyes flickering with hope. He genuinely wished for Ning Fan to agree. With Ning the healer's medical prowess, should he participate in this contest, victory would undoubtedly be theirs, potentially bringing traditional Chinese medicine into the public eye. Ning Fan flatly refused. I won't go. Competing with waste like you is a waste of time. This single statement ignited the fury of the Western doctors. I see you are too cowardly, knowing that traditional Chinese medicine cannot rival ours. Hence you dare not accept the challenge. Am I correct? Traditional Chinese medicine is truly worthless. As he spoke, he made an obscene gesture. Sneering, you won't even dare to compete. And yet you have the audacity to call traditional Chinese medicine a treasure. I find it more akin to refuse. Ning Fan halted, speaking calmly. If you can present a worthy wager, I may consider participating in this competition. A wager? After all the fuss. It turned out they were merely seeking advantage. The Western doctor scoffed. I overheard you were hoping to obtain wild medicinal herbs from Mr. Xiao, correct? We have information regarding a 200-year-old wild herb. If you can win, we shall share this information with you. 200 years. Ning Fan's eyes gleamed with interest. An exact location? The Western doctors nodded. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan readily agreed. I hope you are not deceiving me, otherwise, the consequences will be dire. However, upon hearing this, the Western doctors merely sneered. They were confident in their inevitable victory. After leaving the hospital, Ning Fan returned directly to his villa on Songlong Island. He retrieved the box left to him by his mother. With a gentle touch, he infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to tremble slightly. Crack! The box opened, revealing a letter, a token, and a silver-white orb. Ning Fan softly murmured, Is this what my mother left for me? He carefully extracted the letter, delicately unfolding it, which contained the functions of the token and the orb. Yet, it revealed nothing about Ning Fan's origins or the identities of his parents, nor any information on where she had gone or why she had left so suddenly. Xiao Fan, the moment you open this letter, your mother has reluctantly departed from your side and that of Xiao Qiu. I am sorry. I had originally wished to spend a mundane life with you and Xiao Qiu in Jiang City. Alas, such a humble wish has proven insurmountable for me. Now that you have embarked on the path of cultivation, your mother knows you are a good child and surely wish to uncover the whereabouts of me and your father. If one day you manage to transcend to the core formation stage, you will possess that token and venture to Yanjing, where beneath the auspices of the Sheng family, you shall subdue a dragon spirit. This is a gift I have prepared for you. Once you absorb that dragon spirit, you will emerge as a formidable force, drawing nearer to the steps of both your father and me, and you will also receive another gift I have set aside for you, along with information regarding your father. As for that pearl, named the Gathering Spirit Pearl, its purpose is to serve as the focal point of a gathering spirit array. When you are within this array, your cultivation speed will increase tenfold. There is one thing you must remember. Until you reach the core formation stage, do not venture into Yanjing lightly. The token, the dragon spirit, the Gathering Spirit Pearl, the Gathering Spirit Array. Ning Fan clutched the letter, his eyes moistening as he whispered softly, So, Mother has long since paved the way for me. Mother, no matter what trials you faced that compelled you to leave me and my sister, one day I will stand by your side to confront them with you. His gaze was resolute. He understood that his mother, possessing the strength to traverse the skies and subdue a gift beneath the Sheng family in Yanjing, was no ordinary person. The circumstances that forced such an individual to leave must have been exceedingly troublesome, perhaps even perilous. Regardless of the challenges or dangers faced, they were undoubtedly beyond mere words to describe. Yet, Ning Fan felt unafraid. He would strive to grow stronger. At the bottom of the page, there was another line. Xiao Fan, when you have the time, return to our hometown and pay a visit to your grandmother, fulfilling your filial duty for mother. Grandmother is a wonderful person. While others pointed fingers at us, she alone stood to protect us. Ning Fan resolved to return and see his grandmother whenever possible, especially since he and Xiao Qiu had not visited in quite some time. Turning the page, he saw more of his mother's handwriting. By the way, Xiao Fan, before I left, I had a fortune told for you and Xiao Qiu. When Xiao Qiu turns 16, she will fall gravely ill, and 2 years later, her life will be at risk. Should I return in time, I will come back to heal her. If not, then you, having embarked on the path of cultivation, must swiftly utilize the means inherited from your father to cure her. 2 years after she turns 14, that means at 16. Ning Fan's pupils constricted. This year? Panic surged within him. After his mother's departure, Qin Xiu had relied solely on him in Jiangcheng. He absolutely could not stand idly by as she faced danger. Furthermore, if mother had not returned, could something have happened to her? For a moment, Ning Fan felt a wave of suffocation. Both pieces of news were dire. But then he shook his head, gritting his teeth. No, with mother's strength, how could anything possibly have befallen her? As the countdown to Xiao Qiu's 16th birthday dwindles to a mere 3 months, the anticipation of her mother's return fills the air with hope. Surely, she will come back, and then I shall behold my mother once more. However, in the present moment, with mother absent, Xiao Qiu's ailment can no longer be postponed. I must expedite her treatment. Contemplating this predicament, I find myself in a quandary. According to the legacy left by my father, addressing Qin Xiu's cardiac issues necessitates that the treatment area remains unencumbered by clothing. Xiao Qiu is my little sister, and I, Ning Fan, struggle to overcome the psychological barrier that this situation presents. It was for this very reason that I had previously delayed action. Enough of this hesitation. With a resolute determination, I bite the bullet and declare, nothing is more paramount than Xiao Qiu's safety. As long as it leads to her recovery, I shall endure any reprimand she may bestow upon me. With that thought, I rise to gather the silver needles and medicinal herbs I had previously procured, laying them carefully upon the table. Xiao Qiu will not return from school until 5 o'clock, and glancing at the clock, I realize there are still 2 hours remaining. Perhaps it would be best to request a leave of absence for her today. After learning of Qin Xiu's potential life-threatening condition, my immediate impulse is to ensure her healing. Departing from Tsanglong Island, I hail a taxi and make my way to Jiangcheng High School, where Qin Xiu studies. Just as I alight from the vehicle, my phone rings. It's Zhao Yuantang. Ning Shini, he greets me with utmost cordiality. I wonder where you are at this moment? The traditional Chinese medicine competition is merely 2 days away. This time, both our teams will feature 5 participants each, and I thought, if you are not preoccupied, I might escort you to the Chinese Medicine Association to meet the other 4 contestants. Pausing to consider, I respond, I am at the municipal high school. Could you come to pick me up? Once I have managed my current affairs, I will accompany you. Hearing my agreement, Zhao Yuantang's demeanor brightens. Excellent, Ning Shini. I shall make my way there at once. After concluding the call, I step into the school premises, heading towards Class 6. Before long, I arrive at the entrance. Spotting Qin Xiu diligently engrossed in her studies at the front row, I choose not to disrupt her, opting to wait until class concludes. As the bell approaches, a middle-aged couple suddenly storms in, accompanied by a stout young boy. Bang! They forcefully push the classroom door open, demanding, "Which one is Qin Xiu?" Instantly, the eyes of all students and teachers within the classroom fixate upon the intruding couple. I am. Qin Xiu stands up, addressing them with polite decorum. "Uncle, auntie, do you require my assistance? How dare you, you little wretch? You have seduced my son, haven't you?" The middle-aged woman advances, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Xiu. "Speak. Did you incite my son to steal money to buy those flowers?" Panic-stricken, Qin Xiu stammers, "I did not." This is her first encounter with such hostility, and she appears somewhat intimidated. Still denying it, the middle-aged woman exclaimed, "My son is such a wonderful child. If it weren't for you, you little wretch, instigating him, how could he have acted in such a manner? I believe you are aware of my family's power and influence, and you have seduced my son, hoping to enter the Qin family, am I right? At such a tender age, rather than learning good ways, you've resorted to enticing men. Watch as I teach you a lesson today, you little wretch." As she spoke, the woman raised her arm, poised to strike Qin Xiu across the face. Terrified, Qin Xiu's face turned pale, her eyes closed, her body trembling. Slap. In the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the classroom. But it was not Qin Xiu who was struck. Instead, it was the middle-aged woman herself. "Brother." Qin Xiu finally regained her composure, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the man standing protectively in front of her. "Why are you here?" "Do not cry," Ning Fan said, gently ruffling her hair to comfort her. "With me here, no one can bully you." Qin Xiu nodded emphatically, retreating behind Ning Fan. "Just look at your son. That chubby pig." Ning Fan then glanced coldly at the boy behind the middle-aged man. "My sister could ever fancy him?" Furious, the middle-aged woman retorted, "You're talking nonsense. My son is not fat. He has a standard physique. Do you understand?" Ning Fan snickered. That boy, standing at 1 meter 70, weighed at least 300 pounds. He was practically spherical, and yet she called him of standard build. "Where's your homeroom teacher? Bring her out. She must be dismissed today." The middle-aged man barked, "Otherwise, she should prepare for unemployment." Ning Fan chuckled coldly, such audacity. At that moment, a teacher clad in a women's suit hurried over. "Qin Xiu's guardian, Chun Ji's guardian. What conflict is this? We should resolve it privately. If this escalates here, it will have dire consequences." She was drenched in sweat, having never anticipated such an incident today. Resolve it privately? How can a little wretch who has seduced my son into stealing money for her dare to keep this under wraps? The middle-aged woman continued her tirade. "Now, quickly, expel that little wretch." Bang! Ning Fan kicked the middle-aged woman in the stomach, coldly stating, "Your words are truly foul." The middle-aged man fumed, ready to unleash his fury, when suddenly an elderly man appeared. Upon seeing Ning Fan, his eyes lit up. "Dr. Ning." This man was none other than Zhao Yuantang. "Are you Dr. Zhao?" The previously arrogant middle-aged man was now visibly shaken. "What brings you here?" However, the middle-aged woman interrupted vehemently. "What Dr. Zhao? Chen Qian. Your wife has been bullied by that man to such an extent, and instead of standing up for her, you are here chatting with others. What do you mean by this?" Slap. The middle-aged man struck her face with a resounding slap, commanding her to be silent. Immediately afterward, he turned to Zhao Yuantang with an ingratiating demeanor. "Dr. Zhao, I am Qin Qin, the head of the land management department. I never anticipated encountering you here today." He had previously witnessed the respectful manner in which his superior had invited Zhao Yuantang to dinner, a display of utmost deference. After all, this man was a divine healer, who could guarantee a lifetime free from illness and not seek his expertise. Moreover, he feared that should Zhao Yuantang speak ill of him in front of his superior, it could spell disaster for him. "It's you," Zhao Yuantang acknowledged with a nod, then disregarded him entirely, shifting his gaze to Ning Fan. "Dr. Ning, I wonder if your matters have been resolved?" Ning Fan replied calmly, "Not yet. I encountered someone claiming to be from the land management department. He has been rather unreasonable, causing some delays." "Is that so?" Zhao Yuantang's expression turned icy as he directed his attention to Qin Qin. "Is this how you exert your influence? If Zhou Chong had subordinates like you, I would immediately call him and inform him that I will no longer attend to his ailments." Instantly, Qin Qin felt his legs weaken. Zhou Chong was indeed his superior. No wonder he had witnessed Zhou treating Zhao Yuantang with such respect. It turned out he was ailing and seeking Zhao's assistance. If Zhao Yuantang ceased to attend to Zhou's health because of him, Qin Qin knew his career would be in jeopardy. Panic-stricken and perspiring, Qin Qin hurriedly protested, "That is not the case. How could I ever exert my influence?" Ning Fan scoffed, "Oh, were you not the ones claiming that my sister seduced your son, prompting him to steal money? You even pressured the homeroom teacher to expel her?" Qin Qin's legs began to tremble. "That is impossible. With my son's rotund appearance, how could your sister ever entice him? As for the money, it was not stolen by my son. It was consumed by a rat. Yes, a rat. Furthermore, my son is fortunate to be in the same class as your sister. I would never allow the homeroom teacher to expel her." The rapidity of his transformation was astonishing, leaving the students in the classroom utterly dumbfounded. It was a pity he did not pursue a career in acting. "Humph." Ning Fan snorted coldly. "Since you seem to know everything, how dare you come and slander my sister? You truly are quite audacious." With a flick of his finger, he released a surge of spiritual energy, which penetrated Qin Qin's body. Given the slander against his sister, Ning Fan would not let him go unscathed. "Just a friendly reminder. I have heard that those who falsely accuse others often face bodily afflictions. You might want to get a checkup after you return, Director Chen." Qin Qin chuckled nervously. "That's merely superstition, unreliable. Dr. Zhao, now that the conflict has been resolved, I shall take my ungrateful son and take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. Suddenly, to his astonishment, his legs seemed to cramp, causing him to stumble and fall, striking his chin and dislodging 2 teeth in the process. The sight startled his wife and son, who quickly dialed for an ambulance. "Dr. Ning's medical prowess is truly remarkable," Zhao Yuantang remarked. "I never anticipated it could reach such a level." He firmly believed that this was the handiwork of Ning Fan. Ning Fan smiled, offering no explanation, and deftly shifted the topic. "I would appreciate it if Dr. Zhao could escort my sister and me home, once I have attended to my affairs." I shall join you at the Traditional Medicine Association. Zhao Yuantang, naturally agreeable, obliged. Shortly thereafter, Ning Fan requested a leave of absence for Qin Xiu and accompanied Zhao Yuantang to the car, heading towards Songlong Island. Dr. Ning, I am surprised that old Master Tang has gifted you this mountaintop villa. Zhao Yuantang's eyes flickered with envy. This is indeed the finest villa in Jiangxing. Ning Fan chuckled. Old Master Tang is not concerned with material possessions. Soon, the three returned home, where Ning Fan encouraged Zhao Yuantang to explore the villa at his leisure while he led Qin Xiu into his room. Brother, why did you ask me to take a leave? Qin Xiu blinked. Is there something urgent? Ning Fan scratched his nose. Today, I aim to cure your ailment. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiu understood. Brother, the last time you had me take medicine, I felt much better. Is it impossible to be completely cured with medicine? She tilted her small face, gazing earnestly at Ning Fan. Ning Fan nodded. Indeed. I need to use silver needles to treat you and eradicate the stubborn ailment in your heart region. Qin Xiu did not doubt him and blinked. How should I cooperate with you, brother? Observing the little girl's demeanor, Ning Fan felt somewhat awkward. However, considering that this ailment could endanger her life, he steeled himself and said, the prerequisite for the treatment is that there should be no clothing obstructing the area around your heart. Therefore, I need you to remove your upper garments. In an instant, Qin Xiu's face flushed a deep crimson, radiating heat, her mind consumed by Ning Fan's last words. Little Xiu, Ning Fan, fearing a misunderstanding, hurriedly clarified, my skills are not quite sufficient, and time is of the essence. That is why this is necessary. Moreover, before Ning Fan could finish, Qin Xiu, blushing fiercely, whispered, Brother, I will remove it now to cooperate with your treatment. At this moment, she suddenly raised her head, speaking earnestly. But, brother, you must treat me as a patient. Her small face, flushed with color, was utterly adorable. Very well, Ning Fan smiled. By the way, I hadn't finished my earlier thought. I will cover your eyes with a towel. The treatment commenced, and the air thickened with tension. Oh dear, brother, you are truly mischievous. Why did you not mention it sooner? The young girl's face flushed deeper, and she shyly retreated beneath the covers. Ning Fan touched his nose. You did not afford me the opportunity. 5 minutes later, Qin Xiu, having discarded her upper garment, lay on the bed, eyes closed, her body trembling. Although she understood that her brother had blindfolded himself with a towel and could see nothing, she could not quell her anxiety. What Qin Xiu remained unaware of was that Ning Fan had activated his divine pupil, allowing him to perceive her clearly despite the covering over his eyes. He chose to assure her that he could still administer treatment, wishing to alleviate any burdens from her mind. I am sorry, Xiao Qiu, Ning Fan murmured softly. In order to heal you, this is the only way. He inhaled deeply, channeling his energy as it coursed through his meridians to his right hand. Visibly, the 6 silver needles were enveloped with a faint aura of spiritual energy. First needle, the chest cavity point, Ning Fan whispered. Then deftly pierced the first silver needle into a spot just below Qin Xiu's heart. A shiver coursed through her body, accompanied by a soft sound escaping her lips. Yet, her eyes remained tightly shut, unyielding to the urge to open them. Second needle, the pericardial point. Third needle, the Qi gate point. Fourth needle, the crown point. Fifth needle, the purple prosperity point. Sixth needle, the spiritual void point. Except for the first needle, the remaining 5 needles were positioned in a hexagonal formation at the location of Qin Xiu's heart. Xiao Qiu, Ning Fan's eyes flickered as he cautioned, do not move. It will soon be over. Qin Xiu's voice was barely a whisper. Brother, I am fine. Ning Fan nodded, then concentrated once more, gathering his spiritual energy in his palm, which he pressed against her lower abdomen, initiating a gentle massage. To the naked eye, the spiritual energy surrounding the 6 silver needles began to intertwine. His hand glided from her abdomen across her upper body, ultimately resting at her heart, where he delicately kneaded, dispersing the lingering ailments towards the direction of the 6 needles. The hexagonal formation of needles served a dual purpose: to prevent Qin Xiu's vital essence from leaking away and to absorb and expel her ailments. As he sensed the remaining afflictions, the energy entwined around the needles commenced absorption. Gradually, black liquid began to emerge at the tips of the 6 needles, the very source of Qin Xiu's heart troubles. Before long, an hour had elapsed, and the black liquid at the needle tips increased in volume. Just a fraction more was needed. Ning Fan murmured softly, "Xiao Qiu, it will be over soon." However, at that moment, Qin Qiu could not utter a single word. Her small face flushed a deep crimson. As she felt Ning Fan's slender hand wandering across her abdomen and over her heart, she bit her lower lip, overwhelmed by shyness. Suddenly, Ning Fan pressed down firmly with his palm, and in that instant, Qin Qiu felt a sharp pain, her expression shifting. "It hurts." In the next moment, 6 silver needles were seen emerging from her body. Ning Fan did not respond to her. Instead, he pinched the needles between his fingers. Shortly thereafter, he placed them into a nearby basin that had already been prepared, needing to swiftly cleanse the black liquid. "It's nothing." Ning Fan wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Xiao Qiu, go take a shower." Qin Qiu stood up and quietly asked, "Brother, am I all better now?" Ning Fan nodded, "Almost. After a few more days of rest, I will administer another round of treatment, and your heart will return to normal, without any recurrence of previous issues." A glimmer of hope sparkled in Qin Qiu's eyes. "Really? Brother, thank you so much." Suddenly, she sprang up and pecked Ning Fan on the cheek before joyfully leaving, completely trusting his words. This girl, Ning Fan sighed with a bittersweet smile, still has such a naive disposition even at this age. Afterward, he gave Qin Qiu some parting advice and departed Long Dragon Island with Zhao Yuantang. Divine Healer Ning, Zhao Yuantang began as they traveled by car. "We are taking you to the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association to meet with the other 4 participants in the competition. You should collaborate with them. This will enhance our chances of victory." Ning Fan's medical skills were indeed remarkable, as Zhao Yuantang had witnessed. However, the doctor sent by the opposing side, Dr. Smith, was also exceptionally formidable, a figure listed among the world's top Western physicians, someone not to be underestimated. "Understood," Ning Fan replied without hesitation. "I need them to cooperate with me. Otherwise, I will handle it alone." 3 months from now, their mother would likely return to Jiangqing, and Ning Fan was determined to enhance his abilities swiftly to prove himself to her. He also yearned to catch up to her pace and face dangers together. Therefore, he was resolute in acquiring the wild medicinal herbs that the Western doctors spoke of, which were said to be 2 centuries old. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuantang nodded. "There is an age requirement for this competition. Participants cannot exceed 60 years. Otherwise, I would have personally joined you, Divine Healer Ning." Before long, the car halted outside the Jiangqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. As they approached the meeting room, they could hear voices filled with anger and dissatisfaction emanating from within. "What is Zhao Yuantang doing? It's already 8:30, and he still hasn't arrived. How long have we been kept waiting?" Indeed, ever since he ascended to the presidency of our Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, his demeanor has grown increasingly haughty. "I have heard that he has invited a certain Dr. Ning to participate in the upcoming traditional and Western medicine competition. If that individual possesses not even a modicum of skill, I shall undoubtedly impeach him and demand his removal from the presidential position." Within the conference room, 4 practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine were engaged in fervent discussion, articulating their grievances regarding Zhao Yuantang. At that moment, the door creaked open, and their attention swiftly shifted towards the entrance. They beheld Zhao Yuantang striding in briskly, accompanied by a young man, none other than Ning Fan. "Allow me to introduce him," Zhao Yuantang cheerfully proclaimed. "This is Dr. Ning, who will soon join you in the competition." Dr. Ning. A wave of astonishment swept through the group as all eyes fell upon Ning Fan, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. How could such a seemingly youthful lad, barely in his 20s, be addressed as a doctor? Surely this is a jest. Chairman Zhao, Gao Zhichuan stepped forward, his tone laced with disdain. "While we understand your desire to elevate your prot-G, you must surely comprehend the significance of this competition for U.S. practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine." They were resolutely unconvinced that this young man could possibly be a skilled practitioner. They perceived it merely as Zhao Yuantang's attempt to showcase his apprentice during this highly publicized event. "I can assure you with my reputation," Zhao Yuantang insisted earnestly, "Dr. Ning's medical expertise undoubtedly surpasses ours. With Dr. Ning present, we stand a genuine chance of triumphing over those Western practitioners and restoring pride to traditional Chinese medicine." Yet, his declaration was met with derision. "Zhao Yuantang, how utterly ludicrous. In your fervor to promote your apprentice, you have inflated his abilities beyond reason. Each of us has labored for decades to carve our place in this field, while this young lad appears to have barely grazed the surface of traditional medicine." With a dismissive glance at Ning Fan, they scoffed. He has likely never even touched the practice. Zhao Yuantang's face flushed with indignation. It is your own inadequacy that is evident, Ning Fan replied coolly, showing no concern for their scorn. You, a gaggle of antiquated practitioners, Gao Zhichuan retorted coldly. Very well. You think you are impressive, do you? Zhao Yuantang. Let me make myself clear. If you insist on allowing him to compete, I shall withdraw from the contest. Yes. I too. Zhao Yuantang. You must choose between us four and him. We can have one or the other, but not both. They were unwilling to be hampered by someone who had seemingly gained an unfair advantage. You. Zhao Yuantang trembled with rage, taken aback by the turn of events. Gao Zhichuan and the others cast provocative glances at Ning Fan, convinced that Zhao Yuantang would undoubtedly side with them. Unless, of course, he had lost his senses. But who could have anticipated what would transpire next? Zhao Yuantang suddenly gritted his teeth and declared, very well. Then you shall withdraw, allowing Dr. Ning to compete alone in the contest.